Chapter 371 Soldiers are dispatched to the sour dates. That Li Anmin is simply taking advantage of the situation to rob. And he dares to ask for so much food and horses. If these food and horses are used in the army, we can recruit tens of thousands of troops. The messenger sent to Li Ji in the government of Bohai County returned and informed Yuan Shao and a group of advisors of the magic medicine that Li Ji needed. Li Ji's appetite was so big that even Su Yu, one of the figures of the Nanyang faction, directly scolded Li Ji in the hall for not knowing what was good for him. Not to mention Yuan Shao himself. At this time, Yuan Shao pinched his mustache, his arms trembling constantly, and almost pulled out his long-maintained beautiful beard one by one. As Su Yu said, Li Ji asked Yuan Shao for too many things. With only Bohai County, it would take a lot of potential to squeeze out. And at the time of the Anti-Dong War, Yuan Shao plundered the warehouses of the entire Bohai County in order to recruit as many troops as possible. If Jizhou Muhan Fu was not a disciple of Renan Yuan, Yuan Shao would not have been able to recruit a full 300,000 troops in such a short time. In order to recruit these 300,000 troops, Yuan Shao not only had a cleaner pocket than anyone else, but he also took a lot of money from Han Fu and owed him a favor. My lord, there is no more food and grass in the warehouse of Bohai County to block Li Ji's appetite. Ji thinks that it is better to reject Li Ji's request. After all, most of the envoys sent by the Lord have completed their tasks, and many princes are willing to respond to the Lord's call. With so many princes bringing troops to participate in the alliance, what does it matter if Li Ji is missing? Yuan Shao's other counselor Feng Ji also stood up to persuade. Is that so? After hearing Feng Ji's words, Yuan Shao touched his chin, his expression a little uncertain, and then his eyes swept the officials below, and finally fixed on Zhang Hu and Cui Hao behind him. Noticing Yuan Shao's eyes on him, Cui Hao immediately stood up and retorted, I think we should agree to Li Taisho's request. Why? Li Taisho has fought against the Yellow Turbans and suppressed the Liangzhou rebels, and has made many military achievements. He also has good political achievements in governing Kuaiji, and has a good reputation in the world. If this person joins the coalition, Dong Zhuo and his Shiliang family will definitely be more afraid of the strength of the coalition. As for the mere food and horses, they are just external things, Cui Hao answered calmly, and then turned his attention to Su Yu and Feng Ji of the Nanyang faction. He has been in Yuan Shao's forces with Zhang Hu for a long time, and he already knows that these two guys are power-seeking and aggressive people. Cui Hao can be said to be a member of the Jizhou faction. He is born in a different camp from these two people. Once he dissuades Yuan Shao, these two people will definitely jump out to obstruct him. Although Cui Hao despised these two people, Yuan Shao was the boss after all. He did not dare to do much, and could only show his talents in front of Yuan Shao and suppress him after gaining Yuan Shao's trust. However, Yuan Shao was indecisive, which made Cui Hao lose opportunities and failed to eliminate him. As Cui Hao guessed, Su Yu immediately stood up and refuted, No, my lord. If we agree to Li Ji's request, other princes will follow suit and ask for benefits from us, which will put too much pressure on us. Yes, lord, Ziyuan is right. Our granary is empty, and most of our army's food and grass are now supplied by Jizhou Mu. It is difficult for us to meet Li Ji's request. Feng Ji also stood up and said, What you said makes sense. Originally, Yuan Shao didn't want to agree to Li Ji's conditions, and now he was persuaded by Feng Ji and Su Yu, and this idea became stronger. At this time, Cui Hao said loudly, My lord, do other princes have the same reputation as Li Ji? And do their generals and soldiers have the same strength as Li Ji's army? Although Li Ji's conditions are harsh, we are not without conditions. My lord, the coalition army is mixed with good and bad, and various princes want to fish in troubled waters. How many princes really want to defeat Dong Zhuo and retake Luoyang? Although my lord is the initiator of the coalition, not all princes are willing to obey my orders. For example, the Nanyang prefect Yuan Gonglu. He is my lord's brother. But can my lord guarantee that he will obey your orders? Gonglu has always been at odds with me. If it weren't for my uncle's face, he would have turned against me long ago. Now I am separated from him, and each is a prefect of a county. How can he be at ease to obey my orders? Yuan Shao immediately pondered, and then answered Cui Hao's question. After seeing Yuan Shao's expression change, Cui Hao immediately followed up and said, As the saying goes, the world is bustling. All for profit. The world is noisy. All for profit. There are no eternal friends. Only eternal interests. Now even the brothers who are thicker than blood have betrayed the Lord. So what can we trust? Only by using interests to win over Li Ji's powerful army to our faction can we help the Lord suppress other princes. As for the inability to satisfy Li Ji's appetite, it's just that some people are incapable of doing so. How? I am willing to solve this problem for the Lord. While dissuading Yuan Shao, Cui Hao did not forget to step on Su Yu and Feng Ji. Su Yu and Feng Ji knew what Cui Hao meant, but they dared to be angry but not to speak, and dared not to answer. If they refuted and accepted the challenge, they would be regarded as supporting Cui Hao. But if they did not speak, they would default to their incompetence. Whether they spoke or not, the final winner was still Cui Hao's Jizhou faction. Yuan Shao didn't care what Su Yu and Feng Ji were thinking. When he heard that Cui Hao could help him solve this problem, he immediately said, "Of course." Then agreed to Li Ji's request. "Bo Yuan, you are fully responsible for this matter. Glad to serve. I didn't expect Yuan Shao to agree to our request. I should have asked for more at that time," Li Ji said with regret. Not long after he sent Yuan Shao's envoy away, Yuan Shao sent another envoy, and the other party also brought a large amount of food and horses. Obviously, Li Ji's panacea satisfied Yuan Shao. As soon as this thing was delivered, Li Ji announced on the spot that he had recovered from the cold and was willing to lead the Dragon Sparrow army to the north to support Yuan Shao. However, when accepting the food, Yuan Shao's envoy put forward a condition to Li Ji on behalf of his master, requiring Li Ji to support Yuan Shao's actions in the alliance. This condition was just to make Li Ji express his position, which was a simple thing for Li Ji. After all, he didn't plan to stand out in this war, so as to avoid being targeted by Dong Zhuo. Since Yuan Shao wanted to show off, Li Ji didn't mind giving him a push. "By the way, Fo Shao, is the list of soldiers ready?" "It's ready." Guijia handed Li Ji the list of soldiers, which listed the number of soldiers in the Dragon Sparrow army and the names of the generals who needed to go on the expedition. 18 Flying Tigers, 1,000 Beiwei army, 3,000 Jingsai army, 15,000 Yer army, 15,000 Tianqiong army, 5,000 Spanish noble cavalry, 5,000 Western Han border guards, and various light cavalry, archers and other cavalry, totaling 50,000 people. The generals who commanded the cavalry were Li Tsunxiu, Shi Jingxi, Yang Zixing, Lu Xiangxing, and Isabella. 3,000 elite Bailey soldiers, 10,000 light infantry in the mountains and forests of eastern Wu, 30,000 urban militia, and various infantry such as spearmen, sword and shield soldiers, totaling 100,000 people. The commanders of the infantry are Chen Dao, He Qi, and Akechi Mitsuhide. There are 15,000 Phoenix longbowmen, 8,000 first-line soldiers, and various archers, totaling 50,000. The commanders of the archers are Huang Zong and Zhu Yi. The accompanying military advisors are Shi Shicai, Guijia, Jia Su, and Nefertiti. During the campaign to defeat Dong, the system will not protect the territory. In other words, other princes or players who want to make trouble can make trouble in Li Ji's territory during this period. In order to take into account the defense of the southern part of Wujian and Kuaiji, Li Ji did not withdraw many troops. All the troops in the campaign to defeat Dong added up to only 150,000. The princes participating in the war to defeat Dong need at least 100,000 troops. And Li Ji's 150,000 troops are neither too many nor too few. In the defense of various places, Li Ji also did some personnel mobilization. Among them, the Battle of Wu County continued to be presided over by Wang Ming, and his deputies were Wen Tianxiang, Lu Xiufu and Wen Tianxiang, 3 heroes of the late Song dynasty. In addition, in order to stop the fierce General Taisher Ci, Li Ji also transferred Li Guang, Zhao Penu and 800 cavalry to Wang Ming's side to serve as Wang Ming's military facade. In Hui County, Li Ji continued to let Kenzei, Yu Fan and Zhang Juzheng handle government affairs, and at the same time transferred Fan Wentenggong Fan Zhongyan back to familiarize himself with government affairs while commanding and coordinating the troops of various counties. Of course, Fan Zhongyan's qualifications were not enough, so Li Ji specially invited Lu Ji to come out of the mountain and let him temporarily manage the troops of Kuaiji County when he left. And Fan Zhongyan served as Lu Ji's deputy. Hearing that Li Ji was going to fight Dong Zhuo, the traitor, Lu Ji agreed to Li Ji's request without saying a word. If it weren't for Kai Yong holding Lu Ji aside, Lu Ji would have wanted to follow Li Ji to the north to fight Dong Zhuo and let him taste the power of the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty. In terms of military power, Li Ji kept Yanxing, Lu Pai, Gong Du, and Pei Yuanshao. Firstly, to guard Kuaiji to prevent any accidents, and secondly, to support Wang Ming and participate in the battle at any time. As for Li Jinglong and Zhao Kuo, Li Ji continued to keep them in the rear to deal with the Shan Yu bandits. It must be said that although these two commanders were not very good, they were more than enough to deal with the Shan Yu. At least when he left, there was no major unrest in the county. In addition, Yang Su's navy was also left in Wu County by Li Ji to cooperate with Wang Ming's actions, and to prevent Su Gong's troops from launching a sneak attack from Taihu Lake by blocking Taihu Lake. Moreover, Yang Su sent a message a few days ago that they had successfully controlled the two islands of Xishan Island and Dongshan Island, and were relying on these two islands to continue to clean up other islands in Taihu Lake. This time, the Lord is going to war, but Ming can't accompany the Lord, which is a pity. Hearing that Li Ji was going to leave for Xuanzhou, Wang Ming secretly returned to Longke City from Wuqing County. Dongshui has the Guanzhong area, and his Xiliang army is a rare elite, and the coalition army is loose as sand. She doesn't know whether this crusade will succeed. But Wujuan, which Jean Glue is attacking, is different. This is related to our future development. Ming understands. Although Wang Ming felt a little regretful, he knew what was important and what was not. At present, taking Su Gong and the entire Wujuan was the most important thing for the Longke army. After Li Ji finished the final inventory, he took 150,000 soldiers and horses into the teleportation array and set off for Xuanzhou. In Nanyang County, after Yuan Shu got the support of his family, he spent a lot of money and recruited a full 300,000 troops. At the same time, he threatened Sun Jian with food and grass, forcing him to act with him. Recruiting 300,000 troops was not too much pressure for the populous Nanyang County. If it weren't for the advice of Yin Xiang, Yuan Shu's advisor, he would have wanted to recruit 500,000 troops. 300,000 troops. I don't think other princes can afford so many troops. Humph. Yuan Benchu, you showed off your power in the last Anti-Dong manifesto. This time it's my turn. Yuan Shu stood on the stage, looking at the elite soldiers below, and couldn't help but feel high-spirited. The leading General Ji Ling held a three-pointed double-edged sword, with a respectful look on his face, and said loudly, I am willing to go through fire and water for my lord, and I will not refuse. As soon as this was said, the generals and soldiers behind him followed suit and expressed their loyalty to Yuan Shu. For a while, the sound was like a wave, and Yuan Shu seemed to be in the surging sea, with a hint of excitement on his face. This time, I will surpass Yuan Benchu, and let my uncle completely tilt the family's resources towards me. Yuo, Ji County. Gong Sunzan said he would respond to Yuan Benchu's call and lead troops to the south for the alliance. Lu Yu, the governor of Yuzhou, who was sitting in the first seat, looked at the envoy sent by Gong Sunzan with surprise, and it was hard for him to believe what he said. The envoy bowed and replied, My lord said that although my lord and the governor had some conflicts on the issue of how to deal with the Xianbei people, they are all ministers of the Han dynasty, and the governor is also a relative of the Han dynasty, so they should respond to the call of Yuan Taisho and lead troops to the south to attack Dongshui. So my lord sent me here to temporarily put down the war with the governor and join forces to participate in the war against Dongshui. In that case, then I agree. Although I don't know how sincere Gong Sunzan's words are. Lu Yu is a real relative of the Han dynasty. There is no reason for others to go to fight Dongshui, while he has been sitting in Ji County with nothing to do. As soon as Gong Sunzan's envoy left, Lu Yu's General Xian Yuan immediately stood up and persuaded, My lord governor, why don't we take this opportunity to send troops to capture Gong Sunzan and his men? No. This is an unjust thing to do, since Gong Sunzan is loyal to the Han dynasty. How can we send troops to make him empty-handed? Lu Yu waved his hand to reject the proposal, then set his eyes on a female general and said, Tai Shou Ding, you have repeatedly asked me for permission to lead troops to attack Dongshui, so I agree to you now. Please bring your troops, and go south to the alliance immediately. Chapter 372-21 Lords. Xinlu County. Xuanzhou County. Yuan Shao set up the place for the lords to meet in Xuanzhou County, and this county was under the jurisdiction of Qinlu Prefect Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao was Lu Dai's subordinate. He heard that Yin Zhoumu was also going to participate in the war against Dongshui, so he followed Lu Dai's footsteps and joined in. As Yuan Shao wanted to set Xuanzhou as the place for the meeting, Zhang Miao naturally took it, but he soon regretted it. A lord had to bring at least 100,000 soldiers and horses, and Xuanzhou County was just a small county town, which could not accommodate so many soldiers and horses. Not to mention the lords from all over the world who came to the meeting. So Zhang Miao could only set up the barracks outside Xuanzhou County, and the county town only accommodated the high-level figures of various lords. At this time, there were flags outside Xuanzhou County, and the mighty murderous aura continued to pour into the void, gathering into a strong wind, sweeping the west. In addition to the princes coming to the alliance, there are also millions of players who are rushing into Xuanzhou County like a swarm of carp. For a time, the entire county is overcrowded. Although they failed to become a county prince within the specified time, and could not gather a full army of 100,000 people, they can temporarily obey the orders of any prince by choosing any prince camp. The meeting of the 18 princes is a first-class event. I didn't expect that we could actually watch the battle in person. Even if we can't become one of the princes, it's a pleasure to watch them fight Dongzhuo up close. When attacking Hulao Pass, the famous scene of the three heroes fighting Lu Bu was born. But now many fierce generals and historical novels have been recruited, and I don't know if Lu Bu can still stand up. In my opinion, Lu Bu, the killer of his adoptive father, will not have such good luck. Not to mention the fierce generals hidden among the princes. Li Tsuanxi recruited by Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji, and Gao Chong recruited by Cheng Shang who surrendered to Tao Qian, are all able to defeat Lu Bu. Not necessarily. There is a breakthrough task here. If Lu Bu completes the breakthrough task before Li Tsuanxi and Gao Chong, his personal panel will be much higher than the panels of these two people before the breakthrough. Maybe Lu Bu will win the battle between the three heroes and Lu Bu. These players who participated in the anti-Dong event were all over Xuanzhou County, directly filling up the hotels and inns in the county. Even though Qinlu Prefect Zhang Miao had been sending troops to patrol the county, he still couldn't stop the various conflicts in the county. Millions of players poured in. Even if Xiao He and Guanyu were born again, they would probably have a headache like Zhang Miao. Although these players couldn't be princes, they had their mouths on their faces. Pointing at the strength of the princes was their pleasure, especially in terms of military generals. They fought from time to time to argue about which military general was powerful, making Xuanzhou County a mess. Countless players looked forward to it, and watched the first princes coming to Xuanzhou. A prince is coming out. Some players noticed that the teleportation array in Xuanzhou County was lit up with white light, and there was a faint appearance of soldiers and horses. As soon as this was said, many players immediately went to watch. As the host, Qinlu Prefect Zhang Miao was waiting near the teleportation array. In order to ensure that there would be no riots around the teleportation array, he specially sent his general Zhao Chong to lead the troops to maintain order. You all should disperse quickly. Otherwise we will kill you on the spot. Military Sima Zhao Chong walked around the edge with a gun, stabbing several blind players to death one after another. But the blood all over the ground could not stop the curiosity of other players, and they even wanted to go further and cross the boundary set by Zhao Chong. Just on the verge of losing control, a tiger general like an iron tower appeared, waving a thick yamen flag with both arms, as if swinging a pillar of heaven, and the overwhelming force pressed the surrounding air to make an explosion sound. With one swing, hundreds of approaching players were directly smashed into pieces. Countless pieces of meat and blood splashed around, and the mess of blood made the surrounding players stop immediately. Zhao Chong nodded in satisfaction when he saw that these players did not lose control. But what surprised him was that these players looked even more excited and fanatical. Hack! It's Dian Wei, the ancient evil man, one of Boss Chao's two bodyguards. I didn't expect Dian Wei to be in Zhang Miao's army at this time. It's a pity that my power is not as good as Zhang Miao's. Otherwise, I can replace him and let Dian Wei obey me. Dian Wei is one of the top generals in the Three Kingdoms, but he only holds the yamen flag in Zhang Miao's army. It's a waste of talent. After seeing Dian Wei's terrifying move, all the players present did not feel a trace of fear, but became excited. Dian Wei is a first-class bodyguard. He is not only brave and superb, but also loyal. He sacrificed his life and rescued Cao Cao from the heavy siege of Zhang Xiu's army. Afterwards, Cao Cao did not cry for his son's death in battle, but cried in front of Dian Wei's spirit tablet, and said frankly, I lost my eldest son and beloved nephew, but I didn't feel deep pain. I only cried for Dian Wei, who would not like a fierce general who died in battle for his master. However, such a fierce general was actually a pawn in Zhang Miao's army, and was not valued by Zhang Miao. It was really a pity. Brother Zhang, how are you? At this time, Qinlu Prefect Zhang Miao had no time to take care of Yan Wei's situation. The princes and their troops in the teleportation array had already arrived in Swanzhou. It came from Zhang Miao's old acquaintance, Dongjun Prefect Cao Cao, and Cao Cao's friend, Jibei Xiang Bao Xian. Cao Cao led more than a dozen clan generals, followed by 150,000 troops. The strong and incomparable murderous aura suppressed all the players and people watching and dared not speak. Jibei Xiang Bao Xian was also not bad. The general behind him, Eugene, was a capable man who was good at training soldiers and horses. The combat effectiveness of the Jibei army trained by him should not be underestimated. I didn't expect Mengda to come so soon. It's just right. I'm overwhelmed by these people. Mengda, please help me quickly. When Zhang Miao saw Cao Cao appear, he was as if he had seen a savior. He hurriedly held Cao Cao's hand and said in surprise. However, Cao Cao's mind was not on Zhang Miao's words at this time. His eyes were always looking up and down at Yan Wei. Whose general is this? He is so fierce. Following Cao Cao's sight, Zhang Miao quickly saw Yan Wei's majestic body like an iron tower, and answered with sudden enlightenment, "Oh, that is Yan Wei, a sergeant in my army. I saw that he had some strength, so I asked him to join the army to serve me." After hearing Zhang Miao's words, Cao Cao's thoughts immediately started to stir, and he was about to explode when he looked at Yan Wei again. From Zhang Miao's words, it can be heard that the other party obviously did not intend to reuse Yan Wei. Cao Cao has always liked fierce generals, especially those under other people's accounts, and it is so comfortable to use them. This time he suddenly wanted to dig Zhang Miao's corner and lured Yan Wei, a fierce general, to serve in his army, even if Zhang Miao was his old acquaintance. I didn't expect it to be Boss Cao. Look at the Xiahou brothers and others behind him. They are all good generals at the time. I only saw Boss Cao from a distance during the Yellow Turban activities before. When I saw him today, I knew that Boss Cao and I have the same hobby. You'd better say a serious hobby. As one of the overlords in the late Eastern Han Dynasty and the founder of the Cao Wei power, Cao Cao was sought after by many players because he had many romantic affairs. Therefore, among all the princes, the number of players who chose Cao Cao's camp far exceeded that of other princes. Of course, the Gongsun Zan camp, which has Liu Bei, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and the Yuansha camp, the only overlord in the early stage, are also popular choices for players. Is the general behind Bao Xian one of Cao Cao's 5 best generals in the future? I heard that Eugene is a master of training soldiers. Looking at the neat military appearance of the Jibei army, it should be Eugene, one of the 5 best generals. It's a pity that Eugene, as one of the 5 best generals, actually surrendered once, which ruined his reputation and finally died in frustration. Many people noticed the high-spirited Eugene behind Bao Xian, and couldn't help but feel sorry for Eugene's final outcome. Shanong Prefect Yuan Yi is here. Yan Zhou Mulu Dai is here. After Zhang Miao sent people to take away the troops of Cao Cao and Bao Xian, the 3 of them waited together beside the teleportation array. And soon 2 more princes arrived with their troops. The 2 princes who came were also from Yanzhou, Yuan Yi from Renan Yuan clan, and Lu Dai, a relative of the Han dynasty. At this time, Yanzhou had dispatched Lu Dai, Cao Cao, Zhang Miao, Bao Xian and Yuan Yi, 5 princes. The total number of soldiers and horses of these 5 people was close to 1 million, which could be said to be one of the main forces of the alliance. Of course, among the original 18 princes, Cao Cao did not go to war as the governor of Dongjun, but appeared as the captain of the cavalry. It's just that now, he replaced the original governor of Dongjun, Qiao Mao. Hearing the names called by the soldiers, many players were attracted. Although the reputation of these 2 people is far behind Cao Cao, they are also well-known princes in Yanzhou. In particular, Lu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou, personally led his troops to the expedition, which made many people admire him. Among the original 18 princes, only Lu Dai, a relative of the Han dynasty, led his troops to fight against Dong, and he was truly fighting for the country of the Han dynasty. For example, the old villain Lu Yin, who was hiding in Yizhou, made Lu Hong depose Shi and established the governor with 1 sentence. And then he patted his butt and hid directly in the isolated Yizhou, becoming a country within a country. Unfortunately, there are not many well-known figures among Lu Dai and Yuan Yi's generals, and the voices discussing the 2 are much smaller than those of Cao Cao before. Cao greets the governor. Xian greets the governor. Miao greets the governor. Players can be indifferent to Lu Dai, but Cao Cao and others cannot. After all, Lu Dai is their immediate superior. If they don't serve him well, Lu Dai will give them a hard time in the future. Lu Dai nodded and motioned the 3 people in front of him to come behind him. Then he glanced at the surrounding environment. The noisy sound made him frown. The meeting of princes is a big event in the world. How can we let these villains watch and make the whole Swanza so chaotic? Zhang Taisho. What are you doing? Lu Dai looked at Zhang Miao with anger, and the latter shrank his neck slightly, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Cao Cao stood up to help Zhang Miao and replied, "Report to the governor. These people are the righteous soldiers who followed us to participate in the war against Dong." Righteous soldiers? Yuan Taisho gathered all the princes in the world here, with countless weapons and armor. So we still need these righteous soldiers to help us. Lu Dai snorted coldly, his face showing dissatisfaction. Cao Cao quickly bowed and replied, "Although the fighting power of these volunteers is not as good as the troops of the governor, doesn't their presence symbolize that the people are with us? Moreover, we can use them to show the majesty of our coalition, which will play a significant role in boosting morale and intimidating Dong Zhuo." According to Mengde, should I thank these volunteers? No. Cao Cao quickly played Tai Chi and said, "These volunteers are the people who are loyal to the Han dynasty. Their presence here means that the Han dynasty still exists in the hearts of the people. The number of volunteers is as many as millions, although they are not as strong as the troops of the coalition. As long as they are managed a little, they will definitely become a force for our coalition. In this case, Zhang Taisho, you must manage these volunteers well, and don't let them cause unrest during the alliance." Since Cao Cao said so, Lu Dai couldn't pursue anything, so he had to vent his anger on Zhang Miao. Qin Lu Taisho nodded and accepted Lu Dai's task. While they were talking, the teleportation array flashed a white light again, and 2 large-scale troops appeared in it. Shuzhou Mu Taoqian has arrived. Guanling Prefect Zhang Chao has arrived. The princes of Yanzhou have all arrived. The princes who should arrive at this time should be the other major states. And Shuzhou Mu Taoqian and Guanling Prefect Zhang Chao are both from Shuzhou, which is known as a place of 4 wars. The appearance of the Shuzhou princes quickly attracted the attention of the players. And then, there was an uproar. The early arrival of the abolition of the history, and the establishment of the prefect not only allowed a group of Han clan relatives to become governors of a state, but also allowed several state governors with considerable political achievements to move their positions and become great princes who control a state. For example, Tao Qian, who came now. In the original battle against Dong, Tao Qian fought as the governor of Shuzhou, and there was not much ink left. But here, Tao Qian became the governor of Shuzhou, in charge of tens of millions of Shuzhou's soldiers and horses, and his strength can be regarded as the top among all the princes. Moreover, the generals of Shuzhou were not outstanding. The only ones with some ability were Chao Bao and Mi Fang. At most, there were Taishan bandits like Zhang Ba, who only obeyed orders but not announcements. Compared with other princes like Yuan Shao, their level was a bit behind. However, many players have heard that Cheng Shang, the great lord of Shuzhou, resolutely chose Tao Qian's edict of amnesty and led his generals to join Tao Qian's account and allow him to dispatch them. Chapter 373. Alas, a great lord of Shuzhou with tens of thousands of soldiers. If he had not surrendered to Tao Qian, he might have become a vassal if he had worked hard before the campaign against Dongzhuo began. It's a pity that Gao Chong, Yu Fei's most powerful general, had to obey Tao Qian. You don't understand this. Cheng Shang was in cahoots with Chao Bao, and Chao Bao even married his daughter to him. The two often called each other father-in-law and son-in-law. Chao Bao was Tao Qian's trusted general, so it was not impossible for Cheng Shang to surrender to Tao Qian. Hack, I remember that Chao Bao's daughter married Lu Bu, a slave of 3 surnames. If Lu Bu knew that Cheng Shang had stolen his wife, there would be a good show to watch. You know half of it but not the other half. There is no record in history that Lu Bu had ever married Chao Bao's daughter. That was Lao Luo. It was written randomly in the novel. Besides, Cheng Shang has Gao Chong as his guard, so he is not afraid of marrying Chao, let alone Diachan. Cheng Shang has Gao Chong as his military, and Wang Xingyan, a famous general of the Southern Liang dynasty recruited in the National War, and seems to have a relationship with Chen Gui and Chen Ding, and Chao Bao is his backer. His power has already taken shape. If Tao Qian kicks his legs, he is likely to inherit the entire Shuzhou. Shuzhou is a place of war on all sides, not to mention the princes who are eyeing it covetously. Even the local warlords such as Zhang Ba, Zhuarong, and Xiao Jian are not so easy to mess with. The appearance of Xuzhou Mu Tao Qian and Guangling Prefect Zhang Chao immediately made people talk about it. But the object of their discussion was not Tao Qian, but Cheng Shang, the great lord who surrendered to Tao Qian. Cheng Shang is a player like them, and he has Gao Chong and Wang Xingyan, two famous generals, under his command, and has an unclear relationship with Xuzhou's senior figures. It is normal for him to become the object of public opinion. However, Tao Qian didn't think so. He was overshadowed by his subordinates, and his face was extremely livid. Chao Bao, Cheng Shang, you two follow the soldiers of Zhang Taisho and lead the troops out of the city to set up camp. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Tao Qian used his power to transfer Chao Bao and Cheng Shang out of the city, and he took Mi Fang and Zhang Kai to meet Lu Dai and others. Meet Xuzhou Mu. Cao Cao saluted Tao Qian, but his eyes unconsciously looked at Tao Qian's cavalry captain Zhang Kai, and he suddenly felt a little disgusted. This was the first time Cao Cao met Zhang Kai, but he always felt that he had an irreconcilable hatred with him. Shandong Taisho Zhang Chao is here. Heniai Taisho Wang Kuang is here. Yuzhou Governor Kong Rong is here. Qingzhou Mu Kong Rong is here. 4 more princes followed Tao Qian's footsteps and came to Xuanzhe County. These 4 lords came from Bingzhou, Sili, Yuzhou, and Qingzhou respectively. Only 1 lord from these 4 states chose to go on the expedition. Players were not very interested in these 3 people. First, they did not have reliable great lords to rely on. And second, they did not have famous generals under their command. At best, Wang Kuang's famous general Fan Yu from Heniai was 1, and Kong Rong's Wuanguo was 1. But most of these famous generals became jokes for players, and were not considered real famous generals. Of course, Taisher Ci from Donglai and Qingzhou was a real famous general, skilled in archery and horse riding, and fought against the little overlord. It was a pity that players did not find Taisher Ci in Kong Rong's team. Not to mention that players from other states don't know where Taisher Ci is now. Even local players in Qingzhou don't know whether Taisher Ci has surrendered to Kong Rong. Only Li Ji, who has fought with Taisher Ci, knows where Taisher Ci is. Zhujuan Prefect Ding Xia has arrived. Yubiping Prefect Gong Sunzan has arrived. Ding Xia. Is it the player lord who surrendered to Lu Yu? I didn't expect Lu Yu to release this prefect. This is a player lord who recruited many outstanding female generals. Putting aside the combat effectiveness, the appearance is really high. White Horse General Gong Sunzan has finally arrived. Behind him are the 3 brothers Lu, Guan, and Zhang, and Yao Luan, the great lord of Yuzhou. He has recruited 2 fierce generals, Shi Denai and Ashinader. I don't know if Zhao Zilong has surrendered to Gong Sunzan at this time. Gong Sunzan took the lead in leading the White Horse Cavalry and a group of Yuzhou elite cavalry, followed by the 3 brothers Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stood on the left and right sides of Liu Bei. One dragged the Qinglong Yanyu sword backwards. His breath was as long as a dragon, and the other held a Zhongba snake spear alone. His momentum was as violent as thunder. Both of them were fierce generals, who could defeat thousands of enemies, even if they tried to suppress the evil spirit as much as possible. The pressure they exuded was enough to make the surrounding players dare not breathe heavily. The appearance of Gong Sunzan and Lu, Guan, and Zhang attracted the attention of all the princes present, especially Cao Cao. He looked at Guan Yu as if he saw a beautiful wife. If it weren't for the Xiahou brothers beside him reminding him to pay attention to his image, his saliva would have flowed. Excuse me, can you please move aside? The soldiers and horses of this governor will also be teleported here. When everyone's eyes were on it, a female voice suddenly sounded. I saw that the female general was holding a red tasseled spear and sitting on a Yuzhou good horse. Behind her were 3 female generals, each holding a weapon, and there was a short old man beside her. TSK. Ding Xia has no idea what luck she has, except for Song Xiansa, who was recruited as a man. All the other generals she recruited are women. More than women, they are also very good at fighting. Look at Yang Muzhen, Qin Liangyu, and Shi Saiwa. Which one of them doesn't have real kung fu? Especially Yang Muzhen, who was fighting 1 against 2 before, and made Yao Luan feel very frustrated. If Lu, Guan and Zhang had not surrendered to Gong Sunzan before, with Ding Xiao's team, they would have helped Lu Yu suppress Gong Sunzan long ago. It's rare that a vassal is a woman, and she is not bad looking. She also had a conflict with the world-famous White Horse General, which naturally became the topic of conversation among the players. Ding Xia, Yao Luan, who was behind Gong Sun Zan, was angry when he saw Ding Xia, and said with gritted teeth, "What's the matter? The defeated general wants to be beaten again. Didn't I beat you enough before?" Ding Xia looked at the other party provocatively, and she couldn't wait for Yao Luan to jump out. In the National War meeting, Yao Luan excluded her from the ranks of UO players. In addition to some previous conflicts and the different camps of the two, Ding Xia and Yao Luan have long been incompatible. Today, the two met again, and their anger instantly came out. "Don't be rash." Gong Sun Zan stopped the somewhat impulsive Yao Luan, looked at Ding Xia with a gloomy face, and said, "Tai Shou Ding, you and I are both members of the coalition today, and I hope that nothing unpleasant will happen during this period of time. Then you should take care of your subordinates, so that his body won't be hung on the city wall one day." After Ding Xia left a provocative remark, she asked her subordinates to lead the troops out of the city to set up camp, and she just found a place to stand. She was also a vassal and Liu Yu's man. Her every move represented Liu Yu's power, so even if she was a little reluctant, she could only learn from other vassal states and welcome the vassal states who had not yet arrived. "This woman is really fierce. Brother, why didn't we fight for some face for the prefect of Gongsun before?" Zhang Fei asked with dissatisfaction. When Ding Xia provoked, Zhang Fei couldn't hold back. If it wasn't for Liu Bei's eyes to stop him, he would have killed Ding Xia with a snake spear. "You fool. We are just the generals of the prefect of Gongsun. Without the intention of General Gongsun, how can we have any overstepping actions? Besides, here are the vassal states of the world gathered. It is a serious crime to assassinate the vassal states in public," Liu Bei said with a teaching tone. "Brother, you are right. Besides, Ding Xia is a subordinate of the governor of Yuzhou. If we kill her here, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the governor of Yuzhou? If we really kill a county governor, let alone Yuzhou, there will be no place for the three of us brothers in the whole world." Guan Yu also slightly opened his eyes and said in agreement. After being taught a lesson by his elder and second brothers, Zhang Fei had to bow his head and admit his mistakes. He even listened to his elder and second brothers. Changsha Governor Sun Jian is here. Nanyang Governor Yuan Shu is here. Lingling Governor Chu Xiong is here. Jingzhou dispatched a total of 3 princes. But these 3 princes had nothing to do with the new governor of Jingzhou, Liu Biao, and became local warlords in Jingzhou. Like in history, Liu Biao rode into Jingzhou alone and suppressed the aristocratic families of Jingzhou with various tricks, showing the style of the 8 horses of Jingxiang. But after all, he had been in power in Jingzhou for a short time. In order to ensure that the aristocratic families, who had just been suppressed, would not cause any trouble. Even though he was a member of the Han dynasty, he was unable to lead troops to fight against Dong. However, he turned a blind eye to the expedition of Sun Jian and others, and even gave some food and grass to the 3 princes for his own reputation as an encouragement. It was unheard of for a governor to give food and grass to local warlords. Alas, it's a pity that the tiger of Jiangdong was controlled by Yuan Shu, a villain. Yuan Shu was able to control Nanyang County, a county with a large population and a large army. Behind him, there must be the intervention of the Ridden Yuan family. Among the princes who came, Yuan Shu had the largest number of troops, with a full 300,000 troops. It really deserves to be a county with a large population, and it can mobilize so many troops in a short time. Yuan Shu's 300,000 troops, together with Sun Jian's 100,000 troops, had flags like a forest, and the momentum was as endless as the tide. Seeing that his army had overwhelmed other princes, Yuan Shu immediately showed a face full of pride. "Humph! Yuan Benshu, you are just a small Bohai county. How can you mobilize so many troops like me? This time, I won," Yuan Shu thought to himself. And Cao Cao, who was familiar with him, stepped forward and bowed to Yuan Shu and said, "Long time no see. Yuan Gonglu. How are you?" "Cao Amon." Yuan Shu didn't seem to take Cao Cao seriously, just looked at him sideways. Seeing Yuan Shu being so frivolous, the veins on Cao Cao's forehead suddenly popped up, and it was obvious that he was angered by the other party's attitude. But Cao Cao only wanted to know what kind of person Yuan Shu was. After taking a deep breath, he replied, "Very good. Very good. Cao Amon. As the saying goes, a country cannot be without a king for a day. I want you to support me to become the leader of the Prince's Alliance. Even if I can't be the leader, I will never let Yuan Benshu be the leader." "How did the matter between you 2 brothers burn to me?" Cao Cao muttered in his heart, and did not give a direct answer to Yuan Shu's request. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu are both outstanding children of the Runan Yuan family. The future head of the Runan Yuan family will basically be chosen between these two people. He Chao Chao is not a fool. Before the two people have decided the winner, he chose to stand on one side. Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, is here. Yuan Shao, the governor of Bohai, is here. The two princes of the Runan Yuan family are finally here. All the players looked at the elegant Yuan Shao, ignoring Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou. Beside him, Yuan Shao looked at everyone with high spirits, followed by two generals, Yin Liang and Wen Chou, and three counselors, Cui Hao, Feng Ji, and Su Yu, who were half a step behind him. His power was unprecedentedly strong. More importantly, Yuan Shao, like Yuan Shu, brought a full 300,000 troops. In terms of military strength, the two were equal, and neither of them could take advantage of this aspect. Behind Yuan Shao are Yin Liang and Wen Chou. Although their strength is not as good as the 5 Tiger Generals of Shuhan, their bravery is much higher than that of the 5 Tiger Generals. Is that Su Yu and Feng Ji? Why is there a counselor behind Yuan Shao? Is it one of Tian Feng and Zhu Shou? He is even more dangerous than Feng Ji and Su Yu. It shouldn't be Tian Feng and Zhu Shou. They are still working under Han Fu. But Tian Feng cannot be reused by Han Fu because of his personality. I heard that the counselor is the counselor of Zhonghu, the lord of Jizhou. He is Cui Hao, a famous civil official in the southern and northern dynasties, and the first counselor of the northern Wei dynasty. He is as capable as Wang Ming. He can be as capable as Wang Ming. Yuan Shao is really lucky to have such a counselor-level figure. With this person, it may be possible to end the contradictions within Yuan Shao's forces, and make Yuan Shao the real overlord of the north. All players were shocked and took a breath when they learned that Cui Hao had joined Yuan Shao's camp. Yuan Shao has Yin Liang and Wen Chou in the military, Cui Hao, Feng Ji and Su Yu in the civil service. If you add the large number of Jizhou generals and civil officials that Han Fu paid tribute to, it can be said that he has many brave generals and many counselors. The future overlord of Jizhou has already shown his edge, making many players present eager to move. Everyone knows that Yuan Shao, who has occupied Jizhou, Yuzhou, Bingzhou and Qingzhou, has much higher war potential than Cao Cao. If it weren't for the appearance of Su Yu, a traitor, and Chun Yuqiong, the Wuchao wine fairy, two immortal figures, Yuan Shao would not have been defeated so thoroughly by Cao Cao. Now that a counselor-level figure is joined, it can be regarded as making up for Yuan Shao's shortcomings. As long as Yuan Shao can reuse Cui Hao, it is not difficult to take over the entire Central Plains. Greetings, Governor of Bohai. I have met your uncle before and talked about you. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed a descendant of the Yuan family of Runan. Yuan Shao appeared with his troops and generals, attracting various princes to meet him. Chapter 374. As soon as Yuan Shao appeared, various princes rushed to meet him, including governors and relatives of the Han dynasty. Yuan Shu, who was also from the Runan Yuan family, did not receive such treatment, except for his old acquaintance Cao Cao who greeted him. Other princes had no intention of getting to know him. The situation was already very clear. In the eyes of these princes, Yuan Shao had a much greater chance of winning family resources than Yuan Shu. Yuan Benshu. Yuan Shu looked at Yuan Shao, who was like a socialite, and a nameless fire suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. It was okay that he could not be as popular as Yuan Shao, but the army he was proud of could not surpass Yuan Shao's Bohai army. The number of soldiers and horses of the two was about 300,000, and the strength of the troops was equal. Neither of them could do anything to the other, which was the most among all the princes. Gong Lu. Long time no see. Brother. I miss you so much. Yuan Shu had no intention to greet him, but Yuan Shao ignored the princes around him, and found Yuan Shu with a smile. Although Yuan Shao had a smiling face, Yin Liang and Wen Chou behind him seemed unfriendly, and they attacked Yuan Shu with boundless arrogance. Ji Ling, the first bodyguard standing behind Yuan Shu, felt great pressure, and immediately stepped forward with the three-pointed double-edged sword tightly grasped. The strong true energy turned into a circle in front of Yuan Shu, blocking the opponent's momentum. Yuan Shu's face darkened. He knew that Yuan Shao deliberately made such a gesture, just to give him a warning. It was a pity that Yuan Shu was also from the Runan Yuan family, and the fierce generals he recruited were only Ji Ling and others, far from being the opponent of Yin Liang and Wen Chou. You two, please talk it over nicely. Today is an important day for the meeting of the princes. Don't make trouble. or you will be laughed at by Dong the thief. Cao Cao, who knew the two brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, immediately found something wrong and quickly stood up to persuade them. These two masters were very dissatisfied with each other. If they got angry and fought, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers behind them would also fight, and the entire Swanzhou County would be caught in the flames of war. Not to mention that the eyes of the whole world were on this place. Just if Dong Zhuo, who was far away in Luoyang, knew about their internal strife, he might laugh at them loudly in the court. Gong Lu, some things are not what you want to get. To continue the reputation of the ruined Yuan family, you still have to rely on me. Seeing that Yuan Shu had suffered a loss, Yuan Shao was in a good mood. He walked down the steps set up by Cao Cao, led Yan Liang and Wen Chou to stand beside Yuan Shu, and his figure was half a step ahead of him. You? Yuan Shu was about to get angry, but was held down by Cao Cao next to him, and his eyes signaled him not to move. At this time, the soldiers sang out the names of the two lords. Shixie, the governor of Jiaxi, has arrived. Lu Yan, the governor of Yizhou, has arrived. Shixie, the governor of Jiaxi, and the lords of Jiaozhou? Another lord who shouldn't have appeared has also participated in the war against Dong Zhuo. Yizhou in the original history was in a state of blockade, so it did not participate in the war against Dong Zhuo. Now that there is a teleportation array, as long as Lu Yan opens the authority, he can come to Swanzhou County. The troops of the governor of Jiaxi were the first to leave the teleportation array. Surprisingly, the commander-in-chief of the Jiaxi army was not the governor Shixie, but a young man. A player from Jiaozhou recognized that the young general was Sun Wei, the second in command of Jiaxi County. Sun Wei rode a short warhorse, followed by a sturdy and powerful general. Jiaozhou basically did not produce any famous generals and civil officials in the Three Kingdoms, unless a recruitment order was obtained through a large-scale event. Jiaozhou players basically could not obtain the loyalty of famous generals. The fierce general behind Sun Wei was recruited by him through a recruitment order obtained in the National War. With the help of this fierce general, and the fact that he was one of the few great lords in Jiaozhou, he was soon appreciated by the top local families, and became the object of the Shi family's attention. If it were not for the scarcity of young and strong men in Jiaozhou, and the difficulty in recruiting 100,000 soldiers and horses in a short period of time, Sun Wei could only resort to the second best, and use the name of Shixie to go to war. Otherwise he could also become a new lord. Like Shixie, the army sent by Lu Yan, the governor of Yizhou, was not led by Lu Yan himself, but by his youngest son Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was not too old at this time. Facing the gazes of various princes, his face suddenly showed embarrassment. In the end, Lu Dai, who was also a relative of the Han dynasty, waved to Lu Zhang and motioned him to come to his side. Haha, I was right. How could Lu Yan, that coward, lead his troops away from his nest? I didn't expect that he would let his son go to the war. With Lu Zhang's ability, he really is not afraid that his son will be killed here. You know shit. Lu Yan's favorite son is Lu Mao. Otherwise, why would he only take Lu Mao with him when he left Luoyang, and leave the other sons in Luoyang as hostages? Lu Zhang is really lucky. Before Dong Zhuo controlled Luoyang, he found an excuse to leave first. Otherwise, Lu Zhang would become a hostage of Dong Zhuo like his two brothers. If Dong Zhuo knew that Lu Yan also participated in this expedition, he would be angry and directly chop his two brothers. Many players pointed at Lu Zhang, obviously having a great interest in the new princes. In the original history, Lu Yan could use the excuses of the inconvenience of mountain roads and Zhang Lu's control of Hanzhong to refuse to send troops. But now there is a teleportation array, and the troops can come to the front line and will through the teleportation array. As a relative of the Han dynasty, Lu Yan has no excuse. Many people think that letting Lu Zhang lead the troops is undoubtedly to let Lu Zhang die in the chaos, and no longer threaten Lu Mao to inherit the post of governor. Lu Zhang heard the surrounding voices clearly, but his character was very cowardly, and he did not dare to take any action in the face of these voices. On the contrary, the two fierce generals behind him heard so many insults to their master, and they wanted to kill these chattering guys directly. That fierce general holding a spear. Could it be Zhao Yun's senior brother Zhang Ren? And the older general holding a blade. Looks like Yan Yan. Zhang Ren. Yan Yan? These two are quite powerful. Zhang Ren is Zhao Yun's senior brother, and his spear technique is superb. And Yan Yan is also a general with both command and military power. Dong Yuan's two disciples have already gone down the mountain. The eldest brother Zhang Ren is on our side, and the second brother Zhang Xiu is on Dong Zhuo's side. I don't know if they will fight later. It's a pity that Zhao Yun, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, hasn't gone down the mountain yet. Otherwise it would be a magnificent scene if the three brothers fought on the same battlefield. Zhang Ren, the younger general of Yizhou, held a spear in one hand. When he heard the noisy noise around him, his face froze. He and Zhang Xiu entered the army at the same time. They often studied under Dong Yuan and honed their spear skills. The friendship between them was already very deep. Now they were forced to fight because of their different camps. It was really a pity. Yin Yin seemed to notice Zhang Ren's mood change and said softly, "Now you are the general of the Yizhou army. And your junior brother is a general of Dong the thief. The two sides are incompatible. There should be no worries on the battlefield." "I understand, General Yin. I want to defeat my junior brother and tie this guy back to persuade him to surrender. As long as we are in the same camp, we will not be afraid of fighting each other." Zhang Ren was able to become the Grand Commander of Yizhou. His psychological endurance was good. After hearing Yin Yan's words, his mood quickly adjusted. Yin Yan nodded and fell silent. At this time, 20 of the 21 princes had come, and the troops of the remaining princes had not arrived. Yuan Shu, who was manipulated by Yuan Shao before, was already in a very bad mood. Now he was delayed and cursed. Which lord's troops have not arrived yet? Such an important matter is still being dragged on, leaving these millions of troops waiting. As soon as the voice fell, the teleportation array in Swanzhou County suddenly became extremely bright, and the light like daylight engulfed all the people around. And a 150,000 strong army appeared. Li Ji led a group of elite soldiers and brave generals, and the murderous aura rose to the sky. It seemed that the whole world became a little dim, and the solemn atmosphere quietly filled the entire county. All the lords and the generals behind them had a solemn look on their faces. The appearance of this army was much more dangerous than other lords. Li Ji, the governor of Kuaiji, has arrived. Li Ji rode a tall horse, followed by 5 generals: Li Cunxiao, Huang Dong, Shi Jingxi, Yang Zixing, and Chen Dao, and 3 counselors: Shi Jisai, Gui Jia, and Jia Su, on his left and right. The lineup was so luxurious that no other princes could match it. But what attracted people more was that Li Ji's lineup also included 2 female generals, Isabella and Nefertiti. Especially Nefertiti, who had a full charm value of 100, was watched by countless eyes in every move. Hack, is this a battle or a pleasure? My god, I'm jealous. It seems that Li Ji captured the Western female generals in the National War. I didn't expect that Li Ji had captured them not long after the National War. All the players present were envious and jealous. They originally wanted to see the legendary Flying Tiger general, but with the appearance of Isabella and Nefertiti, this idea had long been forgotten. How can a strong man, with muscles all over his body, be as good-looking as a girl? Li Ji paid no attention to these gazes. Instead, he bowed to Cao Cao, who was closest to him, and said, "Brother Mingda, how are you?" "Ah ha ha ha. How are you, Brother Anmin? It has been several years since we parted in Luoyang. Now that I see you, I know that you haven't changed much." Cao Cao reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He now had some self-doubts, whether he liked mature beauties or married women. I didn't expect that Brother Anmin actually liked such a woman. No wonder he had always refused the marriage I had arranged for you. Changsha Governor Sun Jian also made friends with Li Ji during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. But what surprised Li Ji was that Sun Jian was still worried about his daughter's marriage. As far as Li Ji knew, Sun Jian's daughter was born not long ago. Suddenly Li Ji noticed that there was a half-grown boy following Sun Jian's buttocks, and Sun Sa made a face at him. This little tyrant. Li Ji shook his head and laughed. Cao Cao and Sun Jian were the 2 lords who were most familiar with Li Ji. After talking with these 2 people, several other lords came to make friends with Li Ji. Most of the lords who came to make friends were player lords, such as Lingling Governor Chu Xiong, Jiaoji's second-in-command Sun Wei, Shuzhou Mu's subordinate Cheng Shang, and Zhujian Governor Ding Xia. These players have joined forces with Li Ji in the National War. Now they are in the same camp. There is no territory conflict for the time being, and they get along very happily. The territory of Jiaozhou is too far to the south, and you and Chu Xiong are 2 big mountains above. I will never be able to dominate the central plains in this life. After seeing the lineup of Li Ji and Chu Xiong, Sun Wei immediately wanted to lie down. Jiaozhou borders Yangzhou and Jingzhou. If Sun Wei develops outward, he will inevitably have conflicts with the princes of Yangzhou and Jingzhou. Coincidentally, the recognized First Lord player Li Ji is in Yangzhou, and Chu Xiong, who is quite powerful, is also in Lingling, not far from Jiaozhou. Do you think my life is easy? That Lu Biao is simply not a human being. Every day, he uses the name of the governor to ask me to pacify the bandits and barbarians in the state. I really can't have a moment of leisure. And I don't even have time to farm. Chu Xiong also said with a sullen face. Li Ji didn't expect that other players' lives were so hard. It seemed that only he had the spare energy to fight against the governor. Then he chuckled and said, in fact, we don't have to go north to compete for the Central Plains in Jiaozhou. After all, the geographical disadvantage is there. It's not that we can go south to fight those monkeys in Annan, occupy the peninsula, and take over the Strait of Malacca. Maybe they will live a better life than us. That makes sense. Sun Wei's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, I can't beat you. And I can't deal with those monkeys? Li Ji, if you lend me troops to clear the islands on the equator and control the Strait of Malacca, I will give you a share every year. I can help you when the time is right. Li Ji nodded and replied, the Strait of Malacca is vital to the world. Even with the teleportation array, it will have a significant weakening on this strait. But the teleportation array has various restrictions. The sea transportation method will never be eliminated. And the Strait of Malacca will also play a vital role. Hearing that Li Ji was willing to send troops to help Sun Wei, Chu Xiong was also somewhat tempted and said, Li Ji, once Lu Biao unified the entire Jingzhou, the danger of the Yangtze River in Yangzhou would no longer exist for him. Otherwise, you can also lend me some soldiers to play with. I don't want many. Just one Li Tsuanqi will do. You are dreaming. Li Ji rolled his eyes helplessly and replied, if you really can't beat Lu Biao, I can send troops to help you. But I must give you enough money and resources. Of course. Of course. Chu Xiong didn't expect that just a few words would pull Li Ji into his camp. He was immediately overjoyed, and his face was full of smiles. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Ji's team would have no problem sweeping the entire Yangzhou. And Chu Xiong, with Li Ji as his backer, had a lot of confidence in competing with Lu Biao for Jingzhou. Chapter 375. Chu Xiong has his own little calculations. And Li Ji also has his own considerations. Jingzhou has an extremely important position in all dynasties. When Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang 3 times, Zhuge Liang said, Jingzhou is located in the north of Hanyan, and the benefits are all over the South China Sea. It can be connected to Wuhui in the east, and to Ba and Shu in the west. And Lu Su, the second general of the Eastern Wu, also told Sun Quan that Jingzhou and Eastern Wu are geographically connected, and the Yangtze River flows eastward from Jingzhou into Wu, and also carries the Yangtze and Han rivers. Jingzhou is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and is the western gateway of Eastern Wu. It must be controlled by Eastern Wu for their power to be safe. The competition between the 3 forces of Wei, Shu and Wu over Jingzhou can be said to be a microcosm of the competition for the Central Plains. If Li Ji takes over the entire Yangzhou, his power will be equivalent to that of Eastern Wu in the past. So the next step is to take over Jingzhou in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. As long as Jingzhou is taken, he, Li Ji, can take a radical approach and march north to the Central Plains from Xiangyang. If conservative, he can control Jingzhou and Yangzhou and split the south based on the danger of the Yangtze River. Although Chu Xiong is one of the most powerful lords in Jingzhou, and he has also become the governor of Lingling. Among all the players in Jingzhou, he has the best hope of taking Jingzhou. But in front of Lu Biao, who rode into Jingzhou alone, Chu Xiong's team seemed not good enough. Not to mention the military generals, the outstanding children of the Kuai family, and the Kai family in Jingzhou alone can drown Chu Xiong with a spit. In history, Lu Biao had hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and no shortage of fierce generals and counselors. He had unlimited potential for war in Jingzhou, a rich land. Liu Bei, who wandered around in the first half of his life, also came to Jingzhou, a treasure land, and transformed into a real prince. In Li Ji's view, the more chaotic Jingzhou is, the better. It is best to start a war at every moment. In this way, whether Lu Biao or Chu Xiong takes Jingzhou, they will lose the most precious period of development. At that time, Li Ji had already integrated the resources of Yangzhou, swept all forces in Jingzhou with the momentum of swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger, and controlled the entire Yangtze River. Since Chu Xiong wanted to fight Lu Biao, Li Ji simply went with the flow, helped him when necessary, and pitted Lu Biao. Oh! Others asked you to send troops to help, and you agreed directly. I sold you so many horses, but your troops have not shown up yet. Ding Xia hit Li Ji with dissatisfaction in her eyes. I also paid for your war horses. Look at where there are big dogs in the south who buy so many war horses from you every year. The money I spent on you is enough for you to build a group of well-equipped troops. Li Ji rubbed his swollen shoulders. He didn't expect Ding Xia to hit him so hard, and with so much strength. Your money is not as good as the grant I got from Lu Yu. Ding Xia said with her hands on her chest. I know. I know. Lu Yu's most capable general. If he doesn't count on you, who else can he count on to help him fight Gong Sun Zan? Ding Xia is lucky. She has Yang Miaozhen, and Shi Saiwa for military. Qin Lianyu for command. Song Xinsa for wisdom. And Lu Yu as a big mountain behind her. On the other hand, although Gong Sun Zan has the help of Lu Guan and Zhang, it is difficult for him to gain much advantage over Lu Yu, who has the help of Ding Xia and a group of female generals. The speed of conquering Yuzhou is much slower than in history. When Chu Xiong and Sun Wei heard that Ding Xia was selling war horses, they immediately started to rub their fists and feet, and asked Ding Xia about the price of the war horses. There are few horses in the south, especially in Chu Xiong and Sun Wei in Jiaozhou, who are in the south of Jing. War horses are an extremely rare strategic resource. Now that they have a channel to buy war horses, they can't help but get excited. These three princes began to ignore Li Ji and do business. Li Ji was also happy to be idle, and directly scanned the other princes with his eyes. These princes did not take the initiative to greet Li Ji. Basically, they had no relationship. Li Ji did not like to stick to the cold, but with a warm face. He just looked at them, and got familiar with them. Noticing Li Ji's sight, many princes also nodded to Li Ji. But when Li Ji saw Yanzhou Mulu die, he found that the other party looked at him with a dark face. Originally, Li Ji thought that he had some grievances with him before. But when he thought of the relationship between Lu Dai and Lu Yao, he suddenly understood. Lu Dai and Lu Yao were born of the same father, and most of the time, they were on the same side. Li Ji had been bullying Lu Yao in Yangzhou. So Lu Dai, as a brother, naturally would not have a good face to show Li Ji. But Li Ji didn't care. He had already offended Lu Yao. So it didn't matter if he offended Lu Dai again. As the saying goes, more deaths don't weigh you down. One more Lu Dai is not much. And one less Lu Dai is not much. Besides, Li Ji remembered very clearly that after the war against Dongzhuo was over, Lu Dai would not live for long. Instead of getting along well with Lu Dai, Li Ji might as well improve his relationship with Cao Cao, the future governor of Yanzhou. Li Ji, the alliance is the most important thing. But you came so late, making all the princes in the world wait for you. Looking at your troops, it doesn't seem to be too much. Suddenly a duck-like voice sounded. Li Ji looked towards the source of the voice, and the figure of the skeleton King Yuan Shu suddenly appeared in his sight. Li Ji raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Yuan Shu to make trouble for him at this time. It seemed that Yuan Shu was still thinking about the unpleasantness with him in the general's mansion before. However, Li Ji would not indulge the other party. He coughed twice, and said tiredly, I accidentally caught a cold before, and could not handle the affairs of the county. Please forgive me for being late. It's okay. It's okay. The other princes shook their heads and said. Others were infected with colds, but they still insisted on leading troops to fight against Dong. It can be seen how the other party cares about the Han dynasty. Ordinary princes would not trouble Li Ji for this small problem. Is Anmin's body healed? There are many doctors in our army accompanying him. Sun Jian asked with concern. Li Ji waved his hand and replied, Don't worry. Yuan Taisho sent someone to send some elixirs a few days ago. With the governor's elixirs, my body is recovered. Elixir? The other princes present looked at each other, and they always felt that this elixir seemed to have other meanings. Yuan Shao, who was next to Yuan Shu, suddenly turned black. He wanted to see how Yuan Shu would lose Li Ji's face. But Li Ji's words about elixir instantly made him the focus of everyone. Yuan Shao wanted to be noticed by everyone, but not in this way. Yuan Shao took a small step forward and was about to explain when Li Ji suddenly winked at him and said loudly, Everyone, listen to what I have to say. Now Xuanzhou has gathered 21 princes with millions of soldiers and armors. But if there is no one to unify and control them, the princes will only fight on their own. How can they be the opponent of Dong the thief? In Ji's opinion, it is better to elect a leader to lead the princes to fight together. How about it? And Yuan Benchu, the governor of Bohai, is not only from the Yuan family of Renan, but also the first prince to write the manifesto against Dongzhuo. He has a good reputation, and is always concerned about us small princes. He is undoubtedly a man of both virtue and talent. Li Ji believes that Yuan Benchu should be the leader of the alliance. After hearing Li Ji's words, Yuan Shao's eyes lit up. Just as his advisor Cui Hao said, blood relatives are not as good as bribes. Before, Yuan Shu had always competed with him, and they were incompatible. Li Ji's words directly lifted him up, and tried to help him become the leader of the alliance, which was comparable to a divine assist. Becoming the leader of the princes and commanding millions of troops is a magnificent thing. Moreover, as the leader of the alliance, he could also suppress Yuan Shu. As for the panacea mentioned by Li Ji, he had long forgotten it. No panacea is more important than the leader of the princes. That makes sense. Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou and a disciple of Yuan, was the first to speak out in support. Bohai Taisho is the best candidate for the position of leader in terms of both talent and character. Han Fu is worthy of being a loyal younger brother of Renan Yuan. And he stated his position directly. Benchu is indeed a good candidate for the position of leader. Cao Cao muttered in a low voice. But Yuan Shu never heard it clearly. At this time, Yuan Shu was extremely emotional. And he looked at Li Ji as if he was looking at the murderer of his father. If he had the power, Li Ji would have been cut into pieces by him. In Yuan Shu's view, he had pushed Li Ji to Yuan Shao's side before, and the other party was willing to give up the position of leader and push Yuan Shao up to avenge himself. He hated Li Ji, but he hated Yuan Shao even more. At this time, Yuan Shao had become a key figure among the princes, and his popularity was unparalleled. Yuan Shu looked up at Sun Jian, signaling the Jianong tiger, who was forced to be tied to his chariot to speak for him. Sun Jian gritted his teeth and said, in fact, Yuan Gonglu is also from the Yuan family of Renan, and is the candidate for the leader of the alliance. But his words did not stir up waves in the discussion of the princes, and were instantly covered by the voices of other princes. Yuan Shu's face instantly turned livid. Except for the generals under Yuan Shu. No one paid attention to Yuan Shu's feelings. Yuan Shu's generals wanted to comfort him, but Yuan Shu exuded murderous aura, so they dared not speak out, fearing that if something went wrong, they might lose their heads. Li Ji, who had taken the lead, had quietly retreated, watching coldly Yuan Shao, who was deeply trapped in the center of public opinion but remained indifferent. According to the tradition of China, once a position such as the leader of the alliance is taken, the person with the highest voice will definitely refuse. And 3 requests and 3 concessions are the most basic operations. Yuan Shao smiled knowingly, cleared his throat and said, everyone, I am only a prefect of a county, and there are many governors and provincial governors among the princes present, and compared with the Yuan family of Renan, the relatives of the Han dynasty are more qualified to be the leader of the alliance. In my opinion, the governor of Yanzhou should be the leader. Among the princes present, only Lu Dai, Tao Qian, Kong Rong, and Lu Zhang, who represented Lu Yin, were governors and provincial governors, and among them, Lu Dai and Lu Zhang were relatives of the Han dynasty. After all, Lu Zhang represented Lu Yin, and was not as senior and older as Lu Dai. According to Yuan Shao, Lu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou, was naturally the best candidate to be the leader of the alliance. However, the princes who had brains or counselors around them, such as Cao Cao and Li Ji, could see at a glance that Yuan Shao's words were just an excuse. Although Lu Dai was a relative of the Han dynasty and a governor of a state, the number of Lu Dai's Yanzhou army was far less than Yuan Shao's, and his military level was not good. If it was just a competition of blood, then Liu Bei, who had surrendered to Gong Sunzan, would also be qualified to run for the position of leader. Lu Dai easily understood Yuan Shao's little thoughts and said nonchalantly, the leader requires overall planning, and my ability is average. On the other hand, Benchu's talent is excellent, and I can't compare. This leader is still the best for Benchu. He knew his own weight and how important the leader was to the prince's coalition. Lu Dai didn't dare to take this job, so he had to give the leader to Yuan Shao, who was more suitable. Lu Dai's words undoubtedly firmly pressed Yuan Shao to the position of leader. Unless there is someone more qualified than Yuan Shao to be the leader, it is a foregone conclusion that Yuan Shao will be the leader. Seeing Yuan Shao's expression of wanting to laugh, but not wanting to laugh, Li Ji suddenly became a little happy. Although in terms of ability, there are indeed candidates who are more suitable than Yuan Shao to be the leader among the 21 princes. But no one can compare with Yuan Shao in terms of both ability and qualifications. For example, Cao Cao and Sun Jian, who are outstanding princes, cannot compare with Yuan Shao, who was born in the Yuan family of Renan. In terms of qualifications, while Yuan Shu and Lu Dai, who have prominent family backgrounds, cannot compare with Yuan Shao in terms of ability. Everyone laughed at Yuan Shao for being good at making plans, but not knowing that it is also extremely difficult to become the overlord of the north. However, Li Ji knew that the position of the leader of the princes was not so easy to be. Let's not talk about the princes below who are like Sun Jian, who exploded at a glance. Just talk about Dong Zhuo, who is far away in Luoyang. If Dong Zhuo knew who would be the leader of the alliance, he would certainly point the spearhead at the other party. Killing the family hostages in Luoyang was a small matter, but it would be a big deal if the attack was directed at himself. Everyone has seen the ferocity of the Xiliang army, and no one wants to face the main force of Dong Zhuo's army. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick out will be shot down. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The leader of the alliance is a thing with advantages and disadvantages, and it depends on each person's means. In this case, Shao will definitely live up to you. Yuan Shao bowed heavily to the other princes, forcibly suppressing the joy in his heart. After Yuan Shao took over the position of leader of the alliance, Yuan Shu's expression was the ugliest. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to seize Yuan Shao's limelight and let the family focus on himself. Now it's good. Yuan Shao has become the leader of the alliance, and is the nominal boss of all the princes. Everyone, including him, Yuan Shu, must obey Yuan Shao's orders. Yuan Shu was suppressed by Yuan Shao above him. How could he still stand out and gain the trust of the family? One was full of vigor and vitality, while the other was as black as coal. If you observe the two brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu a little, you will find that they are already in a situation of being in harmony, but not in harmony. As long as there is an opportunity, the two brothers will break up and never have any contact with each other, completely splitting the signboard of Renan Yuan family in two. At that time, the head of Renan Yuan family will have a headache. Chapter 376. There is no general in the army. Ji Ling is the vanguard. The next day, in the Swanza camp, the sound of war drums rang out like thunder, and the princes from all walks of life set out from their respective garrisons and led their generals and advisors to the altar. The platform was built on 3 levels, with 5-sided flags, white flags and yellow axes, military seals, and general seals on it. Yuan Shao climbed onto the altar with the support of the princes from all walks of life. Shao straightened his clothes and took his sword, went up with emotion, burned incense and bowed again, and said loudly, "The Han dynasty is unfortunate, and the imperial power has lost its rule. The traitor Dong Zhuo took advantage of the opportunity to harm, brought disaster to the supreme ruler, and abused the people. Shao and others were afraid that the country would be lost, so they gathered the righteous army and went to the national crisis. All our allies will work together to serve as ministers, and there will be no second intention. If you violate this alliance, you will lose your life and cannot leave behind your descendants. The heavens and the earth, the ancestors and the spirits, are all witnesses." After saying this, Yuan Shao suddenly drew out the sword from his waist, and lightly wiped his finger, and a drop of blood in the shape of a water drop fell into the wine bowl in front of him. The others also imitated Yuan Shao's action, and dripped their own blood into the wine bowl. "We swear to kill the thief Dong! We swear to kill the thief Dong!" Yuan Shao grabbed the wine bowl in front of him, bowed to the sky, and then drank all the wine in the bowl, and the other princes followed suit. After the 21 princes drank the wine, they threw the wine bowls in their hands on the ground with great enthusiasm, completing the blood oath. As a series of shattering sounds continued to sound, the crowd of players and soldiers who were watching suddenly became excited. After this step was completed, the prelude to the battle against Dong officially opened. "I didn't expect blood to be so hard to drink." Ding Xiao put on a rather disgusting expression towards Li Ji, and spit on the ground while the other princes were not paying attention. "Be careful to be seen by Yuan Shao. Otherwise, he will kick you out of the coalition camp directly." Li Ji looked helplessly at Yuan Shao, who was gathering the princes not far away. The blood oath was obviously made with the blood of livestock. But Yuan Shao, for the sake of appearance, took the lead in cutting his own finger, and used his own blood to swear the blood oath. The long Yuan sword was too sharp. Li Ji just pressed it lightly on his finger, and cut a big hole directly, and the blood kept flowing. Li Ji felt that he had not started the battle yet, but he had lost a lot of blood. After completing a series of processes such as the blood oath, Yuan Shao sat in the tent, set up a banquet in the camp, and invited all the princes to sit down. Li Ji's number of troops was not high or low, but because of his previous record, he was assigned to a relatively advanced position by Yuan Shao, second only to Lu Dai. Tao Qian, and other governors and Han Dynasty relatives. After 3 rounds of wine, Cao Cao saw that the atmosphere had reached an extremely delicate time. So he held the wine bowl and said to all the princes present, "Since the leader of the alliance has been established, each should obey the orders and support the country together, and do not care about the strength." Mingda said it well. Sitting in the first seat, Yuan Shao said with a smile, "Although Shao is not talented, since I have been elected as the leader of the alliance by you all, I will reward those who have made contributions and punish those who have committed crimes. The country has regular punishments and the army has discipline. Everyone should abide by them and not violate them." As the leader of the alliance, he naturally emphasized his status at this time to prevent other princes from having other intentions. "We must respect the orders of the leader and fight against Dong the thief together." The atmosphere was so tense that the princes did not dare to offend Yuan Shao's intentions and responded one after another. As for how much sincerity there was in this, only he himself knew. Lu Yenzhou is a relative of the Han Dynasty and a governor of a state. He is the best candidate to serve as the deputy leader. I wonder if Lu Yenzhou is willing to help me control the 3 armies. Everything is subject to the orders of the leader. Lu Dai bowed to Yuan Shao and accepted the appointment. Although Yuan Shao is from the Runan Yuan family, he is after all for the Lu Han Dynasty, and he needs the help of a relative of the Han Dynasty with great weight. In fact, Lu Yi behind Ding Xiao and Lu Yin represented by Lu Zhang are more suitable to serve as Yuan Shao's deputy than Lu Dai. Unfortunately, these 2 people did not come to the scene, so Yuan Shao could only choose Lu Dai as a second choice. Lu Dai himself had no objection. He came here to solve the little emperor controlled by Dong Zhuo. As for who will be the leader and who will be the deputy leader, he has no opinion. In his eyes, Yuan Shao's actions are just giving peaches and returning plums. The transportation of grain and grass is a major matter concerning our soldiers, and it needs to be in charge of a capable lord. Nanyang County has always been one of the most important counties in the Han Dynasty. My brother Yuan Shu must have sufficient grain and grass in charge of this county. How about my brother Yuan Shu be the grain officer? Do you have any objections?" Yuan Shao spoke again. But this time, the target was on Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu's face froze. Let him be responsible for the grain and grass of millions of troops. Isn't this asking him to empty the entire Nanyang County? Besides, even if he plundered the food of all the people in Nanyang County, he couldn't support the battle of millions of troops for a long time. Yuan Shao's move seemed to be an important task, but in fact it was to trip him up and weaken his power. Yuan Shu glanced at the other lords and found that these people either laughed secretly without covering their expressions with their sleeves, or tried to hold back their smiles, with their mouths twitching constantly. Alliance leader, with the ability of Yuan Taisho, it may not be possible to gather the food and grass for millions of troops. At this time, Li Ji bowed to Yuan Shao and said, adding fuel to the fire, "Li Ji is very good at holding grudges. Yuan Shu mocked him when he first came, and he will definitely not forget this grudge. Now that he has the opportunity, he will push Yuan Shu to the top." "Is that so?" Facing Li Ji's assist, Yuan Shao secretly laughed, but his face did not show any joy, but a hint of hesitation. He seemed to be affected by Li Ji's words and doubted Yuan Shu's ability. "Alliance leader, I, Yuan Gonglu, will definitely gather the food and grass for millions of troops," being mocked by the other party, especially by his direct competitor Yuan Shao. No matter how stable Yuan Shu was, he fell directly into Li Ji's trap and accepted Yuan Shao's appointment. He would rather be looked down upon by others than let Yuan Shao look down on him. If Yuan Shao looked down on him, where could he stand in the Runan Yuan family? Although Nanyang County is one of the largest counties, Gonglu has also paid a lot for the 300,000 troops. I am afraid that you are not able to support millions of troops. Let's put it this way. Han Jizhou, you also help Gonglu collect food and grass. Food and grass logistics support is the top priority. If the entire army is not well fed, the probability of successfully defeating Dong Zhuo is basically zero. Yuan Shao did not want to let the entire army fall into an irretrievable situation because of revenge against Yuan Shu. So he asked Han Fu, who was in charge of Jizhou, a wealthy state, and also his loyal follower, to deal with this matter with Yuan Shu. Fu obeys the leader's orders. Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou, answered with a bow. After teasing Yuan Shu, Yuan Shao finally discussed the specific details of the crusade against Dong Zhuo with the princes. He spread out a map in front of everyone, and then pointed his finger at a pass not far from Luoyang City. Look, Luoyang City is guarded by 8 passes. We can only drive straight into Luoyang City if we conquer one of the passes. The closest pass to us is Hulao Pass. I wonder which prince is willing to bring his own troops and serve as the vanguard for our army." As soon as Yuan Shao finished speaking, the other 20 princes were silent. They looked at each other and kept silent. What a joke. Hulao Pass is the gateway to Luoyang City. A world-famous pass. As long as Dong Zhuo sends a good general and some troops, he can keep them out. If you want to attack such a strong pass, you can only take it if you risk the lives of your soldiers. But which lord is willing to do such a thing that will damage your own power? Everyone fell silent, waiting for a fool to ask for battle. Li Taisho, you have pacified the Yellow Turbans and suppressed the Liangzhou rebels. Even General Huangfu admires you. Such a tough guy should not be difficult for you. Yuan Shu remembered Li Ji's instigation just now, but he agreed to Yuan Shao's appointment in a moment of excitement, and there was no regret medicine. Now there is a chance to push Li Ji up and lose Li Ji's own power. How could Yuan Shu give up this good opportunity? Li Ji glanced at Yuan Shu and knew that this guy had no good intentions. Yuan Shu seemed to be praising him, but in fact, he was flattering him and letting him indulge in praise and agree to Yuan Shu. Such a clumsy plan. Let alone Li Ji understood it. Anyone who caught it would know what Yuan Shu was thinking. Hasn't Yuan Taisho forgotten that I caught a cold a few days ago? Even with the miraculous medicine said by the leader, I was barely cured. The doctor in the army told me not to use force these days. Alas, I want to kill the enemy but I can't. If the leader really wants me to be the vanguard, Ji will naturally not refuse. But with Ji's attitude, I'm afraid I can't be Dong Zhuo's opponent. If we lose to Dong Zhuo, won't it be a loss of face for our coalition? Li Ji coughed a few times, holding his chest, and said sullenly, then looked at Yuan Shu and said, I heard that Yuan Taisho has 300,000 troops under his command, and a good general named Ji Ling. Yuan Taisho, who has both soldiers and generals, should have no problem taking Hulao Pass. You? Yuan Shu didn't expect Li Ji to be so eloquent and throw the problem back to himself. This time, Yuan Shu not only didn't get any benefits from Li Ji, but also got into a lot of trouble. Although he was arrogant, he also understood that Hulao Pass was not something that ordinary people could take. If an army of 300,000 went to attack Hulao Pass, not even a trace of it would be left. When the other princes heard what Li Ji said, they felt that this was also true. Li Ji was not allowed to use force these days, so he was naturally not the best candidate to be the vanguard officer. But you, Yuan Shu, have a full 300,000 troops in your hands. Together with Yuan Shao, you are the princes with the largest number of troops. When will you not make an effort? Yuan Shu saw that all the princes were looking at him, and his face suddenly changed. Seeing Yuan Shao eager to try, Yuan Shu immediately changed his words and said, I am a grain officer, and I have an important responsibility. How can my 300,000 troops move at will? It would be bad if they were robbed by Dong. Since Li Taisho is unwell, you should not be the vanguard officer. It's a bit of a waste to have 300,000 troops in the rear. As Li Ji's warhorse supplier, Shui County Taisho Ding Xiao immediately spoke out, wishing to force Yuan Shu to death. Taisho Ding is right. Taisho Yuan has soldiers and generals, and is the best candidate for the vanguard officer. Chu Xiong and Sun Wei, who have a close relationship with Li Ji, came out to fan the flames one after another, fearing that Yuan Shu could not be the vanguard officer. Everyone knows that Hulao Pass is comparable to a mountain, especially these player princes. They all know that the princes' coalition did not take Hulao Pass in the end. If Dong Zhuo had not moved the capital, it would have been unknown when the battle would have ended. Even a tough guy like San Jin fell down and lost a general when he was fighting at Sisui Pass, also known as Hulao Pass. With the three princes taking the lead, other princes also put forward their own opinions and supported Yuan Shu to serve as the vanguard officer. It was rare for such a big injustice to appear. They would rather hang up on the side and watch Yuan Shu get frustrated, preferably with a bloody head. If we talk about who is the happiest among all the princes present, it must be the leader Yuan Shao. Originally, after Li Ji was put on the stage by Yuan Shu, he tried to help Li Ji out. But in the end, Li Ji turned from defense to offense and directly pushed Yuan Shu up. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to weaken Yuan Shu? As for the position of the vanguard officer, it actually doesn't matter who takes it, because everyone can see that with only tens of thousands of people, how can it be possible to take down Hulao Pass? If it was so easy to take down this pass, Yuan Shao would not need to summon the powerful princes in the world and fight Dong Zhuo alone. Gonglu, you can't say that. Everyone knows that you are a great lord with 300,000 troops. And you have Jiling, a good general. The small Hulao Pass is no problem at all. The vanguard is our position. And it must be you. As for the food and grass, let Han Fu take care of it for the time being. But the leader? No buts. Gonglu. You are the vanguard officer because everyone wants you to be the vanguard. Your troops will rest today and march to Hulao Pass tomorrow. Yuan Shu wanted to fight for that glimmer of hope, but was rudely interrupted by Yuan Shao. Since the leader said so, I will let Jiling lead the troops tomorrow. Yuan Shu replied with a sullen face. And he couldn't hide the look in his eyes that wanted to kill someone. He finally understood that these lords were more cunning than each other. And they were all like him. They participated in the fight against Dong Zhuo just to gain a reputation, and had no intention of contributing at all. But it was good this way. If Yuan Shu ran into a wall at Hulao Pass, he could use this excuse to send his troops back to the rear and no longer participate in the more brutal war. After deciding on the vanguard officer, all the princes finally put down their worries. Yuan Shao, who was in a good mood, immediately sent dancers to play music and dance. Li Ji, who was standing aside, looked at this group of princes who were living a life of drunkenness and dreaming, and shook his head helplessly. There was no general in the army, so Ji Ling was the vanguard. Unexpectedly, one day, Liao Hua, the protagonist of this sentence, was replaced by Ji Ling. Chapter 377 Hua Xiong and Qin Fan. The allied forces of the princes sent a vanguard to Hulao Pass. The guard of Hulao Pass who learned of this did not dare to agree, and hurriedly sent someone to inform Dong Zhuo and others who were far away in Luoyang City. In these days, Dong Zhuo has torn off his disguise mask and completely let go of himself. Not to mention the rebellious things such as sleeping on the dragon bed and playing with the concubines of the previous emperor. There are countless palace maids who were thrown out of the palace and played to death every day. That's all. In order to satisfy his own selfish desires, Dong Zhuo asked the Shiliang army under his command to forcibly capture women in the city and fill them into the palace for his enjoyment. If it weren't for Li Ru, a sober person beside him, who dissuaded him, Dong Zhuo's claws would have reached the aristocratic families in the city long ago. Dong Zhuo played even crazier than Lu Hong, making everyone, including the young emperor Lu Xie, recognize Dong Zhuo's true face. And all of them hated Dong Zhuo, who was like a devil. The allied forces of the princes outside the 8 passes were so powerful that even without the news from the commander of Hulao Pass, many people in the city knew about the noise. Especially the ministers who had lived in the city for a long time and were deeply tortured by Dong Zhuo. They all felt that there was a ray of hope for escaping from Dong Zhuo's clutches, and the Han dynasty could still be saved. The soldiers who delivered the letter knelt on the ground and trembled, not daring to look at Dong Zhuo, who was roaring wildly in front of him, especially the sword in Dong Zhuo's hand, for fear that it would fall on him because of Dong Zhuo's anger. This group of rebels, evil thieves. Dong Zhuo was furious when he learned that 21 princes and millions of soldiers and horses had gathered in Xuanzhou County and were about to attack in a few days. He was so angry that he swung his sword and chopped the palace made in his arms to the ground. Among the 21 names, there were many familiar names to him, especially the 2 brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu and Li Ji. Dong Zhuo was a student of the Yuan family of Renan in the past, and he always had some respect for Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Therefore, when fighting for Luoyang, he did not kill Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, and let them withdraw from Luoyang safely without any damage. As for Li Ji, when he put down the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the other party helped Dong Zhuo a lot, and deliberately gave him credit to rescue him from prison, which made Dong Zhuo subconsciously think that Li Ji wanted to make friends with him. Later, when suppressing the Liangzhou rebels, although Li Ji had some conflicts with him, there were no major conflicts in general, and there was no excessive damage to their friendship. Until not long ago, Li Ji asked for the position of Wujun prefect from him through the relationship of his son-in-law Niufu, and Dong Zhuo happily helped Li Ji to settle the matter, because he felt that Li Ji chose to contact him at this time. He should stand on his side. But in the end, Li Ji, the prince who had the deepest friendship with him, actually became a member of the coalition and raised troops to attack him. Father-in-law, don't be so angry. Please take care of yourself, Niufu said carefully when he saw Dong Zhuo in a rage. But before he finished speaking, he saw Dong Zhuo's sword stabbing at him, and the sharp tip of the sword hurt his pupils. Fortunately, his good son Lu Bu took action and clamped the sword with his 2 fingers. The strong force prevented the sword from moving forward. Father, they are just a group of princes. In my eyes, they are no different from chickens and dogs. Lu Bu said proudly. I'm not angry at the princes outside, but at this guy who doesn't know people well and can't see Li Ji's wolfish ambition. Dong Zhuo took back his sword and gritted his teeth in anger. If Niu Fu was not his son-in-law, but an ordinary general, he would have killed Niu Fu on the spot. My lord, the current plan should be to find a way to repel the princes outside the pass, instead of fighting internally here, Qin Hui said. I also know this. But when you as an envoy to the Baiba army and the Black Mountain army, and there is no one around who can give me advice. Huiji, I know you are very wise. Do you have any strategy to repel the enemy? Dong Zhuo was surrounded by a group of rough men, and few of them were eloquent. The general affairs of the court were handled by the ministers left by Lu Hong. Now that repelling the enemy was such an important matter, Dong Zhuo could only consult Li Ru and Qin Hui. Mr. Li is the most important counselor of the Lord, and the Baiba army and the Black Mountain army of Jizhou are very important to us. Only Mr. Li can persuade them. Qin Hui pondered for a while, and then said, Hula Pass is a rare pass in the world. If the coalition forces want to take this pass, the price they pay is extremely high. Now they send the vanguard troops, just to take it before we react. The Lord can send a good general to guard Hula Pass first, and we will raise food and troops in the rear and support Hula Pass soon. Father, I am willing to go. When he heard that there was a war to be fought, Lu Bu, who was almost rusting in Luoyang, was like a chicken blood, and he kept asking Dong Zhuo for orders. Father-in-law, who is willing to make meritorious service by guarding Hula Pass and repelling the enemy's vanguard. Please let Fu go. Niu Fu also asked for orders. My lord, I, Li Ju, am willing to go. My lord, I, Guasi, am willing to go. My lord. Not only Lu Bu and Niu Fu asked for orders, but all the generals, both large and small, asked for orders from Dong Zhuo as soon as they heard that they were going to fight. It was a rare opportunity to make military achievements and climb up the ladder. How could they miss this opportunity? Even if they couldn't go, they could leave a good impression in front of Dong Zhuo. Seeing his arrogant soldiers and brave generals scrambling for the first place, Dong Zhuo felt much better. But he was now entangled and didn't know which general to choose to fight. My son Feng Xian is brave and good at fighting. It's no problem to repel the vanguard of the coalition forces. Why don't we let Feng Xian go? When Lu Bu heard Dong Zhuo's name, he was immediately overjoyed. However, when he was about to bow his hands to accept the order, a rough voice sounded. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? General Lu is a rare warrior in the world. I, Hua Xiong, am not talented, but I am willing to go to Hula Pass first to defeat the enemy for you. A 9-foot-tall, tiger-like body, wolf-like waist, leopard-like head, and ape-like arms of Shiliang warrior Hua Xiong stepped out and said loudly. Hua Xiong was originally the most powerful warrior of the Shiliang army and the most respected warrior by Dong Zhuo. As a result, with the joining of Qin Fan and other forces, his strength was not enough. Later, in order to balance Qin Fan's power, Dong Zhuo took Lu Bu, a Baotou man, as his adopted son, which made Hua Xiong's status plummet. Now that there is such a good opportunity in front of him, Hua Xiong would rather offend Lu Bu than seize this opportunity to elevate his status in the army. When Lu Bu heard this, his face suddenly turned black. There was actually someone who dared not to give him face and snatched this opportunity in front of him. Just when he was about to get angry, Qin Hui's voice rang out again. My lord, General Hua is right. General Lu is feared by the world. If General Lu is allowed to fight, it may be a waste of talent, and General Hua has a long-standing prestige in the army. So why not let him fight? After saying that, Qin Hui looked at Hua Xiong, who understood and immediately knelt down in front of Dong Zhuo. Kowtowed 3 times. Hua Xiong is willing to go through fire and water for my lord, and I will not refuse. Please agree, my lord. With such loyal ministers and good generals serving me, I, Dong Zhuo, have no worries about not accomplishing great things. Dong Zhuo was overjoyed and personally helped Hua Xiong up, saying happily, appoint Hua Xiong as the captain of the cavalry, and order Li Su, Hu Jin, and Zhao Tun as deputy generals, and lead 100,000 elite soldiers to follow Hua Xiong to guard Hula Pass. I will obey your order. The 3 Shiliang generals, whose names were called, were overjoyed and immediately stepped out and said. Hua Xiong was secretly relieved to hear that Dong Zhuo not only agreed to his request, but also gave him a higher position. Fortunately, he bribed Qin Hui in advance and asked him to say a few good words for him in the court. Otherwise, he would not only fail to get the appointment, but also offend Lu Bu, a popular man. Prime Minister Qin Fan is willing to lead his troops and a group of lord players in Guangzhou to assist General Hua in defending the city. Qin Fan, the largest lord in Guangzhou, stepped out and asked for the order. Although Hua Xiong was brave and defeated the fierce tiger Sun Jian in the novel, there were players who could spoil the plot. Qin Fan was afraid that Hua Xiong would be killed by the players, so he proposed to follow him to the expedition to prevent any accidents. This, Dong Zhuo touched his chin and pondered. The reason why he was afraid of Qin Fan was not only that the other party had a certain prestige in Guangzhou, but also had the fierce General Zhu Wuba in his hands. Recently, he also heard that the other party actually had a fierce general comparable to Zhu Wuba, and he became more afraid of Qin Fan. Hula Pass is one of the gateways of Luoyang City. With the help of Qin Fan and others, Hula Pass can certainly be more solid. However, if Qin Fan is a member of the coalition forces, he killed Hua Xiong and took him for himself at the critical moment, leading the coalition forces into the pass. Wouldn't Dong Zhuo become a dog without a home? When he was undecided, he asked the counselor. Dong Zhuo looked at Qin Hui with annoyance, hoping to get an answer from the other party's face. Qin Hui nodded quickly and asked Dong Zhuo to agree to Qin Fan's request. Qin Fan, you are quite wise, so you should go with me. After hearing Dong Zhuo's words, Qin Fan's mouth corners raised a barely perceptible arc. Without Li Ru, Qin Hui became the person Dong Zhuo relied on the most. And Qin Fan knew the character of this guy very well. As long as he paid a certain price, he could let the other party fight for his own interests. If Li Ru had not left, Qin Fan would not dare to go to Hulo Pass blatantly. After all, the other party was Dong Zhuo's counselor and must know his special status in Dong Zhuo's forces. But Qin Hui was different. He didn't care about anything. As long as someone gave him enough benefits, he would become the other party's man. My lord, many people in the city have been restless recently because of the news of the coalition. Why don't we take action against them? Qin Hui suddenly said sinisterly. Dong Zhuo asked with some confusion, what does Huiji mean? My lord, Yuan Shao is supported by the other princes to become the leader of the alliance. He is in a period of great momentum. We must kill his momentum. I heard that there are still many people from the Renan Yuan family living in the city. My lord can arrest them all on the charge of colluding with Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. When our army gathers to go out, cut off their heads and hang them on the city wall. In this way, it can not only deter the princes outside the pass, but also deter other ministers in the city who have other intentions. After saying that, Qin Hui immediately showed a treacherous smile, which made people shudder. Hearing Qin Hui's suggestion to eradicate the Renan Yuan family by himself, Dong Zhuo's anger, which had just subsided, was ignited again, and he said angrily, I forgot about the Renan Yuan family. I treated them so well before, but Yuan Shao actually raised an army to attack us. Then follow Huiji's suggestion and capture them all and kill them together. No, Prime Minister. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu are both from the Renan Yuan family. If their clansmen are killed, they will definitely go all out to attack. Besides, the disciples of the Renan Yuan family are all over the world. Killing them may be detrimental to the reputation of the Prime Minister. Qin Fan thought it was not good after hearing Dong Zhuo's crazy plan, and hurriedly spoke out. Although he heard that Yuan Kuei, the most important figure of the Renan Yuan family, and the uncle of the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, had left Luoyang, there were still many Yuan clan members left in the city. Killing them would still anger Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Originally, one of them transported food to retain strength in the rear, and the other, as the leader of the alliance, did not have to work hard. They were both in a state of taking advantage of the situation. But if Dong Zhuo angered them, it is possible that the two brothers would get angry and attack Hulao Pass with all their strength. As for the impact on Dong Zhuo's reputation, Qin Fan would not care too much, because Dong Zhuo's name has long been infamous. If Dong Zhuo had not occupied the little emperor, no one else would want to pay attention to him. However, the angry Dong Zhuo would not listen to it, and waved his hands repeatedly and said, in order to ensure the safety of Luoyang, they must be brought to justice. Qin Fan, don't say more, and quickly lead the troops to Hula Pass. Seeing this, Qin Fan didn't say much. Unfortunately, Li Ru was not with Dong Zhuo at this time. Otherwise, with Li Ru's vision, he would definitely see the flaws in this plan and would most likely stop Dong Zhuo. Then Dong Zhuo looked at Qin Hui and asked, Huiji, you came up with this idea. Why don't you do it? This matter is of great importance. And it needs to be done cleanly and neatly. And completed at lightning speed before the ministers react. It must be done by the person the Lord trusts the most. Qin Hui's pupil shrank. And he refused repeatedly. What a joke. Qin Hui has given advice to Dong Zhuo. Why does Dong Zhuo want to put him on the stage? If he does this, he can only be locked on Dong Zhuo's chariot. The most trusted person. Dong Zhuo carefully pondered Qin Hui's words. And his eyes kept scanning the generals below. And finally fixed on the majestic Lu Bu. Yes, the most trusted person. Except for the two sons-in-law. Is Lu Bu, the adopted son, who is the most trusted by Dong Zhuo. But Lu Bu once killed his adoptive father, which made Dong Zhuo dare to use Lu Bu, but not dare to use Lu Bu with confidence, for fear that the other party would give him a halberd at any time. However, if LV Bu were to deal with the Yuan family of Renan, LV Bu's reputation would become even worse. As Qin Fan said, by then, if LV Bu wanted to leave Dong Zhuo and join other princes would not accept him because of this matter. In this way, LV Bu would be completely locked in Dong Zhuo's power, and become a blade in Dong Zhuo's hand. My son, I'll let you handle this matter. Chapter 378 Hua Xiong shows off his power. General, why do we have to act on our own? There are 30,000 soldiers and horses walking on a small path leading to Hulao Pass, stretching like a long dragon. Bao Zhong's deputy general looked at Bao Zhong with a puzzled look. He couldn't quite understand why the Jibei army also had to go there, and took a small path to attack Hulao Pass. They were much faster than Yuan Shu's Nanyang army. The fact that the leader of the alliance personally appointed Yuan Shu as the vanguard has caused a lot of uproar. Not only did the people in the counties around Xuanzhou know about it, but I'm afraid Dong Zhuo, who was far away in Luoyang City, also knew about it. Brother used this news to let us arrive at Hulao Pass first, and catch the guard of Hulao Pass off guard. The younger brother of Jibei Xiong Bao Xian answered confidently. General, what the Lord means is that the Lord wants Dong Zhuo's people to mistakenly think that the Nanyang army is the vanguard. But in fact we are the vanguard. The deputy general asked with a vague understanding. Bao Zhong nodded and replied. That's right. As long as the defenders of Hulao Pass think that the Nanyang army is the vanguard, they will definitely take precautions before the Nanyang army arrives. As soon as we appear, we can seize this great opportunity to take down the pass. Taking down Hulao Pass is a great achievement. When we rescue His Majesty in the future, he will definitely reward us generously. But will Dong Zhuo's people do this? The deputy general always felt that such an action was a little lacking. And the one leading the troops this time was Bao Xian's brother Bao Zhong, not the good General Eugene, whose ability was much worse than Eugene. Are you doubting my brother's decision? Hearing this, Bao Zhong was a little unhappy and looked at the other party with squinted eyes. I dare not. I dare not. The deputy general quickly changed his words. And then a pass suddenly appeared in his sight. And he pointed his finger and said, General, we are at Hulao Pass. At the same time, the soldiers guarding the wall of Hulao Pass found the Jibei army in the distance, and hurriedly found the chief general Hua Xiong, who had just arrived not long ago. Upon hearing that the enemy was coming, Hua Xiong and other Xiliang generals suddenly became excited, rushing to the top of the wall, rubbing their hands, and showing excitement on their faces. Have you found out whether this army is Yuan Shu's army? Hua Xiong asked the soldiers beside him. The soldier bowed and replied, reporting to the general. According to the news sent back by the scouts, the coming troops should not be Yuan Shu's troops. Their flags are marked with the word Bao, which should be the army of Jibei Xiong Bao Xian. Jibei Xiong Bao Xian? Didn't Yuan Shao let Yuan Shu be the vanguard? How come Bao Xian also got involved? Hua Xiong was simple-minded and muscular. It was okay for him to charge into battle, but it was difficult for him to analyze the battle situation. He couldn't understand why Yuan Shu was the vanguard. So why did he change people for no reason? Li Su, a Xiliang general standing nearby, said uncertainly, could it be that Yuan Shao deliberately set up a false formation, saying that he wanted Yuan Shu to be the vanguard? But in fact, he wanted other princes to attack us first so that we would relax our vigilance? That makes sense. After all, Yuan Shu is Yuan Shao's brother. As the leader of the alliance, Yuan Shao would not let his brother die while the other princes watched. Another deputy general, Jiaoxin, also expressed his guess, and his words made many Xiliang generals nod their heads in approval. As the saying goes, fathers and sons fight together. Not to mention that Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao are blood brothers. And Yuan Shao has no reason to watch his brother's troops suffer losses. In fact, according to normal logic, their guess is correct. But what they don't know is that the relationship between the two brothers, Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, is so bad that they are fighting to the death. All generals have guessed wrong. Yuan Shu must be the vanguard officer appointed by Yuan Shao. But the reason why this unit appeared here is because someone is blinded by greed. At this time, the player Qin Fan chuckled, and his words attracted the attention of other generals. Lord Qin, what do you mean? Hua Xiong knew that his brain was not very good. But Qin Fan's brain was very good. Even his Lord Dongjue praised Qin Fan for his wisdom before setting off and asked him to listen to Qin Fan's advice. This Bao Xian wanted to take Hula Pass while we were distracted by Yuan Shu. Unfortunately, we arrived at Hula Pass before them. Otherwise they might have succeeded. Qin Fan then looked at the Jibei army approaching here and said, General, look, the vanguard of the coalition forces is said to have 300,000 people, while the Jibei army here is only tens of thousands, which is not the style of a vanguard. So few people come here? Isn't it just to reduce the scale and increase the marching speed? After hearing the other party's words, Hua Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought it was true, and then looked at. He asked Qin Fan, then Lord Qin, how should we deal with these tens of thousands of troops? Should we take the initiative to attack or passively defend? In my opinion, Bao Xian will definitely not tell the news to other princes in order to grab the credit. So there is no need to worry about the ambush behind them. General Hua, you should not take tens of thousands of troops seriously. I have been in Luoyang City for too long, and my martial arts are not so good. Now I will not let this opportunity go easily. Of course, I will lead the army to fight. Hua Xiong showed a crazy smile, and his eyes shot out bloodthirsty eyes. Qin Fan cupped his hands and congratulated. Then Qin wishes the general a victory. When the general comes back, Qin's celebration banquet should be almost ready. Thank you for your good words. Hua Xiong strode down the city wall with Hu Zhen, leaving Li Su, Jiaoxin, Qin Fan and others to guard Hulo Pass. With a creaking sound, the heavy city gate opened wide, and Hua Xiong and Hu Zhen led tens of thousands of Xiliang soldiers out of the city and set up a military formation at Hulao Pass. At this time, the Jibei army had just approached Hulao Pass. Seeing that the Guanzhong defenders suddenly ran out by themselves, Bao Zhong and his deputy general were surprised, and many soldiers of the Jibei army also rioted. Fortunately, there were many veterans trained by Eugene in the army. With their help, they quickly calmed down and set up a military formation to confront Hua Xiong's troops. What do the defenders of Hulao Pass want to do? Do they want to fight us in the field? Bao Zhong looked at Hua Xiong holding a big knife, and was a little hesitant. Obviously they were the attackers, and the number of soldiers and horses was several times that of the Xiliang army. But why was the opponent's momentum far higher than theirs? Especially the Xiliang generals in the front row. The murderous aura exuded by the opponent made Bao Zhong feel like he was facing a fierce tiger with rising demonic flames, and the momentum was terrifying. Bao Zhong felt that even Eugene, the most powerful general of Jibei army, was no match for the Xiliang general in front of him. I am Hua Xiong of Xiliang. You guys retreat quickly, otherwise my magic knife will not let us go. Hua Xiong stood proudly in front of the formation, and the murderous aura that rushed into the sky almost condensed into needles, which made Bao Zhong pale and sweat on his back. I am Bao Ong, the brother of Bao Xian, the prime minister of Jibei. Dongjue, as a minister of the Han dynasty, ignored the imperial order. If you are worthy of the conscience of heaven and earth, you should surrender quickly. Otherwise, our coalition army of millions of soldiers and horses will trample flatten Hulao Pass. It was obvious that Bao Zhong was frightened by the momentum of Hua Xiong, and he stumbled when he spoke. The performance of the two army commanders was compared, and the winner was decided in this way. Hua Xiong's eyes turned cold, and he spat at Bao Zhong with disdain, saying, "What a bullshit conscience. I'd rather have more wine and meat if I have time." You? Bao Zhong was choked by Hua Xiong's words, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. When he was about to fight back, he saw Hua Xiong riding a horse and flying over. Hua Xiong didn't have so much time to chat and talk with Bao Zhong here. He kicked the horse's belly with his legs and instantly turned into a black whirlwind and rushed in front of Bao Zhong in the blink of an eye. Hua Xiong's big knife turned with the movement of his wrist, and countless red and black magic flames ignited in the void. The terrifying high temperature burned the surrounding void slightly distorted. The two were several meters apart. But Hua Xiong's knife, driven by the tyrannical force, suddenly pierced through the space and rapidly enlarged in Bao Zhong's sight. The sharp sword energy stung Bao Zhong's pupils, making him close his eyes subconsciously. The deputy general beside him saw Bao Zhong's state and secretly said that it was not good. He turned the weapon in his hand and pointed it at Hua Xiong's sword. Bang! The harsh sound of the golden sound hitting each other exploded like thunder. The deputy general only felt a huge force passing through the long spear into his arms, destroying the tendons and bones in his hands like a bulldozer. A mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. The deputy general seemed to be hit by a chariot at high speed. He suddenly flew off the horse's back at high speed, like a kite with a broken string, and his two arms swayed softly with his body. After dealing with Bao Zhong's deputy general, Hua Xiong grinned, and the sword rotated again, drawing a sharp arc in the void, and smashed towards Bao Zhong with the momentum of Mount Tai. Bao Zhong was so angry that he wanted to see his loyal deputy general die in front of him. But a gust of wind made his skin hurt, and Hua Xiong's weapon suddenly appeared in his sight. Bao Zhong was so frightened that he only had time to block the long spear in front of him to defend. The next second, a huge force hit the spear shaft, pressing the spear shaft into a U-shaped posture and almost breaking, with countless sparks jumping. Bao Zhong seemed to be pressed under the mountain, unable to move his whole body. But Hua Xiong suddenly showed a cruel smile in his sight. Suddenly, the blade changed, and the power on the spear shaft disappeared instantly. However, Bao Zhong was not happy at all. Instead, he showed pain on his face and let out a shrill scream unconsciously, because Hua Xiong's knife had already penetrated his armor. The sharp tip of the knife tore through his skin and pierced into the hot flesh. And then the tip of the knife came out from his back under the gaze of everyone. Hua Xiong shook his arms and easily threw Bao Zhong to the ground like throwing dough, with a lot of blood and flesh splashing everywhere. Kill! Hua Xiong roared, as if he was killing an ant easily, and urged the warhorse under him again, trampling Bao Zhong's body and rushing into the Jibei army, like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. When the deputy general Hu Jin saw such a passionate scene, his blood boiled, and he also roared wildly, leading the Xiliang army to follow Hua Xiong into the battle. The main general was killed in front of the battle, which caused a great blow to the morale of the Jibei army. Even if Eugene was here, he might not be able to save the situation. The morale of the Jibei army plummeted. How could they be the opponent of the wolf-like and tiger-like Xiliang army? With just one attack, they were killed to pieces, with broken limbs and arms flying everywhere, and blood flowing like a river. The roar, screams, the roar of the warhorse trampling the earth, and the sound of swords and knives cutting into flesh and blood, all mixed together and filled the entire battlefield. Hua Xiong charged continuously, and at least hundreds of soldiers died in his hands. Fortunately, the sword in his hand was not an ordinary one. Otherwise it would have been cut into pieces and scrapped beyond repair. He was seen panting heavily, staring with red eyes and looking back and forth. At this time, the scattered Jibei army had been frightened by the Xiliang army. Under their attack, I don't know how many people fled. Soon, under the suppression of the ferocious Xiliang army, the remaining Jibei army soldiers could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground begging for surrender. Unfortunately, they encountered Hua Xiong, a fierce tiger, who would not treat prisoners as human beings at all. At his signal, Hu Jin led a group of people and chopped off the heads of these soldiers and piled them up in front of Hulao Pass to intimidate the upcoming prince's coalition. This was a big deal. All 30,000 Jibei soldiers were buried here. The first battle of the prince's coalition was defeated so tragically. Ji Ling, who came slowly afterwards, heard that someone had arrived here before them and lost 30,000 soldiers and horses in one breath. So he quickly ordered the army to retreat 20 miles and spread the news to the princes in Xuanzhou County. When the princes in Xuanzhou County heard the news, they were all shocked, especially the leader Yuan Shao, who quit on the spot. When selecting the vanguard officer, he repeatedly made it clear that all the prince's troops must obey his command and cannot be mobilized without authorization. But it was Bao Xian, the prime minister of Jibei, who was the first to slap Yuan Shao in the face and privately mobilize the army to Luoyang. That would have been fine. But in the end, they were completely annihilated by the defenders of Hulao Pass. And even the life of the commander was lost there, which was simply a loss of face. If Cao Cao hadn't been helping out all the time, and had seen Bao Xian fainting on the spot because of the death of his brother, Yuan Shao would have drawn his sword on the spot and asked Bao Xian to taste whether his sword was sharp. Of course, not all the princes had clouds of sorrow on their faces. Look at Yuan Shu, who was originally the vanguard. And he secretly rejoiced when he heard the news. The means that the guards of Hulao Pass originally used to deal with Yuan Shu's troops ended up being used on the Jibei army. The Jibei army became the scapegoat and helped his army to avoid many disasters. Li Ji was also worried. But he was not worried about the soldiers and horses that the Jibei army lost outside the pass, but Qin Fan, who had already emerged on the scoreboard. This event was divided into two camps, and two scoreboards were set up. But players from both camps could view the information of both leaderboards. Qin Fan must have participated in this battle to appear on the leaderboard. Otherwise, he would not have appeared on the leaderboard so quickly. This means that at this time, Hulao Pass was guarded by two peerless generals, and the strength was terrifying. Leader, the Jibei army lost 30,000 soldiers and horses outside the pass, which dealt a great blow to the morale of our coalition. In this situation, I am afraid that Yuan Taisho's 300,000 troops will not be able to take Hulao Pass. Chapter 379. A small road rushes to help. Li Ji, what do you mean by this? Do you look down on my 300,000 troops? After hearing what Li Ji said, Yuan Shu stood up suddenly, his eyes full of anger, and he almost pointed his finger at Li Ji and cursed. Damn it. It was you, Li Ji, who pushed Yuan Shu to the position of vanguard officer against all odds. But in the end, it was you, Li Ji, who looked down on him. Yuan Shu, I've said all the good and bad things to you, and it's impeccable. That's not what I meant. Li Ji didn't want to explain to Yuan Shu. After all, he knew that explaining at this time would be useless and a waste of time, so he might as well offend Yuan Shu directly. Then Li Ji bowed to Yuan Shao and said, Alliance leader, our army has just been defeated, and the army of Jibei Xiang has lost nearly 1/3. And because of their unauthorized actions, the defenders of Hulao Pass have become alert. If we rely on Yuan Taisho's 300,000 troops, we may not be able to take it down. In my opinion, the defender of Hulao Pass must be a general around Dongzhuo, who can take down a full 30,000 troops in one go. I am worried that Yuan Taisho's 300,000 troops may also end up like the 30,000 Jibei troops. Li Ji's words are not alarmist. In the 18-way fight against Dongzhuo in the novel, the defender Hua Xiong was a fierce general who defeated Sun Jian. Of course, there was also Yuan Shu behind him who pitted his teammates. But now Dongzhuo's forces are complicated and factional. Not only does he have his direct troops, the Xiliang army, Lu Bu's Bingzhou army, but also the Liangzhou rebels and the Guanzhong Lord forces led by Qin Fan. Not to mention the Baibua army active in Hedong County, Gongsun-du in Liaodong, and the Black Mountain army in Jizhou, all of which are potential targets for Dongzhuo to win over. According to the news from the players in Luoyang City, Dongzhuo's son-in-law Li Ru seems to have disappeared in the city. It is obvious that he has set out to various places to win over allies for Dongzhuo and make trouble behind the backs of various princes. Back to Hulao Pass. Li Ji already knows that the guards of Hulao Pass are not only Hua Xiong and a group of Xiliang generals, but also Qin Fan, a Guanzhong player. Qin Fan is doing well in Guanzhong and often ranks among the top in various activities. The level of the generals he recruited may not be as good as Li Ji, but it is enough to build a team. Li Ji alone knows that Qin Fan has Zhu Wuba and a peerless general, as well as Zhu Tudong, who was recruited in the early stage, and he is one of the 24 heroes in Lingyan Pavilion, with this man leading the troops for Qin Fan, and two peerless generals as his thugs, and there seems to be a counselor behind him giving advice, let alone Ji Ling, who leads 300,000 troops. Even 10 Ji Lings tied together may not be his opponent. If Ji Ling's 300,000 troops are buried at Hulao Pass, then Li Ji should pack up his troops as soon as possible and return to Kuaiji County in advance. However, Li Ji's dissuasion was heard by Yuan Shu as looking down on his 300,000 troops, and his face suddenly became darker like coal. Li Ji, you still look down on my 300,000 troops. Alliance leader, I think this Li Ji deliberately looks down on our coalition, and they may even be spies sent by Dongzhuo, deliberately messing with us. But before Yuan Shu finished speaking, Yuan Shao slapped the table and said angrily, stop arguing. If we still blame each other here, won't Dongzhuo laugh at us? Leader, you are right. Now we should put aside our previous conflicts and unite to defeat Dongzhuo and rescue His Majesty. Cao Cao, the good man, also stood up. He knew Li Ji and Yuan Shu and was the best candidate to act as a peacemaker. I never meant to look down on Yuan Taisho. It's just that Yuan Taisho thought I looked down on him. Yuan Shu couldn't hold back when he heard it. But when he was about to get angry, he was interrupted by Li Ji's words. Li Ji bowed to Yuan Shao and said, "Leader, now we have alarmed the enemy. The vanguard troops sent out before can only play a role in exploring the truth. The defeat of the Jibei army has reduced the troops of our coalition. It is better for our army to move out of camp soon and attack Hulao Pass with the whole army. Only by taking this pass can we save face." Li Taisho is right. We must give Dong Zhuo a hard time. Otherwise Dong Zhuo will definitely laugh at us. Yuan Shao also felt that Li Ji was right. The 21 lords came from various states and counties, and the assembled troops numbered millions. However, they were severely slapped in the face by Dong Zhuo in the first battle. If they did not fight back, let alone how the people of the world would view them, I am afraid that Dong Zhuo would laugh the loudest. Listen to my orders. 3 days later, the whole army will move the camp to Hulao Pass, and let Ji Ling send troops to support us. Yuan Shao waved his hand and ordered the heroes. The 21 lords were then sent back to the camp. Those who needed to reorganize the troops and raise food and grass were raised. The barracks that stretched for countless miles were in operation, which was very lively. After Li Ji returned to his barracks, he immediately summoned Shi Jisai, Jia Su, and Gu Jia, 3 counselors, and asked them, "I am about to send a cavalry to support Ji Ling's 300,000 troops. What do you think? My lord wants to support the Nanyang army. Are you worried that something unexpected will happen to them?" These 3 counselors are the mainstays of Chao Wei, with extraordinary wisdom and strategy, and they knew Li Ji's thoughts in an instant. Li Ji nodded and said, "The defenders of Hulao Pass are not lacking in elite soldiers and brave generals. With Ji Ling's ability, I am afraid he is no match for them. If that is the case, then we must support the Nanyang army." Shi Jisai's face became serious. The coalition forces can lose 30,000 troops, but they must not lose 300,000 troops. If Ji Ling's troops are defeated, then Hulao Pass will be like a natural moat, and it will be impossible to cross it. Jia Su immediately agreed with Shi Jisai's point of view. The coalition forces have millions of troops, and the marching speed is extremely slow. If the Lord wants to send troops to support, he must mainly use cavalry. But our cavalry is only 50,000 in total, and I am afraid it cannot provide enough support. Gu Jia shook his feather fan and said casually, but the confidence in his eyes had already revealed that he had some ideas. Li Ji had dealt with him for so long that he immediately understood his intentions and said happily, "As long as Feng Shao has a solution, I will never forbid you to drink in the army after the success." "My lord, it's a deal." Gu Jia laughed and then said, "Although we don't have enough cavalry, we can unite with other princes to act together. The governors of Zhuo, Dong and Changsha are all good friends of the Lord, so we can act with them." What Feng Shao said makes sense. Zhongwan and the others are all loyal ministers of the Han dynasty. With a friendship between the Lord and them, we will surely be able to persuade them. In addition, the Lord can unite with the Jibei Xiang. After all, their troops have suffered a lot of losses. Shi Jisai continued after taking over Gu Jia's words. The troops of the Jibei Xiang can reach Hulao Pass before Ji Ling's army. Perhaps they know that there is a small road leading there. With their guidance, they can save a lot of time. Finally, Jia Su's words concluded. The 3 of them provided Li Ji with a practical plan, which made Li Ji overjoyed. Then Li Ji ordered the 3 of them. Then the task of persuading them to send troops depends on the 3 gentlemen. Yes. In the middle of the night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. There was a strong wind from time to time, which was raging wildly in the camp set up by Ji Ling. The soldiers patrolling around couldn't help but squint their eyes, and their exposed faces hurt. After learning of the disastrous defeat of the Jibei army, Ji Ling immediately withdrew his troops away from Hulao Pass. Following the advice of military advisor Yin Xiang, he sent soldiers to ask for help from the coalition forces of Swanzhou, while strengthening patrols around the area to prevent a surprise attack by the defenders of Hulao Pass. Yin Xiang, one of Yuan Shu's few wise men, guessed at a glance that Dong Zhuo's army would launch a surprise attack while they were still unstable. Sure enough, on the first night of their camping, the army of Hulao Pass went out to attack them at night. Fortunately, Ji Ling listened to Yin Xiang's words and did not let the other side succeed. Hua Xiong and others saw that the other side had strict military discipline and was not Bao Zhong's kind, so they did not go too deep. They just made a commotion outside and gave up. Ji Ling thought that Hua Xiong only had this trick If the surprise attack failed, he would retreat to Hula Pass and hold on. As a result, Hua Xiong launched another night attack the next day. The night attack was fine, but Hua Xiong's night attack was loud but little. He only beat the drums but did not march forward, and kept harassing them outside the camp. Ji Ling and his men didn't know what Hua Xiong was thinking, and they were afraid of an ambush outside. So they kept their soldiers from leaving the camp easily, and kept them in the camp ready. After several days of harassment, Ji Ling's 300,000 troops were exhausted, while Hua Xiong's spirits were still high. Yin Xiang didn't have any good solution. He knew that this was the opponent's strategy of tiring the soldiers, but he didn't dare to let Ji Ling take precautions, fearing that any harassment would become a real attack. Now if they want to solve this situation, unless the reinforcements of the coalition arrive at the scene, they can only bear it and let Hua Xiong, the fly, scream outside. Huh? 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 The sudden strong wind made the patrolling soldiers shrink their necks. Fortunately, it was not winter. Otherwise they would have frozen to death outside in such an environment. According to the time, they should have come a long time ago. A devastated soldier muttered, as if they were not used to the lack of the flag waving and shouting of the Shiliang army outside. It's good that they don't come. We can sleep peacefully tonight. Another soldier yawned nonchalantly. He also didn't understand why his army's commander was so vigilant. Every time the enemy howled outside, he had to let all the soldiers in the camp be prepared to prevent the enemy from suddenly charging. But until now, the enemy has harassed them so many times, and there has not been a decent attack. Many people have retreated into the tent to be lazy and fell asleep. The two soldiers were talking in a whisper, and suddenly there was a sound of breaking in front of them. They saw that the flagpole in front of them was broken by the strong wind and fell to the ground. It is a taboo for the flag to fall for no reason. The older soldier of the two immediately found his centurion and told him about it. When the centurion heard it, his face changed instantly, and he didn't care about his identity and immediately broke into Ji Ling's camp. At this moment, Ji Ling was discussing things with military advisor Yin Xiang. Seeing his subordinates rushing in a hurry, he thought something had happened outside and asked immediately, "Why are you so anxious?" Hua Xiong led his troops to attack. Report to the general. The enemy has not appeared until now. The centurion replied breathlessly. Oh, I see. I thought something had happened. In that case, let the soldiers go back to the camp and have a good rest. Ji Ling thought it was something serious, but it turned out that Hua Xiong didn't show up. But it was good that way. They could sleep peacefully today. No, General. The flag outside was blown by the strong wind. What did you say? Yin Xiang stood up immediately. His face was extremely solemn, and he grabbed the other party's arms and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "It's true. The soldiers under my command saw it with their own eyes." The centurion told him everything he knew. After hearing what the other party said, Yin Xiang couldn't sit still at all. After pushing the other party away, he warned Ji Ling, "General, something might happen tonight. Order all soldiers to be ready immediately." This was the first time that Ji Ling saw Yin Xiang so serious, and he immediately asked, "Military advisor, what have you thought of? I made a special fortune-telling this morning, and found that it was a very bad omen. I thought I had made a mistake, but now that the flag has been blown, I'm afraid this fortune-telling is true." Ji Ling nodded as if he understood. Although he didn't understand the specific process of fortune-telling, Yin Xiang was famous for fortune-telling in their forces. Whenever the Lord went to war, he would ask Yin Xiang to tell him a fortune. In addition, Yin Xiang had some wisdom and strategy, and he had always been valued by Yuan Shu. But he sometimes contradicted Yuan Shu, which made Yuan Shu unhappy. Even Yin Xiang said so. Ji Ling didn't dare not take it seriously, and immediately called someone in, asking him to let the soldiers in each camp beware of the enemy's sneak attack. However, just as the messenger left, there was a commotion outside. Ji Ling and Yin Xiang immediately found something wrong and walked out of the tent. They ran into a soldier covered in blood. "It's bad, General. The enemy at Hula Pass suddenly attacked the left part of our camp. The number is unknown, and they are attacking this side." At the same time, on a small hill not far from Ji Ling's camp, Qin Fan and his strategist Zhang Bin appeared here under the protection of two tiger generals. In their sight, Ji Ling's camp had become a sea of fire. "Meng Sun, your plan is still good. Otherwise we would not have found a chance to defeat this 300,000 strong army." Qin Fan laughed loudly and praised Zhang Bin beside him from time to time. Zhang Bin bowed slightly in return, pinching his mustache and said, My lord. Thank you for your praise. This little trick is not worth mentioning. You? Qin Fan smiled and shook his head. Then looked at Zhu Wuba beside him. Zhu Wuba. I see you are itching. Why don't you help Tan Duba? But General Chu asked us to protect the safety of the Lord. Zhu Wuba said sullenly. But the fighting spirit in his eyes betrayed him. Don't worry. There are tall guards here. Who can get close to me? Chapter 380 Forced to go to battle. Boom! The drums roared like thunder. With the help of the strong wind, the Xiliang army rushed into the Nanyang army camp like a huge wave rising from the ground. In an instant, they broke through the defense of the camp on the left, following the command flags in the rear. The Xiliang army led by Hua Xiong and the Guanzhong army led by Zhu Wuba suddenly rushed towards the center of the Nanyang army. Ji Ling, who was in the middle of the camp, was shocked to learn that the enemy's attack speed was so fast. Military advisor. What should we do? Ji Ling looked at Yin Xiang anxiously, begging him to come up with a good solution at this critical moment. If there is no way to solve the current situation, I am afraid that most of the 300,000 troops will be lost here. Even if Ji Ling escapes back to Swanzhou alive, he will not be able to face Yuan Shu. Yin Xiang was also anxious. Even if Zhang Liang was reborn, it would be impossible to come up with a solution in such a short time. The attack was so swift that it was obvious that the enemy had already launched their full force. It was even possible that the enemy had mobilized most of the defenders of Hula Pass in order to defeat them in one fell swoop. We have already sent a signal for help to the coalition forces of Swanzhou. If they took it seriously, they should have moved their camps and rushed here by now. But a whole army of millions is not like the 30,000 Jibei troops. Yin Xiang's face showed bitterness. He now hoped that the 30,000 Jibei troops would lag behind them, so that they would have reinforcements to support them if they were attacked by surprise, so as to boost morale. Military advisor. Why don't we gather our elite troops and escape? Ji Ling gritted his teeth. Yin Xiang was a rare strategist in their forces. If the other party died here, the loss to Yuan Shu's forces would be immeasurable. Ji Ling had made up his mind, and would rather sacrifice himself to send the other party back to Yuan Shu. Yin Xiang shook his head and replied bitterly, the enemy has so much patience in arranging this plan. They must have calculated that we would break out. They launched an attack from the main camp on the left, and there might be an elite army ambushed not far from the main camp on the right. Ji Ling was overwhelmed. This wouldn't work, and that wouldn't work. Could it be that they were just waiting to die? General Ji Ling, do you think they will take a small path to support us like the Jibei army did? Zhang Sun, the general beside him, said suddenly. Take a small path? Yin Xiang's eyes lit up immediately, and then he took out a tortoise SHL from his arms and dropped 3 copper coins on it. When Ji Ling saw it, the anxiety on his face became more serious, and he urged, military advisor, the situation is urgent now. Shouldn't we try every possible way to resist the enemy's attack? Why are you still telling fortunes? Before he finished speaking, a ball of divine fire suddenly rose from the tortoise SHL in Yin Xiang's palm, covering all 3 copper coins. Yin Xiang blew a breath, and the divine fire in front of him instantly burned out and turned into sparks, revealing the appearance of 3 copper coins. Looking at the hexagram on the tortoise SHL, Yin Xiang's face froze at first, and then changed, as if changing a face, revealing ecstasy in an instant. General, we may still have a chance. The military advisor means. Ji Ling was completely confused when he saw the change in the other party's face. Don't worry, General. You just need to know that we must hold on here. Only then will there be a chance of survival. Yin Xiang answered firmly. I understand. Pass my order. Order all soldiers to retreat to the central army camp. Rely on the deer horn chevaux de frise and other objects in the camp to form a formation to resist the enemy. Ji Ling shouted loudly, his voice like a bell, and continued to spread to all parts of the central army camp with a strong wind. Yin Xiang quickly came to the simple high platform built not far away, and looked at the left camp that was the main target of the enemy's attack. As the vision became wider, Yin Xiang saw that the camp on the left had been turned upside down by the enemy. The soldiers of the Nanyang army could not gather an effective military formation under the impact of the Xiliang army. They were thrown left and right with just a collision. The Xiliang army was basically composed of a group of fierce Han people in Lianzhou, and there were also warriors of foreign races such as Chang people. Yuan Shu's Nanyang army had not been on the battlefield for many times since its training, so it was normal that it was not the opponent of the Xiliang army. What surprised Yin Xiang was that the camp on the left had at least 100,000 soldiers and horses. Even if it was 100,000 pigs, it would be impossible for the Xiliang army to defeat them in a short time. He soon understood why the Nanyang army was defeated so badly. He saw 3 generals rushing in the Xiliang army, wearing strong armor and holding extremely sharp weapons. Every time they attacked, they could always set off a bloody storm. These 3 people all had Xiliang faces and were burly. The leader was as majestic as an iron tower, with murderous aura all over his body. The big knife in his hand kept slashing out sharp blade light and flames of demonic energy. The extremely sharp air blades flew everywhere, and the surrounding void seemed to be cut into pieces. Ordinary Nanyang soldiers could not stop his knife at all. Under the knife light, no one could leave a complete body. Yushi, a brave general under Yuan Shu, is here. Stop being so arrogant. Yushi, the brave general guarding the left camp, could no longer hold back. Seeing Hua Xiong and his 2 deputy generals so unstoppable, he immediately rode his horse with a spear in hand to kill. Hu Jin, the deputy general on Hua Xiong's right, also rode out with a spear in hand and stabbed at Yushi. The 2 spears were entangled together, like 2 giant pythons circling, competing to open their bloody mouths and bite each other's vital points. The 2 brave generals roared continuously, and their arms-wielding weapons suddenly accelerated several points. The fierce collision sound continued to sound, and the strange wind that was raised from time to time made the surrounding soldiers dare not approach. These 2 people are simply evenly matched, and neither can do anything to the other. But in Hua Xiong's eyes, the fight between the 2 is just like a 3-year-old child hitting each other with a small wooden stick, which is quite interesting. General, we must fight quickly and decisively. After all, at Hulao Pass, another deputy general, Jiaotsun, seemed to think that Hua Xiong was going to sit on the sidelines and immediately dissuaded him. But Hua Xiong got a very ugly expression in return. It was obvious that Jiaotsun's dissuasion made him quite uncomfortable. The 2 men's martial arts were mediocre, and at least they met their respective opponents on the battlefield. If he were to intervene in the fight between the 2, wouldn't he be laughed at by the whole world? Hua Xiong thought so. But the movement of his legs betrayed him, and he squeezed the warhorse under him. The warhorse immediately neighed, and the 4 hooves swung, turning into afterimages in an instant, trampling on a hurricane, reaching the maximum speed in a very short distance. Thieves! Don't hurt my general! Hua Xiong shouted, not knowing whether he was reminding Hu Jin or Yushi. It was as if he turned into a black whirlwind on the battlefield, and countless sharp air flew in all directions with the airflow. The big knife wrapped in the magic flame suddenly probed forward, like a tiger raising its claws. Yushi had been keeping a watchful eye when he was entangled with Hu Jin. Later, Hua Xiong's loud shout made him use all his strength in an instant and knocked Hu Jin's weapon away. Then, before the strange wind hit, he took back the spear and blocked it in front of him. The next second, the magic knife slashed from top to bottom, and the sound of linen tearing suddenly sounded in the void, and it suddenly hit the spear. The power of 1,000 pounds rumbled with the momentum of a tidal wave, and Yushi's face instantly turned red, like a cooked prawn. The arms holding the spear kept shaking, and the bones in his body trembled and made sounds from time to time. Hua Xiong's power was too terrifying. Just one knife suppressed this brave general. Yushi roared unwillingly, and the true energy in his body was like lava gushing out of a volcano, as if it was holding up the sky. Under the gaze of everyone, he lifted Hua Xiong's sword. Hua Xiong did not expect that the opponent would burst out with such power at the critical moment. But it was just that for him. A smile appeared on his rough face. And then he swung his arm, and the sharp magic knife turned around and stabbed at the opponent at an extremely strange angle. Yushi did not expect the opponent to change his offensive, and he swung his spear in a hurry to block the extremely deadly magic knife. But Hua Xiong's power is not something that ordinary people can bear. Yushi can block one knife, but he may not have enough strength to block the second knife. This knife directly made his arms numb, and the unreasonable strange force rushed into his body recklessly, causing certain damage to his internal organs and large pieces of bones. Yushi could no longer hold on, and with a scream, he vomited a large amount of blood mixed with internal organs from his mouth, which splashed everywhere with the manic airflow. Seeing that the opponent had no power to resist, Hua Xiong laughed grimly, and the magic knife came out again, instantly slashing out countless sword chi in the void, condensing into a sword chi hurricane, covering Yushi's entire body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, countless flesh and blood flew, and a head soared into the sky. After spinning in the air, it fell steadily into Hua Xiong's hands. In just 3 rounds, Yu Shi, a brave general under Yuan Shu, died tragically in Hua Xiong's hands. Yin Xiang, who witnessed all this, suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, and his body trembled unconsciously. Although Yu Shi's ability is not as good as Ji Ling and others, he can still be ranked among the generals of Yuan Shu's army. As a result, such a brave general could not last a few rounds in front of Hua Xiong. If he was killed by him, Ji Ling might not be able to defeat him. As if noticing Yin Xiang's gaze, Hua Xiong, who was bathed in blood, slowly showed a harmless smile to Yin Xiang, and swiped his sword slightly in front of his neck, making a provocative gesture. Not good. Seeing this scene, Yin Xiang had a sense of foreboding in his heart. In his field of vision, Hua Xiong and other 3 Xiliang warriors took action again. In addition to them, a large number of Xiliang troops quickly gathered behind them, forming offensive military formations. With the charge of these 3 people, the momentum of the Xiliang army suddenly rose several levels. The Nanyang army in front of them had no resistance at all, just like a raging fire meeting a basin of cold water. And there was no sound. Not only the Xiliang army rushed towards their central army, but another army seemed to be guided by the flag, led by a fierce general holding a big knife and a giant general, and also rushed towards them. The 2 armies seemed to be the sharpest divine weapons in the world, instantly tearing the Nanyang army, which had formed a military formation, into pieces and stepping into a long river of blood. Yin Xiang immediately got off the high platform and shouted in the direction of Ji Ling. General Ji Ling, the enemy's army has broken through the defense of the left camp and is coming towards us. General, we must gather all our strength to stop them. I understand. Ji Ling showed a look of fearlessness on his face, took a few deep breaths in a row, and forced himself to calm the fear in his heart. Although they didn't know how the other side broke through the camp with a full 100,000 troops stationed, he could guess that there must be a fierce general in the other side, and he was not someone he could deal with. But in order to preserve the last hope of the Nanyang army and protect Yin Xiang, the strategist, he had to go to the battlefield to meet the enemy. Ji Ling took the spear from the hand of his personal soldier, and a violent look flashed in his eyes. Then he let out a desperate roar and rushed out from the depths of the camp with a spear. Behind him, there were also a group of Nanyang generals, and the last elite of the Nanyang army. Boom! Ji Ling seemed to have turned into a chariot and slammed into the crowd. The 3-pointed, 2-edged sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a 3-headed dragon, rolling up the surrounding air and shooting out air blades, strangling all the enemies along the way into mincemeat. The 3-pointed double-edged sword either chopped or stabbed, and the soldiers who were hit screamed immediately. Their armored bodies burst open, and their internal organs and bones were crushed into a ball of blood mist under the action of strange force. The elite soldiers of Nanyang following behind him also roared wildly, like a group of mad beasts, constantly following the footsteps of the Beast King Ji Ling, tearing the enemy into pieces. The appearance of Ji Ling and other soldiers instantly boosted the morale of the Nanyang soldiers. Even the main general personally went into battle and showed such ferocity. They also used all their strength to kill the enemies around them. Chu Tutong, who commanded the attack of the Guanzhong army, suddenly found that the enemy, who had been somewhat scattered, had stopped the decline and began to push their soldiers forward step by step. The number of soldiers and horses is still a little small. After all, Chu Tutong is Qin Fan's subordinate and cannot command Hua Xiong Xiliang army beyond his authority. The Guanzhong army under his command is still a little behind the other 2 parties. Ordered General Ma and General Zhu to kill the enemy's main general. Ji Ling fought in the crowd. The 3-pointed double-edged sword seemed to have spirituality, turning up and down in the air, like a meat grinder running at full power, grinding the enemies of this army into pieces and fragments. Suddenly, a sharp air came from behind. Ji Ling was horrified, and quickly waved his sword to block the enemy's attack with a move of carrying a mountain. The next moment, the force of Gai Li, like a huge mountain, came and almost suffocated Ji Ling. Ji Ling did not dare to collide with it, and immediately rode away from the opponent's attack range. Who is coming? Ji Ling endured the pain, and asked the fierce general holding a big knife in front of him. General of the Guanzhong army. Ma Wu. Chapter 381 3 Spears. I saw that Ma Wu was 9 feet and 5 feet tall, with broad arms and 3 halberds, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. A fan-shaped body with a big head and a short neck, a flat head, and a big forehead like a clapper. His face was blue and indigo. His hair was like cinnabar. 2 red eyebrows were inserted diagonally into his temples, and they went straight into the sky. and a pair of big round eyes were clearly black and white. He had a sunken bridge of the nose, a turned-up nostril, high cheekbones, a cleft chin, and a short beard that was red, which was stuck in his cheeks, just like a steel needle, with a pinched nose and a handful of red cinnabar sprinkled on it. And the hair on his ears stood up like a pin, which was also red. He held a sawtooth flying sickle with 3 halberds, and was as fierce as the god of plague, and as fierce as Tai Sui. Ji Ling had never seen such a strange man before. He had just received a chop from the opponent, and knew how powerful Ma Wu was. Although he pretended to be calm on his face, he actually had no courage in his heart. If a player from the present world appears here, he will know at a glance that this Ma Wu is the character from the novel of the Eastern Han Dynasty. And his strength is quite extraordinary. My life is over. Ji Ling knew that with his martial arts, he was no match for Ma Wu, let alone being able to survive until the appearance of life mentioned by Yin Xiang. But the 3-pointed 2-edged sword in his hand was still swung, rolling up endless air waves and stirring the air, like a poisonous dragon stabbing at the opponent. Even if he died, he, Ji Ling, had to die in a blazing manner, so as to live up to Yuan Shu's respect for him. Seeing the opponent's fearless momentum, the black-faced man Ma Wu laughed heartily, picked up the 3-stopped sword in his hand, and swung away the opponent's stab. Even if Ji Ling's martial arts were mediocre, and he could not make any waves in front of him, Ji Ling's eyes, that were ready to die, were enough to make him go all out to satisfy the opponent's idea. Boom! A flash of admiration flashed across Ma Wu's dark face, and then it was replaced by a firm look. His red beard and hair were standing up, and the true energy in his body, along with the swing of the 3-stop knife, outlined a ferocious wolf behind him. This ferocious wolf was shining with starlight, several feet high, and looked up to the sky and let out a long howl that intimidated the mind. "Come and die!" urging the warhorse under him. Ma Wu's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next second, he seemed to have crossed many obstacles and appeared in front of Ji Ling in an instant, and then swept the 3-stop knife across. The starlight of the ferocious wolf was shining brightly, and it kept shooting out rays of divine light. With Ma Wu's movements, it quickly gathered on the blade of the 3-stop knife, shining brightly. This knife has not fallen yet. Facing this knife, Ji Ling seemed to be stared at by a lone wolf wandering in the wild. The whole person trembled unconsciously, and the uncontrolled shaking of his limbs could not gather any strength. "No, I can't die here." Ji Ling, who was at the end of his rope, let out a desperate roar. And at this moment, he forcibly swept away the fear in his heart. The 10 fingers holding the 3-pointed double-edged sword turned extremely pale due to excessive force. Facing the star-studded divine blade, Ji Ling clenched his teeth tightly, mobilized all the strength in his body, and swung the weapon to block. Bang! A sharp sound that was enough to break the eardrum exploded. The next moment, the divine light flashed in the void, and the long pole of the 3-pointed double-edged sword exploded into pieces. A deep knife mark appeared on Ji Ling's body, and a beating heart could be vaguely seen. Blood splattered. Ji Ling felt that he was completely swallowed by countless darkness, and his throat weakly let out a trace of grief. The whole person flew off the horse's back, knocking down more than a dozen elite soldiers of the Nanyang army. Protect the general. The surrounding elite soldiers of Nanyang did not expect Ji Ling to be defeated so thoroughly. The opponent used only one knife to directly cut Ji Ling away. He was seriously injured and lost consciousness. His life or death was unknown. He was the most powerful general of their Nanyang army. How could he lose so miserably? Even Ji Ling could not stop him. How could they? The soldiers stop the opponent's front? Many Nanyang soldiers secretly retreated. Ma Wu took a deep breath and barely controlled the surging blood in his body. The knife just now almost gathered all his strength. But he did not kill the opponent on the spot, but only seriously injured the opponent. Get out of the way! Ma Wu could sense that Ji Ling was not completely dead. If the opponent had a miracle doctor, he might be able to save Ji Ling with the help of a magic medicine. Before the fight, he was determined to let the opponent die on the battlefield. If he failed to do so, it would not only be a shame for himself, but also for Ji Ling. Ma Wu, who seemed like the god of plague, made the elite soldiers of Nanyang unconsciously retreat several steps with just one sentence. Some of them were even frightened to the point of kneeling down on the spot. Even General Ji Ling is not his opponent, so I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for a chance to survive. Yin Xiang, who was standing on the high platform to command the defense, had already noticed the situation on Ji Ling's side, and couldn't help showing a look of grief. Ji Ling was a general in their army. Even he couldn't stop the enemy's fierce generals. So how could they delay the enemy's attack? At this time, the two enemy troops had already rushed into the central army camp. Even though the camp here had more than 100,000 people, in the eyes of the enemy, they were no different from chickens and dogs. Even their advancement speed was several points faster than the speed of attacking the left camp. Ji Ling personally went into battle, and the command naturally fell to Yin Xiongqi, the second in command of the Nanyang army. But Yin Xiong's ability to command troops was not even as good as Ji Ling's, and he could not stop the enemy's advancement. This is not Yin Xiong's fault. After all, he is just a counselor and civil official. Coming up with strategies to govern government affairs is his strength, while commanding troops is his weakness. Not everyone is as capable of both civil and military affairs as Zhuge Kongming. At this moment, there was an unusual vibration in the distance, followed by a sound of horse hooves that resounded throughout the battlefield. The battlefield was filled with screams, shouts of killing, and the sound of swords piercing bones, which were completely covered by the thunderous sound of horse hooves. Military advisor. Look! There are cavalry outside. Zhang Sun beside him shouted in surprise. It's cavalry. It's cavalry. Although it is not clear which force this cavalry belongs to. Yin Xiong is very sure that this cavalry is the life force he has always been thinking about. And it is the cavalry that can save the situation. The night in the distance seemed to be shattered by the roar of horse hooves. The night sky, like black ink, flashed countless cold lights. And then a large number of sharp weapons instantly pierced the darkness. A large cavalry raised dust and rushed towards the rear of the Shiliang army at a high speed. Sunqiu, Hansheng, Jingxi, you lead the light cavalry to break into the central army camp and rescue the generals of the Nanyang army. Lu Xianxing did not expect that they marched day and night, but still could not catch up with the time when the Nanyang army was attacked. But now it's okay. The Shiliang army seems to have not solved the current situation. The three fierce generals immediately received the order and accelerated the speed of the charge again. Following behind them, there were thousands of dragon-like cavalrymen. The fire guns of the Tianxiong army spewed out flames and frantically swept away the enemies in front of them. The Dragon Sparrow army was the first to act, and the three invited princes' armies also launched attacks in different directions. Especially the Jibei army. The previous defeat made them hold their breath. Now that they have the opportunity to take revenge, how could they not seize the opportunity to beat the Shiliang army? Jibei cavalry, follow me to charge. Eugene roared loudly and shot the enemy in front of him. Tiger and leopard cavalry, let the running dogs of Shiliang see what real cavalry is. Cao Cao's relative General Cao Chun took the lead, and the tiger and leopard cavalry behind him immediately issued a tsunami-like momentum, instantly crushing the enemy in front of them. Yuzhou cavalry, go straight into the depths. Qin Liangyu led Yang Miaozhen and Shi Saiwa, and the three female generals charged hand in hand. Although they were extremely beautiful, the weapons in their hands were even sharper. The four lords suddenly arrived and penetrated the formation behind the Shiliang army. With a crushing momentum, they turned the rear of the Shiliang army upside down. The situation was obviously good, but it seemed that the joining of these four lords began to change. Hua Xiong, the main general of the Shiliang army, did not dare to let the other side attack recklessly behind him. He looked unwillingly at the core of the central army camp, and then immediately dispatched troops to kill back. I didn't expect the reinforcements of the Lord's coalition to come so quickly. It seems that I made a mistake. Zhang Bin immediately understood the current situation. Even if they still have the upper hand, the enemy's reinforcements are not bad. They can't get rid of them in a short time. In order to wipe out Ji Ling's 300,000 troops, the entire Hulao Pass army was dispatched. Hulao Pass is now almost undefended. If the opponent is skilled and bold, he only needs to send a light cavalry, and it is very likely to take down the Hula Pass. That's the sound of a musket. Is it Li Ji's troops? Qin Fan's face suddenly turned pale. The only known force in the entire Huaxia region that was equipped with firearms was Li Ji's family. Of course, it is also possible that other forces recruited famous generals from the Ming and Qin dynasties, and their special troops were able to carry firearms. But Qin Fan didn't dare to gamble. If it was really Li Ji's troops, it would not be surprising to break up his army with their terrifying team. My lord, let us withdraw our troops. As for Hua Xiong Shiliang army, let him fend for himself. It happened that Qin Fan also wanted to retreat. After hearing Zhang Bin's words, he nodded and ordered, pass the order, and let Tan Duba withdraw his troops back to Hulao Pass. Also, let someone find Hua Xiong and inform him of our retreat. Let him decide whether to withdraw or not. Then Qin Fan looked at the black general, who was 17 feet and 5 meters tall beside him, and said, "Fa Long, you go down in person to cover Ma Wu and Zhu Wuba's withdrawal." "I understand, my lord." The black general jumped on the horse, holding a Yuang magic spear, and the whole person turned into a black whirlwind and rushed into the battlefield in an instant. Tall Man Yu Liang, Zhu Wuba and Ma Wu should be able to stop Li Tsunqiu, Qin Fan thought secretly. At the same time, the cavalry of the Dragon Sparrow army had penetrated the rear of the Western Liang army. The three fierce generals immediately separated and led a group of soldiers to rush to the central army camp to improve efficiency. Li Tsunqiu, Huang Zhong and Shi Jingxi were all top-notch generals in the world. There were not many who could stop them. Even if they couldn't beat them, they could escape with their skills. The entire battlefield fell into extreme killing. Li Tsunqiu exuded boundless evil spirit without concealing it. Just relying on his powerful momentum, he prevented the surrounding Western Liang soldiers from approaching and easily opened up an unobstructed road. King Yu's halberd rolled up the wind in clouds, and the power and momentum of his arms could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split. Every time he waved the artifact, it seemed that the sky and the earth would change color. The sky and the earth were turbulent, and the strange wind was howling. The Western Liang soldiers near Li Tsunqiu couldn't raise a trace of fighting spirit at all. Their faces were pale and dull, and their hands and feet were not agile. They wanted to escape, but Li Tsunqiu's momentum was like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The fierce evil spirit formed chains on them, imprisoning them all in place. The final fate of these people was either to be swept into a ball of blood mist by Yuang's lance, or to be knocked away and trampled into a ball of meat by the dragon bird cavalry. At this moment, 3 Zhejiang generals appeared in Li Tsunqiu's sight, and the leader was even more majestic, not comparable to ordinary people. Kill! It was rare to see prey that interested him. So Li Tsunqiu immediately urged all his strength, and the whole person seemed to turn into a dazzling rainbow light, as if he could crush everything around him. Like a meteor streaking through the void, Li Tsunqiu rushed in front of Hua Xiong and others in the blink of an eye, and the divine light of Yuang's lance burst out, and the sharp edge pierced the Zhejiang general on the left. Hu Jin, who was firmly locked, changed his face drastically, and his pupils showed endless fear. But then, he was completely drowned by the divine light in front of him. Li Tsunqiu's speed was so fast that he didn't react at all. The weapon in his hand was still in his palm, and the whole person was destroyed by the divine light and turned into blood mist. Boom! The void exploded into countless fragments, accompanied by a dull roar, and flew in all directions with the airflow. At this time, Hua Xiong and Zhao Cun finally reacted. At this time, there was no one where Hu Jin was standing. Both the man and the horse disappeared from the world. They were shocked and angry. They were shocked that the other party killed Hu Jin in one round, and they were angry that the other party killed Hu Jin in front of them. Zhao Cun roared and waved his spear at Li Tsunqiu. It seemed that thunder rose in the void and struck Li Tsunqiu's eyebrows in an instant. That's it. Facing Zhao Cun's full-strength attack, Li Tsunqiu was not afraid at all, but showed a disdainful expression. Seeing the opponent's attack in front of him, Yuang's spear was gently danced. It was like a leaf falling on a gun barrel, without causing any waves. But Zhao Cun only felt that his arms were run over by a chariot. The gun barrel snapped and broke into 2 pieces, and the force of the tsunami directly destroyed every inch of flesh and blood on Zhao Cun's arms, crushing them into blood mist. Zhao Cun screamed, vomiting blood, and died in a few moments, falling off the horse. "You are the only one left." Li Tsunqiu's words made Hua Xiong fall straight into the ice cave, and he was terrified. The roar sounded again. The void suddenly exploded, and a golden divine light appeared, hitting Hua Xiong's armor before Hua Xiong could intercept it. Li Tsunqiu's arms moved lightly, and instantly burst out with a force that could destroy everything, and directly pulled Hua Xiong off the horse's back. A large amount of blood gushed out from the shattered armor, and Hua Xiong seemed to be a meteor passing through the air, blasting dozens of meters away. Chapter 382 Fei Hu fights 3 generals of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Tie him up for me. Li Tsunqiu raised the Yuang spear in his hand, and the blood and flesh hanging on the blade splashed all around, almost condensing into a tangible murderous aura that made the surrounding Zhejiang soldiers dare not move forward. Hua Xiong was not as useless as the 2 men just now. He was able to survive the serious injury of Li Tsunqiu's spear, which was enough to prove that he was a brave general. Li Tsunqiu adhered to the principle of use it if you can't waste it that Li Ji often taught, and immediately had him tied up and escorted to the back of Xuanzhou. Besides, From the positions of the three Xiliang generals just now, Li Tsuanqiu could see at a glance that Hua Xiong, the leader, had a high status. If the other party's status was as he guessed, he had a high status in the Xiliang army and was even very important. And the effect of capturing the other party alive would be much better than killing him. Do you know the identity of this prisoner? When the soldiers escorting Hua Xiong passed by Li Tsuanqiu grabbed Hua Xiong's hair and lifted up Hua Xiong's bloody face. Report to this general. That is General Hua Xiong of our army, the commander of Hulao Pass appointed by the Prime Minister. The Xiliang soldier trembled and answered, not daring to look at the other party directly. Yohu, I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. Fortunately, I didn't kill him with a spear. Li Tsuanqiu was a little surprised. And at the same time, he was secretly glad that the other party was thick, and he withdrew some of his strength. Otherwise, the other party might really be killed by a spear. And even if Sun Simu was at the scene, he would not have saved this guy. He ordered the personal soldiers around him to lead an elite cavalry to personally escort the unconscious Hua Xiong to the coalition forces that had not yet arrived at Hulao Pass. According to the time calculation, the coalition forces of the princes should still be resting in Xuanzhou County at this time, waiting to march tomorrow. The soldiers escorting the prisoners should meet the army halfway, not far from Li Tsuanqiu. Chao Chun, the leader of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, also encountered the main general of the enemy. He was the first to penetrate the central army camp with the unstoppable offensive of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. But he ran into a black-faced man holding a three-stop knife. This man is very skilled in martial arts. Even my General Ji Ling is not his opponent. The surrounding Nanyang soldiers kindly reminded him. But Chao Chun was a rookie, and he was not afraid of tigers. He obviously did not take the words of the Nanyang soldier seriously, and looked at the black-faced man Ma Wu with a squint. At this time, Ma Wu's face was also ugly, but he was not afraid of Chao Chun's strength. But the Tiger and Leopard cavalry behind him, although he himself was just a general who charged into battle, not a figure like Chu Tudong. The momentum of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry was amazing. And the armor, weapons and horses on his body were all first-class good things. Judging from the momentum alone, even the elite troops trained by Chu Tudong may not be able to match this cavalry. When the reinforcements arrived, Ma Wu instinctively felt that something was wrong. So he gave up the opportunity to kill Ji Ling and tried to withdraw from the battlefield alone. But he met the Tiger and Leopard cavalry led by Chao Chun on the way. If it were normal, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with this cavalry, and he would only need to spend some time to kill his way out. But now the situation is not favorable to him. And he also senses that there is a powerful general nearby. If he is entangled and attracts the attention of this general, he may not be able to leave here alive. Why? Are you scared? Chao Chun grabbed the reins and laughed. He saw the hesitation on Ma Wu's face, and subconsciously thought that the other party was sincere. How could I be afraid of you? A little beast? After hearing this, Ma Wu became furious. He was also a man of temperament. He was irritated by Chao Chun's mockery. With a roar, he picked up the three-stop knife in his hand and rolled up a strange wind. The surrounding sand, dust and flying stones, accompanied by a wolf's howl, turned into a rainbow light and whistled towards Chao Chun. An expert knows whether it is good or not as soon as he makes a move. Chao Chun did not expect Ma Wu to have such strength. Just the knife that chopped forward made his hair tremble. He also roared, urged all his strength to push the spear in his hand, and instantly turned into a sharp blade, as if piercing the void in front of him, and instantly touched the rainbow lights. Boom! 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 The rainbow light and the sharp blade collided countless times in an instant. The two men swung their weapons at lightning speed. It was impossible to capture their movements with the naked eye. The soldiers around them only felt that afterimages kept flashing in front of their eyes. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the rainbow light was like a spirit snake circling in the void. And in the blink of an eye, it touched the deep of the sharp blade. Chao Chun's throat felt sweet, and a large mouthful of warm blood gushed out of his mouth, which was blown away in the air by the strong wind. The long spear in his hand broke into two pieces, and the whole person was blown away from the horse's back. The Tiger and Leopard cavalry behind him could not dodge in time, and several people were hit by Chao Chun's body and fell to the ground one after another. I saw a knife mark on Chao Chun's chest, almost splitting him in two. A large amount of blood and broken organs continued to flow out along with the knife mark. The remaining soldiers were horrified and hurriedly urged their horses to form a circle to surround the seriously injured Chao Chun. This is the relative of the governor of Dongjun, and the brother of the General Chao Ren. If Chao Chun died here, they would also die with Chao Chun. Ma Wu snorted coldly, waved his sword again, and chopped down several tiger and leopard cavalry soldiers who were riding horses, and cut a bloody path and left. Don't run. Not long after Ma Wu broke through. A roar like a tiger roaring in the mountains suddenly rose behind him, setting off endless sound waves and winds, shaking the soldiers along the way. Ma Wu was shocked. He had quickly solved the problem of Chao Chun breaking through the encirclement of the tiger and leopard cavalry. But even so, he still attracted the attention of this fierce general. He squeezed his legs again, and the speed of the warhorse under him suddenly accelerated by several points, as if the impact force that could crush everything kept blasting the soldiers who were besieged to both sides. But a shock suddenly rose behind him, and only heard the shock of tearing the void. Ma Wu found that the void was constantly rippled. Before the divine light arrived, the armor on his back seemed to be cut by the sharp air from a long distance, revealing a big hole, and the hole showed bloody flesh. Ma Wu felt pain, and his waist and abdomen twisted like a python. The three-stop knife in his hand chopped back with the movement, and suddenly hit a golden divine light. Boom! The next second, the divine light was strong, and the three-stop knife shook violently. The blade that could split everything in the path suddenly rolled up and almost reached a scrap state. Ma Wu clenched his teeth tightly, and used all his strength in his arms and body, rotating the three-stop knife to chop the divine light aside. A loud bang sounded, and the golden divine light hit the nearby blood-soaked mud like a meteorite, lifting up large pieces of soil and shooting in all directions. The divine light faded, revealing the appearance of a long spear. But Ma Wu always felt that the appearance of this long spear was very familiar. But he couldn't guess who this magic weapon belonged to, because his heart suddenly shuddered, and a solemn murderous aura emerged in his heart. Without thinking, Ma Wu relied on his own instincts and immediately swung the three-stop knife, mobilizing the true energy of his body to gather a wolf phantom and bombard it forward. Puff! A strange weapon, like a flying eagle, showed its sharp claws and fangs, instantly pierced through the void in front of it, and before the three-stop knife chopped down, it took the lead to bombard Ma Wu's body. The armor plate broke. Blood splattered. Ma Wu screamed, and the whole person almost flew off the horse's back. Li Tsunchi passed by and pulled out the Yuang spear from the mud with his right hand. Under the push of the huge force, he stabbed Ma Wu like a dragon, facing the opponent's tide-like attack. Ma Wu forced himself to take a breath, drove his arms that were about to lose consciousness, and waved the three-stop knife, which turned into rainbow light and formed a defense in front of him. But Ma Wu had been severely injured by Li Tsunchi. Such a defense was no different from paper in front of Li Tsunchi, with only a few sounds of metal and stone colliding. A spear broke Ma Wu's defense. The three-stop knife was swept away again, and Ma Wu's middle door was wide open. Fortunately, he reacted in time, twisted his waist and abdomen forcefully, and avoided Bai Yinlao's attack. If he hadn't avoided this attack, his waist and abdomen would not only leave 5 blood marks, but his whole body would be directly ripped open. Don't hurt our general. A muffled voice like thunder came from not far away. The next second, a big knife turned into a stream and chopped towards Li Tsunchi from a distance. The wind howled, and Li Tsunchi knew that the newcomer was very powerful. He immediately took back the Yuang spear, urged the true energy to condense the weapon, and swung the broadsword away. It's you. Li Tsunchi was surprised when he saw the newcomer clearly. The other party's figure was like a little giant. Who else could it be except Zhu Wuba? Zhu Wuba also recognized Li Tsunchi's identity at a glance. The two had met in the national war, and knew that the other party was very powerful. This is a general of my army. I hope you will let him go. If it was on the battlefield of the barbarians in the past, I would naturally not attack you. But now you and I are in different camps. We are enemies. How can I let you go? Li Tsunchi snorted coldly, and at the same time, he was eager to try. Although he had never fought with Zhu Wuba before, the strength of masters could be judged by their momentum. Li Tsunchi saw at a glance that the other party was a good opponent. Zhu Wuba's face froze. It was obvious that the other party did not want him to leave easily. However, he had received Qin Fan's order to evacuate here quickly, so he could not get entangled with Li Tsunchi. Let's fight. Zhu Wuba winked at Ma Wu and roared. The blade in his hand, as big as a door, suddenly slashed the void, rolled up endless air waves, and slashed with the momentum of a landslide and tsunami. Ma Wu on the other side also realized Zhu Wuba's intention. The remaining true energy locked the injuries on his body, and the three-stop knife danced like a dragon, slashing down from top to bottom towards Li Xuanxia's forehead. 2 against 1. I'm happy to play, Li Xuanxia roared excitedly, swinging the 2 weapons in his hands. In an instant, cracks appeared in the void, like scars left by the world, as if there were countless gravitational forces trying to devour all the living things around. The 4 weapons instantly slammed together, and the sky and the earth were dark in an instant. The sound of fighting on the battlefield seemed to be swallowed up and covered at this moment, leaving only a roar that was enough to shatter the internal organs. The battlefield centered on these 3 people. The surrounding void was like a deep pool hit by a huge rock, and countless ripples were instantly rippled. Countless air blades flew around with a hurricane, and the surrounding soldiers screamed continuously, and a lot of blood holes appeared in their bodies, and they were blown into the air by the aftermath of the 3 people. Ma Wu and Zhu Wuba showed a trace of pain on their faces. Obviously, they fell below in this collision and suffered considerable internal injuries. On the other hand, Li Xuanxiu still looked lively and continued to pick up 2 weapons to suppress the 2 men. On the other side, the tall man Yu Liang joined the battlefield, and the Yuwang magic spear seemed like a ball of black light hidden in the night sky, killing the enemy without anyone noticing. General Ma Wu and General Zhu Wuba are entangled by an enemy general, and it seems that they are at a disadvantage. The panicked Guanzhong soldiers met Yu Liang and immediately reported the situation to the other party. Oh! Yu Liang's eyes lit up, but soon fell into solemnity. He was naturally very clear about the strength of Zhu Wuba and Ma Wu. To be able to suppress the existence of these 2 people, their strength must be extraordinary. Even he may not be able to suppress the 2. Thinking of this, Yu Liang was afraid that the 2 would be injured here. So he hurriedly urged the warhorse under him and galloped towards the center of the 3-person battlefield. Along the way, a voice rang out. I am General Eugene of the Jibei army. Before he finished speaking, Yu Liang raised his hand and stabbed the magic spear forward, and the endless black divine light swallowed Eugene completely, and blasted him out with a spear, as if he had slapped a fly along the way. Yu Liang continued to gallop forward without slowing down. It seems that Li Xuanxiu should have encountered the defenders of Hulao Pass. Players have a system panel that NPCs do not have. As long as they participate in large-scale activities, a real-time scoreboard will appear in the panel, and players can check their personal points and rankings anytime and anywhere. When Li Ji was about to take a break, he found that his points were rising rapidly. Not only him, but also Ding Xia, a player, began to rise. The other party also participated in this support operation. He estimated that this battle would not last long. After waiting for dawn, the news from the front would be almost transmitted back. Soon Li Ji closed the panel and wanted to lie on the bed to rest. And the system prompt sound that he had not heard for a long time suddenly sounded. Generals under the player's account, Li Xuanxiu has reached the maximum level, and all attributes have temporarily grown to the upper limit. Players can check Li Xuanxiu's personal breakthrough task. Li Ji was slightly stunned. He did not expect Li Xuanxiu to reach the peak of attributes in this battle. But a little calculation was almost there. Li Xuanxiu was recruited by Li Ji after the Yellow Turbans event. He participated in high-intensity wars, such as the Liangzhou Rebellion and the National War event. Later, he participated in 2 battle dungeons. There are so many ways to gain experience that it is not surprising that he has reached the maximum level at this time. Check Li Xuanxiu's breakthrough mission. Chapter 383 Retreat. Boom! The void was suddenly torn into 2 sides by a great force, and countless lightning shuttled through it. Li Xuanxiu seemed to have broken through some shackles. Yuwang's spear just swept over like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, and it directly caused the changes in the world. Endless air waves and strong winds rolled back, bursting out with strong power, accompanied by a dull and powerful vibration. 2 divine lights burst out from Li Xuanxiu's pupils, like a god in the sky, and the weapon in his hand swept forward unstoppably, hitting the opponent's 2 weapons in one fell swoop. I saw a strong wind in the center of the battlefield, and countless sparks burst out in the air. Zhu Wuba and Ma Wu retracted their weapons almost at the same time, and were hit by Yuwang's spear. A little bit of dim and colorless blood light splashed in the air, and the 2 were immediately blasted back several meters away, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. He seems to have become stronger. Zhu Wuba held the sword tightly, and the armor that was almost dismembered was draped over his body like a rag, and blood kept oozing out. He looked at Li Xuanxiu with fear in his eyes. Ma Wu was even worse, with several bloody deep scars on his waist and abdomen. If he hadn't locked his internal organs with his true qi, his intestines would have fallen out long ago. Li Xuanxiu fought 1 against 2, And not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he kept gaining the upper hand. If Zhu Wuba hadn't risked being injured to protect Ma Wu would have been killed on the spot. Walking back and forth on the ferry, Li Xuanqiu's eyes showed a cold light. He pointed the Yuang spear at the two men and persuaded them to surrender. Dong the thief committed that treasonous act. Why are you still so stubborn? It's better to surrender to my master and fight for my master. These two men are extraordinary and brave. If they were placed in the Longhai army, they would be ranked among the top generals. Li Xuanqiu admired their strength and would rather give up rescuing the Nanyang army and persuade them. After all, there would be no substantial reward for saving the Nanyang army. It would be better to persuade the two generals to join Li Ji and strengthen the strength of the Longhai army. However, Zhu Wuba shook his head slightly. His meaning was very clear. He would rather die on the battlefield than beg for surrender. Ma Wu, you go first. I will hold him back. Zhu Wuba picked up the big knife again and looked at Ma Wu, who was seriously injured beside him. Ma Wu gritted his teeth and finally nodded heavily. In his current state, let alone joining forces with Zhu Wuba to fight against Li Xuanqiu, even whether he can rush out is a problem. Besides, even if he is in his prime now, he may not be able to help Zhu Wuba share much pressure, but will distract the other party because of him. The duel between peerless generals is not something he can intervene with his level. It seems that you want to cover the rear, but it's good, so you can also go all out. Li Xuanqiu's Yuang spear turned into a sharp blade and stabbed at the back of Ma Wu, who was about to escape, but was stopped by the big knife on the way, causing a wave of aftermath. Stop talking nonsense! Zhu Wuba screamed loudly, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and qi, and once again rotated the extremely heavy big knife, rolling up endless waves, like waves, and slashed towards Li Xuanqiu's chest in the blink of an eye. A powerful blow seemed to make the sky collapse and the earth sink. The surrounding space suddenly exploded into countless pieces, and with the raging wind, it turned into terrifying and boundless divine power, trying to destroy everything in front of it. Facing the opponent's full-strength attack, Li Xuanqiu rarely showed a trace of solemnity. He also roared, and the true energy from his body rolled out, rolling up sand and mud. Countless true energy roared and condensed into a golden armored giant behind him, holding a beam of divine light in his hand. Just a trace of power diffused in the void can instantly crush this space. Li Xuanqiu also used his strongest attack. The Yuang spear in his hand suddenly stretched out, like a dragon rising from a deep pool, shaking the surrounding void with visible ripples. Along with Li Xuanqiu's movements, the golden armored giant behind him also waved his arms to drive the divine light, as if it could penetrate the layers of space and shoot at Zhu Wuba. In an instant, the ground of the entire battlefield seemed to be really turned over by a dragon, and it actually shook, and countless cracks spread outward like a winding snake. The aftermath of the two men swept in all directions, and the air wave that seemed to crush everything blew away countless soldiers. Large pieces of flesh and blood were dismembered into pieces in the air, and it seemed as if a bloody rain fell over the battlefield. Trample! 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 A huge figure was blown away from the horse's back, and its thick feet fell on the ground one after another, trampling deep pits. Zhu Wuba's big knife stabbed into the ground fiercely, forcibly stopping the downward trend. His face kept turning pale, and his 2 rows of teeth were soaked in blood. Li Xuanqiu still sat steadily on the horse's back, and the surrounding void was mixed like paste by various divine lights and great powers, making everyone look down on Li Xuanqiu's expression. It's really a good opponent. Come again! Li Xuanqiu's voice was like a loud bell, shaking this space to the point of collapse, shaking the surrounding soldiers into dizziness, and shaking Zhu Wuba's internal organs again, and finally couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. A surge of evil spirits spread out, making Zhu Wuba seem to fall into an ice cave, and the temperature in the void dropped by dozens of degrees. A roar came from Li Xuanqiu's body, and his blood was rolling like boiling water, and the void of heaven and earth changed again. Li Xuanqiu did not speak to persuade him to surrender, but chose to continue to attack, to deal with a man like Zhu Wuba, unless he was knocked unconscious and sent to the dungeon of the coalition forces. It would be impossible to persuade him to surrender. But before Li Xuanqiu finished speaking, there was a sound of horse hooves not far away, and the mighty force of a storm was instantly filled with the battlefield. Li Xuanqiu suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a gust of strange wind kept coming from behind him, which made him frown. The next second, he suddenly showed a solemn look, and without thinking, he urged all his strength in his body, and the Yuang spear turned into a golden stream of light, and stabbed forward, almost at the same time. A black divine light suddenly appeared in front of Li Tsunshu. A big black man holding the Yuang spear pierced through the void and directly hit Li Tsunshu's weapon. The two Yuang divine spears turned into two dragons, one emitting golden light, as if it could suppress everything, and the other flowing with black light, as if it could devour. The blood and true chi of the two people were pushed to the extreme, and the movements of their hands turned into phantoms. And a violent fight was rolled up in an instant. The roar continued to shake the space. In the blink of an eye, the two people didn't know how many rounds they had fought. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the surrounding void. Lightning and thunder, and red fire flashed. Just a trace of residual power could destroy all living beings. Crash! At some point, the sky above the battlefield was covered with heavy dark clouds, and torrential rain fell in an instant. But the center of the battle between the two seemed to be undisturbed, and the tiny raindrops were crushed into powder as they emitted residual power. Why don't you hurry up? A scream came from the rain curtain, and then a divine light flashed, grabbing Yu Liang's distraction, piercing his chest in one fell swoop, and picking up a piece of flesh and blood. A trace of blood was hidden in the heavy rain. Zhu Wuba saw this and had to raise the big knife in his hand, snatch a warhorse, and rush out of the battle. Even Yu Liang fell into a disadvantage. Even if he, Zhu Wuba, joined the battlefield, he might not be able to get rid of the opponent in a short time. Besides, Qin Fan ordered them to evacuate as soon as possible, and there was no need to entangle with Li Tsunshu. As for whether Yu Liang would not be able to escape without his help, Zhu Wuba was not too worried. Even if Yu Liang's martial arts were worse than Li Tsunshu's, he would never be much worse, and he naturally had means to protect himself. The more equally matched the masters are, the less likely they are to be captured alive by the other side on the battlefield. I didn't expect you to use the Yuang spear, but your martial arts are much worse than mine. Li Tsunshu didn't expect that there was someone like him who could use such a strange weapon, and his martial arts were not much worse than his, which made him excited. However, Yu Liang just pursed his lips and concentrated on finding a chance to escape. The black-haired Yu Liang was not only superb in martial arts, but also quite wise. He was a fierce general, who was both civil and military. Suddenly, Yu Liang's Yuang spear turned and stabbed diagonally. And at the moment when he swept away the opponent's weapon, he suddenly pulled the reins and urged the warhorse to escape in a flash. Li Tsunshu was immediately furious. When he wanted to urge his horse to chase, the opponent's figure had long been submerged by the heavy rain and disappeared without a trace. He really ran away. He could only shake his head helplessly. It was extremely difficult to kill a general on the same level, let alone capture him alive. The other party clearly wanted to run away. Even if Li Tsunshu had more clever means, he might not be able to stop the other party. At most, he would make the other party pay a price. The heavy rain continued in the second half of the night, not only washing away the defeated Nanyang soldiers, but also washing away the blood and flesh on the ground. There were incomplete corpses everywhere on the battlefield, and they became swollen after being soaked in rain. The whole camp was filled with a foul smell. The commanders of the various princes' armies discussed and decided to move the station further back. General Jiling's injury is quite serious, and the doctors in the army may not be able to treat him. The same is true for General Eugene of the Jibei army. He was seriously injured by the opponent's spear and fell to the ground. He is still in a coma. The leader of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, Cao Chun, was seriously injured. If he cannot get timely treatment, he may not be able to get out of bed and walk in this life. Our army has lost more than 50,000 soldiers, and there are countless seriously injured. I am afraid that our army will not be able to continue to participate in the subsequent wars. Yin Xiang finally saved his life. Shi Jingxi and Huang Zhong found him before he was killed. However, judging from the current situation of the Nanyang army, what can Yin Xiang do if he saves his life? If Yuan Shu knew about this, he might draw his sword and kill him on the spot. I heard that there is a miracle doctor in Nanyang County named Zhang Shongjing, with a background of 3 officials and 4 generations. Maybe you can ask him to help. There were local soldiers from Nanyang County beside Zhang Sun, so he kindly reminded Yin Xiang. However, Yin Xiang showed a trace of despair and replied, "Distant water cannot quench near thirst." I have heard of Zhang Shongjing's reputation, but he has always been elusive. I am afraid he should not be in Nanyang County at this time. Don't worry. There is a miracle doctor in the Lord's army who has cured my son's stubborn disease. I will immediately send someone to contact the Lord and ask the miracle doctor to come. But, Huang Zhong said suddenly, but his face showed a trace of embarrassment. If the miracle doctor of Li Taisho can cure the injuries of the generals, I will definitely persuade the Lord to meet Li Taisho's requirements. Yin Xiang grabbed Huang Zhong's arm and almost shed tears on Huang Zhong. The generals of the other princes also nodded and agreed to Huang Zhong's conditions, like Yin Xiang. These seriously injured generals were all in important positions in the army and had high status. They had to agree to the conditions of sending equipment, not to mention some food and grass resources. While they were retreating to rest, Qin Fan and others who had already hidden in Hulao Pass learned that Hua Xiong was captured and his 2 deputy generals died on the battlefield, and their faces suddenly turned livid. Originally, Qin Fan wanted to defeat Li Su and temporarily take over the power of Hulao Pass while the Xiliang army was weak, but was immediately rejected by Zhang Bin, who believed that this was an excess of power and would be feared by Dong Zhuo. Then, at Zhang Bin's suggestion, Qin Fan discussed with Li Su and immediately sent someone to pass the news to Dong Zhuo, who was far away in Luoyang, asking him to decide a new defender. At this time, Dong Zhuo had just come to court and was immersed in the joy of annihilating 30,000 Jibei troops. For them, the victory in the first battle was won by them, which not only greatly boosted their morale, but also severely suppressed the coalition of princes. This back and forth gave Dong Zhuo and his men a huge advantage, and they thought the advantage was in their hands. Report to the Prime Minister. The guard of Hulao Pass, Hua Xiong, led his troops to attack the vanguard camp of the prince's coalition at night, and will soon return with a great victory. But what? Are you hesitating so much because you want us to chop off your head? Dong Zhuo instinctively felt something was wrong. Prime Minister, everything was going smoothly, but reinforcements came along the way, so this night attack was not completely successful. And according to the news said back by the soldiers, General Hua Xiong was captured by the enemy, and Generals Zhaoxin and Hu Jin died on the battlefield. The soldier who delivered the news immediately kowtowed to the ground several times, based on his understanding of Dong Zhuo. If he did not beg for mercy, he would most likely be killed on the spot with a sword. As expected, after hearing the news, Dong Zhuo's bloated body stood up, and his ferocious face was filled with anger. If there were no one to stop him, he would have let this little soldier taste whether his sword was sharp. Prime Minister, there is no need to be so angry. Victory and defeat are common in the military. General Hua was captured, which proves that the other side had no intention of killing him. As for Hu Jin and Zhaoxin, I am afraid that the colleagues present are holding their breath to avenge them. The speaker was Li Ru, who was going to Luoyang recently. His appearance instantly made Dong Zhuo regain his confidence. As soon as Li Ru finished speaking, a group of brave generals came out and asked Dong Zhuo to let them lead the troops out of the pass to seek justice for Hu Jin and Zhaoxin. Chapter 384, Army outside Hulao Pass. Facing the fierce Xiliang generals below, Dong Zhuo, who had a gloomy face just now, suddenly smiled. The death of 1 or 2 insignificant guys in exchange for the morale of the generals was not a bad thing. However, Dong Zhuo began to struggle again. Hulao Pass was of vital importance to him, and he had to select a general who was more stable than Hua Xiong to guard it. Adoptive father, I had no complaints about letting Hua Xiong serve as the commander of Hulao Pass before. Now the new commander should be Bu. When Lu Bu saw Dong Zhuo's eyes on him, he immediately straightened his chest. When Dong Zhuo heard Lu Bu volunteer, his eyes flickered. Lu Bu was a martial arts expert, many times stronger than Hua Xiong. Moreover, he was Dong Zhuo's adopted son. In terms of identity and ability, he was really the best candidate among the generals present. However, before Dong Zhuo made the final decision, Li Ru stood up and looked at Dong Zhuo with a smile. My lord, the coalition army has just been defeated and its morale is low, while our army is in high spirits. This back and forth shows our army's advantage. If my lord can lead the army to sit in Hulao Pass, then Hulao Pass can be said to be as solid as a rock. Wen You's words make sense. If we can inflict heavy damage on the coalition army in front of Hulao Pass, we can take the opportunity to go out of the pass and conquer the east, and achieve great things. Dong Zhuo's squinting eyes squeezed by fat revealed ambitions that had not been seen for a long time. After he entered Luoyang and controlled the little emperor, he was powerful and had all the beauty, wealth and power. If it weren't for Li Ru's proposal, he almost fell into this and couldn't extricate himself, and lost his original ambition. Why does my adoptive father need to take action? With a Fang Tianhua Ji and a red rabbit horse, Lu Bu can defeat the coalition army and seize the world for my adoptive father. Lu Bu was arrogant, and his eyes were full of unruly expressions. Feng Xian, Don't be careless. This time, not only our Xiliang army will participate in the war, but also the Guanzhong army led by Qin Fan, the Baiwa army led by Yang Feng, and the Liangzhou rebels led by Han Sui. These are ambitious guys, and the Prime Minister must go to the battle in person to suppress them. Li Ru laughed. Before, he personally served as an envoy and persuaded the rebels active in various places to either continue to make trouble in their respective territories and threaten the rear of the princes, or come to Hulao Pass through the teleportation array and join Dong Zhuo's camp. The addition of these rebels has rapidly expanded the number of Dong Zhuo's troops. Lu Bu's status as an adopted son may not necessarily suppress these people. Only when Dong Zhuo personally goes to Hulao Pass can these guys be driven by the Xiliang army at ease. I know Fengxian's bravery, but 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. There are many masters in the coalition outside the pass. And as when you said, these guys have their own ulterior motives. If Fengxian goes alone, he may not be able to make them obedient. Dong Zhuo also comforted Lu Bu to prevent this peerless warrior from feeling unhappy. After all, he still needs Lu Bu to protect his safety in the future. Although Lu Bu still looked unhappy after hearing this, Dong Zhuo decided to go out in person. With his status, he really couldn't dissuade him. By the way, Fengxian, have you done everything I asked you to do before? Report to my foster father. All the Yuan clan members who are still in Luoyang, as well as some relatives of the princes outside the pass, have been captured by me. Foster father, should we now? Before he finished speaking, a trace of violence suddenly appeared on Lu Bu's face, and his palm rubbed his neck fiercely. When we go to war, we must bring some gifts to Yuan Binshu. After the news of Ji Ling's defeat in Nanyang was passed back to the Xuanzha coalition army that was about to break camp and set off. Except for the princes who supported Li Ji. The rest of the princes were shocked. Especially the biggest victim Yuan Shu, no matter how rich he was, showed a painful expression on his face after hearing the news. The General Ji Ling in the army was seriously injured and unconscious. The brave General Yu Shi died on the battlefield. And the Nanyang soldiers lost more than 50,000. And the number of seriously injured was countless. This battle almost destroyed half of Yuan Shu's army. And there was no combat effectiveness at all in a short time. Fortunately, Yuan Shu responded in time and applied to Yuan Shao on the spot to move all the remaining Nanyang troops to the team escorting grain and grass to be responsible for grain and grass transportation. This was originally the job of Yuan Shu and Han Fu. And Yuan Shu's army suffered heavy losses. Even if Yuan Shao wanted to kill Yuan Shu again, he had to reluctantly agree to it in order to take care of other princes. Then the armies of various princes could move their camps, meet the remnants of the Nanyang army and the support troops who were still on the front line, and stationed not far from Hulao Pass. While they were marching, news came from Luoyang that Dong Zhuo personally led his troops to the expedition, and a group of rebel Yellow Turban troops were dispatched, carrying more than 1 million soldiers and horses. This news reached the ears of various princes, and many princes who wanted to fish in troubled waters in this battle were shocked and stunned. You must know that outside Hulao Pass is the vast Guangdong, with the quality and quantity of Dong Zhuo's cavalry, not to mention sweeping everything. It is no problem to solve several weak princes in one go. If Dong Zhuo swept across the border and took over the nearest Yanzhou and Yuzhou, he could follow the example of Cao Cao in history, march eastward to Su and Qing, conquer Bing and Ji in the north, and conquer Jing and Yang in the south, and his great cause would be basically completed. Moreover, Dong Zhuo at this time was much stronger than Cao Cao in history, and the time to unify the Eastern Han dynasty could be shortened a lot, leaving other princes no time to develop. In the crisis, everyone was worried about themselves, and the alliance, which was originally a mess, finally became reliable. Both sides deployed troops near Hulao Pass, with a total of more than 5 million soldiers and horses, flags like a forest, and murderous auras soaring to the sky. In such a battle, no one dared to take the first step, and they were currently in a state of confrontation. Before the war, the princes were afraid that Dong Zhuo would imitate his previous actions and try to attack the coalition camp at night. So they sent a large number of scouts to wander outside, guarding and inquiring about the news inside the pass. Compared with the solemn atmosphere of other lords, the atmosphere in Li Ji's tent was completely different. High-ranking generals from various lords came in and out, making it very lively. It was because Li Ji agreed to let Sun Simu treat the injured generals and save their lives in exchange for some food and grass resources. Just paying some resources, the miracle doctor could treat them. Lords like Bao Xian naturally agreed. Even Yuan Shu, who had always had conflicts with Li Ji, reluctantly agreed to the request under Yin Xiang's persuasion. The news of the appearance of the miracle doctor soon spread throughout the coalition camp. Other princes also negotiated with Li Ji in advance. They would hand over resources every time Sun Simeo made a move. Faced with the business delivered to his door, Li Ji would certainly not refuse. But the old man Sun Simeo would have to work a little harder in the days to come. Thank you for the help of Li Taisho, and Mr. Sunday Jean has no way to repay you. Wrapped like a zonzi, Eugene lay on the hospital bed, raised 2 fingers that barely moved, and thanked Li Ji. Eugene was also unlucky. He didn't meet the opponent's generals along the way. He finally met one, but it turned out to be the strongest of the opponent's generals. Just a sweep directly injured him. However, Eugene's serious injury was not without harm. At least it let Li Ji know the identity of another peerless general in Qin Fan's hands, which was of great help to the next battle. The black tall man Yu Liang exists in some storytelling. He doesn't appear much, but every time he appears, he is very amazing. He was 17.5 meters tall and held a Yuan spear. He once fought against Lu Xiu's 8 hammers. Among them, the golden hammered General Gong Sun Yang could fight against Yu Wuba. The subsequent duel between the black and white tall men was even more of a good story. With Eugene's martial arts, he was lucky to be able to take Yu Liang's move without dying. Yu Liang, Zhu Wuba, Ma Wu of Guanzhong Army, Murong Xiaozong and Pang De of Lianzhou Rebel Army, Su Huang of Baibua Army, Lu Bu and Zhang Liao of Shiliang Army, and countless fierce generals. When Li Ji thought about this lineup, his face became solemn unconsciously. Of course, the coalition forces were not vegetarians either. There were many good players on Li Ji's side alone, as well as Yin Liang and Wen Chou of Yuanshao, Lu Guanzhong who pretended to be pigs and eat tigers, Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong, and Gong Sun Zan, the white horse general. There were also many princes who could fight. In terms of the level of fierce generals, the coalition forces would not lose to Dong Zhuo. At least, they would not suffer in a head-on fight. Wen Zhe, you don't need to do this. You and I are allies, and we should take care of each other. But when we become enemies in the future, please show some mercy. Li Ji laughed and called Eugene by his name, as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years. Although Eugene's reputation in history was not very good, he was one of the 5 sons and good generals. Li Ji always appreciated such talents. How could he let go of such an opportunity to build a relationship with him? It's just that Boss Chao's power is closer to Jibei's state than his. And Cao Cao and Bao Xian are in the same boat. If Eugene changes jobs in the future, Li Ji is not sure that he can get him to join his side. After leaving Eugene's camp, Li Ji talked with Cao Cao and Sun Jian, 2 influential figures, one after another, to build a relationship between them. One of them is in the north of the Yangtze River, and the other relies on Yuan Shu for food. They can't threaten Li Ji's power in a short time, even if Sun Jian is shot and killed by Lu Biao. Li Ji is sure to persuade the little tyrant son so not to work for Yuan Shu, so that the other party cannot threaten him. Some were happy, some were sad. The atmosphere was harmonious on Li Ji's side. But when he came to Qinzhou Mukong Rong's side, he was full of worries, because his Qinzhou had problems again. He had just received intelligence from Qinzhou that the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army led by Guan Hai and Guan Cheng was persuaded by Li Ru, and began to attack the cities and the counties of Qinzhou when Kong Rong left. If it were in the past, Kong Rong, who was stationed in Qinzhou, would not have to worry. With the help of 2 powerful generals, Wu Anhua and Taisher Ci, the Qinzhou army could not threaten them at all. But now Taisher Ci was borrowed by Lu Yao, and he and Wu Anhua participated in the war against Dong Zhuo. There was no general in Qinzhou who could not be used to resist the Yellow Turban Army. We must help the coalition forces Dong Zhuo as soon as possible. Otherwise the Yellow Turban bandits are numerous and powerful, and the cities of all counties will be threatened, or even broken through and looted. At that time, the people of Qinzhou will suffer. Kong Rong's face was full of sorrow, and he sighed from time to time. However, the General Wu Anhua beside him was full of confidence. He patted his chest and replied, "Don't worry, Lord Governor. As long as Dong Zhuo is dealt with, we can lead the troops back. With my meteor hammer, I will definitely make the Yellow Turban bandits look good." As a general beside Kong Rong, Wu Anhua naturally had some martial arts skills, and it was no problem to deal with ordinary Yellow Turban army. However, Guan Hai and Guan Cheng were not good people. Wu Anhua might not be their opponent with the strength to deal with them. Taisher Si had to be sent out. Kong Rong secretly made up his mind that after the war here was over, he would immediately invite Taisher Si back to work for him. Coincidentally, it was not only Kong Rong who had problems in the rear. The Black Mountain Army in Jizhou was also instigated by Li Ru. Zhang Yan led his men to besiege Chashan State in the rear. Jizhou Muhan Fu was the first one who could not sit still. That was his territory. And it was also the food and grass of the coalition. If Zhang Yan messed around in the rear, it would not only affect the reputation of the people of Jizhou, but also ruin the fight against Dong. He quickly found the backbone, and came to Yuan Shao's camp to explain everything to Yuan Shao. Although Jizhou was a place controlled by Han Fu in name, the means of the Runan Yuan family had already penetrated deeply. As long as Yuan Shao found an opportunity, he could immediately become the new master of Jizhou. And even Han Fu had to listen to him obediently. It's just that Yuan Shao was uneasy at this time, and always felt that something was going to happen. Bohai, alliance leader, what should we do with the Black Mountain Army? Han Fu was a little panicked. Yuan Shao pinched his eyebrows helplessly, and said dissatisfiedly, the Black Mountain Army has always been a threat to Jizhou. And you are the governor of Jizhou. Why haven't you dealt with them yet? Alliance leader, we jointly suppressed Zhang Yan before, so that he dared not step out of the mountains. However, Li Ru secretly communicated with the other party, and when we were away, Zhang Yan came out fearlessly. My lord, this matter is actually not the fault of the governor. After all, the Black Mountain Army has more than 1 million people, and it takes a long time to suppress and subdue them. So you saw that Yuan Shao was a little absent-minded, and hurriedly spoke out. What can Ziyuan do? The governor temporarily ordered the garrisons of each county to withdraw back to the city, and sent another good general to take charge of the overall situation. After thinking for a while, Su Yu answered. Han Fu was delighted after hearing this. Mr. Su is right. I have a general named Pan Feng under my command. He is good at using a huge axe. With him, we will definitely be able to defeat Zhang Yan. A powerful general named Pan Feng? Yuan Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. How could he not know that the other party had such a powerful general? Then Yuan Shao said, Han O Mu. Dong has many powerful generals under his command. Since Pan Feng is powerful, it is better to leave him here to prevent any accidents. You can send another good general back. Is that so? Han Fu touched his chin, and his mind was frantically searching for candidates. He soon came up with an answer. Ju Su, the cavalry commander, has always been powerful and strategic. Why not let him be the candidate temporarily? Chapter 385 I have a general. Boom! 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 The drums of war sounded in the endless coalition camp, and began to echo over Hulao Pass. Under the leadership of the alliance leader Yuan Shao, the 21 princes led their elite troops, and broke out of the camp, and set up a military formation under Hulao Pass. The mighty army of princes almost covered the flat land under Hulao Pass, and the murderous aura filled the entire battlefield, even relying on the mighty pass of Hulao Pass. The soldiers guarding the pass could not help but show some fear. This kind of formation, from the time they were born until this moment, had just been seen for the first time. Yuan Shao appeared in the front of the army with the rest of the princes, under the protection of the fierce generals. Li Ji began to look at the mighty pass not far away. Hulao Pass is worthy of being one of the 8 passes in Luoyang. It is built by the mountains and rivers, and has formed a solid and unbreakable barrier here after countless years of construction, ensuring the safety of Luoyang. Players who chose the vassal coalition camp began to build a large number of siege equipment under the command of the vassal. Countless wood was consumed to form large-scale objects that looked like war beasts. Due to the terrain restrictions of Hulao Pass, it is impossible to accommodate millions of people fighting at the same time. The main force must be the troops of the 21 vassal states. If players want to quickly obtain merits, they have to rely on other methods. Fortunately, the system is also very humane. In this event, players can not only obtain merits by killing enemies, but also get extra merits through performance. For example, Li Ji and Qin Fan. They not only killed the enemy in the previous war and obtained merits, but also made plans to determine the direction of the war, and were rewarded with a lot of merits by the system. The two of them are now ranked first in the rankings of their respective camps, and others cannot threaten their rankings for the time being. However, if we count who is the most high-spirited at this time, Yuan Shao should be the one to take the lead. Yuan Shao was elected as the leader of the alliance of the princes, and temporarily had the power to mobilize these millions of troops. In the past, such moments only existed in his fantasy, and he never expected that one day it would become a reality. On the other hand, Yuan Shu, a brother of the same clan, looked at Yuan Shao's stinky face and gritted his teeth in anger. There was no way. He lost to the other party, and could not become the leader of the alliance. His army also suffered a lot of losses. Even with the halo of the ruined Yuan family, he could not stop his status among the princes from declining. Which prince dares to lead his troops to act as the first to climb and take Hula Pass for us? Yuan Shao was in high spirits, and had long forgotten the previous defeat. He seemed to be a little arrogant with millions of troops in his possession. The other princes tilted their heads tacitly, and kept silent. The whistling sound of the wind in the distance was heard clearly. Hula Pass has a unique geographical advantage. Millions of troops cannot be deployed outside the pass. Moreover, Dong Zhuo personally led 1,000,000 troops to fight inside the pass. They have no advantage in attacking the pass. Besides, the Jibei army and Nanyang army suffered great losses in this pass. If these princes want to send troops to attack, they have to think carefully. For example, Sun Jian, who has a strong character and a grudge against Dong Zhuo. Even if he wants to send troops to attack Hulao Pass, he can't help but feel a little scared when he sees the full view of this pass with his own eyes. No one responded. Yuan Shao felt as if he was performing a one-man show, and his face turned red. Embarrassed? The leader has 300,000 Bohai troops under his command, and he is the prince with the largest number of troops. Why don't you set an example and take the lead? Yuan Shu finally seized the opportunity and stepped on Yuan Shao hard. Someone took the lead in making trouble, and many princes with other ideas also spoke out, urging Yuan Shao, as the leader of the alliance, to set an example for them. Yuan Shao looked at the majestic pass Hulao in the mountains, and his face showed hesitation. What a joke. Attacking Hulao Pass must be filled with human lives, and his 300,000 Bohai troops may not be enough to fill Dong Zhuo's teeth. If he launched an attack with great momentum, if he failed to take it, he, Yuan Shao, the leader of the alliance, would not know where to put his face, and the scholars and people all over the world would laugh at him. Maybe he will become a joke among the people for a long time. Thinking of this, Yuan Shao shuddered suddenly, then shook his head. Hulao Pass is extremely strong, and Dong the thief is in charge here, and the morale of the Shiliang army is high. We need to avoid this period of time and wear out their patience. The leader of the alliance will not be reluctant to take his own troops. If we haven't made any attacks yet, how will the emperor who is imprisoned by Dong Zhuo look at us? Yuan Shu still did not give up, and had to force Yuan Shao to go up, so that the other party would lose a lot of troops like him. At the same time, when Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were arguing, Dong Zhuo had already appeared at Hulao Pass with a group of generals in the army, observing the military formation of the army outside the pass. Even if it was Dong Zhuo who was sitting in Luoyang, even if he had the advantage of time and place, he did not dare to take it lightly in the face of millions of troops. In addition to Dong Zhuo and a group of Shiliang generals, there are also Guangzhou Lord Qin Fan, Liangzhou rebels Han Sui and Ma Teng, Baibo army leader Yang Feng. The fierce generals they brought were full of murderous aura, and no one could do anything to anyone. But they all avoided the general who was guarding Dong Zhuo's safety, Lu Bu holding the Fang Tianhua Ji. Is this the most powerful general around Dong Zhuo? If I were a few years older, I would definitely fight with this man. The young General Ma Chao behind Ma Teng looked at Lu Bu with a fierce fighting spirit and unconsciously tightened his spear. Han Sui, the leader of the Liangzhou rebels, with the help of Lord Jiangchang, not only annexed the troops of Beigong Boi and Li Wenho, becoming one of the few princes in Liangzhou, but also became brothers with Ma Teng and joined Dong Zhuo's camp. Dong Zhuo promised them that if they could help Dong Zhuo defeat the coalition of princes, they would be appointed as governors of the state, and they would be recognized as officials of Liangzhou and washed away their identity as rebels. Liangzhou Lord Jiangchang and Guangzhou Lord came together and kept looking for Li Ji at Hulao Pass. I didn't expect you to recruit generals in the national war. Even I didn't receive the news. It seems that you did a good job of keeping it secret. Qin Fan looked at the fierce general holding a crescent-shaped sword behind Jiangchang and began to mock him. In front of you, Liang, I am a general who can't stand up to the standard. I'm afraid I have to rely on him to deal with Li Ji's flying tiger general. Jiangchang also sneered, winking at the black-haired man Yu Liang behind Qin Fan. After mentioning Li Tsunxia's name, Qin Fan's face suddenly turned livid. He did not forget that the other party had severely injured Ma Wu, injured Zhu Wuba, and forced Yu Liang to retreat in the previous battle. His three fierce generals all suffered at the hands of Li Tsunxia. Why don't we instigate Lu Bu to give his head, and let General Fei Hu deal with this flying general? Jiang Chong showed a sinister and cunning smile, with a lot of bad water in his belly. Not appropriate. Although Lu Bu is not as good as Li Tsunxiu, he is also a peerless fierce general. In this level of fierce generals, we have a lot of advantages here. Qin Fan shook his head without thinking, and then said, but the coalition forces still have Gao Chong, Lu Guanzhong, Yang Miaozhen and so on. If these people join forces, it will cause trouble for us. The coalition forces have been in formation at Guanli for 1 or 2 hours, and the large and small siege equipment has been built. But Dong Zhuo and others saw that the other side still did not move, and had no intention of attacking the siege. This made Dong Zhuo a little confused. Could it be that the coalition forces are afraid of the reputation of the Prime Minister, so they have not taken any action yet? Qin Hui chuckled, and this remark also made the Xiliang generals present smile. Haha. I like it very much if you meet him. Dong Zhuo also laughed, and patted Qin Hui's shoulders repeatedly to express his closeness. Li Ru on the side also showed a fox-like treacherous smile. Why don't you give the prepared gifts to Yuan Benchu, so that they will be furious and launch an attack regardless of everything? When used words make sense. Come on. Give those wooden boxes to the other party. The princes were still arguing about who would complete the task of ascending first, and they were all arguing with red faces. For example, the elegant and easygoing Kong Rong almost cursed. However, not long after, the coalition forces had not taken any action, and Dong Zhuo was on the other side of Hula Pass, under the gaze of millions of troops. Several soldiers dressed in Xiliang army picked up a pile of wooden boxes and ran quickly to the front of the coalition forces. Then, not far from Yuan Shao and others, they threw the wooden boxes on the ground and ran through the pass, shouting, "This is a small gift from the Prime Minister to Yuan Benchu," etc. No matter how much Yuan Shao and others quarreled, there was no reason to vent their anger on these little soldiers. There is a saying that in front of the two armies, the messengers are not killed. They are all guys who cherish their feathers. There is no reason to deal with these people and destroy their reputations that they have worked hard to build. How could Dong Zhuo have the kindness to send gifts? Could there be some mechanism in this gift that can kill us? There is nothing wrong with being cautious. After all, Dong Zhuo will definitely use a lot of insidious means to deal with us. To be on the safe side, Yuan Shao called a few soldiers to open the wooden box. The expected mechanism trap did not appear, but a hideous head. Yuan Shao immediately felt bad and quickly asked people to continue opening the remaining wooden boxes. The remaining wooden boxes were opened one by one, and the contents were all bloody heads without exception. They looked like... Han Fu felt like he had seen these people before, but the next second, he heard a heart-wrenching scream. Yuan Shao, who was originally full of vigor and vitality, had fallen off his horse and spit out 3 feet of blood. Damn dong thief. Yuan Benchu, will never coexist with you. How can this head be related to you? Yuan Shao? The sudden situation occurred, and the other princes were worried that something unexpected would happen. So they surrounded him and checked Yuan Shao's physical condition. If the leader of the alliance suddenly died in front of the battle, it would be extremely unfavorable news for the coalition. Besides, once the leader of the alliance died, where would they find a capable and prestigious scapegoat? I remember. This is the relative of the governor of Bohai, a member of the Yuan family of Renan. Han Fu's memory finally woke up, and then he screamed. What? Except for a few player princes, the rest of the princes were stunned. Yuan Shu, who was just secretly happy that Yuan Shao vomited blood, also felt a little dark in front of his eyes at this time, and followed Yuan Shao's footsteps and fell off his horse. Li Ji watched the two brothers fall to the ground one after another, not knowing whether he should complain about whether they underestimated Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo was notoriously cruel, and even Lu Yin, the number 1 otaku, knew that he should withdraw his son as much as possible before fighting against Dong Zhuo. But the Renan Yuan family didn't seem to believe in evil, and didn't think Dong Zhuo would attack them. They still left a large number of clansmen in Luoyang and volunteered to serve as sacrifices for Dong Zhuo. Fortunately, at least among these heads, Li Ji didn't see Yuan Wei, the backbone of the Renan Yuan family. If this old guy died, it wouldn't be surprising for the two brothers Yuan Shu and Yuan Shao to vomit a few liters of blood. Li Ji looked up at the people in Yulogwan. Because of the distance, he couldn't see Dong Zhuo's expression clearly. But if he thought about it, Dong Zhuo would probably laugh happier and louder than anyone else when he saw Yuan Shao in this state. Lu Dai pulled Yuan Shao up and persuaded him, "Leader, This is not the time to be sad. The war against Dongzhuo has just begun. We must turn our grief into strength, and lead the coalition forces to enter Hula Pass to comfort the souls of these people with Dongzhuo's head. Lu Zhoumu. You are right. I should not be sad at this time. Yuan Shao is worthy of being the future overlord of the north. After hearing Lu Dai's words, he quickly adjusted his mood and stood up immediately after wiping his nose. But the other son of the Yuan family is miserable. Even at this time, no other princes took the initiative to care about him. In the end, it was his own general who helped him up. Yuan Shao clenched his fists tightly, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and then glanced at the princes, and said in a low voice, "Everyone, now that Dongzhuo is hiding in Hula Pass, it will cost us a great price to take this pass. I wonder if you have any other ways. Leader, why not send a tiger general to the pass to challenge and lure Dongzhuo to fight?" Li Ji suddenly said. What Li Taisho said makes sense. I wonder which lord is willing to send out his generals to challenge and kill the arrogant Dong thief. Leader, I have General Fan Yu, who is good at using a long spear and has the courage that cannot be stopped by 10,000 men. He can help you vent your anger. Hearing this, Wang Kuang, the governor of Henei, who has always had a weak presence, stood up and took over Yuan Shao's words before other lords expressed their opinions. As soon as the voice fell, a heroic and extraordinary general rushed out of the formation with a spear and began to show off his power under Hulao Pass. Li Ji heard this name and looked sideways. Henei General Fan Yu. Isn't this a famous figure in the battle against Dong? It's just that Fan Yu is not famous for his bravery, but for being stabbed to death by Lu Bu in a few rounds, which made Lu Bu famous. If this person is allowed to fight, let alone avenge Yuan Shao, vent his anger, and not lose the face of the coalition, it would be considered good. Chapter 386. Each shows his special abilities. I am Fan Yu, the general of Henei. Why don't you come down and die quickly? Dong the thief. Fan Yu rushed out of the army, and with the support of millions of troops behind him, he began to show off his power at Hulao Pass, brandishing his spear and making a whistling sound. So brave. Fan Yu can be said to be the first general under Wang Kuang, the governor of Henei. I don't know how many mountain bandits died under his spear, but he has never fought with a real fierce general, and he has never figured out his position. His so-called family-inherited spear skills seem superb in the eyes of ordinary soldiers, but in front of real masters, they are not presentable at all. Even Dongzhuo, who has recently degenerated into a meatball, was amused by Fan Yu's martial arts, and the fat on his face squeezed his eyes into squinting. Does Yuan Benchu have no one to use? Why did he send out such a show-off? Do you want to make us laugh to death? As soon as Dongzhuo finished speaking, the surrounding generals laughed out loud, and the whole Hulao Pass was filled with a happy atmosphere. Adoptive father, why don't you let me go out? I am willing to cut off this man's head in one round and present it to you. Lu Bu asked with a serious face. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? General Lu is a fierce general in the world. It is too wasteful to deal with this man. Prime Minister, I am willing to go out and kill the enemy and cut off this man's head. Li Ju also stood up and wanted to take the credit. Lu Bu's face turned livid in an instant. First, Hua Xiong competed for the credit and took away his position as the guard of Hulao Pass. And then Li Ju spoke up to try to take the first credit. He seemed to be Dongzhuo's adopted son, and his status was second to none. But this group of Xiliang generals never gave him half a face. Who in the world doesn't know the flying General Lu Fengxian? It's too cheap for General Lu to personally fight against such a bastard. Besides, there are many masters in Yuan Shao's army, especially Li Cunqiu. Only the general can defeat him. After seeing the change in Lu Bu's expression, Li Ru secretly said that it was not good, and hurriedly spoke to mediate Lu Bu's mood and ease his relationship with Li Ju. After a round of flattery, Lu Bu's face also eased a lot, but the look he gave Li Ju was still quite creepy. You two don't have to go out. Since this guy asked me to go out and die, I want to see if he has the ability to do it. Seeing the generals under him scrambling to ask for orders to fight, Dongzhuo was in a good mood. Infected by their emotions, he couldn't help but have the idea of meeting with the 21 princes outside the pass. Prime Minister, isn't this too hasty? If something goes wrong, Qin Hui said cautiously. But Dongzhuo said with disdain, I have many brave generals and counselors under my command. How can Yuan Shao get close to me with them? When you and Huiji, you two will command the defense of Guanshan for me, and the rest of you will follow me out of the pass. Dongzhuo was in high spirits. Wearing armor and leading a group of generals down the city wall. Li Ru and Qin Hui looked at each other and had to accept the appointment. Fang Yu at the pass shouted for a long time, but felt his throat was a little dry. He didn't get any feedback from the guards at Guancheng, and always felt that the other party seemed to be laughing at him. However, not long after, the heavy gate of Hulao Pass suddenly opened, and Dong Zhuo, under the protection of countless elite soldiers and brave generals, set up a large formation and confronted the coalition forces like a star-studded moon. This sudden change surprised the coalition forces of the princes. They did not expect Dong Zhuo to be so bold and dare to take risks and lead his troops out of the pass in person. Yuan Shao's thoughts began to become active, and he wanted to suddenly shoot cold arrows to attack the opponent's formation. But his eyes were a little bit of the pass behind Dong Zhuo, and this idea was instantly extinguished. Dong Zhuo's position was very ambiguous, just within the range of the archers of Hulao Pass. If Yuan Shao really launched a general attack, I am afraid that Dong Zhuo would not die, but he would become a hedgehog first. Who was under the greatest pressure was Wang Quang, the governor of Heniai, and Fang Yu, who had already gone out. Especially Fang Yu, who led the troops and faced the terrifying army like tigers and leopards at such a close distance. Even if he felt that he was invincible, he trembled at this time. He even wanted to pull his horse back to the formation, hide in the coalition army, and be a coward. Who will take the lead for me? Kill this man off his horse. Dong Zhuo looked around and scanned his elite soldiers. I am willing to go. Before he finished speaking, Li Ju rode out first, wearing a suit of armor and holding a big knife in his hand, rushing straight at Fang Yu, who was a little stunned. Seeing that a brave general finally rushed out of Dong Zhuo's formation, Fang Yu quickly got alert, pointed the long spear in his hand forward, and a group of gun flowers, hiding a little cold light, stabbed at the aggressive Li Ju. It must be said that Fang Yu's posture is quite a bit like a fierce general, worthy of being recognized by Wang Quang as the general of Heniai. A cold light flashed in Li Ju's eyes, and the big knife rotated like a circle, as if he was a master practicing Tai Chi, and he resolved the opponent's offensive between blocking and sending. Then the blade turned, and the previous slowness instantly became extremely sharp. The broadsword turned into a silver streak, bursting with dazzling blade light, slashing down from top to bottom. Fang Yu quickly waved his spear to block the blade light. A sharp roar suddenly sounded, and a wave of wild waves rose in the center of the battlefield between the two, shaking away countless gravel and soil. The majestic strange force came from the spear, and Fang Yu used all his strength to block the opponent's attack. However, although he survived this attack, the knuckles of both hands had already cracked, and a lot of blood oozed out. The two fought for only one round, but Fang Yu had already realized that he was no match for Li Ju. Thoughts flashed quickly, and Li Ju's broadsword slashed again, bringing up sand and gravel to form a storm on the flat ground, instantly engulfing Fang Yu. Gravel flew from all directions, and with countless energy sweeping through his body, Fang Yu's armor suddenly made a series of collision sounds, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Even though he tried his best to swing his spear for defense, he seemed to be in a panic. Suddenly, a roar sounded in the sandstorm, and Li Ju's figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yu, and his sword chopped Fang Yu's left shoulder like a ghost. The violent sword energy tore the hard armor apart in an instant, and the terrifying force bombarded Fang Yu's shoulder, and countless blood and flesh splashed. With Fang Yu's shrill scream of pain, a bloody arm flew out of the storm and fell to the ground. Then the next second, the storm exploded, and the bloody sword pierced Fang Yu's chest. Li Ju's warhorse trampled on the ground, and blew him away like a chariot, like a kite with a broken string. It flew backwards for dozens of meters towards the coalition army, and Fang Yu's hideous face appeared in front of the princes. Kill in front of the battle. The originally noisy coalition of princes seemed to be cast by magic. For a moment, there was silence and no one spoke. The first general in Wang Quang's hands was defeated so thoroughly, he could not hold on for many rounds against Li Ju, and was directly killed on the spot. As the leader of the alliance, Yuan Shao looked up and glared at Wang Quang. The so-called general in the other party's mouth was so unbearable. Not only did he not avenge him, but he also lost his life, which hit the morale of the coalition army. Dong Zhuo still has many brave generals. I didn't expect that without Hua Xiong, it would become Li Ju's special show. Li Ji shook his head helplessly. He thought that without Hua Xiong, the coalition would have fewer generals killed. But now it seems that this is not the case. On the other hand, after Li Ju killed Fang Yu, the Xiliang army that came out of the pass immediately shouted loudly, and their morale soared. Yuan Benchu. Sending such a person to fight. And wanting to take our head. It's too wishful thinking. Dong Zhuo rode a warhorse, swaying like a mountain, and walked out of the front of the battle, his eyes full of mockery. You? Yuan Shao gritted his teeth and looked at Dong Zhuo, wishing to tear him apart alive. Who kills Li Ju for me? The one who kills Li Ju will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. Yuan Shao, who was worthy of the support of the Ruin Yuan family, was worth 1,000 taels of gold at the first move. Not to mention that Li Ji was somewhat tempted. Many princes were also eager to try. Mu Shun, a general under the command of the Shandong governor, has come to ask for advice. A general rushed out from Zhang Yang's camp first, wearing a red battle robe and holding a long spear in his hand, looking very impressive and good-looking. As soon as Mu Shun rushed out, the long spear in his hand instantly turned into a rainbow light, and with the help of the speed of the warhorse, he stabbed towards Li Ju from a distance. The rainbow light was extremely sharp, and no matter how much Li Ju despised the opponent, he became a little serious at this moment. The big knife rolled up a group of knife energy, and the lightning-fast rainbow light seemed to pierce cotton, and the speed suddenly dropped to the lowest point. Mu Shun was shocked, not expecting that the opponent's means were so powerful, and quickly changed the spear's momentum, picking up Li Ju's weapon at an extremely strange angle, and then the spear came out like a dragon, stabbing at the chest. However, Li Ju's broadsword was like a dogskin plaster, tightly attached to Mu Shun's spear. With a turn of the blade, his arm sent out a force like pushing a mountain, instantly swinging the spear away and saving the danger. Taking advantage of the fact that Mu Shun's old strength had passed and his new strength had not yet been born, Li Ju urged his horse to fly over, and the broadsword suddenly became invisible. The endless sword energy formed layers of sword waves like a tsunami, drowning Mu Shun with his horse, accompanied by a neigh. Mu Shun's warhorse felt pain, jumped up and down, and threw Mu Shun to the ground, causing him to see stars. How could Li Ju miss this great opportunity? He rushed forward with his weapon, and repeatedly picked up several blood spots on Mu Shun's body, and a large amount of blood splashed in the air. Not good. Save him! Zhang Yan could see that Mu Shun was in danger at this time, and hurriedly gave a voice to command Wang Song, the lord of Bingzhou who had surrendered to him. Chao Xing, the Bingzhou general behind Wang Song, immediately drew his bow and arrow, and a silent stream of light instantly disappeared into the void. The next second, the space in front of Li Ju was torn apart, and the stream of light suddenly appeared in his sight. The sweeping wind made Li Ju subconsciously squint his eyes. Ah! Chao Xing's arrow instantly pierced Li Ju's right arm. Li Ju's face showed violence. He roared and swung his sword, chopping off Mu Shun's head in one fell swoop. Then, covering his injured arm, he immediately turned his horse back to Dong Zhuo's formation. If he didn't leave, I'm afraid the opponent's sharpshooter would shoot at his chest next time. Dare to shoot an arrow in the dark. Lu Bu was furious, and while roaring loudly, he pulled the bowstring with his arm, and the might that seemed to be able to crush everything instantly gathered on the arrow. In an instant, the world was in turmoil, and the void was filled with endless evil spirits, and there was a faint sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, which was chilling. Bang! As soon as Lu Bu loosened his fingers, the space in front of him was like a pool of water hit by a boulder. It exploded with a bang, and boundless air waves rolled in all directions. Arrows were like brushes that outlined the colors of the world, splashing brilliant divine light. Chao Xing, who was targeted, seemed to be in an ice cave. The temperature around him suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees, and his body functions became stiff as the temperature dropped. He was also a sharpshooter, and his naked eyes could capture the flight trajectory of the arrow. But the gap between his strength and Lu Bu was huge. At this time, he could not make any moves at all. Lord! Wang Zhong's action of picking up the longbow was pressed down by Li Ji, and his face showed a puzzled expression. In Li Ji's field of vision, in the void that was mixed into a paste by the arrows, an extremely sharp breath suddenly rose, and then hit the divine light. The moment the two arrows collided with each other, a dull roar sounded throughout the battlefield. The next second, the divine light exploded into countless starlights, and a strong wind suddenly rose on the flat ground. The crackling sound of breaking spread with the airflow, mixed with wood chips flying around. A lot of sweat beads appeared on Chao Xing's back. His body temperature rose rapidly, and the hot blood flowed to his limbs again through the blood vessels, and his frozen body finally regained consciousness. Just now, he seemed to have one foot on the gate of H.L. Thank you very much. Chao Xing looked at the general holding a longbow beside him. But the other party was also quite embarrassed. The helmet on his head had been blown away by the strong wind. His long hair was scattered, and his face showed several cuts caused by the strong wind. The general shook his head, and several blood beads flew in the air with the action of shaking his hands. Then he said, "This man's archery skills are quite extraordinary, and his martial arts are superb. I am not his opponent." As soon as the voice fell, Chao Xing immediately showed a horrified expression. The other party was a sharpshooter who was better than him. He didn't expect that he would be defeated in this collision. That man is Dong Zhuo's adopted son Lu Bu, known as the Flying General. He is a rare and fierce general in the world. It is not shameful to lose to him. Wang Song scratched his cheek. The two archers under his command were still a little inferior to Lu Bu. Zhang Yang in front of Wang Song was also very scared. Just some aftermath made him jump with fear and dared not look directly. Many princes in other roads also showed similar expressions as Zhang Yang. The arrows shot by Lu Bu were terrifying. If there were no fierce generals around to protect them, they would probably be shot and killed on the spot. Everyone began to pay attention to Lu Bu, who had just shown his ability. Except for princes like Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu and Li Ji. Although other princes knew that Lu Bu was a fierce general, they would inevitably look down on him because they had not seen him in action. Now Lu Bu's arrow shot through the contempt of many people. Chapter 387, Fighting Against Each Other. What those lords said is true. I didn't expect that Lu Bu is so powerful. Just this arrow made me feel scared. Yuan Shao's face was a little ugly. Lu Bu's slightly exposed move made many generals feel a lot of pressure. Yan Liang and Wen Chou, who were guarding on both sides, were the most courageous generals in Yuan Shao's hands. But after seeing Lu Bu's strength with their own eyes, they didn't have much confidence in their hearts. Compared with the battle in Luoyang, Lu Bu's strength seemed to be a step up. Much stronger than them. My lord, Lu Bu's strength has become stronger, Yan Liang and Wen Chou whispered. Before, Lu Bu was able to fight with the giant general for dozens or hundreds of rounds. But the two of them joined forces, but suffered a lot of losses at the hands of the giant general. Comparing horizontally, Yan Liang and Wen Chou, alone, are not Lu Bu's opponents at all. If they fight together, I'm afraid they can't resist for a long time. Yuan Shao looked gloomy and looked at Dong Zhuo in the distance. I understand. Lu Bu has to be dealt with by others. You too. Kill as many other generals of Dong Zhuo as possible and spread the reputation of Yuan Benshu. Yes. Yan Liang and Wen Chou bowed and responded, then remained silent. It is impossible that all other generals of Dong Zhuo are as perverted as Lu Bu. The reason why the two of them became Yuan Shao's confidants is because of their martial arts. The two of them were brought by Yuan Shao to participate in the battle against Dong Zhuo, not to show their bravery to the whole world. Since they couldn't kill Lu Bu, they could also become famous by killing others. Ah ha 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 ha. Yuan Benshu, you rat, actually want to hurt people from behind. Dong Zhuo waited until Li Ju returned to the formation, and under the protection of Lu Bu, he immediately urged his horse forward, facing the coalition army with his sword drawn. Full of vigor and vitality, Li Ju and Lu Bu killed enemy generals for him in front of the battle, which made him look powerful and impressive. You? Yuan Shao looked at Dong Zhuo, who was as big as a hill, with a look of gnashing teeth. He had killed his clansmen before, and now he ran to him to show off his power. If he had not been afraid of Lu Bu beside him, he would have rushed out and killed him with a sword. Why? You are not convinced. Right? Yuan Benshu. This prime minister will give you a chance. You and I will fight alone here, so that you can taste the sharpness of my sword. Dong Zhuo laughed loudly, as if he was sure that Yuan Shao did not dare to accept the letter of challenge he issued. However, Yuan Shao accepted the challenge, and Dong Zhuo was not afraid at all. After all, he was a brave general from Liangzhou. Even though he had been drained by wine and sex recently, his martial arts were not rusty. Your sword is sharp, and my sword is not bad. Yuan Shao was not humiliated by Dong Zhuo. He was furious in an instant after being mocked by Dong Zhuo, and his eyes were full of anger. When Yan Liang and Wen Chou saw Yuan Shao trying to rush out of the battle formation, their faces changed drastically, and they immediately hugged Yuan Shao's waist and abdomen, forcing him not to rush out. The princes on the left and right also tried to dissuade Yuan Shao from being impulsive. If Yuan Shao fought Dong Zhuo alone, it would be fine if he could win. At least, he could earn some face for their coalition forces. But if he couldn't win, then they would lose face, and the reputation of the ruined Yuan family would be ruined. However, not all the princes wanted to hold Yuan Shao back. On the contrary, some princes with different intentions, such as Yuan Shu and Gong Sun Zan, wanted to stimulate Yuan Shao so that he would rush out to fight Dong Zhuo. The leader is from the Yuan family of Renan and has a high status, while Dong Zhuo is just a common man who comes from a desolate place. If the leader fights him, it will only damage his prestige. Leader, why not send all the brave generals to fight Dong Zhuo? Yuan Shao finally calmed down after Lu Dai, the deputy leader, persuaded him. Yuan Shao shook his head and forced himself to breathe steadily. Then he glanced at everyone and said loudly, I don't know who can go out and save face for us. Pan Feng, the general of Jizhou under my command, is willing to kill Li Ju and defeat Lu Bu for the leader. Jizhou Mu Han Fu pushed Pan Feng, who was hesitant, out and ordered his generals to fight. At this time, Pan Feng looked at Han Fu as if he was looking at his father's murderer. If he hadn't been afraid of being besieged by others, he would have killed him with an axe. Dong Zhuo had so many powerful generals around him. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to assert that he could kill Li Ju and defeat Lu Bu. Han Fu was bragging too much. With such momentum, he is the true style of a general. Yuan Shao looked at the exaggerated axe in Pan Feng's hand and nodded with satisfaction. Other princes also nodded in agreement with Yuan Shao's opinion. Pan Feng had a strong back and strong waist. At first glance, he was not comparable to the flower racks like Fang Yu and Mu Shun. Li Ji checked Pan Feng's personal data panel and found that the opponent's force was also about 80 points. Not as bad as the rumor said. Of course, with Pan Feng's strength, it was no different from sending himself to death to deal with Hua Xiong, a first-class general and goalkeeper. Under the expectation of everyone, Pan Feng rushed out of the formation with a big axe and began to challenge Dong Zhuo. Who will cut off this big fool's head for me? Dong Zhuo pointed at Pan Feng, who was not far away. The opponent's momentum seemed to be stronger than the two generals just now, so he had to take it seriously. I am willing to go, a young general behind Zhang Ji said with a bow, and then rushed out of the army with a long spear, turning into a rainbow light. Why are you here? Pan Feng thought that Dong Zhuo would send Guasi or Zhang Ji, who had been famous for a long time, but it turned out to be a young general. However, the little kid he mentioned suddenly burst out with a sharp momentum, which made him dare not be careless. Zhang Xiu, a Wuwei man, came here to ask for advice. Zhang Xiu raised his long spear alone, his eyes full of arrogance, and seemed to ignore Pan Feng in front of him, looking at the millions of troops behind him. It's Zhang Xiu, the hero of the north. I didn't expect him to show up here. Where's Zilong? Save him. Zhao Yun doesn't have him, but Zhang Ren does. If Zhang Ren and Zhang Xiu fight, I wonder who will be more powerful and get Tong Yuan's inheritance. Not only the players who joined the coalition camp were excited, but even Li Ji didn't expect Zhang Xiu to show up here. Thinking back to the Liangzhou War, Zhang Xiu was just following his uncle, but now he can stand on his own. Only Zhang Ren, who was behind Lu Zhang, pursed his lips unconsciously after hearing Zhang Xiu's name, and the 5 fingers holding the spear turned white because of the force. I remember this should be your junior brother. Yin Yin saw Zhang Ren's look and understood something instantly. Now he and I have gone down the mountain and are in our own camps. How can we have a relationship as brothers? If Zhang Xiu is not good at learning, I will clean up the mess for my master. Zhang Ren held the reins tightly, his eyes fixed on the battlefield not far away. He knew very well how strong Zhang Xiu was. Pan Feng's 3-legged cat skills were no match for him. He had made up his mind that if Pan Feng lost, he would fight against his junior brother. Pan Feng and Zhang Xiu rode their horses around in circles. One of them was afraid of the other's momentum, and the other was fighting for the first time. Both of them took a cautious attitude and no one dared to attack first. It's just a death. Come and fight. Pan Feng finally couldn't bear the pressure. He roared and swung the giant axe in his hand. The surging and boundless power set off a wild wave and blasted towards Zhang Xiu in one fell swoop. Zhang Xiu, who was full of energy, reacted immediately. His arm suddenly burst into a thunderous afterimage. The gun flower shaking in the void seemed to form a phoenix in the air, and it flew towards the opponent with a cry. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. With a fierce roar, the phoenix phantom hit the giant axe, and instantly exploded with a harsh roar. Zhang Xiu's figure swayed slightly on the horse's back, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He was not surprised that his strength was not as good as Pan Feng, but that Pan Feng's strength was beyond his imagination. How could the strength of a general be so weak? Zhang Xiu's eyes were stern. After knowing Pan Feng's true strength, he became more confident. The long spear turned into a phoenix again and instantly hit the giant axe. Pan Feng twisted his face and used all his strength to catch this fierce attack. But the next second Zhang Xiu turned the spear tip and hit the weapon like a sledgehammer. Bang! 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 Zhang Xiu struck while the iron was hot, and fired one shot after another at Pan Feng. His offensive was like a tide, suppressing Pan Feng so that he couldn't breathe. However, after a few rounds, Pan Feng had already fallen into a disadvantage, and was suppressed by Zhang Xiu. Han Fu's face trembled, and he didn't dare to look directly at Yuan Shao's eyes. Just now, he vowed to take the head. But in this situation, it would be good if Pan Feng didn't give up his head. Second brother, this man's strength is not very good. If General Pan can't hold on later, you will go out to rescue him immediately. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes slightly and began to make small calculations. He is now just a dependent of Gong Sunzan, and he is not as good as other princes sitting here in terms of territory or reputation. He can only make good use of this opportunity to rebuild his prestige and thus be promoted to a real prince. Don't worry, big brother. I regard this man as a traitor. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Guan Yu didn't even want to raise his eyebrow. In his eyes, Zhang Xiu's strength was not bad. But that was all. On the contrary, he was more concerned about Lu Bu, the flying general beside Dong Zhuo. Only by defeating such an opponent could he become famous. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield changed suddenly. A thunderbolt suddenly broke through Pan Feng's defense and pierced his chest. As if hit by a surging wave, Pan Feng screamed and flew off the horse's back, rolling on the ground for several circles. How could Zhang Xiu miss this great opportunity? He hurriedly urged his warhorse to gallop across the battlefield. The sound of thunder like roars from the horse's hooves trampling on the ground seemed to be rushing towards Pan Feng with the momentum of thousands of troops, originally suppressed by Zhang Xiu, and now without his warhorse. Pan Feng could not take Zhang Xiu's move. In a breath, he was stabbed in the shoulder by Zhang Xiu's spear, leaving a bloody line. At this moment, a loud shout came from the coalition army, and a swift shadow rushed out and stabbed Zhang Xiu with a spear. The sharp attack startled Zhang Xiu for a moment, and he immediately pulled back the spear that was stabbing at Pan Feng and blocked it in front of him. The next second, the sharp blade hit Zhang Xiu's weapon, and the piercing sound of metal hitting stone instantly sounded. The shattered energy of the spear blade blew towards Zhang Xiu with a strong wind, making him squint his eyes subconsciously. But then a familiar cry sounded, making him widen his eyes. Brother? Zhang Xiu's face changed slightly. He didn't expect his old friend to appear here, just as Zhang Ren didn't expect Zhang Xiu to appear here. Why don't you hurry up? Are you waiting to die? Zhang Ren urged his warhorse to guard Pan Feng behind him. Pan Feng, who had lost most of his fighting power, nodded gratefully, picked up the giant axe, got on the horse, and stumbled back to the coalition camp. At this time, Zhang Xiu wanted to rush out and kill Pan Feng, but was firmly blocked by Zhang Ren and could not move. I am a general under the tent of Liu Yan, the governor of Yizhou. I am from Shu County, and I am here to ask for advice. Zhang Ren rushed into the battlefield before Guan Yu to cover Pan Feng's retreat. Originally, this was a very common thing, and would not attract much attention at all. But Zhang Xiu's words brother attracted everyone's attention, especially the players who participated in Yizhou army camp. Their faces were full of excitement, and they wanted to beat gongs and drums to cheer for Zhang Ren. They thought their faction would fish in troubled waters at this time to preserve their strength. But they didn't expect that the weak Liu Zhang would actually send out Zhang Ren, the general, to fight Zhang Xiu. If it were someone else, it might not cause such a reaction. But the players knew the origins of Zhang Ren and Zhang Xiu. It would be interesting to see brothers killing each other on the battlefield. Zilong, where are you? Come out quickly. I want to see the 3 brothers fighting together. What's so interesting about this? I think Tong Yuan will go down in person. Shoot Zhang Ren and Zhang Xiu one by one. Beat up his apprentice, and then take him back to continue reforming. You understand the plot of the master beating the apprentice. The players watched the excitement without making a big deal, and they wished that Zhang Ren and Zhang Xiu would beat their heads off. Dong Zhuo raised his eyebrows, then looked at Zhang Ji. I remember your nephew was taught by Peng'ai spear prodigy Tong Yuan. I didn't expect that he actually had other brothers. Report to the Prime Minister. Zhang Ran is my nephew's senior brother. According to my nephew, Tong Yuan seems to have accepted another disciple. Zhang Ji replied respectfully. Well, then who is Tong Yuan's best disciple? Dong Zhuo became interested and began to watch the two people not far away. Senior brother, you and I are enemies now, so we can't talk about brotherhood. Let's fight. Zhang Xiu wanted to reminisce with Zhang Ren, but was rudely interrupted by Zhang Ren and challenged. After seeing Zhang Ren's attitude, Zhang Xiu instantly knew what his senior brother meant. After biting his lip, he said, Come and fight. Senior brother, I want to see if your martial arts have regressed. In the past, you always lost more than you won. I should say this. Zhang Ren sneered and immediately performed the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear technique, sweeping towards Zhang Xiu in an instant. Chapter 388. The two brothers Zhang Ren and Zhang Xiu were entangled together, and the two long spears were like dragons coming out of the abyss. With their movements, they kept breaking the surrounding void. The broken void was agitated, and the violent air waves continued to spread in all directions. The aftermath of the battle between the two made many people present alert. For example, Lu Zhang, Lu Dai, Kong Rong and other unarmed Confucian scholars were frightened by the aftermath and dared not face the glory directly. Fortunately, the fierce generals around them took action one after another and protected them behind them. Otherwise the aftermath alone would cause them a lot of damage. Zhang Xiu's long spear was like a swimming dragon. Although he inherited Tong Yuan's 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear technique, he had experienced a lot of battles on the battlefield and had already felt a lot of inspiration. And his spear technique gradually changed. Zhang Ren, the eldest senior brother who came out of the mountain the earliest, seemed to be at a disadvantage under Zhang Xiu's aggressive offensive. But his spear style was extremely stable, and he did not show any flaws in the face of Zhang Xiu's aggressiveness. One was good at attacking, and the other was good at defending. The spear skills of the two seemed to be two extremes, and neither could do anything to the other in the contradiction. Brother, your spear skills are still as solid as before. As solid as a turtle. Zhang Xiu shook out several groups of spear flowers, and a cold light followed. But Zhang Ren's movements were faster, and the spear tips swept back and forth, smashing the spear flowers and sweeping away Zhang Xiu's spear. In the past, he relied on his extremely fierce offensive, again and again, like layers of waves suppressing the opponent. But now he is facing his old friend Zhang Ren again, and his spear skills that were always successful in the past can't do anything to the opponent. When they were learning in the mountains before, Zhang Xiu couldn't do anything to the opponent from any angle. And now it's the same, which makes him feel frustrated. Master once said that spear skills vary from person to person, and one will naturally form his own style in constant fighting. You have always been fierce, and I certainly won't fight you. After saying that, Zhang Ren's spear changed instantly. It had just turned into a round shield like strong wind, and suddenly became sharper as the spear changed. A little cold light suddenly pierced out, and then disappeared into the void. Before Zhang Xiu could react, he broke through the opponent's defense and pierced Zhang Xiu's shoulder armor from a distance. The armor was shattered into pieces by the bombardment, and Zhang Ren screamed in pain. A piece of flesh and blood was directly picked up in the air along the trajectory of the spear, and blood was dripping. Although Zhang Ren and Zhang Xiu entered the sect almost at the same time, and Zhang Xiu's talent was better than Zhang Ren. Zhang Ren was the eldest brother after all, and he had been down the mountain for a long time, and he was more experienced. The two fought for dozens or hundreds of rounds. Zhang Ren seized a loophole, turned defense into offense, and pierced Zhang Xiu's shoulder. However, the next second, the situation changed again. Zhang Xiu endured the pain, and the spear in his hand turned upside down, rolling up a strange wind, suddenly pointing out countless cold rays in the void, like the stars in the night sky, and instantly bursting out with brilliant divine light. The divine light exploded, gathering into a galaxy, and in an instant, Zhang Ren and his horse were completely submerged in it. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh piercing, a blood hole suddenly appeared on Zhang Ren's body, and blood light appeared in the void, spreading the smell of blood. Zhang Xiu's sudden attack was beyond Zhang Ren's expectation. He was careless and failed to block the opponent's killing move, which caused him to be seriously injured. Zhang Ren's arms trembled, and he swung away Zhang Xiu's spear while urging his horse to cross with the opponent, and fled back to the coalition army with his wounds on his body. Zhang Xiu fought back Zhang Ren despite his injuries, and led Dong Zhuo win another battle. The army behind Dong Zhuo waved flags, waved weapons, and kept roaring, shouting Zhang Xiu's name. and their morale was greatly boosted. On the coalition side, they lost several battles in a row, and they lowered their heads and remained silent. The whole army seemed to be lifeless, and even the players, who always liked to eat melons, were not very active. Although Zhang Xiu repelled Zhang Ren, he was also injured. In order to protect his beloved general, Dong Zhuo simply withdrew Zhang Xiu. Now Dong Zhuo has won 3 battles, and Yuan Shao has lost 3 battles. The ones who should be really anxious should be the Prince's coalition army. Yuan Shao glanced at Lu Zhang and Han Fu angrily, then looked at the General Yan Liang beside him, and ordered, "Yan Liang, you go to the battlefield first. Kill the enemy generals, and save our face." "I obey your order." After Yan Liang received the order, he rode his warhorse, like an arrow from a bow, and rushed out of the coalition camp. Yuan Shao is really anxious. I didn't expect that he would send Yan Liang so soon. Why send Yan Liang? Dong Zhuo has a fierce general like Lu Bu. Only Li Cunqiu can suppress all of Dong Zhuo's generals. What ability does Yan Liang have? I don't know. After losing to Lu Bu, he lost to Zhu Wuba. If he loses again, I'm afraid he can't even deal with Pangda. He doesn't care about his face. Although Yan Liang and Wen Chou are the most capable generals under Yuan Shao, they don't seem to be up to the standard in front of Dong Zhuo, who is now full of talents. Dong Zhuo can suppress Yan Liang and Wen Chou by sending Lu Bu alone. Who can defeat this man for me? Dong Zhuo had a large number of generals behind him, and he did not take Yan Liang's level of generals seriously. Lu Bu beside him was eager to try and wanted to ask for permission to fight. But Qin Fan was faster and said first, "Prime Minister, Zhu Wuba once fought with Yan Liang and Wen Chou in Luoyang and defeated them. Zhu Wuba should be the best candidate to deal with Yan Liang." "Okay, then let Zhu Wuba fight." Dong Zhuo showed laziness on his face and replied lazily, "Adoptive father." Lu Bu was immediately displeased when he saw that he was not sent out. He wanted to ask for permission, but was interrupted by Qin Fan again. "General Lu, this Yan Liang seems brave, but he is nothing in front of the general. Now the general's opponent should be Li Cunqiu." "Yes, Feng Xian. Think about it. Li Cunqiu is the first fierce general on the opposite side, and only the first fierce general of our army can deal with him." Li Su, who was on good terms with Lu Bu, also persuaded him. And by the way, he continued to raise Lu Bu's status. Lu Bu instantly understood what Li Su meant. Fighting generals is nothing more than a one-for-one exchange. The strongest should fight the strongest. As the strongest general of the Xiliang army, his opponent should be the strongest general of the coalition, Li Cunqiu. With a slight change of thoughts, Lu Bu also figured it out. He no longer asked for orders. He only took action when Li Cunqiu went to fight. At the signal of Qin Fan's eyes, the giant Wuba, who was like an iron tower, rushed out on a beast. The murderous aura that rushed into the sky mixed the sky into a paste and gathered a large cloud. How come Dong Zhuo has such a fierce general by his side? He is riding a fierce beast. It's so majestic. Except for Li Ji, Cao Cao and others who have seen Zhu Wuba with their own eyes. The other princes have seen Zhu Wuba for the first time. Moreover, Zhu Wuba's mount is not the warhorse ridden by ordinary fierce generals. Instead, he rides a fierce beast, which is very majestic. Qin Fan actually took action so quickly and sent Zhu Wuba to fight at this time. Li Ji did not expect Qin Fan to be so radical and send Zhu Wuba to fight Yan Liang. This move of the other party is undoubtedly sending a signal that they want to crush the coalition forces. Then he winked at Huang Zhong and Li Cunqiu beside him, indicating that the two of them should go out to rescue Yan Liang when he was defeated. In the coalition, only Li Ji's Huang Zhong and Li Cunqiu, as well as Cheng Shang's Gao Chong, can fight Zhu Wuba head-on. "It's you?" When Yan Liang saw Zhu Wuba go to battle, he instantly recalled the bad memories of the battle in Luoyang. That time, the opponent fought 1 against 2 and severely injured and defeated them. He was extremely fierce. Zhu Wuba twisted his neck, making a crackling sound, and suddenly laughed grimly. "Why don't you all come together to save yourself from coming one by one to die?" "You?" Yan Liang was immediately furious, and suddenly urged his warhorse, tearing the space in front of him like a flash of light. And the endless air waves were overturned, and he rushed towards Zhu Wuba. Obviously, Zhu Wuba's provocation ignited Yan Liang's anger. The big knife in his hand, driven by the power that could move mountains, had already rolled up endless strong winds, and the surrounding void began to burst under the divine power. But Zhu Wuba's movements were even more violent, and the muscles on his body, as hard as granite, bulged. and the big knife as big as a door was instantly activated, slashing down on Yin Liang's weapon from top to bottom. Boom! Two swords of different sizes collided with each other, and the surrounding world began to shake in an instant. Under the impact of the divine power, countless fireworks and lightning suddenly burst out above the two men. The fierce generals in Dongzhuo's camp and the coalition camp attacked almost at the same time, and the true energy in their bodies gushed out like a volcanic eruption, forming a defensive qi in front of their lord. The aftermath rippled in an instant, shaking the bodies of the soldiers in the front row, and their armor kept making the sound of strong winds hitting. The collision between the two was really a head-on collision, and the previous duel between the generals was just like a child's fight. Yin Liang's body withstood the collision, and his muscles kept trembling. Under the wandering of the true energy, he was able to forcibly suppress the surging blood and qi. On the other hand, Zhu Wuba only trembled slightly, and directly resolved the force of the impact. I don't know how much better the situation is than Yin Liang. The beast of Zhu Wuba roared, and while carrying its master, its front limb showed sharp claws and fangs, with a force that seemed to be able to smash mountains, and it slapped Yin Liang's warhorse with one palm. The warhorse under him immediately let out a mournful cry, and several bloody scratches appeared on its body. If Yin Liang had not reacted in time and had superb horsemanship, he would have been thrown to the ground at this time. Zhu Wuba roared again, and the big knife as big as a board door continued to swing like a full moon, containing the supreme power that could destroy everything. The big knife attacked again, and Yin Liang had no chance to retreat. He had to use all his strength to fight with the opponent. I'm afraid Yin Liang can't hold on for long. This Zhu Wuba is so powerful. Yuan Shao had also seen Zhu Wuba take action in the Luoyang War, and he also saw Zhu Wuba defeat Yin Liang and Wen Chou alone. Now that the opponent is fighting Yin Liang again, he has no confidence in his heart. He just hopes that Yin Liang can hold on for a while and not be killed by the opponent. Ah ha 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 ha. Lord Qin, your generals are really extraordinary. Dongzhuo also has people who practice martial arts. He saw at a glance that Zhu Wuba was suppressing Yin Liang. It won't take many rounds for Yin Liang to resist Zhu Wuba's offensive and flee. This time, they are going to win again. Boom! During the battle between the two, a manic roar broke out again, and the endless air waves were lifted up like an endless tide, whistling in all directions. Just as Dongzhuo said, Yin Liang's strength had been reduced to a low point after resisting Zhu Wuba's fierce bombardment for more than 10 or 20 times. With Zhu Wuba's bombardment again, he was finally unable to take this move, and was blown away with his horse. Good opportunity. When Zhu Wuba saw Yin Liang and Wen Chou's flaws, he urged the beast under him, accompanied by a fierce shout, and the big knife seemed to turn into a stream, and the murderous aura was so heavy that it condensed the surrounding air. Damn! Yin Liang's eyes were a little black, and his arms began to tremble unconsciously, but the chill in his heart quietly emerged, and he instantly felt that he was in great danger. Rumble. The void kept making dull sounds, as if thunder was thundering in the deep sky, and Zhu Wuba's big knife emerged with divine power that could destroy everything. In an instant, the big knife turned over, and while sweeping away Yin Liang's weapon, the divine power instantly wiped out the space, and the next second it slashed on Yin Liang's shoulder, and the sharp knife energy almost removed Yin Liang's arm. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place, but in an instant, they were crushed by the strong wind and flew to an unknown place. Yin Liang screamed merely, like a severely injured beast. Without any hesitation, he instinctively grabbed his almost detached arm, rode his horse out of Zhu Wuba's attack range, and fled towards the coalition forces. Humph! You want to escape? Seeing that the duck in his hand was about to fly away, Zhu Wuba would not watch Yin Liang escape, and immediately urged the beast to follow closely. A figure rushed out of the coalition army, holding a magic spear, and rode his horse to turn into a stream of light, stabbing at Zhu Wuba from a distance. The one who attacked was Wen Chou. Yin Liang. Wen Chou roared loudly, and the spear in his hand was like a dragon, stirring up the void in front of him into a mess. And a cold light suddenly pierced through the sticky and boundless void. Facing the fierce attack, Zhu Wuba did not dare to be careless. He stopped his figure and turned his wrist. The broadsword cut out a rainbow light, and the sharp momentum split the earth. Wen Chou's spear was hit hard by the rainbow light, and it shook unusually in an instant. Fighting in front of the battle is a one-on-one battle. The coalition forces are bullying the few with their numbers. Are they bullying us because we are few in number? The generals around Dongzhuo were not happy when they saw Wen Chou going to fight. Although Zhu Wuba was a martial arts master and it was not a problem to fight two people alone. This was not the reason why Wen Chou suddenly went to fight. Isn't it obvious that he treated them as nothing? When Yuan Shao heard this, the haze on his face became even heavier. Chapter 389. Wen Chou. Come down quickly. Finally. For the sake of his own face, Yuan Shao gritted his teeth and ordered Yin Liang and Wen Chou, who wanted to fight to the death, to retreat. Now Yin Liang was seriously injured and could not exert his strength at all. And Wen Chou was not Zhu Wuba's opponent. If they continued to fight like this, I am afraid that both of them would die here. Yuan Shao only had Yin Liang and Wen Chou, two powerful generals who could be on the stage. If he lost any one of them, he would suffer a heavy loss. Compared to his own face, the life of his beloved general was more precious. Seeing that the two generals of the other side retreated unwillingly, Zhu Wuba did not intend to move forward. After all, if he got one step closer, he would be within the range of the coalition forces. For these princes, if they could shoot him to death on the spot, it would not matter if they lost their face. Who dares to fight against this guy? Zhu Wuba still stayed on the battlefield, obviously wanting to continue the fight. Yuan Shao looked dark and scanned the surrounding princes. Lu Dai, Kong Rong, Lu Zhang and other weak princes turned pale. Their generals were not as good as Yin Liang and Wen Chou. So how could they be the opponent of Zhu Wuba? And the princes who were famous for their bravery, such as Sun Jian and Gong Sun Zan, knew the gap between themselves and Zhu Wuba. So they had to quietly put away their eyes and avoid Yuan Shao's sight. Such a large coalition of princes could not find a general who could fight Zhu Wuba, which made Yuan Shao's face turn particularly livid. If another general could not be sent to fight, it would mean that this battle would end in the failure of the coalition. Meng Zhuo, don't you have a fierce general named Dian Wei in your account? Why don't you let him fight against Zhu Wuba? Cao Cao still couldn't forget the strong Dian Wei, and whispered to Qin Lu Taisho Zhang Miao. You mean the soldier who raised the Yamen flag that day? That guy is just a little bit strong. In my opinion, he should not be a match for Zhu Wuba. Sending him to the battlefield will probably continue to embarrass me. Zhang Miao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Cao Cao to recommend this man to him, because in his opinion, Dian Wei was just a little stronger and a little stronger. At most, he could kill a tiger with his bare hands. But no matter how you look at it, you can't see that Dian Wei will be a match for Zhu Wuba. After hearing Zhang Miao's words, Cao Cao was immediately happy. He heard that Zhang Miao still had no intention of using Dian Wei. Instead, he continued to stay in the army as a small pawn. Is that so? I think Dian Wei is quite strong. It just so happens that my army lacks a strong man who can hold the flag. Why don't you let Meng Shui give him to me? Without caring about the current situation, Cao Cao directly asked Zhang Miao for Dian Wei and poached Zhang Miao's wall. It's a rare opportunity to get a fierce general. How could Cao Cao let it go easily? The flag-bearing matter is quite important. If there is no strong man in the army to hold it up, once it falls into battle, it is likely to cause a heavy blow to the morale of the army. Since Mengda has asked, how can I refuse? After the war here is over, I will send someone to talk to the military commander Zhao Chong. Faced with Cao Cao's poaching, Zhang Miao did not feel anything wrong and agreed to the other party's request without thinking. Good. Cao Cao's expression was calm, but he was already very happy in his heart. It was effortless to get a powerful general to serve him. Anyone would laugh out loud. My lord, it's my turn to play. Gao Chong was holding a spear. Seeing Zhu Wuba showing off his power in front of the battle, he was a little angry and looked at his lord. Shuzhou Lord Cheng Shang shook his head and glanced at Li Ji from time to time. No, Gao Chong, you don't need to take action against this person. Your opponent should be Dongshua's General Lu Bu. Cheng Shang also calculated that the coalition had two peerless generals, Li Tsuanxiu and Gao Chong, while Dongshua had three fierce generals, Lu Bu, Zhu Wuba and Yu Liang. There was a certain gap in number, but the coalition had far more top and first-class generals than Dongshua. Just take the three brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang as an example. They can defeat Lu Bu together. Besides, Li Ji was not in a hurry, so there was no reason for him to be the first to take action. Brother, I want to fight. Guan Yu's eyebrow twitched slightly. He saw Zhu Wuba's bravery and recognized it. If he wanted to become famous in one battle, defeating Zhu Wuba was a shortcut. Are you sure you can defeat him? On the other hand, Liu Bei was a little bit lacking in confidence. After all, the opponent had defeated Yin Liang and Wen Chou in consecutive battles, and it was heard that he had fought with Lu Bu for hundreds of rounds, with a remarkable record. Although he knew that his second brother was highly skilled in martial arts, he did not think that Guan Yu could defeat him in a short time when facing such an opponent. You will know after trying. Guan Yu hesitated a little, but the pride in his heart would never let him retreat. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit and wanted to fight. Yuan Shao's voice urging him to fight sounded again. This time he finally got a response. But the speaker was not Guan Yu who wanted to fight, but Li Ji who had been slacking off. Leader, I have a fierce general under my command who can fight Zhu Wubo, Li Ji said with high spirits. The eyes of other princes were instantly attracted to them, and they swept left and right on the generals behind Li Ji, and fell on the same person at the same time. Li Xuanqiu held Yu Wang's spear and Bai Yan's cudgel, completely ignoring the eyes gathered on him, and even squinted at the princes who made him a little unhappy. Unruly. Could it be that Li Ji wanted to send his top general Li Xuanqiu out? All the princes knew about the Nanyang army that day. If Li Ji and other reinforcements had not arrived in time, I am afraid that the 300,000 troops would have been lost by more than half. And the loss was extremely tragic. And Li Xuanqiu, in that battle, killed Xiliang generals one after another, and fought against Dongzhuo's 3 fierce generals in succession. And he was not at a disadvantage, and defeated the opponent one by one. If such a fierce general was allowed to fight, he would naturally be able to defeat Zhu Wubo. But Dongzhuo also had the great General Lu Bu by his side. It was a bit of a waste to play such a king bomb to deal with Zhu Wubo. Does Li Taisho want General Li Xuanqiu to fight? Yuan Shao asked cautiously. Why should Xuanqiu fight against this man? I have other fierce generals under my command who can defeat Zhu Wubo for us. Then Li Ji waved to a tiger general behind him. I saw an older tiger general came out, holding a big knife, carrying a precious bow, wearing red armor, exuding a murderous aura. Ordinary people would feel as if their limbs were frozen when they saw him. General Huang Zhong, I ask for your permission to fight. Seeing that it was not Li Xuanqiu who was going to fight, many princes lost interest instantly. But princes like Cao Cao and Sun Jian who were able to identify talents, or lords like Ding Xiao and Chang Shang who had heard of Huang Gong's name, suddenly brightened up. And Huang Gong was not so bad. On the contrary, the strong momentum he exuded made the generals present alert. His every move seemed to be able to move mountains and block rivers, which was enough to prove Huang Zhong's extraordinariness. Reputation can be deceiving, but temperament cannot. Even if Huang Zhong is not a match for Zhu Wubo, he is at least a rare fierce general in the world. Huang Zhong ignored the prince's gazes at him, silently urged his warhorse, and rushed out of the coalition formation. Huang Dong and Huang Hanxing. Li Ji is not the lord of Yangzhou. When did he run to Jingzhou and kidnap Huang Zhong? Hack. 3 of the 5 tigers of Shuhan have appeared. Only Zhao Yun and Ma Chao are missing. If they were here, the scene would be great. Huang Zhong is over 50 years old and can tie with the middle-aged Guan Yu. I don't know where his real strength can go. If he can fight Lu Bu one-on-one, it would be awesome. The players and lords who were silent just now began to boil. As one of the 5 tigers of Shuhan, Huang Zhong's reputation is much louder than Yin Liang and Wen Shou. Not only the players of the coalition, but also the players who joined Dongzhuo's camp, also began to get a little commotion, wishing to stretch their necks as long as possible to witness Huang Zhong's heroic figure. Although Huang Zhong is one of the 5 tigers, his own strength will not exceed Lu Bu. And as a giant tyrant of the same level, Huang Zhong can't deal with it. Qin Fan saw that Li Ji sent Huang Zhong instead of Li Xuanqiu, and he was puzzled and frowned. He knew that Li Ji was a man with a lot of bad intentions, and he would not do anything he was not sure of. He sent Huang Zhong to fight, and there must be some hidden secrets. My lord, the momentum of this fierce general seems a little unusual. The black-haired man Yu Liang smelled something wrong, and always felt that Huang Zhong looked like an opponent. But in fact, he was hiding something. Zhu Wubo is a general with 100 military strength, and no matter how powerful Huang Zhong is, his bravery value will not exceed 99. Unless Huang Zhong completes the breakthrough mission, he will definitely not be Zhu Wubo's opponent. Jiang Chan did not think there was anything wrong, and said casually, "It's not impossible." As soon as Qin Fan finished speaking, a violent roar suddenly rose in the battlefield. Huang Zhong suddenly urged his warhorse, reaching the extreme in an instant, and a burst of momentum came from his majestic body, like the divine flames bursting in a trance volcano. And the terrifying high temperature steamed the surrounding void and twisted it, forming wrinkles. The sword in his hand shook, and all the true energy in his body was activated. In the void, a phoenix fanning divine fire condensed, and with the most explosive and boundless divine power, it slashed forward. Come on! Seeing that the newcomer was finally not a figure like Yin Liang and Wen Chou, Zhu Wuba was also excited, and flew out on his horse, unwilling to be outdone. Divine light shot out from his eyes, and the beast under him kept roaring. The sword swung like a full moon, turning into a galaxy above the 9 heavens, and instantly collided with the Phoenix Shadow. Boom! At the moment of the collision, it seemed as if the whole world trembled. Countless sand and stones jumped up from the ground. The surrounding space was shattered by the vibration, and the wind swept across the entire battlefield. The tight formation composed of millions of troops arranged on both sides seemed to suddenly crack in this collision, and a large number of soldiers were swept into the air by the torrent, and then fell heavily to the ground. The bursting divine fire shot and swirled, and the endless stream seemed to be cut off in an instant. The speed of the two people was getting faster and faster, as if two gods were fighting each other. Wang Zhong frantically urged the warhorse, and the big knife in his hand cut through the void, and the void was instantly cut into a deep mark. An endless divine fire continued to gush out from it, and Zhu Wuba was also fearless, with blood surging all over his body, forming a bloody robe on his majestic body, and the big knife in his hand rolled up a strange wind, constantly slashing the flames that rushed up. Every time the two collided, there would be a roar in the sky above the battlefield, like thunder and lightning, and the phoenix composed of divine fire kept tumbling in the galaxy full of murderous intent. Their every move contained an extremely terrifying power, and the energy that flew around could smash a small mountain. The wind was raging, and the airflow pushed horizontally. With a fierce collision between the two, the ground around them was blasted with pits of different sizes. Uneven. It seemed that they fought dozens or hundreds of rounds. General Zhu Wuba is probably not Huang Zhong's opponent. If he continues to fight like this, he will probably lose. As the collision continued, Zhu Wuba went from being evenly matched at the beginning, with both offense and defense, to now having more defense than offense, and falling into a disadvantage. With Yu Liang's vision, he instantly judged that it was only a matter of time before Zhu Wuba was defeated. Even Zhu Wuba is not his opponent, which means Huang Zhong has completed the breakthrough mission. The upper limit of his bravery may not be 98 or 99, but 100 or even more than 100. Qin Fan's pupils widened, and he couldn't believe that Huang Zhong had broken through his upper limit at this time, and his data panel exceeded Zhu Wuba. If Huang Zhong is counted, there are 3 generals with bravery of more than 100 on the coalition side, which is equal to their number. Li Ji's sudden effort caught Qin Fan off guard. Han Sheng is going to win. Although Li Ji's vision is not very good, he could also see that Zhu Wuba has fallen behind, and there are Li Tsunqiu and other generals around him pointing and talking. So it is easy to judge the result of this battle. Fighting generals is like exchanging pairs. Huang Zhong's appearance makes up for the gap between the coalition forces and peerless generals. And in terms of other generals, they are in the upper hand. The reason why Li Ji sent out the generals to fight now is, on the one hand, to hide his strength, and on the other hand, to see if there are any lords hiding on Dong Zhuo's side. The most exciting part of the battle against Dong Zhuo is the Battle of Generals at Hulao Pass. As long as you can participate in the Battle of Generals and perform well, the player will get a lot of merit rewards. As long as you are a player, no matter how hard you try, you will definitely send your most powerful generals to participate in the battle and gain merits at this time. Li Ji not only has to participate in the Battle of Generals, but also has to participate in several battles in succession. His team is the most powerful among all the princes. It is really unreasonable not to frantically gain merits at this time. Sun Xiao, wait until Han Sheng defeats the opponent, and you will take over Han Sheng's position. Chapter 390. Boom! The ground in front of Hulao Pass was shaking like an earthquake. Huang Zhong slashed out a red divine light, and the supreme power almost split the earth in half. In the blink of an eye, it hit Zhu Wuba's sword. The beast on his body was the first to suffer heavy damage. The beautiful fur was ignited by the divine fire and turned into ashes in an instant, revealing pieces of burnt flesh. Under the pressure of the crisis, Zhu Wuba roared wildly, and the blood in his body suddenly evaporated and disappeared, turning into strands of true energy and forcibly poured into his arms. In an instant, his arms swelled several times and were swollen beyond human shape. The giant sword as big as a door seemed to contain the power to shatter the world under the strange force. Then the giant sword shook and slashed forward suddenly. Unstoppable. A ray of light seemed to be born between heaven and earth. Zhu Wuba urged all the strength in his body. At this moment, the giant sword turned into a full moon. bursting out with dark and dazzling divine light. Boom! At the moment when the full moon collided with the divine light, the world seemed to burst out with endless brilliance, and the rolling airflow and the sound waves gathered into aftermath, like a tidal wave, rolling up a roar, drowning the entire battlefield. All the fierce generals on both sides reacted almost at the same time, and a large amount of blood and true chi gushed out, and tacitly formed a stream of chi in front of their respective army formations, like an extremely solid wall. The fierce aftermath immediately hit the chi wall, followed by a series of explosions. Everyone continued to exert force to weaken the aftermath as much as possible. However, the movement made by Huang Zhong and Zhu Wuba was too terrible. Just some aftermath actually shocked some weak generals to vomit blood on the spot and almost fainted. The aftermath, without the chi to block it, quickly rushed into the army formation, as if a hurricane swept through, and the surging and boundless power crushed the soldiers in the front row, crushing them into a pool of meat paste with their armor. Many soldiers at the back were thrown into the air, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a clanging sound. A large number of broken armors flew everywhere, and the army formation that was tight just now became a mess. Fortunately, they were fighting in the open field, and the aftermath only affected the ground under their feet. If it was in the city, I don't know how many houses and people would suffer and lose their lives. Soon, the light dissipated, and a figure like a mountain rushed out. The armor on his body became fragmented, and there was a faint blood oozing out. Zhu Wuba frantically urged the injured beast to escape back to Dongzhu's army. Everyone also saw that Huang Zhong was still riding a warhorse, and the big knife in his hand kept emitting groups of divine fire, and his breath was as steady as a pool, without any waves. Obviously, in the previous collision, Huang Zhong won and defeated Zhu Wuba. Huang Zhong's face suddenly showed an unhealthy blush, and the arm holding the weapon began to tremble at an inconspicuous frequency. Although he defeated Zhu Wuba, the opponent's power to split mountains and water caused him to suffer a lot of losses in secret. Don't run away, thief. In just a moment, Huang Zhong stabilized his somewhat declining momentum, and the warhorse under him let out an excited neigh, bursting out at an astonishing speed. While the big knife rolled up the divine fire, it disappeared into the void. Zhu Wuba felt his back suddenly get hot, and the sharp breath almost cut his flesh. Then he twisted his waist and abdomen forcefully, and at the moment of shouting, he swung the big knife again. The next second, the divine fire appeared, and a big knife hit Zhu Wuba's weapon like a drop from the sky. And suddenly there was a sharp roar, and the airflow rolled with the wind like a wave. Puff! Zhu Wuba hastily blocked the knife, which had consumed a lot of mental energy, and could no longer maintain his injuries. While vomiting a mouthful of blood, the wound on his body seemed to break, and it quickly cracked into a larger hole at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood began to fly in the air. Seeing that he was not far away from Dongzhu's army, Zhu Wuba simply did not choose to fight back. With the help of the impact transmitted by Huang Zhong, his speed increased again, and he turned into a stream of light and fled quickly. Don't run. Huang Zhong naturally would not miss this opportunity, and immediately urged his warhorse to chase. But Zhu Wuba was closer to the army, and he couldn't catch up with him at his current speed. If he went any further, he would be threatened by the enemy's army. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Huang Zhong threw away his sword and took down his precious bow. The moment a feather arrow was put on the bowstring, countless divine fires appeared in the void, accompanied by a sharp cry. The divine fire quickly condensed in Huang Zhong as he pulled the bow, turning into a divine phoenix resting on the phoenix tree. The air in front of the treasure bow seemed to be suddenly drained by the strange force, making a series of explosions. The sky and the earth seemed to be affected, and the clouds in the sky turned red. Huang Zhong's momentum soared. Puff! Accompanied by a sound of tearing the void, the arrow shot by Huang Zhong turned into a rainbow light, as if a meteorite broke through the sky, and the hot divine fire burned the space into a paste. Zhu Wuba, who was locked on the target, felt a chill in his heart. He didn't care how far away he was from the army. He turned around and swung the sword with all his strength, and suddenly cut the arrow. The expected breaking sound did not sound, but Zhu Wuba only felt his arm shaking, as if the impact of destroying everything instantly swept away his weapon, penetrated the armor in an instant, and sank deeply into the flesh and blood. Zhu Wuba uttered a muffled groan. Blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth, and his swollen arm suddenly grabbed the arrow, and instantly urged the remaining strength to forcibly pull out the arrow that was strangling in his body like a drill. The divine fire was shattered. A flash of blood flashed in the void, and a large amount of charred meat was thrown into the air and then scattered on the ground. The true energy continued to overflow from the wound, and the damage caused by Huang Zhong's arrow was more serious than the damage he had suffered before. However, with such a delay, Huang Zhong caught up again, and the divine fire emerged with deadly murderous intent. And Zhu Wuba no longer had any strength, and even couldn't make the action of lifting the big knife. At this moment, a subtle sound suddenly came from Dong Zhuo's side, and then suddenly amplified, and in an instant it burst out with extremely powerful power. Most people didn't see it. A flash of light hidden in the void, and the next second it appeared in front of Huang Zhong, thundering like a thunderbolt. The dim light was bright, and the powerful force tore through the void. In an instant, countless ghosts and wolves howled, as if they could devour all living things. It's a master! Huang Zhong reacted quickly, and immediately understood who in Dong Zhuo's army had made the move. Then he turned his blade and chopped it down from top to bottom, like a sea of fire washing from the sky. The sound of the arrow breaking rang out with a bang, and the faint light suddenly appeared, engulfing the divine fire that appeared in the air. Every time it engulfed a ball of divine fire, the faint light seemed to burst out with a burst of brilliance, and its divine power remained undiminished. The remaining fragments were blown away by the strong wind. With just a slight obstruction, Huang Zhong saw that Zhu Wuba had reacted and rode into Dong Zhuo's camp. Huang Zhong grabbed the reins to stop his horse, and watched Zhu Wuba hide back, with a trace of regret on his face. Dong Zhuo also had good players, like Lu Bu and Yu Liang in his army, and Huang Zhong had fought with Zhu Wuba for a long time, spending a lot of effort. If he was not at his peak, he would naturally not rush to the opponent's front. No wonder Li Taisho was so confident before. It turns out that Huang Zhong is so brave. This time, defeating that giant tyrant really boosted the morale of our army. Li Taisho, this is your fault. There is no reason to send such a powerful general under your command now. After the war here is over, when the celebration banquet is held, you, Liang, must drink a few more cups, just as a punishment. After seeing Huang Zhong defeat Dong Zhuo's fierce general, the princes were shocked and then became ecstatic. The 21 princes are now tied to a warship. If they lose the battles, not only will Yuan Shao lose face, but even their reputation will be damaged. But now it's okay. Huang Zhong has come out to save the game. At least, they won't be ridiculed. We must recruit stronger generals. Otherwise, who will look at me as the leader? Although he won, Yuan Shao couldn't be happy. After all, the victorious general was not his own. And the opponent stood up and defeated the opponent when Yin Liang and Wen Chou were defeated one after another. This was equivalent to stepping on Yin Liang, Wen Chou, and Yuan Shao's shoulders to show off. This Huang Zhong is actually from Nanyang County. Among all the princes, Yuan Shu was the most depressed, because he found out that Huang Zhong was from Nanyang, Jingzhou, and as the governor of Nanyang, he did not find such a fierce general in his territory. Yuan Shao still had Yin Liang and Wen Chou to support him, and Yuan Shu, the most capable one, was Ji Ling. But what Yuan Shu didn't know was that long before he became the governor of Nanyang, Li Ji had dug Huang Zhong into his camp during the Yellow Turbans. Of course, even if Li Ji did not dig Huang Zhong away, with Yuan Shu's vision, he might not be able to dig Huang Zhong out. Maybe Huang Zhong would slip directly to Lu Biao's account to work. The allied forces of the princes began to be filled with a happy atmosphere, while on Dong Zhuo's side, the atmosphere gradually became depressing. Lord Qin, didn't you say that Zhu Wuba's martial arts were extraordinary? How come he couldn't even beat an unknown general? Faced with Dong Zhuo's questioning, Qin Fan began to complain in his heart. What do you mean by unknown? That's Huang Gong, one of the 5 tiger generals of Shuhan. No matter how unknown he is better than Yin Liang, Wen Chou and others. And Qin Fan didn't expect that Li Ji actually helped Huang Zhong complete the breakthrough task, allowing the opponent's bravery to rise to more than 100. You should know that fierce generals like Li Tsuinxiu and Yu Liang have not completed their tasks at this time, and their upper limit of bravery is only 100. Huang Zhong may have some gaps in personal characteristics, but in terms of personal data, he is actually better than Zhu Wuba and others. Let alone Zhu Wuba, Yu Liang may not be able to control the opponent. They lost this game, and it is not unfair. Prime Minister, calm down. Huang Zhong's strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Please give me another chance. My generals will definitely defeat the opponent. Humph. Zhu Wuba can't solve Huang Zhong. Don't you have other fierce generals? Father, why don't you let me fight? I am more than enough to defeat him with my strength. Lu Bu sneered at Qin Fan's words, then looked at Dong Zhuo, holding the Fang Tian Huoji and asking for permission to fight. Huang Zhong's strength aroused a lot of his interest. If he couldn't fight Li Cunxiao, defeating Huang Zhong would also be a great achievement. Dong Zhuo raised his eyebrows and thought that Lu Bu's words were right. Even Zhu Wuba can't deal with Huang Zhong. What other powerful generals can you? Qin Fan used to fight? Zhu Wuba is Qin Fan's top general on the surface. But in fact, Yu Liang is even stronger. But under Zhang Bin's advice, he has never revealed his true strength, which is Qin Fan's trump card. Now that the battle has entered a white-hot stage, Qin Fan can't care about anything and has to play Yu Liang. As for Zhang Bin's persuasion before, Qin Fan didn't care too much. Exposing his strength aroused Dong Zhuo's suspicion. So he should wait until the battle against Dong Zhuo is over. Thinking of this, Qin Fan said loudly, "Prime Minister, have you forgotten about Li Cunxiao? If General Lu goes to battle now, how can he deal with Li Cunxiao, who has been conserving his energy?" After that, Qin Fan turned his head and looked at Lu Bu. General Lu, although Huang Zhong has won now, he has consumed a lot of energy. Could it be that the general will take advantage of the situation to fight? This may fall into the malice of others. You? Lu Bu saw Qin Fan repeatedly speaking out to obstruct him. No matter how well-mannered he was, his face turned pale at this moment, and he was just short of scolding the other party on the spot. At the critical moment, Dong Zhuo stood up, inserted his figure between the two, and said with a smile, "Fengxian, Qin Fan is right. Li Cunxiao is your opponent. There is no need to deal with Huang Zhong, who has already fought a battle." Then he looked at Qin Fan again. "Qin Fan, your fierce general will not even be able to match Huang Zhong, who has not reached the peak." "Of course not." Qin Fan chuckled, and then winked at Yu Liang behind him. Yu Liang, who had been waiting for a long time, understood instantly. He bowed slightly to Dong Zhuo, Lu Bu and others, and then rushed out on horseback holding the Yuan divine spear. The black tall man finally went to fight. He was 17 feet and 5 feet tall, and now rode a warhorse. He seemed like a towering mountain. His majestic momentum was constantly exhaled with his breath, and condensed in front of him. Facing such a fierce enemy, Huang Zhong was very alert. The true energy in his body kept flowing through his body with the blood. While relieving fatigue, he also secretly accumulated strength. In order to defeat Zhu Wuba, Huang Zhong spent a lot of energy. He was not in the best condition at this time, and Huang Zhong had a vague feeling that even if he was in the best condition, he might not be Yu Liang's opponent, because Yu Liang brought him a great sense of oppression. Just like the first time he faced Li Cunxiao, even if he was not as good as him, he was not much different. "Han Sheng, please go back to the formation to rest. I will deal with this man." When the two confronted each other, a bright voice came from the coalition camp, which shocked all directions. Chapter 391, Flying General Lu Bu. A fierce general slowly walked out from behind Li Ji, holding a Yuan divine spear in his right hand and a Bai Yin Lao in his left hand. As the war horses kept ringing, his aura rose layer by layer, and suddenly formed a mountain that could support the sky. Li Cunxiao respected Li Ji's order, and after Huang Zhong defeated Zhu Wuba, he took over the opponent's task of fighting generals, and went into battle personally. Whether it was the coalition of princes or Dong Zhuo and others, they did not expect Li Cunxiao to fight at this time, and they all showed surprised expressions. "Li Taisho, isn't Li Cunxiao going to deal with Lu Bu? If he goes to war at this time, who will deal with Lu Bu?" The other 20 princes were very puzzled, and could not understand Li Ji's idea at all, not to mention the coalition. Even Dong Zhuo was shocked. Before he played his own trump card, Li Ji got anxious and took the lead in playing Li Cunxiao's trump card. "Li Cunxiao, I didn't expect you to go to the battle at this time. Come, fight me for 300 rounds." A fierce general rushed out from Dong Zhuo's army. He was more than 7 feet tall, with a thin waist and shoulders. His face was powdered. His sword-like eyebrows were as blue as the sky. His forehead was inserted into his hair. His eyes were clear. His nose was like a jade pillar. His mouth was like red. His ears were facing his chest. And he wore a bright silver crown with 2 dragons fighting treasures, pearls embedded on the top of his head, shining brightly, and a pheasant tail fluttering behind his head. He wore a 3-pronged purple gold crown, a Sichuan red cotton flower robe, a beast-faced head-swallowing chain armor, a waist-locked exquisite lion barbarian belt, a bow and arrow, a painted halberd, and sat on a neighing red rabbit horse. The man who came was Dongzhuo's first general, Lu Bu, who was nicknamed Flying General. The legendary first general of the Three Kingdoms has finally gone to battle. I wonder if the plot of the three heroes fighting Lu Bu can be reproduced. Lu Bu is very imposing. It seems that he has reached the maximum level. If he completes the breakthrough task, he will probably be much more powerful than Huang Zhong. Lu Bu and Yu Liang are fighting at the same time. Could it be that they are going to join forces to deal with General Fei Hu? Although Li Xuanqiu is powerful, he has not completed the breakthrough task after all. If he faces these two people together, I am afraid that the probability of defeat is relatively high. Lu Bu's equipment is too shiny. I am going to explode if I look at it again. With Dongzhuo's financial resources, he should be equipped with artifacts. If I can take one from him, I will be rich. Fortunately, players who join Dongzhuo's camp can often see Lu Bu. They are not as excited about Lu Bu's appearance as the prince's players. Otherwise, both sides will be in an uproar at the same time. I don't know how much noise it will cause. Lu Bu's outfit is really too classic. As long as the players, who have read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, they can recognize Lu Bu's identity at a glance. Red hair. Fang Tianhuoji. The image of Lu Bu is deeply rooted in people's hearts. It is true that Lu Bu is the best among men, and red hair is the best among horses. The allied forces of the princes felt the oppression brought by Lu Bu, and almost immediately put away their contempt. Originally, they thought that the praise of Lu Bu in the rumors was a bit exaggerated. But now facing Lu Bu's glory, they suddenly felt that their thoughts were completely wrong. Lu Bu is Lu Bu, and he can't underestimate the opponent just because he didn't make a move. Li Xuanqiu, come and fight! Lu Bu held the Fang Tianhuoji upside down, and there was no trace of arrogance in his eyes. The invincible momentum continued to diffuse in the void, distorting the space, just relying on his own momentum. Some ordinary generals were frightened and dared not face Lu Bu directly. Suddenly, a faint light burst out from Lu Bu's tiger-like eyes, and the majestic true energy that penetrated the sky and the earth shook the void, and it seemed that countless violent winds and waves were set off. The infinite killing intent condensed into thin needles of nothingness, constantly stabbing Li Xuanqiu. The cold wind swept across the entire battlefield. Whether it was the Xiliang army led by Dongzhuo or the millions of soldiers behind the prince's coalition, they shivered almost at the same time. However, Lu Bu deliberately controlled his killing intent. The Xiliang soldiers behind him just shivered and quickly returned to normal. And the soldiers of the prince's coalition seemed to have stepped into the gates of H.L. where ghosts cried and wolves howled. And the endless coldness kept rushing like a tide. In an instant, they felt as if their blood was frozen, and the bone-piercing coldness penetrated the outside with the contraction of pores. Most of the soldiers' faces became extremely pale, like a body without a voice, facing the provocation of the other party. Li Xuanqiu did not speak, but just held two weapons and looked at the other party quietly. But the aura around him suddenly twisted, and golden divine light gushed out like a volcanic eruption. It seemed that a scorching sun rose, and the divine light emitted by it exuded warmth, with the airflow sweeping all around. It instantly swept away the coldness of the coalition soldiers. The divine light exploded, and in an instant it collided with the dark light in the void, shaking the space and changing. There were constant strong winds passing around, rolling up countless sand and gravel, blowing everyone so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. Before the two fierce generals started to fight, they had already collided countless times in the void, and they probably knew the level of each other. Not as strong as I imagined. Just SOSO. At this moment, Li Xuanqiu snorted coldly, and the golden divine light in the void suddenly surged, as if condensing into a great god holding a magic weapon in the void, swinging the weapon between breaths, and wiped out the dim light in one fell swoop. LV Bu below suddenly groaned, and a turbid breath rose from his chest and spit out through his nose. The fierce generals went all out, and even affected the changes of heaven and earth. Using the breath and true energy to collide in the void was as simple as greeting them. And this time, it was obvious that Lu Bu fell below. Lu Bu suffered a loss, and after hearing Li Xuanqiu's ridicule, he became furious and roared at the other party. Strong or not, you will know after fighting. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Bu urged his horse out. His figure disappeared in the void, and a Fang Tianhuoji rubbed the space, tearing open a lot of holes. The airflow was reversed, and the sound of ghosts and wolves howling continued to come from the cracks, as if it could devour all living things. However, Li Xuanqiu had no intention of fighting him. He thrust the Yuan divine spear forward and hit the Fang Tianhuoji that was emitting infinite dim light. After stopping Lu Bu's attack, Li Xuanxiu grabbed the reins and used the overwhelming impact to retreat dozens of meters in an instant, away from Lu Bu's attack range. Why? Are you afraid? Seeing this, Lu Bu was immediately dissatisfied. It was not easy to find a good opponent on the battlefield. But this opponent had no intention of fighting him, but instead had to avoid him everywhere. This made Lu Bu's anger value increase continuously. Just then, a voice came from the coalition army. Dongzhuo. As the saying goes, fighting a general is a one-on-one battle. But now you have sent 2 fierce generals to the battle. Do you want to fight 1 against 2? The speaker was Li Ji. Li Ji looked at Dongzhuo and showed a contemptuous smile. It is not a problem for Xuanxia to fight 1 against 2. But if he loses, then you, Dongzhuo, will lose face. Of course, in your current situation, face does not seem to be very important. The other princes also laughed at Dongzhuo after hearing this, and the coalition army was filled with a happy atmosphere. Dongzhuo's face became particularly livid, and the blue veins on his forehead kept bulging like winding snakes. As Li Ji said, he actually sent Yu Liang and Lu Bu to the battle, while the coalition army only had 1 person. Fighting 1 against 2, no matter what occasion it is, will lose the face of the majority. Dongzhuo was so angry at Li Ji's words that he gritted his teeth. But he had to admit that most of what Li Ji said was right. But face was not important, which made Dongzhuo quite disagree. My son, hurry back to the battle. Let Yu Liang fight with Li Xuanxia first. What? LV Bu was shocked. He didn't expect that after waiting for so long, he would get such an order from Dongzhuo. And his dissatisfaction was even greater. Father, why don't you let Yu Liang stay in the field? And I will fight with Li Xuanxiao. The battle of generals is about who comes first. If the latter comes first, wouldn't it be a violation of the rules? Before Dongzhuo could speak, the leader of the coalition, Yuan Shao, took the lead and refuted Lu Bu's words. The battle of generals is like playing cards. You and others play a card at the same time. How can you change the card casually after revealing the face? Yuan Shao knew that Li Xuanxiu and Yu Liang had fought before, and he won. Now he didn't know how strong Lu Bu was compared to Li Xuanxiu, so he might as well let Li Xuanxiu win Yu Liang first and win the game. As for who would fight Lu Bu, Yuan Shao didn't feel much worry. There were 21 princes, and the other princes had to show some respect and send out their strongest generals. Feng Xian, withdraw. Dongzhuo's order was issued again. Lu Bu gritted his teeth and suddenly said loudly to the direction of the coalition, I promise you that I will never interfere in the battle between Yu Liang and Li Xuanxiu. But I want to stay in the field. You send out your fierce generals. TSK. Dongzhuo didn't expect that Lu Bu still didn't listen to him and retreat, but stubbornly stayed in the center of the battlefield. As his own general, he didn't obey the order of the main general. Isn't it obvious that he didn't give him face as the main general? Besides, Dongzhuo was Lu Bu's adoptive father, whether in terms of identity or status. Dongzhuo was superior to Lu Bu, but the other side ignored him. Don't be angry, Prime Minister. General Lu was just impulsive. I think there are many benefits for General Lu to stay in the field. Does Lord Qin have any good ideas? Dongzhuo sneered and looked at Qin Fan with a squint. Qin Fan cleared his throat and continued, Prime Minister. Look, the strongest general in the coalition is now entangled with Yu Liang, and no one can fight General Lu. General Lu continues to provoke, and no one in the coalition is available. This does not mean that we have won the battle. And if General Lu doesn't take action, it means that no one in the coalition knows the true strength of General Lu. If they fight in the future, they will definitely be afraid of General Lu. What you said seems to make some sense. After hearing Qin Fan's explanation, Dongzhuo reluctantly accepted it. But the resentment in his heart was reluctant to dissipate. Just when Lu Bu provoked, Li Xuanxi was already fighting with Yu Liang. Both of them were the top generals in their respective periods. Now the duel is simply a tit for tat, competing head-on. It's just that Li Xuanxi has been recruited for a long time and is now at the maximum level, while Yu Liang has not reached the maximum level yet, and lacks Li Xuanxi in bravery. Not many rounds later, Yu Liang began to switch from offense to defense, and tried to consume Li Xuanxi's strength as much as possible before he was defeated. Seeing that Li Xuanxi began to gain the upper hand, Li Ji took advantage of his free time to check Lu Bu's personal panel. Li Ji was very curious about the first general of the Three Kingdoms. Name Lu Bu, Zi Fengxian. Occupation Military General War. Identity Dongzhuo's adopted son. Level 100. Brave 100, 100. Commander 75, 75. Wisdom 60-60. Political strategy 49-49. Charm 80. Luck 10. Personal characteristics. Patricide, black when Lu Bu first joins the camp. His loyalty is maintained at a high level. After a period of time, Lu Bu's loyalty will be forced to decrease. If it drops to a certain level, Lu Bu will choose the right time to kill the Lord. Repeat, black when the timer is hit. Lu Bu's loyalty will drop significantly. Halberd General, blue when using halberd weapons. Personal combat effectiveness plus 5%, halberd skill power plus 25%. Brave and good at fighting, purple when leading the army to fight. Personal combat effectiveness plus 10%. Soldier combat effectiveness plus 5%, when fighting with others. Personal combat effectiveness plus 15%. Good at fighting, gold when leading the army to charge. Lu Bu's personal combat effectiveness plus 25%. And the combat effectiveness of his soldiers plus 15%. Shooting halberd at the gate, gold Lu Bu's arrow. Archery skill power plus 100%. Range plus 50%. There is a very small probability of causing instant kill when hitting. And there is a small probability of permanently reducing the enemy's bravery by 1 point. 9 Original Tiger, gold Lu Bu's strength plus 50%. Personal combat effectiveness plus 25%. Lu Bu among the people, gold when fighting with generals. Lu Bu's combat effectiveness plus 30%. If the enemy's bravery is higher than yours, your personal combat power will be increased by 10%. Unparalleled in the world, color when fighting with others. LV Bu's personal combat power will be increased by 30% if the bravery of the opponent is lower than yours. LV Bu's combat power will be increased by 20%. Flying General, color when fighting. LV Bu's combat power will be increased by 50%. Skill power will be increased by 100%. Attack speed will be greatly increased. Attack power will be greatly increased. And physical strength consumption will be greatly reduced. If you are surrounded and beaten, LV Bu's combat power will be increased by 10% for each additional enemy general. Skills Ghost Power S level. Tiger Bravery S level. 9 Bend Yellow River S level. Netherworld Crazy Slash S level. Mental Method Ghost Mental Method. Equipment Fong Tian Huaji God level equipment. Red Hair God level equipment. Dragon Tongue Bao God level equipment. Special Troops Bingzhou Wolf Riders level 6 cavalry troops. 30,000 people can be recruited. Seeing LV Bu's 2 negative black characteristics, Li Ji couldn't hold back at all. LV Bu has 2 characteristics that will reduce his loyalty. And one of them, if his loyalty is low to a certain extent, will even make LV Bu kill his lord with his own hands. No wonder Wang Yun's chain of tricks made LV Bu go around in circles. It turns out there are still many twists and turns. The only thing that Li Ji cares about is that LV Bu is already at the maximum level. And the breakthrough task has been started. If he completes the breakthrough task, he will be stronger than everyone present in a minute. Li Ji doesn't know how to complete LV Bu's breakthrough task, so he can only hope that LV Bu can't complete it in this battle. Chapter 392 Lu, Guan, and Zhang. The allied forces of the princes are all a bunch of rats. They can't even send out a decent general. It's really a joke. Li Xuanxiu and Yu Liang were fighting fiercely, because Yu Liang deliberately delayed time. Li Xuanxiu couldn't deal with him in a short time and free up his hands to deal with Lu Bu. Now, Lu Bu, who disobeyed Dong Zhuo's order, still stayed on the field, holding a Fong Tian Huaji, marching back and forth in front of the allied forces in a show of force, and occasionally mocking. As the leader of the alliance, Yuan Shao was the first to become the target of Lu Bu's attack. A lot of foul language made Yuan Shao blush and embarrassed. If Lu Dai and others around him hadn't reacted in time, Yuan Shao would have rushed out with a sword at this time, and then was stabbed by Lu Bu's halberd. Yuan Shao was so angry now, facing Lu Bu's sarcasm. He couldn't take any countermeasures. After all, the 2 most valiant generals, Yin Liang and Wen Chou, were not Lu Bu's opponents, and Yuan Shao could not do anything to Lu Bu. Hack. Is it false that Yuan Shao is a narrow-minded person? Why didn't he react at all after Lu Bu scolded him for a long time, without Li Xuanxiu to contain Lu Bu? I'm afraid only Huang Zhong can deal with him. But Huang Zhong just spent a lot of effort to defeat Zhu Wuba, and I don't know if he can still deal with Lu Bu. What are you afraid of? We still have Lu, Guan, and Zhang brothers. Zhang Miao's Dian Wei, Cheng Shan's Gao Chong, Ding Xiao's Yang Miaozhen, and other fierce generals, which are more than enough to deal with Lu Bu. If it doesn't work, we will go and beat Lu Bu. The players of the Prince's Coalition were not too worried that Lu Bu would make any noise in front of the battle. Among all the information they had, any fierce general they picked out could fight Lu Bu for hundreds of rounds. However, after the noisy voices of the players reached Yuan Shao's ears, it became another meaning. It is said that other people's generals are unparalleled in the world, but his generals are not. Isn't this mocking him that Yuan Shao has poor vision and his charm cannot attract peerless generals to join him? Yuan Shao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wen Chou, you go to the battlefield yourself and defeat Lu Bu. Yuan Shao didn't even think about it. Before other princes made a move, his eyes fell on Wen Chou and forced him to fight. Ah! Wen Chou felt his head buzzing. He racked his brains and never thought that his lord would let him bite this hard bone. Although he was a little reluctant, Yuan Shao was his lord. So Wen Chou had to urge his warhorse and go to battle. Fortunately, Cao Cao, an honest man, appeared in time, stopped Wen Chou, and persuaded Yuan Shao not to act on impulse. Humph! Yuan Shao turned his head away unwillingly, avoiding Cao Cao's eyes. I wonder who dares to fight against Lu Bu. Seeing Yuan Shao's little girl attitude, Cao Cao could only sigh and then glanced at other princes. Similar to Yuan Shao's situation, Cao Cao had many brave generals under his command, but none of them could match Lu Bu in terms of quality. Even the players who defected to him, Sima Yan's newly recruited generals, he made it clear that they were no match for Lu Bu. Dian Wei, Cao Cao's favorite, had not yet received his order, so he could not be easily mobilized. My lord, it's time for me to go to battle. Gao Chong held a spear. His arm muscles bulged, and looked at his lord Cheng Shang with full fighting spirit. Cheng Shang glanced at Li Cuanxiao, who was gradually suppressing Yu Liang, and thought that the time was almost right. So he nodded and agreed to Gao Chong's request. But just as Gao Chong was about to go out, a 9-foot-tall man moved faster and appeared in front of everyone from behind Gong Sun Zan. I am willing to go out to fight against Lu Bu. 21 princes looked at Guan Yu and saw a tiger general holding a Qin Long Yanyu sword. He was 9 feet tall, with a beard 2 feet long, a face like a red date, lips like painted fat, phoenix eyes, and eyebrows. He was really handsome and majestic. Guan Yu got the permission of his elder brother Liu Bei, and immediately asked everyone for permission to go to battle. Who are you? Yuan Shao saw Guan Yu, who was extraordinary, and asked, General Gong Sun Zan, the white horse, immediately replied, this is Lu Xuanda's sworn brother, Guan Yu from Jia County. Hedong. Is it Lu Xuanda who defeated the Yellow Turban Bandits? Cao Cao always felt that this name sounded familiar, but after thinking about it for a while, he knew that it was Lu Xuanda that Sima Yan often mentioned to him, and he became alert secretly. According to Sima Yan's words, this Liu Bei Lu Xuanda is a person who can accomplish great things. When Liu Bei heard Cao Cao mention him, he immediately stood up and said loudly, descendant of King Jing of Zhongshan, great-great-grandson of Emperor Jing of Han. Liu Bei meets Zhao Taisho. It turns out that you are a relative of the Han dynasty like me. Liu Dai immediately became interested and hurriedly stepped forward to grab Liu Bei's hand and brought him to his side. It didn't matter if Liu Bei moved. Zhang Fei behind him also followed. Zhang Fei, who was strong, made the princes think at a glance that he was also a rare and fierce general. I don't know what position Xuanda holds. Liu Dai began to ask Liu Bei. To be honest, although I defeated the Yellow Turban Bandits with you, I had no money to bribe the eunuch, and now I can only get a position as Ping Yuanling. Later, I was framed by a lowly person and was forced to resign and join my classmate Gong Sun Zan. My 2 brothers are just horse archers and foot archers. Liu Bei lowered his head quickly, with a trace of regret on his face. When Liu Dai heard this, he instantly understood that Liu Bei was framed by that villain and could not hold an important position. So he helped Liu Bei up and then said, if Xuanda doesn't mind, you can surrender to me. With Xuanda's talent, he is more than qualified to be the governor of a county. I thank Liu Yanzhou, but I am living well in Yuzhou and don't want to leave for the time being. Originally, Liu Bei subconsciously wanted to agree to Liu Dai's promise to him, but he saw Gong Sun Zan's somewhat livid face and refused without much thought. Seeing the other party's refusal, Liu Dai couldn't say anything else, so he had to let Liu Bei serve under Gong Sun Zan. I say, everyone, now that Lu Bu is still provoking us in front of the battle, are you still in the mood to reminisce here? At this time, Yuan Shu's voice interrupted at an inopportune time, and he looked at Guan Yu with a sidelong look, his face full of disdain. A mere horse archer dares to talk nonsense here. How dare he bully me that there are no generals in the coalition? Hearing this, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei flew into a rage, and they all picked up their weapons, trying to tear the rude Yuan Shu into pieces. Fortunately, Liu Bei was quick, and he forcibly suppressed their movements with both hands, so that no bloodshed occurred. Liu Bei also disliked Yuan Shu's words, but after all, he was born in a family of 3 officials for 4 generations, and Yuan's disciples were all over the world. To offend him was equivalent to offending most of the noble families in the world, if he still killed the other party on the spot, let alone whether Liu Dai and other Han clan relatives dared to come forward to protect him. I am afraid that there would be no place for the 3 of them to hide in the world. Just when Yuan Shu was arguing with the 3 brothers Liu, Guan and Zhang, Li Ji checked Guan Yu's data panel. Name Guan Yu, Zi Yuncheng. Occupation Military General War. Identity Brother of Liu Bei. Horse Archer. Level 80. Brave 96, 99. Commander 90, 96. Wisdom 76, 78. Political Strategy 60, 69. Charm 90. Luck 10. Personal Characteristics. Relying on talent and being disrespectful, Black reduces others' favorability towards oneself, which can easily worsen the relationship. Sword General, Blue when using sword weapons. Personal Combat Power plus 5%. Sword Skills Power plus 25%. 5 Tigers of Shuhan, Purple together with Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao and Huang Zong. They are all 5 Tigers of Shuhan. When in the same camp, Guan Yun's personal combat power increases by 5% for each additional person. Take advantage of the opportunity, Purple when charging into battle. The speed of the warhorse will be greatly increased. For every stage of speed increase, Guan Yu's personal combat power increases by 5%, up to plus 15%. And the instant kill probability increases by 5%, up to plus 15%. 10,000 enemies, gold when fighting with others. Guan Yu's personal combat power increases by 15%. If the opponent's bravery is lower than or equal to his own, his personal combat power increases by an additional 10%. Peach Garden Oath of Brotherhood, Gold Guan Yu becomes a die-hard loyalist with Liu Bei and Zhang Fei. When 3 people go into battle together, Guan Yu's personal combat power plus 25%. Instant kill probability plus 15%. Bravest of the 3 armies, gold when charging into battle. Personal combat power plus 20%. Combat power of the troops under his command plus 20%. Not easy to get hurt. Guan Wuxing, gold when fighting with others. Guan Yu's personal combat power plus 15%. If the opponent's bravery is lower than or equal to his own. Personal combat power plus 15%. If the opponent's bravery is higher than or equal to his own. Personal combat power plus 20%. Flooding the 7 armies, gold when leading the army to fight. The combat power of the troops under his command plus 25%, if fighting on the river. The combat power of the navy is plus 10%. The speed of the warship increases. The defense of the warship increases. And the influence of water flow factors decreases. Shocking China, Color Guan Yu's personal combat power plus 50%. The combat power of the troops under his command plus 40%. The greater the reputation, the additional improvement of personal combat power and unit combat power will be up to plus 30%. Skills Spring and Autumn Sword Skills, S level. Qinglong / S level. Martial Saint Advent, S level. Great Dream Spring and Autumn, S level. Drag Sword Strategy, S level. Mental Skills Spring and Autumn Mental Skills. Equipment Qinglong Yanyu Sword, God level. Yuzhou Warhorse, Diamond level. Diamond level Iron Armor. Green Battle Robe. Special Arms Qinglong Swordsman, 7th level Cavalry Arms. The upper limit of recruitment is 5,000 people. The battle against Dongzhuo was several years in advance. Even though Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were the first to appear, they had not yet reached their peak. Unlike Liu Bu, who was known for his bravery when he was young and had reached his peak when he fought against Dongzhuo, Guan Yu, the martial saint, still needed to be sharpened. According to Li Ji's speculation, Guan Yu's peak moment should be in the Battle of Baima, when he killed Yan Liang on the spot with one sword. If Guan Yu were to face Liu Bu at the full level now. To be honest, Li Ji was not very optimistic. Although Guan Yu was brave, he might not be able to hold on for long in front of Liu Bu. Please be patient. I see that this man has an extraordinary temperament. He is a rare warrior in the world. Since he is Xuanda's brother, he should have some skills. Cao Cao had a sharp eye and seemed to see that Guan Yu had a lot of abilities. He immediately became very interested and even wanted to recruit him to his own account. However, facing Cao Cao's fiery eyes, Guan Yu didn't even want to open his eyes. He stroked his beautiful beard and said, I think that Lu Bu is a man who sells his head for a price. Good. If General Guan defeats Lu Bu, I, Chao Mingde, will definitely hold a big banquet to celebrate the general's success. Cao Cao was not angry because of Guan Yu's indifference. Instead, he became more and more courageous. If it weren't for Liu Bei's presence, I'm afraid Cao Cao would have held his hand at this time. In Li Ji's eyes, this behavior is just like a dog licking a goddess in reality. Even if the goddess doesn't care about him, as long as the goddess tells him to do something, the dog licking will always complete it in the first time. It's just a pity that Guan Yu is loyal to Liu Bei. Unless Liu Bei dies inexplicably, Cao Cao will never be able to subdue Guan Yu, a famous general. In his life, Guan Yu still kept his eyes narrowed. His expression was very indifferent. No need for that. Guan just needs a bowl of warm wine. After saying that, Guan Yu's momentum shook, like a green dragon opening its eyes. The surrounding gravel and flying stones were swept by the wind, and there was a faint sound of dragon roaring in the void. In an instant, Guan Yu raised his sword and rode out of the battle. His horse's hooves trampled heavily on the ground, as if there was a constant thunder and anger, and his momentum rose wildly. Boom! 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 The drums of the prince's coalition roared, constantly building momentum for Guan Yu, and the ancient dull sound spread over the battlefield. Even Yu Liang and Li Cunxiao, who were fighting, slowed down their movements tacitly to see who was watching. All the players recognized the identity of the fierce general in green robes, and with a face as red as a date at a glance. And they were boiling in an instant. Maybe not all players like Guan Yu's personality, but all players must have heard of Guan Yu's story. Guan Wuxing, who once shocked Hua Xiong and was righteous, is finally going to appear. Guan Yu's first battle against Dong Zhuo turned out to be against Lu Bu. Where is Hua Xiong? Save him, and pass the knife to the second master. I feel that among all people, perhaps only Yin Liang will feel a little chill on his neck. All players are aware of the link of the three heroes fighting Lu Bu, but the appetizer of warm wine and beheading Hua Xiong has not been brought up yet, which makes many people a little disappointed. However, the main course of the three heroes fighting Lu Bu is finally coming up, and everyone is paying attention. My second brother, the world is invincible. Liu Bei looked at Guan Yu's indomitable and unparalleled, and couldn't help sighing. Only such a fierce general can help me support the Han dynasty. Cao Cao coveted Guan Yu, and began to rack his brains to find a way to get this fierce general. I am not his opponent. Even Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong, saw Guan Yu in such a state, and couldn't help but shook his head secretly, sighing that his skills were inferior to others. You are not my opponent. Get out of here. Even though Guan Yu burst out with an extremely powerful momentum in a short period of time, it only made Lu Bu slightly put away his posture, and the arrogance in his eyes did not subside. Hearing this, Guan Yu's eyebrows suddenly raised, and the pupils hidden under his eyelids revealed murderous intent, and he raised his hand and stabbed Lu Bu. Chapter 393 Three Heroes Fighting Lu Bu. Boom! At the moment when Guan Yu drew his sword, everyone felt a blackness in front of their eyes, as if the whole world was shrouded in darkness. Even Lu Bu's red hair couldn't help but let out a mournful cry, and the flames circling in the void were extinguished. Suddenly, the azure dragon crescent blade shone with divine light, and Guan Yu's strong true energy like mountains and seas continued to surge out, and gathered on the unstoppable blade with his thoughts. The next second, a flash of green passed by, as if a giant green dragon appeared between heaven and earth, with 5 claws carrying a domineering and invincible power, as if it could crush the space. In a trance, thunder and lightning, the world that was just dark was torn apart by the green divine light, and rays of sunlight penetrated the cracked sky and projected onto the earth. Reappearing light, Guan Yu rode his horse and flew over. His momentum was as terrible as a landslide, and the crescent blade suddenly swung down at Lu Bu, as mighty as a river bursting its banks and a mountain tilting. The azure dragon's phantom appeared in the world with Guan Yu's action. In an instant, the ground under his feet seemed to be sinking, and the sky above his head seemed to be shaking. A terrifying dragon roar sounded faintly in the void. Seeing such a terrifying momentum, Lu Bu finally put away the disdain on his face. His face trembled a little, and a few rare solemn expressions appeared. However, that was all. Lv Bu shouted in surprise, and his true energy surged all over his body. A faint light shone in the void, and an armored giant condensed behind Lu Bu in an instant, and the powerful murderous aura suppressed everything. Fong Tian Huiji shook, and the murderous intent surging like a huge wave toward the entire sky in an instant. The void exploded, and the terrible power that could devour living beings continued to emerge from the cracks. In a flash, Fong Tianhuaji hit the Azure Dragon's phantom, and the world shook, and the wind and airflow swept in all directions. Whether it was the two armies under Hula Pass or Li Ru and others who were at the pass, they all felt that the entire space began to shake at the same time, and they could even see ripples with their naked eyes, which began to distort the void. This was not an illusion. The collision between the two could actually cause changes in the world, and it was even more serious than before. All those who were watching the fight between Lu Bu and Guan Yu were instantly shocked by the great power of the world, as if they had forgotten that they were still on the battlefield. Li Xuanxia and Yu Liang, who were closest to them, retracted their weapons at almost the same time and blocked them in front of them. They were affected by the aftermath of the fight between Lu Bu and Guan Yu and were forced to put their hands down for defense. After a little probing, the two did not stop any action, and then waved their weapons again and started a crazy fight. I saw two divine lights entangled in the center of the battlefield. Sometimes the god of war fought the Azure Dragon, and sometimes the Azure Dragon rolled up the god of war. As time went on, the two people's movements became faster and faster, and in the end, even the movements could not be seen clearly. The sound of collision continued, and from time to time, strong energy flew out, blasting holes of varying sizes in the surrounding ground. At this time, Lu Bu had already entered the state, and his every move seemed to be able to pull the heaven and earth, and his hand was as terrifying as a trance god. The Fong Tianhuaji in his hand cut through the void, instantly tearing the surrounding void into pieces. The shadow of the god of war behind him became more and more solid. Lu Bu's true energy seemed to be able to devour everything around him, and then fill himself up, making himself particularly terrifying. The two fought for 20 rounds in an instant. Lu Bu's momentum was more terrifying than before the battle, and his every move became more terrifying with his movements. Guan Yu's face, as red as a date, became more and more red with each collision. The warhorse under him kept making mournful sounds, as if it had merged with Guan Yu. The crescent-shaped sword in his hand seemed like a blue dragon that could overturn the rivers and seas, constantly blasting Lu Bu's weapon away. Boom! Every time the two collided, the world would be shaken once, and the surrounding sand and mud had long been crushed into powder, flying in all directions with the strong wind. Guan Yu can't seem to hold out for long. At most, he can hold out for 100 rounds. Guan Yu is an explosive general. He is good at defeating his opponent within a few rounds, while Lu Bu is a persistent general. As long as he survives Guan Yu's burst, he can easily take advantage of the next round. Li Ji knew the data panels of the two and could roughly estimate their strength. Although Guan Yu is a figure at the level of 10,000 enemies, his style is the type of quick battle and quick decision after all. And Lu Bu's snake-like endurance is Guan Yu's nemesis. Whether in terms of fighting style or martial arts, Guan Yu will be suppressed by Lu Bu. As Li Ji calculated, as the rounds continued, Lu Bu began to show his fighting style, perfectly suppressing Guan Yu and gaining the upper hand. Before the 30th round, Guan Yu could still rely on his sword skills and bursts of momentum to attack and defend against Lu Bu. But in the 50th round, Guan Yu began to lose strength. Facing Lu Bu's tide-like offensive, Guan Yu was suffocated and forced to defend. When the 100th round was approaching, Guan Yu was already suppressed by Lu Bu and couldn't even raise his head. The Fong Tianhuaji rushed up like a river, leaving injuries on Guan Yu's body. If it weren't for Guan Yu's pride as a warrior, I'm afraid that if it were someone else, he would have ridden his horse and escaped from Lu Bu's clutches. Guan Yu Cheng, although your martial arts are not good, I admire your attitude. Lu Bu laughed loudly, and then the Fong Tianhuaji swam in the air like a dragon, instantly slashing out a brilliant light. Guan Yu, who was firmly locked in, changed his face, and hurriedly urged all his strength. The true energy in his body was boiling like boiling water. The dancing Yan Yu sword seemed to contain the unparalleled power that could split the world and possess unparalleled power. The green blade flashed by, instantly shattering the light in the air. Guan Yu roared wildly. His 2-foot-long beard fluttered in the wind, and he burst out all his energy to suddenly turn the crescent blade, like a green dragon rolling in the clouds. And the next second, he slashed at Lu Bu from top to bottom. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt in the void, and the sky and the earth seemed to burst out with endless light in an instant, instantly drowning the generals and soldiers in the front row, stinging their eyes. The aftermath of the sound waves and prestige instantly filled countless corners of the battlefield. and even the clouds in the sky were shattered into pieces. I saw a green figure being blown away, and the blood on his body was scattered in the air. Guan Yu coughed several times, and his face became particularly sick. In the center of the battlefield, the light faded away, but everyone still saw Lu Bu riding on his red rabbit horse, waving his painted halberd slightly, with an unruly look. Guan Yu's embarrassed figure and Lu Bu's relaxed demeanor immediately distinguished the difference. Second brother. A shocked and angry voice came from the camp of the Prince's coalition army, and then a tiger general holding a Zhangba snake spear and riding a black horse rushed out in the blink of an eye. He was 8 feet tall, with a leopard head and round eyes, a swallow chin and a tiger beard, a voice like thunder, and a momentum like a galloping horse. He was really Zhang Fei, the man from Yen. 3 surnamed slave. Zhang Fei from Yen is here. Come and die quickly. Zhang Fei's beard and hair were furious. Seeing that his second brother was injured, he rushed out regardless of the rules of the battle and protected Guan Yu behind him. Zhang Fei's loud voice was really terrible, and the sound waves rolled like huge waves. Whether it was the princes or Dong Zhuo and others, they frowned and their ears rang almost at the same time, hearing that the other party gave him a new nickname. Lu Bu's brows were twisted and he shouted, Lu Bu, only thought that my surname was Lu. How can there be 3 surnames? Ring-eyed thief. You have to explain it to me clearly. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Your surname is Lu after your father. This is the first surname. You recognize Ding Yuan as your adoptive father, so you should also be surnamed Ding. This is the second surname. You also recognize Dong Zhuo as your adoptive father, so you should also be surnamed Dong. This is the third surname. Lu, Ding, Dong. Aren't these 3 surnames? A slave with 3 surnames. Zhang Fei snorted coldly, and then spoke loudly. The voice was so loud that it spread throughout the battlefield. Even Li Ru and others who were at Hula Pass could hear it clearly. Hearing this, the millions of troops of the Prince's coalition army laughed and began to ridicule Lu Bu, the disloyal and unrighteous villain. Not to mention the coalition army. Even Dong Zhuo's soldiers still had many people smiling, forcing themselves to hold back their smiles. A slave of 3 surnames. It's really funny. Among all the people, the leader Yuan Shao laughed the loudest. Since Yuan Shao couldn't beat Lu Bu, he would not miss any opportunity to mock him verbally. Die, you thief with round eyes. Zhang Fei's mouth was like a light, and his explanation instantly turned into a mockery. Lu Bu seemed to be stimulated and became furious. His eyes suddenly revealed a dim light, and his pupils seemed to be lanterns in the depths. His ghost-like eyes seemed to be able to devour the consciousness of living beings. With a loud shout, Lu Bu's momentum suddenly exploded, and the red hair under his crotch also felt his anger. The horse's hooves trampled heavily on the ground, and the divine fire burned the void, and the speed suddenly increased. Swish! The heaven and earth were shaken. The Fang Tian Huaji in his hand rubbed against the void. Countless sparks flew, and the surrounding space twisted into circles of ripples, and the whole person seemed to disappear in the air. The next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Fei, and the Fang Tian Huaji whistled and burst out with endless divine light, slashing towards him at a rapid speed. Zhang Fei's pupils suddenly shrank, and his skin kept feeling stinging, as if a mountain was pressing heavily on him, and it took an extra long time to breathe. 3 surnamed slave. You have some skills. Only a roar was heard, and the Zhangba snake spear stabbed out with a bang under the push of strange force, as if a giant python was stirring everything in the void, and it seemed to block Lu Bu's slash this time. Bang! A sharp roar sounded. Although Zhang Fei blocked this move, Lu Bu's strength was not inferior to his. He was blown back dozens of meters with his horse. The palm holding the weapon cracked, and hot blood kept pouring out. The whole palm was soaked into blood red in a breath. This was the first collision between the two, but it was enough for Zhang Fei to realize the gap between himself and Lu Bu. However, with Zhang Fei's character, there was no timidity on his face, but he cursed more and more, looking for death. Before the previous anger subsided, Zhang Fei began to provoke Lu Bu again, and instantly angered Lu Bu again. The red hair under him was in spiritual communication with Lu Bu, and suddenly swung its hooves. A large amount of divine fire kept flying in the air and on the ground, leaving a series of charred horse hoof marks in the blink of an eye. The Fang Tian Huaji swung wildly, and a large amount of sand and dust was brought up between each move, as if a hurricane passed through, and Zhang Fei was instantly engulfed in it, facing the tidal wave of attack. Zhang Fei had no choice but to mobilize all his blood and chi. And the Zhongba snake spirit in his hand turned into a giant python, constantly entangled with Lu Bu. But Lu Bu was much stronger than him, and Zhang Fei could not resist at all. After a few rounds, scars began to appear on his majestic body. Just as the Fang Tianhua Ji was wiping towards Zhang Fei's neck, a glimmer of green light flashed, and the blade stopped Lu Bu's killing move. Third brother. This thief is fierce. Let's go together. Guan Yu did not leave the battlefield, but wandered on the edge of the battlefield to recover his physical strength, while watching Zhang Fei's state to prevent any accidents. Just now, Lu Bu took advantage of Zhang Fei's old strength, and the new strength was not born, and suddenly launched a killing move. Fortunately, Guan Yu acted in time to save Zhang Fei from danger. Come on, all of you. Facing Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, two powerful generals who could defeat thousands of enemies at the same time. Lu Bu was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly and waved his Fang Tianhua Ji again. Lu Bu's movements were wide and wide, constantly stirring up a storm. The Crescent Blade and the Zhongba Snake Spear attacked from both sides, but were swept away almost at the same time by a sweep. The three-surnamed slave is indeed a three-surnamed slave. His strength is extraordinary. Zhang Fei was still talking nonsense, but his palm holding the Zhongba Snake Spear began to tremble. I don't know if Zhang Fei is Lu Bu's nemesis. Whenever Zhang Fei taunted him, he could always anger Lu Bu, and his anger value reached the highest level. He used all his strength to drive the Fang Tianhua Ji, and instantly turned into a vicious dragon. He kept shaking Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's weapons away, and his offensive gradually became more and more fierce. Three god-level equipments were entangled together, like three peerless beasts fighting. Countless energy was constantly shooting out with the collision, and brilliant brilliance burst in the void. Facing the joint efforts of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Lu Bu did not fall into disadvantage, but took advantage of the warhorse and began to fight one against two, suppressing Guan and Zhang. Luo Guanzhong wrote all bullshit. It was said that Lu Bu could tie Guan and Zhang. Why did Lu Bu suppress Guan and Zhang? Stop arguing. Lu Bu's peak period was much earlier than Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. It is normal to suppress Guan and Zhang at this time. Let's see Liu Bei's performance later. What a show! No matter how brave the Emperor's uncle is, he can't be better than Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Wouldn't it be a burden to them if he intervened at this time? Why did you all watch the three heroes fighting Lu Bu? No one cared that Li Tsunxiu had already injured Yu Liang. The fighting power displayed by Lu Bu was beyond the expectations of all the players, causing an uproar. The 5 Tiger Generals were second only to Lu Bu, and Lu Bu could suppress 2 of the 5 Tiger Generals. So how strong was his real strength? No one could estimate it. Second brother. Third brother. The eldest brother is here. Just when everyone was attracted by the grand scene of the 3-man decisive battle, a general holding 2 swords suddenly rushed out. Chapter 394. A general holding 2 swords rushed out from the side. He was 7 feet and 5 inches tall, with ears hanging down to his shoulders, hands over his knees, eyes that could see his ears, a face as beautiful as jade, and lips as red as painted. He was Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's sworn brother Liu Bei. It turned out that Liu Bei saw that his 2 brothers had not been able to defeat Lu Bu for a long time, and were gradually falling into danger. He did not care about his poor martial arts, and hurriedly rode out. Uncle, don't go up. You are really not strong enough. It's bad. It was already hard enough for the 2nd and 3rd masters to fight Lu Bu. And then, there was another burden. I'm afraid the 3 heroes will lose the battle against Lu Bu. Huang Zhong should be allowed to play again. Although he was not in his peak state after fighting Zhu Wuba before, he was still stronger than Liu Bei. The 3 Tiger Generals joined forces to make Lu Bu have no chance to return. Most players were not optimistic about what Liu Bei could do. Liu Bei's strength and bravery was really not commendable. In the original novel, the 3 heroes fought against Lu Bu. Zhang Fei alone could fight Lu Bu for 50 rounds without losing. After Guan Yu joined the battlefield, he fought Lu Bu for more than 30 rounds. In the end, the 3 brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang joined forces to deal with Lu Bu, and directly beat Lu Bu to escape an embarrassment. But that was just a novel after all. Lu Bu's strength here was too terrifying, or the combat power shown by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei was too low, and Lu Bu was more than enough to deal with the 2 at the same time. Even if Liu Bei joined the battlefield at this time, it might not change the situation, and he might even lose his life. The side light caught a little cold light stabbing at his neck. Lu Bu just chuckled, and the Fang Tianhua Ji swung out an arc, and the terrifying power tore the void with a bang. and the rolling air waves were lifted. First, he swept away the menacing Yanyu Dao with one blow, and then he picked up the Zhongba snake spear that was like a giant python in the world. And the Fang Tianhua Ji turned the sharp blade in reverse, and smashed it towards the cold light, in one fell swoop. In an instant, Liu Bei felt a chill in his heart, and quickly swung his male and female swords, like two spirit snakes watering in the air, rushing towards Lu Bu's weapon, with a pounce and bite posture. However, Liu Bei still misjudged the difference in strength between himself and Lu Bu. Before the two swords touched the Fang Tianhua Ji, a sharp edge pierced his wrist, making him subconsciously reveal a painful expression, and his hands holding the swords became particularly loose. The next second, the great force of a river bursting its banks pushed the two swords, and the wrist twisted in an extremely unusual arc. Liu Bei immediately let out a shrill cry of pain, and was blown away dozens of meters with his horse. "Brother! Brother!" Guan Yu and Zhang Fei exclaimed in succession, and then swung their weapons again to slash at Lu Bu. The blue dragon roared, the giant python rolled, and the majestic true energy shook the surrounding space to the point of collapse. Even the ground under my feet was suddenly torn open, and everything was crushed into powder. With such a swift attack, Lu Bu rarely showed a trace of appreciation. The movement of his hands did not stop at all. The Fang Tianhua Ji, a magical weapon, was just swung slightly, and the void exploded into countless pieces in an instant, and mysterious forces that could devour living beings continued to emerge from it. With the rise of a series of dim lights, Lu Bu stirred everything in the entire space as sticky as paste. The bombardment from Guan and Zhang seemed to hit a ball of cotton. The speed dropped sharply and exploded into bursts of light, and then dissipated with the strong wind. Liu Bei was injured by Lu Bu just after he joined the battlefield. In addition, facing Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's pursuit, Lu Bu seemed to be very nonchalant and easily broke the offensive of the two men. At this time, Liu Bei had already activated his true qi and forcibly stopped the injury on his wrist. But Lu Bu's true qi continued to flow into his limbs and meridians along with his wounds, frantically destroying everything in his body, so that Liu Bei spent a lot of time to recover. Fortunately, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were there to restrain Lu Bu, and Lu Bu was unable to chase him while he was injured, which allowed Liu Bei to recover. Just one collision made Liu Bei clearly recognize the gap between himself and Lu Bu, and also roughly know the strength of his two brothers. If you want to deal with Lu Bu, the key lies in Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Thinking of this, Liu Bei said loudly to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, "Second brother, third brother, let's attack together. There is no need to follow any rules to deal with such a disloyal and unjust person." "Understood, big brother." Guan Yu and Zhang Fei retracted their weapons at the same time, and then stood on Liu Bei's left and right. The three of them took advantage of the inverted Chinese character formation and attacked Lu Bu again. The four weapons, Qinglong Yanyu blade, Zhongba snake spear, and male and female double-edged sword, attacked from various angles, like a net that Lu Bu could not hide from, blocking any angle of escape. The tacit understanding between the three brothers Lu, Guan, and Zhang made Lu Bu suddenly feel pressured. Sweat beads appeared on his forehead at some point, but Lu Bu did not show much timidity. Instead, he grinned and blasted the weapon in his hand with wind and cloud. In an instant, the five weapons were like four dragons and snakes, entangled and fighting in the void. The roar of the weapons hitting each other continued, setting off waves of wind and waves, and countless sparks and energy swept in all directions. Lu Bu, Lu, Guan, and Zhang fought with each other, and both the prince's coalition and Dongzhuo's army were stunned. The three heroes fighting Lu Bu was really worthy of their reputation, and the intensity was not comparable to the previous fights. Lu Bu among men, red hair among horses, and flying General Lu Bu's reputation is really worthy of its reputation. If this man assists us, why worry about not being able to defeat Dongzhuo? Cao Cao saw Lu Bu fighting against Lu, Guan, and Zhang alone, and still had the upper hand, and he couldn't help but show an admiring expression. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Bu was Dongzhuo's adopted son, I'm afraid he would have spoken out to persuade Lu Bu to surrender and take Lu Bu for his own use. However, when Cao Cao's words reached the ears of his relatives and generals behind him, they all showed indignant faces. For example, the brothers Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan, Cao Ren, Cao Hong and other generals immediately expressed to Cao Cao that they could also help him defeat Dongzhuo. Cao Cao was of course relieved to see his generals so excited, but he felt that he lacked a real fierce general and kept sighing. LV Bu is a slave of three surnames. Since he can kill Ding Yuan, maybe one day he will kill Dong Zhuo. Can the Lord dare to employ this person? Sima Yin saw that Cao Cao still had a bit of reluctance, so he quickly persuaded him. In the novel, when Cao Cao defeated Lu Bu, he had the idea of conquering him because he valued Lu Bu's talent. If it weren't for Liu Bei's dissuasion, I'm afraid Cao Cao at that time might have become Lu Bu's new adoptive father. Sima Yin didn't want Cao Cao to die from this causal weapon, so he had better persuade him to give up his fantasy as soon as possible. My lord, there are many powerful generals in the world who can rival Lu Bu. As far as I know, Dian Wei, a soldier of Zhang Miao, the prefect of Qinlu, can fight against Lu Bu. I have seen this man and have asked Zhang for him. Sima Yin, do you have any other candidates? There is a local tyrant named Su in Xiao County. Among them, there is a pair of brothers who are extremely brave and can fight against Lu Bu. When Cao Cao heard that there were powerful generals lurking near his territory, he immediately showed an extremely eager look, and he wished he could leave the team and run to Xiao County to subdue the two men in person. The battle between the three heroes and Lu Bu continued. But Lu Bu, who had reached his peak, was not something the three brothers of Lu, Guan and Zhang could deal with. After dozens of rounds, the three began to fall behind. Lv Bu relied on the red hair, a good horse under his crotch, and was much faster than the three brothers Lu, Guan, and Zhang. Often when Guan Yu and Zhang Fei attacked, Lv Bu could always dodge the attack and raise his hand to stab Liu Bei. Facing Lv Bu's attack, Liu Bei could only use all his strength to resist. But Lv Bu focused on dealing with him, which had already consumed most of his strength. At this time, he had not retreated, and it was all thanks to his two brothers who took care of him, which allowed him to escape from danger. Although the three brothers Lu, Guan, and Zhang surrounded Lv Bu and fought, anyone with a little vision could see that Lv Bu suppressed Lu, Guan, and Zhang with his own strength. After Liu Bei joined the battle, not only did he not change the situation, but he also distracted Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Li Ji saw that these four people were killing happily and almost reached the state of selflessness. So he shook his head helplessly. Sometimes the more people the better. If the strength is not good enough, it may drag down the others. When Guan Yu and Zhang Fei joined forces, it took Lu Bu a lot of rounds to suppress them. But once Liu Bei joined, Lu Bu suppressed them as easily as eating and drinking. Lu Bu knew that Liu Bei was the worst among the three, so he focused on attacking Liu Bei, making Liu Bei flustered. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were Liu Bei's sworn brothers, so they would naturally not let Lu Bu attack Liu Bei recklessly without doing anything. In order to ensure Liu Bei's safety, the two of them did not dare to use their full strength at all. When they attacked, they often only used 6 points of strength and reserved 4 points of strength to deal with emergencies. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei could not fully exert their strength. Even if Liu Bei was added, how could they be Lu Bu's opponent? Lu Bu had a lot of advantages in fighting 1 against 3. But Dong Zhuo did not smile at all, but showed a hint of displeasure. The rules of the one-on-one duel were clearly agreed upon. So why did the coalition send people to practice fighting against Lu Bu again and again? Although Lu Bu was strong, he was not afraid of Guan and Zhang joining forces, and even fought against the three brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang alone without losing. However, the coalition had already broken the rules of the duel, so who could guarantee that they would send more powerful generals to fight against Lu Bu next? Prime Minister, General Lu can suppress those three people now, so naturally he has no worries about his life. If we send people to help the general at this time, I am afraid that instead of helping him, it will make General Lu unhappy. Seeing Dong Zhuo trying to signal the generals next to him to go to battle, Qin Fan quickly spoke out to dissuade him. Yuan Shao is outnumbered. Am I going to spoil him? Dong Zhuo said angrily. So the Prime Minister is worried about this. Is the Prime Minister afraid that General Lu is not his opponent? I'm afraid that Yuan Shao will lose face and continue to send people to besiege my son. The Prime Minister can send generals to fight when Yuan Shao and his men send people. They are thirsty and can't stand it. Qin Fan didn't think there was any need to worry. Just then, a roar of metal and stone hitting each other exploded in the sky. The three brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang attacked at the same time. For weapons suddenly hit Lu Bu's Fang Tianhuoji. The overwhelming force pressed Lu Bu's face red. I didn't expect you to have such a good tacit understanding. It seems that I underestimated you. Just now, the three brothers Lu, Guan and Zhang suddenly exerted their strength. Taking advantage of Lu Bu's slackness, they launched a violent attack, putting Lu Bu in danger for a while. Fortunately, Lu Bu was in time and twisted Guan Yu's sword with his waist and abdomen, so he didn't end up with a waist broken in two. The faces of the three brothers whose weapons were held changed slightly, because they all felt that Lu Bu's momentum seemed to have changed a lot, as if he was a volcano that had been forbearing for a long time and ready to erupt. Silent and suppressed. But that's all. As soon as the voice fell, the sky suddenly shook, and a large piece of dark clouds gathered in an instant. And there was a faint flash of lightning, as if the end of the world was coming. The scene in front of everyone changed, and the thick darkness smeared the entire sight, as if the world had changed to black and white. Lu Bu's eyes were covered in darkness. His face was covered with hideous black lines, and even the red hair under his crotch was affected. The raging fire at the horse's hoof turned into black flames, which was extremely strange. The surging fighting spirit like a huge wave gushed out from his body, instantly filling the entire world, as if a god and demon appeared in the void with the sky above his head and the earth under his feet, wearing magic armor, holding a divine weapon, emitting endless dim light. My power has become stronger. Lu Bu just waved the Fang Tianhua Ji slightly, and directly blasted the three people away, leaving all kinds of traces on the ground. The strong wind from a distance came, and before it reached Lu Bu, it was crushed into countless by the cold murderous intent. With his breathing, the surrounding space was distorted to the extreme. Did Lu Bu break through? Every move seemed to be able to communicate with the world. Such a great power is much stronger than Huang Zhong. Li Ji subconsciously checked Lu Bu's personal data and found that the opponent's bravery had broken through the limit of 100 and reached 105. Lu Bu's breakthrough increased his bravery by 5 points, instantly making him the most powerful general in the field. Not only Li Ji discovered this, but the players in the Prince's Coalition and Dong Zhuo's army almost guessed this possibility at the same time. After all, only by completing the breakthrough task and improving one's 4 dimensions can one's momentum undergo a drastic change. The three brothers Lu, Guan, and Zhang, who were the first to bear the brunt, turned pale. They had already fallen behind when fighting with Lu Bu before, and now Lu Bu broke through the limit. How could they still be his opponent? Chapter 395, As You Wish. LV Bu has completed the breakthrough mission and instantly became the most powerful general in the field. The three brothers Lu, Guan, and Zhang who have not reached the peak are not opponents. Now the gap between them and Lu Bu is getting bigger and bigger. Second brother, third brother. Lu Bu is so arrogant at this time that we cannot defeat him. The only way to save our lives is to retreat to the army. Liu Bei protected his double-edged sword in front of him and took a defensive posture. The momentum that Lu Bu exuded alone made him feel great pressure. If the fight continues like this, not to mention that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are guarding him, even they will be in danger of their lives. In order to save the lives of the three of them, Liu Bei had to persuade Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to retreat, even if he had to abandon his reputation that he had accumulated with great difficulty. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei tightly grasped the weapons in their hands, with unwilling expressions on their faces. But even so, they did not refute out loud. After all, the three of them could not defeat Lu Bu together. Now that the opponent has broken through the limit of force and reached a new level, how can they still have the confidence to say that they can defeat Lu Bu? Without any hesitation, Lu, Guan, and Zhang urged their horses almost at the same time, turning into 3 streams of light and rushing towards the formation of the Prince's Coalition. Seeing the 3 people fleeing without hesitation, Lu Bu certainly would not let any of them go. After a wild roar, he held the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand and galloped out with the momentum of thunder. The red hare is the top divine horse in the world, and the war horses of Lu, Guan, and Zhang are no better than the good horses of Yuzhou. They can't compete with the red hare at all in terms of speed. In just a moment, Lu Bu's figure flashed a few times in the void, and then he came directly behind Liu Bei. The surging fighting spirit seemed to turn into a demon god standing tall, and with the movement of his arms, he suddenly slashed at Liu Bei. Boom! The world was in turmoil, causing countless ghost lights to reverse, as if it could reverse yin and yang. Countless murderous intentions swept in from all directions. Liu Bei, who was firmly locked in, could not move his body at all. He could only push the double-edged sword in front of him with a breath of true energy, and his vision was drowned by the brilliant light. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, who were separated on both sides, even if they had reacted, but Lu Bu's action was too fast. Before they could make a move, he passed their defense and slashed Liu Bei with one blow. Fang Tianhuaji fell, and it seemed that a meteorite fell from the sky. The void suddenly twisted, and the male and female double-edged sword shook violently, as if the impact force that could destroy mountains broke Liu Bei's arms and blew him away with his horse. The warhorse under him cried sadly, and his limbs were directly broken into several pieces. Liu Bei could not suppress the blood and qi in his body that was surging like the sea, and a large amount of blood continued to flow out of his 7 orifices. The armor burst into pieces, and the body suddenly made a crackling sound. The whole person suddenly became bloody, as if he had just been pulled out of a pool of blood. "Brother!" Guan Yu and Zhang Fei shouted in surprise, and quickly used all their strength to force Lu Bu to retreat, and then pulled up Liu Bei, who had lost his warhorse. And the 3 of them wanted to escape together, whether in terms of strength or speed. Lu, Guan, and Zhang, who had not reached the peak, had a huge gap with Lu Bu at this time. If they didn't escape now, not to mention whether they could send the seriously injured Liu Bei away, the lives of both of them would be threatened. By then, the saying "I wish to die on the same day of the same month of the same year" would really come true. But Lu Bu didn't think of letting them go. He finally broke through his limit, and there were 3 good sandbags in front of him. If he didn't feel the new power, he would feel sorry for the 3 brothers, just urging the red hair under him. Lu Bu caught up with the 3 people again, and the Fang Tian Huaji launched a heavy attack on the 3 people. At this moment, a golden light tore through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed many spaces, like thunder and lightning, and hit Lu Bu's weapon. The supreme power that could destroy mountains and break dams came, and Lu Bu was suppressed on the spot with his horse, and the hooves of the red hair left deep marks on the ground. Li Tsuinxiao. Interesting. The golden light retreated, revealing a fierce general with a strong back and strong waist. Lu Bu recognized the identity of the newcomer at a glance, and couldn't help but chuckle. Li Tsuinxiu urged his warhorse to block Lu Bu's body, and his wrist holding the Yuang spear trembled slightly. While taking a deep breath, he calmed down the blood in his body. Not long ago, Li Tsuinxiu took the risk of injury, and ripped Yu Liang's belly open with a spear. White intestines and blood continued to spurt out of Yu Liang's waist and abdomen. Yu Liang, who was seriously injured, didn't dare to stay in the field at all. He had to make a feint, and then fled the battlefield. When Li Tsuinxiu repelled Yu Liang, it happened that Lu Bu was chasing Lu, Guan, and Zhang. In order to save the lives of the 3, he had to urge his horse to block Lu Bu's killing move. What he didn't expect was that he was at a disadvantage in this collision. "Why don't you hurry up?" Li Tsuinxiu held by Yan Lao in his left hand, and Yuang's spear in his right hand, and looked at Lu Bu vigilantly while speaking. Seeing someone covering their retreat, Lu, Guan, and Zhang immediately showed a grateful expression, and then left the battlefield without looking back, and fled back to the army of princes in a panic. Seeing this, Lu Bu did not intend to sit back and eat any obstruction. Instead, he looked at Li Tsuinxiu with interest and smiled. "It seems that you want to fight with me. But it's a pity that although your momentum is constantly rising, you are still not my opponent. Whether you are an opponent or not, we will know after the battle." After Li Tsuinxiu confirmed that Lu, Guan, and Zhang had escaped safely, he roared wildly, holding 2 weapons and riding out on his horse, as if he had turned into a golden god, and rushed towards Lu Bu with murderous intent. The fighting spirit once again condensed into a god and demon, and the cold murderous aura affected the entire world. Lu Bu also rode out on his horse and rushed towards Li Tsuinxiu. In an instant, the 2 of them fought together, like 2 gods fighting each other, with a mighty and powerful momentum in every move. Every time they collided, there was a thunderous sound in the void of heaven and earth. In the space above, the surging sea of dim light and the golden light that seemed to suppress everything kept entangled and hit each other, like a dragon and snake fighting, and every breath would raise a brilliant light. The 2 figures who were fighting fiercely could raise a 1,000-foot sound wave with their hands. Every move and every style contained the supreme power that could destroy everything. They were like the creator gods who controlled this space. When the weapons were swung, the surrounding space environment would undergo earth-shaking changes. And the roar continued. However, as the continuous collision sounded, Li Tsuinxiu's movements began to slow down a little, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Lu Bu, who had completed the breakthrough task, was too terrible. Li Tsuinxiao, who had not completed the breakthrough task, was also not his opponent. Now he showed signs of decline and retreat. Everyone was in an uproar, especially the players on both sides. They swore that Lu Bu could suppress the legendary second fiercest general in the world. It was simply unbelievable, and shattered many people's fantasies. Ah ha ha ha. My son is really the world's #1 fiercest general. Dong Zhuo laughed the loudest on the Xiliang army side. Lu Bu first defeated the 3 heroes, and then suppressed the opponent's #1 fiercest general, earning Dong Zhuo a lot of face. Yuan Benchu, what other fierce generals have you not sent out? Send them out quickly, so that I don't have to waste time defeating them one by one. Yuan Shao, who was named, suddenly turned black. He didn't expect Dong Zhuo to be so arrogant and domineering, and even provoke them to send more fierce generals to fight. If he listened to Dong Zhuo, where would Yuan Shao put his face? Li Taisho, what are you doing? The surrounding princes were shocked when they saw Li Ji preparing his generals for battle. Dong Zhuo asked us to send more people to deal with Lu Bu, and I just want him to get what he wants. Han Sheng, Jing Si, Zixing, Xu Ji, the 4 of you go out together to deal with Lu Bu. Li Ji selected 4 generals in a row, wanting to include Li Tsuinxiu, who was still insisting on the field. A total of 5 fierce generals to deal with Lu Bu. Lu Bu became the first fierce general on the field, and even Li Tsuinxiu was not his opponent. If he wanted to defeat Lu Bu, he could only rely on the advantage of numbers, and the number of people to repel Lu Bu. As for whether Li Ji was afraid of losing face, he had never thought about it. This was a loss of the battle, which led to a sharp drop in the morale of the coalition forces, which was not something that could be compared with the so-called face. If the coalition forces were defeated, they would never recover, and they would not even be able to threaten Dong Zhuo to move the capital. Besides, the battle between Lu Guan and Zhang against Lu Bu had broken the rules. The one-on-one rule had no effect for a long time. Moreover, Dong Zhuo asked them to send more people up. Li Ji's behavior was in response to him. Dong Zhongying, this prosperous age is what you wish for. Kill! For terrifying auras suddenly rose from the coalition army. Huang Gong, who had the highest martial power, rushed out with a big knife in his hand, followed closely by Shi Jingxi, Yang Zixing and Chen Dao. It was a pity that Li Ji left Li Guang and Kuaiji. Otherwise, there would be 6 brave generals, with a bravery value of more than 95 to deal with Lu Bu. Although Lu Bu was a fierce general, who was good at group battles, he might not be an opponent if there were too many of them. Hack. This young man Li Ji has no martial ethics and bullies the old man Dong Zhuo. My goodness. How many powerful generals does Li Ji have collected? This team can unify the whole of China. Hack you. Li Ji has sent so many people to kill Lu Bu. Why are the other princes still standing there? Both the players on the coalition side and the players on Dong Zhuo's side were shocked by Li Ji's gang-beating tactics. What they never expected was that Dong Zhuo was just joking. But Li Ji took it seriously and shamelessly sent out several powerful generals. Of course, they were surprised, but they were more frightened by Li Ji's lineup, and their eyes were full of desire. The warhorse under Huang Zhong was a good horse, and its speed was the fastest among the 4. After a few breaths, it rushed into the battlefield where Li Tsuinxiu and Lu Bu were fighting. A beam of divine fire exploded in the void, and it seemed to transform into a phoenix phantom. Huang Zhong held a big knife, and the violent fire was used by him. With his movements, he stirred the void into a paste. A rumbling sound suddenly sounded, and the void suddenly exploded into countless pieces. The Phoenix Phantom fanned the 10,000 feet of divine fire and blasted towards Lu Bu's face. The sudden change made Lu Bu's face change slightly, and the Fang Tianhuaji immediately rolled up the wind in clouds, and the surging blood filled his body, and the whole person's figure suddenly grew several points larger. Along with his movements, the gods and demons in the void swung their weapons, tearing the space apart with a bang, and the weapons instantly turned into a stream of light, containing endless divine power, and the sharp edge that burst out blocked the knife. Swish! The evil wind blew, and a thunderous sound rang out. I saw a long spear flashing cold light in the void, as if a wandering spirit snake opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Lu Bu. You really have enough. Lu Bu roared wildly, like a beast trapped in despair, constantly waving the Fang Tianhuaji, like a circling dragon, smashing the spirit snake that pounced on the void. But when the old power was gone, and the new power was not born, 2 shocks suddenly appeared on the left and right sides. The silver dragon chanted in the sky. The fierce tiger roared in the deep forest, and the 2 long spears killed out diagonally from the left and right. Faced with the fierce attack, Lu Bu had no choice but to gush out a powerful true qi and condensed a layer of invisible armor in front of him to protect his vital points. Chen Dao and Yang Zixing's spears pierced into the armor, as if hitting a piece of hard steel. The strong recoil made their bodies tremble and their arms numb. The 5 generals under Li Ji's account attacked at the same time. making Lu Bu a little embarrassed. And the pressure suddenly rose several levels. Li Anmin is not a hero. He actually sent so many people to beat up my son Feng Xian. It's really hateful. Seeing Li Ji so shameless, Dong Zhuo was furious and pointed at Li Ji's nose and cursed. If it were someone else, Dong Zhuo might not be so angry. But it was Li Ji who attacked. The ally who was once highly expected by him has now become the one who stabbed him the most. What are you still standing there for? You are just watching Feng Xian being beaten up. Come on! Looking at these indifferent warriors, Dong Zhuo was so angry that he almost cursed his mother. He wanted to raise his whip to hit them several times. Li Ju, Guosi, and others showed hesitation on their faces. Although they were rare masters, they might as well find a place to commit suicide if they had to face Huang Zhong and other perverts. Fighting Huang Zhong and others was no different from committing suicide. Everyone looked around, but no one dared to ride a horse to fight, which made Dong Zhuo's face become particularly gloomy. Seeing Dong Zhuo's eyes on him, Niu Fu felt something was wrong, and quickly grabbed the leader of the Baibua army, Yang Feng, and said, Yang Feng, you have not made any contribution since joining our army, so the task of rescuing Feng Xian is left to you. As soon as Niu Fu finished speaking, Yang Feng was so scared that he almost turned over and begged for mercy. Fortunately, a fierce general holding a big axe beside him supported him, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Gongming, you have always been very strong in martial arts, so this task is left to you. Chapter 396, A Constant Stream of Powerful Generals. Yang Feng is not a fool. He knows his own strength very well. He can sit safely as the leader of the Baibua army, relying on Su Huang's military force. Niu Fu asked him to go to the battlefield to help Lu Bu, so he might as well die. However, Yang Feng led his army to join Dong Zhuo. Although he had a certain status, he was also in a state of dependence. He did not dare to offend Niu Fu, Dong Zhuo's good son-in-law, so he had to order Su Huang, the best master in the army, to fight in order to complete the task assigned by Niu Fu. I obey the order. Su Huang held the axe tightly, without any fear on his face. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit, and his pupils were full of fighting spirit. At present, most of the forces have gathered, and there are countless brave and combative generals. He, Su Huang, is also a warrior. It should be his fortune to have so many opponents to fight against him. He will die on the battlefield without regrets. Lu Bu and Li Ji's 5 generals were fighting fiercely. Su Huang, who was watching, suddenly seized a good opportunity and rushed out of Dong Zhuo's army like a tiger coming down the mountain, and rode straight to Qin Dao. He had already seen that among these people, Qin Dao was the weakest and the only general he could deal with. As long as he successfully pulled Qin Dao out of the battlefield, he would be able to relieve Lu Bu's pressure. Shuji, be careful. Li Ji saw a general holding a big axe rushing out from Dong Zhuo's side. He was extremely majestic and was a rare and fierce general, so he reminded Qin Dao, the weakest. Facing the siege of the 5 generals, Lu Bu began to get a little flustered. In order to deal with this situation, Lu Bu focused on attacking Qin Dao, the weakest, just like the 3 heroes against Liu Bei when fighting Lu Bu, and swung his weapons wildly towards Qin Dao. Li Tsunxiu and other 4 generals would naturally not sit idly by and watch Lu Bu succeed. On the one hand, they accelerated their attacks, and on the other hand, they divided their minds to protect Qin Dao's safety. Qin Dao's martial arts were much stronger than Liu Bei's. Even if Lu Bu had achieved a breakthrough, he would not necessarily suppress Qin Dao like he did Liu Bei. After many battles, Li Ji's vision had improved a lot. When the opponent suddenly went out, his target would never be Li Tsunxiu and others who could threaten his life. It should be Qin Dao who was the weakest. However, Qin Dao's strength was weaker than that of Li Tsunxiu, Huang Dong and others. He was a top general, and his strength should not be underestimated. To be able to deal with a general like Qin Dao, at least his bravery value must be more than 95. And Dong Zhuo's army may not have many of them. Li Ji used his skills to check the identity of the visitor, and he knew that the general holding the axe was one of the 5 good generals in the future, Su Huang from Hedong. The 5 good generals were not famous for their martial arts. The strong ones were Zhang Liao and Su Huang, and the weak ones were also people like Eugene. They were more famous for their ability to command. Although Su Huang's upper limit of bravery was higher than Qin Dao, he was just a rookie at this time, and was far from reaching his peak. On the other hand, Qin Dao followed Li Ji in the Yellow Turban Rebellion and fought in many battles. He had almost reached the maximum level and his attributes were close to the upper limit. So Li Ji was not too worried about Chen Dao's battle with Su Huang. It happened in a flash. Just when Chen Dao was forced back by Lu Bu, a big axe came at him from the side with great force. And the majestic momentum seemed to be able to move mountains and overturn seas. Fortunately, Chen Dao was very focused and noticed it as early as when Su Huang rushed out of the formation. The Silver Dragon Bridge suddenly emitted several silver lights in the void and smashed into the axe. A sound of metal and stone clashing between weapons rang out, and the bodies of the two men shook at the same time. The strong impact made their blood churn constantly. The strength of the two men was evenly matched, and it seemed that neither of them could do anything to the other. Without Chen Dao's restraint, Lu Bu's mountain-like pressure was greatly reduced. He laughed and accelerated his movements suddenly. The Fang Tian Huaji almost became invisible, and countless energy strangled the offensive of the others. In just a moment, Lu Bu's offensive rose to a higher level. Even if Chen Dao did not get rid of Su Huang at this time, he might not be able to intervene and join the battle. After all, the attack rhythm of these people became extremely fast, and he might not be able to keep up. Su Gongming from Yan County, Hedong, comes to teach me. Chen Dao and Chen Shuji from Renan, Yuzhou. Chen Dao said a few polite words, then stabbed at Su Huang with his spear in hand. Facing the enemy, he would not let him go easily. Su Huang was also not polite. He grabbed the axe, and the surging blood and qi gushed out, as if the power that could overturn the river and the sea was poured into the axe, and smashed towards Chen Dao, as if it was splitting the mountains and opening up the land. The sound of clanging and hitting each other suddenly sounded, as if raindrops splashed on the ground, and the two weapons collided with each other, raising waves of wind and air. The two figures fought together, constantly intertwining on the ground, and the terrifying power caused the changes in the qi of heaven and earth, and the waves spread in all directions. The strength of the two people was almost the same, although they were not as good as Li Tsunqiu and Lu Bu. They were also rare generals, and the scene was also very intense. Many people in the allied forces of the princes and the army of Dongzhuo were surprised. They did not expect that these two unknown generals would have such strength. In addition to the group fight against Lu Bu, Chen Dao and Su Huang opened up another battlefield. You are not heroes when you bully the few with your large numbers. Feng Xian, I will help you. Before the allied forces of the princes could make a move, two figures rushed out from Dongzhuo's army. One of them was holding a long halberd, no more than 20 years old, with bright eyes, and the other was holding a long spear, a little older, and silent. The two of them went out to fight and rushed straight to Lu Bu's direction. Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, you two retreat. Don't you still trust my martial arts? Lu Bu swept the painted halberd, and the supernatural power forced the four generals who were besieging him to retreat in one fell swoop, and then saw his two generals coming to support him. For a while, Lu Bu became a little impatient. Let's not talk about the martial arts of Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. He finally broke through the limit and had an opponent to test his ability. As a result, Dongzhuo sent people to help him again and again, which made him very unhappy. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun reined in their horses at the same time. They didn't expect Lu Bu to give such an order. For a moment, they didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Zhang Liao, one of the 5 great generals. Come on. I want to see Zhang Babai torture Sun Sherwan. Sun Quan is just a little kid now. He still wears diapers. Zhang Liao beat Sun Quan, and he stopped the crying of the children of Dongwu before he started fighting. That's Gao Shun behind. I don't know how strong he is. He must be extraordinary to be able to train the special forces of Xianjin camp. What if he has extraordinary abilities? Gao Shun is a die-hard. Even if you kill Lu Bu, you may not be able to subdue him. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun have a lot of fame among players, especially the name Zhang Babai, which is often used to mock a certain King Wu of Wei. Zhang Liao. Li Ji silently recited the name, and suddenly found that the 5 best generals were almost gathered at this time. Su Huang of Baibua Army, Yu Jin of Jibei Army, Zhang Liao of Bingzhou Army, Lu Jin of Dongjun Army, and Zhang He of Jizhou Army. Now only Lu Jin and Zhang He have not yet revealed their reputation. Li Ji looked at the generals behind Cao Cao and Han Fu respectively. If nothing unexpected happened, these two people have already entered the government and held important positions in Dongjun Army and Jizhou Army. Wen Chou, you go out in person and kill them for me. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, who were stuck in the battlefield, saw that Lu Bu would not let them intervene. So they simply provoked and insulted the 21 princes on the battlefield. The main target of attack was of course Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao was a bit miserable. After becoming the leader of the alliance, he did not get any benefits. Instead, he was targeted by Dong Zhuo and others. Not only were his relatives killed, but his 18th generation ancestors were often whipped and insulted by the other side. It was really intolerable. Yuan Shao immediately sent Wen Chou, the only general left in his hands, to deal with Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. From his tone, it seemed that he wanted Wen Chou to deal with Zhang Liao and Gao Shun at the same time to prove his strength. Just dealing with two generals whose names he had never heard of. Wen Chou certainly did not shirk, as long as he was not asked to deal with Zhu Wuba and other monsters who defied the heavens. He would agree to whatever Yuan Shao said. Then Wen Chou flew out on his horse with a spear in hand. And in the blink of an eye, he fought with Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. The three figures intertwined with each other. And for a while, Wen Chou actually suppressed the two of them and was in the upper hand. Zhang Liao was young and his strength had not yet reached the peak. And Gao Shun was not a fierce general known for his martial arts. So he was naturally inferior to Wen Chou, who was second only to the five tigers in terms of strength. Facing Wen Chou, it was already extremely difficult for them to remain undefeated. It really makes my hands itch. The fierce generals fought each other and fought against each other. Sun Jian, a warrior, suddenly felt itchy and wanted to rush out and fight with others at this time. My lord is a vassal with a high status, so he should not go to war easily. Zhu Mao, who was next to Sun Jian, saw that his lord was eager to try, and quickly spoke out to stop him. He knew that Sun Jian was highly skilled in martial arts, and was known as the Jiangdong Tiger. But after all, he was a county governor, and the leader of a force. In order to consolidate his power, he should not go into battle easily. Moreover, every time Sun Jian personally charged into battle, Zhu Mao always felt that something big was going to happen. Father, I want to go into battle. Sun Ce held a spear in his hand, and his expression was as eager as his father's, wishing that he was on the battlefield at this time, fighting against Lu Bu one-on-one. Ha ha ha. My son is mighty. Sun Jian laughed and shook his head, feeling relieved for his son. His eldest son's temper was similar to his, and he looked fearless. If he hadn't died prematurely, he, Sun Jian, would have been a successor. The young lord is young, and his strength has not yet grown. You can't go to the battlefield alone at this time. Zhu Mao felt that his head was getting bigger and bigger. How come these two fathers and sons were more lawless than each other? Sun Ce's temper was just like that of a little bully. Sun Ce looked at Zhu Mao with great disappointment, and said a little aggrievedly, Uncle Darong, look at Zhang Liao. He is not much older than me. How can he fight against Wen Chou? That's Wen Chou who is shameless. He is not a hero if he bullies a young boy. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Mao realized that he had said the wrong thing, and his eyes turned around, and he looked around. If Yuan Shao heard this, with his character and temper, he would definitely not give Sun Jian much face and punish him viciously. Fortunately, the princes at this time were attracted by the fight on the battlefield, and no one cared about what he said. However, Zhu Mao's words also made some sense. Although Wen Chou, did not have an advantage in numbers when fighting 1 against 2, but everyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Liao was not yet old enough to be crowned, and was no different from a young boy. Although Gao Shun is much older, he is not necessarily much older. He is at least a little younger than Wen Chou. Bullying the younger generation is not something to be proud of. Haha. So has such a spirit, which is a blessing for my old Sun family. Darong does not need to be too harsh. Sun Jian did not think there was anything wrong with this. On the contrary, he still belonged to the school of talents. After all, when you collide on the battlefield, it is either you die or I live. Who will care about your age? The 3 battlefields were mixed with flying sand and rocks, and the sky and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of fine sand, which almost blocked the vision of most people. However, it didn't take long for Wen Chou to fight Zhang Liao and Gao Shun alone, and the winner was soon decided. Wen Chou's spear flashed in the void like thunder, and the lightning whistled and swept the heavier waves. The speed was so fast that it directly passed the weapons of Zhang Liao and Gao Shun and touched their armor. Suddenly, lightning exploded, and endless thunder burst out. The 2 men who barely supported themselves could no longer continue to have strength, and could not withstand Wen Chou's killing move at all. The 2 were blown away with their horses, and the surging blood sprayed in the air. As Zhu Mao said, Wen Chou was much stronger than Zhang Liao and Gao Shun at present in terms of both state and strength. Even if there were more people, Wen Chou could defeat them as long as time went on. After dealing with the two men, Wen Chou directly ignored the fight to beat Lu Bu, and did not intend to intervene in the fierce battle between Chen Dao and Su Huang. One of them he did not have the strength to join, and the other was a match for him. If he intervened, he might be despised by the two men, and might even offend them at the same time. Who else among you wants to fight me? Wen Chou seemed to have confidence. After defeating Zhang Liao and the others, he did not choose to leave the field. Instead, he stayed in the field to show off his power and provoke Dong Zhuo and the others. Dong Zhuo's face suddenly turned livid. He didn't expect that he had been mocking Yuan Shao and his men for most of the day. But he was mocked in return. Qin Fan, why don't you send Zhu Wuba and Yu Liang out to fight and tear off this guy's head for me? Report to the Prime Minister. Zhu Wuba and Yu Liang were injured a lot in the previous fight, and I'm afraid they won't be able to fight in the short term. Qin Fan didn't expect Li Ji to be so cruel. He didn't choose to deal with Lu Bu, but targeted his generals. In the previous clash, Zhu Wuba and Yu Liang were injured and couldn't play again. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo's face became even uglier, and he looked at Wen Chou with eyes like he was the murderer of his father. Prime Minister, I am willing to go. At this time, a fierce general with a face as red as a date said loudly, and his 2-foot beautiful beard fluttered slightly with the wind. Chapter 397. But seeing this man with a face as red as a date, lips as if painted with fat, phoenix eyes, eyebrows, and a vigorous and powerful appearance, holding a Qilong Yanyu sword in his hand and riding a red horse under his crotch, he deserves to be called a fierce general. Dong Zhuo saw this man in a green robe, and his appearance was very strange. He couldn't help but admire him greatly, but he always felt that he seemed to have seen this look somewhere before. What's your name? Reporting to the Prime Minister. This is our general, named Guanling, with courage that 10,000 men can't resist. The green-robed and red-faced man hadn't answered yet, but the Lord of Liangzhou next to him took the lead in answering, cupping his hands and introducing his generals. Jiang Chong saw that Dong Zhuo was very interested in his generals, and hurried out to swear his sovereignty. He recruited this general from the rewards of the national war. He didn't spend too much time with him, so his loyalty could not be guaranteed, given Dong Zhuo's current status. If he extends an olive branch to Guanling, he might abandon him and join Dong Zhuo. Although Guan Eri is a loyal man, his fabricated descendants cannot guarantee that they have inherited the excellent qualities of the second master. Why is his last name Guan? Niu Fu muttered to the side, silently complaining about Guanling's name. Hearing Niu Fu's complaints, Dong Zhuo remembered who Guanling looked like. It turned out that he looked like the red-faced man Guan Yu, who was also wearing a green robe and holding a crescent blade. Niu Fu was right. Guanling and Guan Yu, whether in appearance or dress, are simply carved out of the same mold. If these two people are put together, people who are not familiar with them may not be able to tell them apart at a glance. What is your relationship with Guan Yu? Dong Zhuo asked with some curiosity. Report to the Prime Minister. Although I look similar to that big man, I have absolutely no relationship with him. Guanling was unwilling to raise his eyebrow, and it was obvious that when he saw Guan Yu, he also expected such a situation to happen. However, Jiang Chong beside Guanling was trying hard to hold back his smile and almost laughed out loud. The Guanling he recruited was a fictional character in the legend of Yufei. His background was the son of Guan Sheng, the big knife, and the descendant of Guan Yu, the Marquis of Han Shouting. Hearing from Guanling's mouth that he had no relationship with Guan Yu, was it really considered to be a betrayal of the teacher and the ancestors? Is it really so? Not to mention Dong Zhuo. Even all the Xiliang generals present were puzzled. How could there really be people who look exactly the same in this world? And the appearance and weapons they learned were the same, which really made people feel incredible. But after thinking about it for a while, I felt that Guanling's words were true. After all, Guan Yu had been active in the Guangdong area with Liu Bei, while Guanling was active in the Liangzhou area. Unless these two brothers had been separated since childhood, they were definitely not brothers. Guanling, could your martial arts kill Wen Chou? Dong Zhuo did not pursue Guanling's identity too much, but asked about Guanling's martial arts. Guanling looked similar to Guan Yu, and it was unknown how much difference there was between him and Guan Yu in martial arts. If the difference was not big, then Dong Zhuo would have picked up a big bargain. After all, Guan Yu was a fierce general who could fight against his adopted son Lu Bu. No matter how big the gap was, he was much stronger than his son-in-law Niu Fu. Hearing this, Guanling's eyes narrowed into a slit, and his pupils could not be seen clearly. He was seen stroking his beautiful beard slightly, and his momentum became extremely sharp. He said disdainfully, "I think Wen Chou is like a man who is selling his head. Crazy." All the generals present looked sideways. They didn't expect that this red-faced man, who looked only in his 20s, would be so arrogant when he first entered the battlefield. However, the terrifying momentum exuded by Guan Ling was enough to show that his strength was not weak. At least much stronger than many generals present. Jiang Chang also curled his lips slightly. Guan Ling inherited the character of his ancestors. And even the quotations were exactly the same. It's just that Guan Yu started saying this sentence after Lu Bu died, while Guan Ling said this sentence ignoring Lu Bu. Such arrogant words also made Dong Zhuo lean back tactically, and then laughed. "If you kill Wen Chou in the Guan Ling formation, I will give you a position as a general." "Thank you, Prime Minister. Then I will leave." As soon as the voice fell, Guan Ling held the Yan Yu sword in his hand and urged the red horse under his crotch, turning into a green light flashing in the void. And the momentum rose suddenly, like thunder. Tap tap tap. The sound of horse hooves, like dense raindrops falling on the ground sounded, instantly interrupting Wen Chou's provocative and insulting behavior. It seemed that the mountains were tilted, and the momentum of the river bursting its banks kept rushing towards Wen Chou, making Wen Chou very alert. But when he saw the appearance of the person coming, his breath was drained away. "Guan Yu, when did you run to Dong Zhuo's camp?" Wen Chou couldn't tell whether the big man in front of him was Guan Yu or not. In fact, he also saw Guan Yu for the first time in the battle against Dong. Guan Ling did not choose to answer, but continued to gather his momentum with the speed of the warhorse. The figure of the azure dragon appeared faintly in the void behind him, raised the knife and chopped fiercely. In an instant, the momentum suddenly broke out like a mountain torrent, and the wind blew violently on the battlefield, blowing the flags of the Prince's coalition army to flutter wildly. A green light suddenly appeared in the void, just like a blue dragon ascending to the sky, and the power that could destroy the mountains pushed the surrounding air to both sides, and everything along the way was instantly crushed into powder. Guan Ling's knife fell fiercely from top to bottom at Wen Chou, as sharp as a blade. Wen Chou's eyes were stern, and he let out a wild roar under the heavy pressure, gathering all the strength in his body, and suddenly swung his spear. In the blink of an eye, the green light flashed, pressing Wen Chou's spear to bend an extremely exaggerated arc, almost breaking. Putting away the crescent blade, Guan Ling used the speed of the warhorse to strike out again. This blade was more terrifying than the previous one in terms of momentum and power. Wen Chou twisted his face and swung his spear with all his strength again, stabbing out a cold light and dotting the green light. The spear and the broadsword collided, and the two surging forces seemed to turn into an evil dragon and a blue dragon. The two peerless beasts collided and strangled each other in the void, and countless divine lights collapsed in the air. The aftermath of the two people swept in all directions, and the might was as terrible as a tidal wave. The generals of various princes stood up one after another and smashed the aftermath in front of them. Li Ji handed over the spear and shattered the sweeping aftermath into pieces, but his brows were slightly twisted. He already knew Guan Ling's identity. There were not many generals who looked like Guan Yu, and there were not too many characters in the storytelling. The most likely one was Guan Sheng and Guan Ling. Guan Ling was active in the complete biography of Yu Fei. When he appeared, he fought a battle with Yu Yuan, and the result was inconclusive. Later, he fought with Yan Deli and Shan Shirtuo. He made many military achievements when Yu Lei swept the north. Although Guan Ling's record was not outstanding, either a draw or a loss, his opponents were all fierce generals like Yan Deli, and his strength should not be underestimated. If he were placed in the Three Kingdoms, his strength would probably be equal to Yin Liang and Wen Chou, and much worse than his ancestor Guan Yu. Wen Chou consumed a lot of energy and just took Guan Ling's second knife, and his breathing became a little rapid. Although Guan Ling's momentum was strong, he was just a tricky opponent for him, just because he mistook this person for Guan Yu and fell into a disadvantage due to carelessness. However, Guan Ling did not give him any chance. After the superposition of the first two knives, his momentum had reached its peak. He just swung out an ordinary slash, and the sky and the earth changed color. The surrounding void suddenly exploded, and the green light turned into a long dragon, and the dragon roared for 9 days. Wen Chou seemed to feel that a mountain was pressing down on him, and he couldn't move. Boom! Like thunder and lightning, the rolling air waves rolled in all directions. Under the gaze of many people, Wen Chou was slashed by the crescent blade just as he raised his spear, and the green divine light swallowed him up. Hack! Wen Chou won't die here. He said he would become Guan Yu's stepping stone. This red-faced man looked similar to the second master. So the power should be on Guan Yu. Everyone felt that Wen Chou couldn't take this knife at all. And he might even die on the spot. Unfortunately, those who wanted Wen Chou to die, their wishes were dashed. They saw the green light retreat, and a roar rose from it. And Wen Chou was blown away with his horse, bleeding. Although his breath was a little weak, Wen Chou was not dead yet. Guan Ling was not Guan Yu after all, and his martial arts skills were much worse. Facing Wen Chou, who had almost reached the peak, he could not kill him within 3 sword strikes like Guan Yu did. At this time, Wen Chou was breathing heavily, and his blood and qi were surging like a river and sea. The meridians of his limbs were swollen and painful, and the tiger's mouth holding the spear was also cracked and bleeding. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The opponent's sudden 3 sword strikes caught him off guard. If the opponent's strength was not strong enough, he would have been killed on the horse. Wen Chou secretly made up his mind that if he faced explosive generals like Guan Yu and Guan Ling in the future, he must be alert and fight with all his strength. His generals were defeated again and again, and Yuan Shao's face, which had finally smiled, became ugly again. Wen Chou, kill him! Wen Chao's fighting spirit continued to rise without Yuan Shao's reminder. He then let out a long roar, and the long spear in his hand changed in many ways, whistling and stabbing towards Guan Ling. Facing the fierce attack, Guan Ling did not dare to be careless. The 3 strongest swords just now were all blocked by Wen Chou. It was obvious that the opponent was also a rare and fierce general. So he immediately waved the Yan Yu sword and took the initiative to meet Wen Chao's attack. The battle between 2 equally powerful generals naturally caused quite a stir. Just one collision raised a cloud of dust, covering the figures of the 2. The yellow sand in the sky blocked everyone's vision. There was a constant roar of metal hitting stone, flashing swords and guns, and from time to time, there was a burst of energy, blasting holes on the ground. The fierce battle between Guan Ling and Wen Chou attracted a lot of attention. But because of the obstruction of vision, many people could not see clearly. Second brother? Isn't this really your brother? He looks exactly like you. And he is using a crescent-shaped sword. Zhang Fei's eyes were as big as copper bells when Guan Ling appeared, and his pupils were full of shock. If he didn't know that Guan Yu had been staying by his side, Zhang Fei might have mistaken Guan Ling for his second brother. However, as Guan Ling took action, Zhang Fei quickly distinguished the difference between him and Guan Yu. Although they looked the same, their habits of attack were different. Zhang Fei, who was familiar with Guan Yu, saw this at a glance. What nonsense are you talking about? Guan Yu didn't expect that there would be someone who looked exactly like him in the world. And his phoenix eyes opened a few points unconsciously. Especially when Guan Ling swung 3 swords. Guan Yu almost pulled out a few strands of his beard, because the opponent was using the spring and autumn swordsmanship of his old Guan family. You should know that the spring and autumn swordsmanship of his old Guan family has always been taught to the children of the family, and has never been leaked to outsiders to learn. Now a person who uses his family swordsmanship suddenly appears, which makes Guan Yu a little uncalm, and even suspects that his father has an illegitimate child outside. The swordsmanship this person uses is indeed the spring and autumn swordsmanship of my Guan family. But I see that this person's swordsmanship has some defects, and it seems that he has not learned at all. Guan Yu, who has been immersed in the spring and autumn swordsmanship for many years, quickly saw the defects of Guan Ling's swordsmanship. Although the opponent has the shadow of the spring and autumn swordsmanship, there are still many core defects. This is why Guan Ling's martial arts are comparable to Wen Chou, and are much worse than Guan Yu. If Guan Ling learns the full spring and autumn swordsmanship from Guan Yu, his martial arts may rise to a higher level. Guan Yu guessed that one of his ancestors was exiled, and when it was passed down to Guan Ling, his spring and autumn swordsmanship was no longer complete. The battle between Guan Ling and Wen Chou continued, and the 2 fought fiercely, while Chen Dao and Su Huang, who surrounded and killed Lu Bu, had entered a white-hot stage, and neither could do anything to the other. Lu Bu is indeed a master of group battles. The more people there are, the more he will be. Although he is not as comfortable as before when facing the siege of 4 people, he does not look embarrassed at all. The 3 battlefields did not determine the winner for a while, and both the Prince's Coalition and Dong Zhuo were secretly anxious. If the fight continues like this, it may not end until the evening, and both sides are in urgent need of an opportunity to break the balance. Both sides are waiting for the other side to make a move. You make a move, and I make a move, to see who will lose the game in the end. Father, I want to fight. A child who is only about 12 or 13 years old behind Ma Teng, holding a tiger-headed golden spear. Couldn't help but feel itchy when he saw so many masters fighting. Although Chao has good martial arts, he is still young after all. These people are arrogant and will definitely not fight with you. Ma Teng was pleased with his eldest son, but he still rejected Ma Chao's request to fight, and instead looked at a man from Liangzhou. Lingming, since we are invited here by the Prime Minister, we can't just watch the show without doing anything. You fight immediately and win the first place for our army. Chapter 398. Pangda from Nan'an is here. Yuan Shao, come here quickly to die. Pangda, who received Ma Teng's order, immediately went to fight, carrying a broadsword and riding a horse to fly out of the battle array. Pangda from Shiliang was Ma Teng's first general. Among the entire Liangzhou rebels, he was the second most powerful general after Guanling. This man's appearance made Dong Zhuo and his generals nod slightly, and they had a lot of confidence. Hearing Pangda's provocation, Yuan Shao's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Since he became the leader of the alliance, the generals of Dong Zhuo's side seemed to have been targeting him, either asking him to come out to die or insulting his 18 generations of ancestors. But facing Pangda's insults, Yuan Shao was quite helpless, because his two generals, one was seriously injured and lying on the bed, and the other was fighting with Guanling, and he had no time to deal with Pangda. Who will cut off this man's head for me? Yuan Shao's eyes swept across the other 20 princes. The task of defeating Pangda could only be entrusted to these people. Pangda's momentum was not weak. In addition, since it was his first time on the battlefield, most of the princes could not figure out Pangda's strength and did not dare to send their generals to fight easily. Mengda, now that most of the princes have taken action, our Dongjun army should also send people to fight to correct our army's reputation. Xiahou Dun looked at Cao Cao beside him with full fighting spirit. Since Cao Cao led his troops to quell the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Xiahou brothers have followed him. Even the clan generals such as Cao Hong and Cao Ren who joined later could not compare with these two people in status. Cao Cao pinched his mustache, squinted his eyes, and looked at Pangda in the distance, and said, Yuan Rang, do you understand this man's strength? This man's momentum is not much worse than Guan Yu and Guanling. I may be able to fight him for hundreds of rounds. Xiahou Dun hesitated slightly, and then said what he thought in his heart. Hearing this, Cao Cao sighed lightly. It would be great if the soldier of Zhang Taisho obeyed me. With his strength, he should be able to deal with Pangda. Xiahou Dun's face immediately showed displeasure, and he said dissatisfiedly, Dian Wei is just a little stronger, but Mengda actually thinks so highly of him. Haha. When I subdue Dian Wei, Yuan Rang can have a fight with him. I want to see Dian Wei's true strength. Believe me, I will not be wrong. Cao Cao just smiled slightly, and did not dwell too much on this matter. Most warriors are people with strong personalities. As long as the strength gap is not to a certain extent, neither of them will be convinced by the other. Pangda is quite strong. He fought against the 4 generals of Cao Wei, fought against Su Zhu for more than 50 rounds, and later fought against the old version of Guan Yu for hundreds of rounds. If Yang Miaozhen is not at the maximum level, it will take a lot of time to deal with him. Li Ji's powerful generals were basically sent out, and he could only rely on other princes to deal with Pangda. Ding Xia, who recruited Yang Miaozhen, was one of Li Ji's main instigators. Of course, Cheng Shang, who was highly favored, was the best instigator. But Cheng Shang was restricted by Tao Qian's orders, and had been unwilling to send people to fight. Ding Xia felt that Li Ji's words made some sense, so she nodded, and then asked Yang Miaozhen, who had been waiting for a long time, to go out. While the 21 princes were discussing fiercely, Yang Miaozhen rushed out of the battle with a pear blossom spear. Dong Zhuo and others laughed when they saw the coalition army sent a female general to fight, and the army was filled with a happy atmosphere. Yuan Benchu, are you a softie? Why did you send a woman to fight? Do you want to please us with your beauty? Prime Minister, this coalition army is probably using the beauty trap to seduce us and force us to withdraw from Hula Pass with beauty. These arrogant soldiers laughed and mocked Yuan Shao and others. Why send a female general to fight? Do you think we have no generals to send? Yuan Shao, the leader of the alliance, was so angry that he jumped up and down. Sending a female general to fight was simply an insult to these men, not to mention the princes who were born as warriors, such as Yuan Shao, Sun Jian, and Gong Sun Zan, even Kong Rong, Tao Qian, and Han Fu, who were influenced by Confucianism, showed a trace of anger on their faces. Yang Miaozhen's appearance made most of the generals grab their weapons and constantly ask their own princes to fight. Pang Lingming. Don't fight with women. Go back and let others come. Pangda pointed his broadsword at Yang Miaozhen, his face full of disdain. The spear master was not angry at all. Instead, he shook out several groups of spear flowers with his pear blossom spear and pointed his horse at Pangda in front of him. With a roar of full energy, the spear in his hand suddenly rolled up a lot of strange wind, and it suddenly stabbed out like a flying fire meteor. There was still a long distance between the two sides, but the sharpness of the pear blossom spear tore open the space in front of him, and the sharp blade had already stabbed in front of Pangda. Pangda was shocked by the strength shown by Yang Miaozhen, but he reacted quickly. He roared wildly and waved the broadsword in his hand to turn it into a streak of silk, and took the initiative to meet it. Boom! The spear and the broadsword collided with each other, as if the world was in turmoil, and the rolling air waves were swept in all directions. In an instant, a thunderbolt seemed to burst out from the void above, and the terrifying residual power shook the surrounding space to the point of collapse. The visible ripples gradually twisted and transmitted outward from the center of the battlefield. The two fought head-on for a round, and the strong impact made their bodies tremble. But Yang Miaozhen moved faster and recovered first. The long spear in his hand seemed to turn into a spirit snake, whistling and stabbing towards Pangda's chest. The next second, the warhorse under him let out a neigh, and the pear blossom spear contained the power to destroy everything, and the deadly spear force was overwhelming. Facing the tsunami-like attack, Pangda's face became more solemn, because the previous collision had roughly figured out Yang Miaozhen's strength. Although she was a female general, she was not inferior to him in strength and skills. In fact, the opponent's spear skills were very ghostly, and better than any spear general he had seen. In the blink of an eye, Pangda repeatedly swung the sword in his hand, continuously slashing out countless sword beams, colliding with the spear tip, bursting out countless sparks of lightning, and the light disappeared in the void. In the Shilian army's formation, Dong Zhuo frowned slightly, because he saw that Yang Miaozhen was very powerful. Even Pangda, the second largest general of the Liang'o rebels, began to show signs of losing the upper hand after dozens of rounds against him. Yang Miaozhen is worthy of being a master of spearmanship. He directly crushed Pangda in spearmanship. If he had more strength, he might be able to defeat Pangda faster. Not only that, Pangda's peak period has not yet arrived, and Ding Xia has been recruiting Yang Miaozhen for a long time, and is closer to the peak period, whether from the upper limit or from the level. Yang Miaozhen is in the leading position. The players of Dong Zhuo's army whispered to each other. They knew Yang Miaozhen's origins, and knew that the other party was known as the master of spearmanship, known as the world's invincible, and his strength was not much worse than the 5 tigers. Pangda, even the old one, you could not defeat him in a single fight, and his peak strength was much worse than Yang Miaozhen. Yuan Shao also saw the signs of Pangda's defeat at this time. Although his own generals were able to win the last game, Yuan Shao could not be happy. After all, Yang Miaozhen was a female general. Defeating Pangda did not mean that they were not as good as a woman. The battlefield where the two fought made a violent roar, and the air flow whistled through the void, almost forming a hurricane around, pulling countless sand and stones. Dong Zhuo and Yuan Shao guessed correctly. Pangda's strength was still far inferior to Yang Miaozhen's. Pangda was exhausted by the overwhelming spear force. After forcing 50 rounds, he was hit in the waist and abdomen by Yang Miaozhen's spear, and was knocked away dozens of meters with his horse. The armor on his body exploded, and the waist and abdomen were hurt, causing the organs in his body to twist. Pangda's throat suddenly gushed blood and spit it out in his mouth. Kill! The terrifying murderous intent enveloped Pangda, and he was stimulated by the coldness. His heavy mind suddenly shook, and his skin deeply felt the desperate crisis coming. Yang Miaozhen obviously had no mercy. When she saw Pangda's flaw, she immediately rode out, and the pear blossom spear whistled and disappeared in the air wave, hiding murderous intent. Rumble, accompanied by a thunderclap. The long spear suddenly shot out from the void, and the murderous intent soared into the sky. The surging fighting spirit condensed into countless pear blossoms in an instant, and the entire battlefield seemed to be in a vast sea of flowers. In an instant, Pangda's figure was completely submerged in the sea of flowers and lost his voice. The next second, the sea of flowers collapsed into endless divine light. Yang Miaozhen's spear, with the power to destroy mountains, suddenly swept Pangda's weapon away, and then the sharp spear pierced through the armor and pierced Pangda's chest. Blood splashed in the air, and the next moment, it was torn into countless by the sweeping energy. Pangda suddenly let out a cry of pain. Like a wounded beast, Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out the pear blossom spear and frantically urged the warhorse, dragging his seriously injured body, and suddenly fled the battlefield, turning into a stream of light and retreating towards the direction of Dong Zhuo's army. Leave your life behind? Yang Miaozhen certainly would not let his opponent go, and immediately swung his spear forward to chase and kill him. In the formation of Dong Zhuo's army, or more precisely, in the formation of Liang Zhou's army, a figure suddenly rushed out to support him. Pang De was one of the best generals in his army. How could he watch him die on the battlefield? General Fu Bo's descendant, Sun Wutai, is here to greet you. In the camp of the Prince's coalition army, a majestic figure also whistled out. The edge of the big knife in his hand swept through the void, instantly cutting a hole, and the wind and waves flowed back. The general who supported Pang De's retreat was General Fu Bo's descendant, Ma Teng Ma Shouqing, and the Prince's coalition army was attacked by Jiandong Tiger, Sun Jian Sun Wutai. Ma Teng was closer to Pang De and entered the battlefield first. The long spear in his hand seemed to change into a dragon and snake, winding and coming to Yang Miaozhen. But who was Yang Miaozhen? He was a first-class spear master. Facing Ma Teng's attack, the pear blossom spear shook slightly, and the terrifying strange force instantly crushed the surrounding void into a ball, whistling and hitting Ma Teng's flaws. In an instant, the strong impact force shook Ma Teng's arms, and the blood in his body was surging, almost gushing out from his 7 orifices. Ma Teng's strength was far worse than Pang De's. It took a lot of effort to take Yang Miaozhen's full-strength attack. However, with his delay, Pang De, who was seriously injured, retreated safely. Let me deal with this man. You retreat and rest first. Jiandong Tiger Sun Jian rushed to the battlefield and looked at Ma Teng, whose breath was fluctuating. With full fighting spirit, Yang Miaozhen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat unhappy. But due to the other party's status as a vassal, he had to nod and urge his warhorse to make way. However, what surprised Sun Jian was that Yang Miaozhen, who had just fought a fierce battle, did not retreat to the coalition army, but instead rushed straight into the battlefield where Lu Bu was surrounded and killed with a pear blossom spear. This move not only surprised all the spectators, but also surprised Li Tsuanqiu and others. Lu Bu only felt the evil wind sweeping behind him, and the extremely sharp spear light suddenly attacked with a roar, and hit his weapon in one fell swoop. The majestic force pressed the Fang Tian Huaji down, and the middle door in front of Lu Bu suddenly opened. The 4 generals who had been eyeing him immediately launched an offensive, pressing Lu Bu to the point that it was difficult to raise his head. Yang Miaozhen's joining greatly increased Lu Bu's pressure. The female general's spear skills were exquisite, and seemed to always find an angle to threaten him. It didn't take many rounds for Lu Bu's armor to have a crack, and there was a faint blood light. Facing the double team of 5 fierce generals, Lu Bu was somewhat dwarfed, and the situation gradually fell into a disadvantage, showing signs of retreat. On the other side, Sun Jian had already fought with Ma Teng. Although Ma Teng was brave, his strength was still much worse than Sun Jian's, and Sun Jian's ancient ingot knife was an extraordinary thing. Whether in strength or weapons, Sun Jian was far ahead of Ma Teng. However, Ma Teng was also the descendant of General Fu Bo Ma Yuan after all, and inherited his legacy. The armor on his body was extremely sophisticated equipment, with the help of the treasure armor. Although Ma Teng was a little embarrassed, his life was not in danger. Thief general, don't hurt my father. After dozens of rounds, Ma Teng was suddenly caught by Sun Jian. The ancient ingot knife whistled and slashed his chest. It seemed that he was hit hard by a chariot, and Ma Teng was blasted out. Seeing this, a young general rushed out from Ma Teng's army. His face was as white as jade. His lips were as red as cinnabar. His eyes were as bright as shooting stars. He held a golden spear with a tiger head, and a pair of flying sand under his crotch. He was so handsome that he could be called a white-faced scholar. The man was Ma Teng's eldest son, Ma Chao, one of the 5 tiger generals of Shuhan. However, Ma Chao was only 11 or 12 years old at this time, not to mention that he had not reached the peak. He was afraid that his hair had not grown out yet. With a flick of his wrist, the golden spear suddenly poured into the void, and the next second it stabbed directly at Sun Jian's face. The sharp spear tip made the Jiandong tiger narrow his eyes slightly. Come on! Ma Chao's provocation did not make Sun Jian angry, but instead showed a hint of appreciation. The ancient ingot knife swung like a full moon, and then turned into a silver thread, like a meteorite piercing the sky, and slammed into the spear. Chapter 399, Capture Alive. Ma Chao was still young after all. Even though his martial arts talent was far superior to Sun Jian's, he was still no match for Sun Jian at this time. With just this one sword, Sun Jian used his strength advantage to chop Ma Chao dozens of meters away, almost killing this five-tiger general. You are quite courageous. But it's a pity that you are too young. Sun Wutai. Don't bully young boys. Hurry back. Sun Jian's tone was somewhat disdainful, but a trace of praise appeared in his tiger eyes. Ma Chao's ignorant character was similar to his eldest son, which suited his appetite very well. Unless Ma Chao, die in battle, there is no retreat. Ma Chao's internal organs were injured, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But the stubbornness on his face did not subside at all. Chao, hurry back. Ma Tang suddenly became anxious. The Jiangdong tiger was not something his eldest son could deal with, and even he might not be able to easily survive from the opponent. If Ma Chao's words angered Sun Jian, and Sun Jian lost his temper and attacked Ma Chao, a junior, without caring about his face, then Ma Chao would have no chance of survival. However, Ma Chao's temper was as stubborn as a stone in a toilet. He did not listen to Ma Ting's words at all, and continued to stay on the battlefield, glaring at Sun Jian. This made Sun Jian look at him with approval. Father, let me deal with this man. At this moment, a voice came from behind Sun Jian, and a young general rushed out of the Changsha army. He was beautiful, funny, holding a lion-headed fire-patterned magic spear, and had a good appearance. Sun Ce looked handsome, even more handsome than Ma Chao. Zhu Mao watched Sun Ce go out, and his face suddenly turned black. The father and son of the Sun family were simply carved in the same image. They both disregarded their status, and went into battle without fear to fight the enemy. Not to mention Zhu Mao's worry. Even Huang Gai and other generals, who were close to Sun Jian, began to worry. The Lord personally went to the battlefield to establish his prestige in the army and better control the army. But if the enemy targeted Sun Jian and Sun Ce and laid a killing move, if they died on the battlefield, I am afraid that the entire Changsha army would fall apart overnight. However, Huang Gai and others felt a little relieved while they were worried. Sun Jian did give birth to two heirs. The second son, Sun Quan, was not as keen on charging into battle as Sun Jian and Sun Ce, but preferred to stay in a safe place to ensure his own safety. Of course, to put it nicely is to judge the situation. To put it bluntly is to be afraid of death. Father, this man is the same age as me, and his martial arts are also very good. Why don't I teach him a lesson for you? Sun Ce stood behind Sun Jian with a spear, staring at Ma Chao with high morale. And Ma Chao, who was full of vigor, was not to be outdone and stared at Sun Ce. Sun Jian pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, then looked at Ma Tang, who was taking a deep breath and resting, and said loudly, General Ma, your descendants and mine are of the same age. Why don't we let them fight on our behalf? You and I will lead the battle, and stop when the time is right. Jiangdong Tiger wanted to train his eldest son, and finally saw a suitable opponent appear, so he made some suggestions to Ma Tang. As for whether Ma Tang would agree, Sun Jian was not too worried, because his strength was much higher than Ma Tang's. If the other party did not agree, he could just leave the other party and force the other party to agree to his request. Ma Tang's face suddenly showed a trace of struggle. He had been struggling in Liangzhou for decades, so he could hear the deep meaning of Sun Jian, but he felt a lot of shame, because he had to rely on his eldest son to save his life. Okay, stop at that point. Don't make any more obstacles. No problem. Sun Jian grinned and then glanced at Sun Ce. Sun Ce, who understood, was overjoyed, and then picked up the long spear in his hand, rolled up endless energy, and the surrounding strong wind tore and whistled, and he turned into a tiger descending from the mountain. With terrible power, the long spear swept left and right, and two groups of fierce spear flowers killed Ma Chao from both sides. Although Sun Ce had not reached the peak, he had formed his own character in spearmanship. The rest needed to be verified by actual combat. Ma Chao's heart sank. He didn't expect that there would be someone of his age who was as strong as him. However, he didn't have any fear. Instead, he became more and more excited. The warhorse under his crotch neighed. Ma Chao relied on his superb horsemanship to make the horse and the man one. His figure kept flashing in the attacking spear. At the same time, the tiger-headed golden spear in his hand was raised horizontally to block the opponent's attack. It's impolite not to return the favor. Ma Chao naturally wouldn't sit back and watch himself being beaten. While protecting his vitals, The golden spear with an overwhelming and domineering aura roared and turned into a cold light, madly pointing at Sun Tzu's chest. The two were of similar age and martial arts. Although the scene was not as good as other battles, it could at least make the onlookers see it very clearly. The two spears seemed to turn into fierce tigers and dragons. The two beasts fought each other in the void. The clanging sound of the collision shattered the surrounding air and released a large amount of air waves. One is the little overlord of Jiangdong, and the other is one of the 5 tiger generals of Shuhan. They are really well matched. I declare this the best battle of generals so far. Bullshit. What's the point of two little brats fighting each other? The beating of Lu Bu is a famous scene. TND. This Lu Bu is really strong. He was suppressed and couldn't raise his head. But he didn't run away. Both Dong Zhuo's army and the allied forces of the princes admired the fighting duo of Sun Tzu and Ma Chao. They hadn't seen such young and frivolous juniors for a long time. Haha. Ma Shouqing's eldest son is not bad. When he grows up, he will become an important general in our army. With this person, it's just a matter of time to sweep Guangdong. Dong Zhuo's face trembled with excitement, and his body, which was as big as a hill, moved slightly on the horse's back. If the warhorse under him was not a BMW, I'm afraid he would have been foaming at the mouth and exhausted on the spot. However, Yuan Shao's attitude was the opposite of Dong Zhuo's. He couldn't understand why Sun Jian had to let his eldest son fight when Sun Jian's strength was enough to suppress Ma Teng and his son. Wasn't this just delaying time? At this time, there were 4 battlefields for fighting generals. Except for the battle to kill Lu Bu. The other places were evenly matched, and it was impossible to tell who would win. The longer the battle lasted, the more Dong Zhuo realized something was wrong, because he found that he had fewer and fewer cards in his hand. But he was not as good as the coalition in terms of the number of generals. Now, on the coalition side, only Lu, Guan, and Zhang under Gong Sun Zan, Li Ji's generals, and Sun Jian and his son went to fight. Gong Sun Zan, the White Horse general, who was famous for his military power, the Xiaohou brothers of Cao Cao, and a large number of prefects and governors did not send out any generals. Although these people were not of the same mind. If they suddenly had a brain twitch and sent their own fierce generals to fight at the same time, what would Dong Zhuo do to resist them? However, before he could come up with any countermeasures, another person rushed out from the coalition side, and his special identity surprised most people. Li Ji, the prefect of Kuaiji, came to teach. Niu Fu came out to fight with me. Li Ji was not as crazy as those people before, but chose to name Dong Zhuo to send someone to fight. And his opponent was Niu Fu, Dong Zhuo's son-in-law. He checked Niu Fu's data panel, and the opponent's bravery was only about 70 or 80 points, while Li Ji's bravery had reached 90 points. Much stronger than the opponent. It can be said that if Li Ji wants to become famous, Niu Fu is a very easy target to deal with. When Niu Fu heard that he was named, his face suddenly turned red. His martial arts were average, and he thought that this battle had nothing to do with him. As a result, someone jumped out to fight him, and it was his old acquaintance, let alone Niu Fu. Dong Zhuo's face was also a little ugly. He didn't know whether to name him or not, but he actually named his most useless son-in-law. Dong Zhuo was a little entangled, because he had never seen Li Ji take action, and he didn't know Li Ji's confidence and strength. If his son-in-law was killed, he would be in big trouble. However, the Xiliang army responded. A general rushed out from it, holding a long spear, and his momentum was very fierce. Lord Niu Fu, you can't fight him just because you want to. First, get past me. The one who fought was Zhang Ji, the uncle of Zhang Xiu, the hero of the north, and one of the Xiliang warriors. However, as soon as Zhang Ji appeared, Li Ji rode back to the battle, leaving only this warrior in the field and embarrassed. What a joke. Zhang Ji's strength is 1 level higher than Niu Fu. How could Li Ji choose such an enemy as his opponent? Besides, Li Ji's target has always been Niu Fu, and it would be useless to change to anyone else. Humph. I am a prefect of a county, and you are just a wolfhound beside Dong Zhuo. Fighting with you would be a loss of my identity. As soon as the voice fell, the other 20 princes showed a weird look. Zhang Ji was obviously appointed as a high-ranking official by Dong Zhuo, and his position was much higher than your prefecture. But in Li Ji's mouth, he was just a wolfhound. However, Li Ji was right. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Dong Zhuo controlled the court and appointed any official he wanted. And Zhang Ji was just a dog of Dong Zhuo before, helping Dong Zhuo to build his country. If the two sides were to compete according to their identities, Dong Zhuo would naturally be against the leader Yuan Shao, while people like Dong Min, Niu Fu, and Lu Bu, who were related to Dong Zhuo, would correspond to princes such as Li Ji and Cao Cao. Zhang Ji was furious and wanted to kill Li Ji, but he found that Li Ji ran faster than a rabbit and hid in the army without looking back. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Father-in-law, why don't you let me fight? Although Li Anmin and I fight separately, we know each other after all, and he shouldn't plot against me. Seeing Dong Zhuo's face livid, Niu Fu had to bite the bullet and speak, but his tone became weaker and weaker. Dong Zhuo touched his beard irritably. Although Niu Fu was his most useless son-in-law, he was also the son-in-law who could handle his temper the best. If Niu Fu died on the battlefield, he would probably feel uncomfortable for several days. Okay. Be careful. Zhang Ji, you support Niu Fu. Dong Zhuo finally agreed to Niu Fu's request. Niu Fu's sword-wielding battle made the Prince's coalition army a little unresponsive. Unexpectedly, Li Ji's provocation actually made a heavyweight like Niu Fu fight. All the prince's eyes began to become hot. If they could capture Niu Fu alive, they would definitely be able to greatly improve their reputation. It's a pity that Li Ji had already named Niu Fu to fight, and Niu Fu did appear on the battlefield at Li Ji's request. The only person to deal with Niu Fu was Li Ji. Yuan Rang, Miao Kai, you two should support Brother Anmin. If Brother Anmin is in danger, you must act immediately and capture Niu Fu. Cao Cao saw Zhang Ji following closely behind Niu Fu, and the other's unfriendly eyes made him feel a little bit wrong. Seeing the Xiahou brothers appear behind him, Li Ji immediately felt much safer, and praised Cao Cao as a good and honest man. Brother Anmin, please show mercy. Niu Fu winked at Li Ji and whispered, but Li Ji's eyes were empty, and ignored Niu Fu's words. Seeing this, Niu Fu had to hold the big knife in his hand tightly, and urged the warhorse under him to sprint towards Li Ji. Li Ji, sitting on the horse, suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes became extremely sharp, and he did not hide his strength. His momentum suddenly burst out, and he rode his horse with a gun and stabbed Niu Fu in the face. The overlord's spear rolled up a strange wind, and it seemed that a giant python was stirring up waves in the void, stirring up the surrounding yellow sand. Bang! A violent collision sounded, and the spear and the broadsword entangled with each other wantonly, and countless sparks flew in the air with the strong wind. Niu Fu's face changed, and his arms felt an incredible impact. His majestic body suddenly stopped in the air, and then shook violently. At this time, Li Ji's strength was beyond his imagination. Even if he had swung his weapon with all his strength, he could not completely stop this attack. The two of them crossed each other, and endured the collision just now. But Li Ji suddenly pulled the reins in his hand, showing extraordinary horsemanship. In the blink of an eye, he turned the horse's head, and then turned into a rainbow light, killing Niu Fu from behind. Like a wave, Li Ji galloped on the ground, and with the advantage of the warhorse, he rushed to Niu Fu's back in an instant, and the spear suddenly pushed forward, as if it could penetrate everything. At this time, Niu Fu had just completed the turn, being targeted by the sharp edge. His hair stood on end, and a trace of coldness emerged in his heart. But he quickly reacted, and while letting out a long roar, he swung his sword wildly, and the sword energy violently tore everything apart, trying to block Li Ji's spear. Unfortunately, before he urged the weapon, a bit of cold light had quietly arrived, directly pierced Niu Fu's armor, and instantly penetrated into his flesh and blood. Puff! With a flick of his wrist, the spear was put away, and when the sharp edge was dissipated, Niu Fu was blasted away directly, like a kite with a broken string falling to the ground. Li Ji rode over, stretched out his arms, grabbed Niu Fu's belt, and pulled him onto the horse's back, and rushed directly into the coalition camp. In a flash, Niu Fu was captured alive. Chapter 400, a hasty end. Niu Fu was captured alive, and Zhang Ji, who was in charge of the battle, was the most anxious. He was asked by Dong Zhuo to protect Niu Fu's life, but the other party caught Niu Fu right under his nose. Not to mention that he was losing all his face now. If he couldn't get Niu Fu back, he didn't know how to bear Dong Zhuo's anger after the war, and he might even lose his head. Put down the East Zhonglong general. Zhang Ji immediately rushed over with a gun and went straight to Li Ji's back. But the Xiahou brothers, who were watching him, were faster and blocked Zhang Ji first. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan were good generals at the time. Any one of them could easily deal with Zhang Ji. Not to mention the two brothers working together. After a few rounds, Zhang Ji knew that he was not as strong as the two brothers. So he had to fake a shot and urged his horse to flee back to the battle. Seeing Niu Fu being captured alive, Dong Zhuo's face became very ugly. The worst situation finally happened. If it was Zhang Ji and Zhang Xiu who were killed, Dong Zhuo would not be so angry as he is now. But Niu Fu is his son-in-law, a member of his old Dong family, and represents Dong Zhuo's face. If Yuan Shao followed his example and cut off Niu Fu's head and hung it on the camp gate, then Dong Zhuo would have no face to speak of. Zhang Ji came to Dong Zhuo, rolled directly from the horse's back to the ground, knelt on the ground, kowtowed and apologized. I am incompetent, and I killed the general of the Eastern Army in Li Ji's hands. Please punish me, Prime Minister, to restore the prestige of the army. Seeing Zhang Ji's embarrassed appearance, Dong Zhuo was immediately furious and drew out his sword, pointing the tip of the sword directly at the opponent. Zhang Ji, you useless thing. I clearly asked you to go to the front, but you didn't react at all. Only your death today can save my face. After that, Dong Zhuo roared and swung his sword, chopping Zhang Ji's head. Fortunately, Li Ju and Guosi grabbed Dong Zhuo's arm in advance, which saved Zhang Ji from death. Li Ju and Guosi, like Zhang Ji, were all lieutenants managed by Niu Fu. The three of them had deep feelings for each other. How could they watch Zhang Ji die here? Prime Minister, don't be angry. At this point, even if you kill Zhang Ji, you can't save the situation. You should find a way to get the East Zhonglong general back from Li Ji. Yes, Prime Minister. Zhang Ji is a direct descendant of our Shiliang army. If you kill him here, I'm afraid it will chill the hearts of the soldiers. Besides, the Prince's coalition forces have been looking at us. Do you want them to laugh at us by doing this? Li Ju supported Dong Zhuo's arm, while Guosi on the other side took Dong Zhuo's sword. After the two men's earnest persuasion, Dong Zhuo calmed down his anger a little, and then said, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. After the end, Zhang Ji will receive 80 canes as a warning. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Prime Minister. After hearing Dong Zhuo's final punishment, Zhang Ji's body trembled and his face turned very pale. 80 military canes are not something a normal person can bear. If the physique is slightly weaker, it is very likely that he will be beaten to death directly. With Zhang Ji's physique, he will not be beaten to death, but he will end up with a torn skin and flesh, and he will have to lie in bed for at least 1 or 2 months to recover. But such an ending is much better than losing his life. As for Li Ji, he has brought the unconscious Niu Fu back to the army. When the other 20 princes saw him get such a trophy, they were immediately jealous. Lian Min, this man is the son-in-law of Dong Zhuo and has a high status in the Shiliang army. It is better to chop off his head and hang it in front of the army to hit Dong Zhuo's morale. Yuan Shu showed a sinister smile and wanted Li Ji to show the trophy Niu Fu. Gong Lu is right. Dong Zhuo killed so many of my clansmen. Yuan Benchu, will never reconcile with him. Since Niu Fu has been captured by us, we must let Dong Zhuo feel the pain of losing his relatives. Yuan Shao even brought out his blood feud. The two brothers were simply crosstalk, one on the left and one on the back, trying to snatch Niu Fu from Li Ji. But Li Ji had long seen through Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu's thoughts. The two brothers' words were more pleasant than the other. If it were someone else, they would probably have handed Niu Fu over to them at this time. Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu did not get a single promise from Li Ji. Instead, they saw a sneer on Li Ji's face. Li Ji ignored the gazes of many princes and handed the unconscious Niu Fu to Lu Xiangxing for treatment, ordering Lu Xiangxing to send someone to take good care of Niu Fu. Li Taisho, what do you mean by this? Do you want to keep Niu Fu alive? Yuan Shao's face darkened. He did not expect Li Ji to do this. Li Ji, you captured Niu Fu alive, but did not kill him. Instead, you saved his life. Could it be that you secretly joined forces with Dong Zhuo and are a traitor to our prince's coalition? Yuan Shu was so angry that he jumped up and down, like a clown who was furious. He just pointed at Li Ji's nose and cursed. Humph. If I were a traitor, I could have not joined forces with others to rescue your Nanyang army. Without our rescue, I'm afraid your Nanyang army would have been almost wiped out. Li Ji's words immediately choked Yuan Shu so much that he couldn't speak at all. Then Li Ji looked at Yuan Shao and said loudly, I captured Niu Fu myself. If the leader is not convinced, he can go into battle himself and capture Dong Zhuo, Dong Min and others. If the leader succeeds, I, Li Ji, will not say a word and will even offer Niu Fu with both hands. That's right. You still talk about blood feuds. But in the end you just hide behind and act like a turtle. Ding Xiao muttered on the side. You? Ding Xiao's finishing blow made Yuan Shao not know what words to use to refute. Li Ji was right. He captured Niu Fu by his strength. Yuan Shao kept saying that he had a deep hatred for Dong Zhuo, and that he was irreconcilable with the Xiliang army. But it was not clear that Yuan Shao dared to fight against Dong Zhuo. Yuan Shu saw that he had no way to deal with Li Ji. So he had to turn his spearhead to Cao Cao, who was watching the show, and persuaded him, Mingda. If it weren't for your generals to support Li Ji, how could he easily bring Niu Fu back? Tell me, who should deal with Niu Fu? Cao Cao raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that his good buddy would actually burn himself. And then, he was silent. To be honest, he just helped Li Ji on a whim. But Li Ji never asked him for help from beginning to end. Everything was just his wishful thinking. Besides, he didn't believe that Li Ji would not make a second-hand preparation. Even without his help, Li Ji's generals would always come out consciously. His thoughts quickly passed to one side. Under Yuan Shu's expectant eyes, Cao Cao slowly said, such a small matter is not worth mentioning. Niu Fu should be handed over to Brother Anmin. I believe in him, and he will not let me down. Alas, Mingda, I don't know what to say to you. Even his friends stood in support of Li Ji. Yuan Shu felt a sense of being abandoned by his friends and relatives. He could only sigh and let it go. The same is true for Yuan Shao. He pays more attention to his face than Yuan Shu. Since even Yuan Shu doesn't go to grab Niu Fu, he can't say anything. As for other people, they don't have such thoughts. Most people think that it is natural for Li Ji to deal with Niu Fu. What's more, it is based on his real ability. Military princes like Gong Sun Zan began to admire Li Ji's courage and martial arts. Just as they were discussing Niu Fu's fate, Dong Zhuo took the lead. But Dong Zhuo's action surprised the 21 princes. Because Dong Zhuo did not choose to send his generals to fight again, but chose to call off the troops. And with the cover of the garrison on the city wall, he slowly retreated to Hulao Pass with his troops. Lu Bu, who was beaten up by 5 generals and could not raise his head, burst out with a strong force, then made a feint, turned around and rode his red rabbit horse back to Guanzhong, becoming the first general to flee. Lu Bu had already fallen into a disadvantage in the face of the siege of 5 people. If he had not taken into account his face as the top master of the Xiliang army, he would have retreated long ago. Now that Dong Zhuo called off the troops, how could he take the opportunity to leave the battle and save his life? LV Bu's red hair is a rare divine horse in the world. It's really enviable. Li Xuanxiu and others could only watch LV Bu leave. The red hair was much faster than all their war horses. Coupled with LV Bu's martial arts, it was difficult for them to keep him. The second general who fled was surprising. Chen Dao fought with Su Huang for hundreds of rounds. But in the end, he was defeated by one move. Your martial arts are very good. But it's a pity that I am stronger than you. Su Huang's arms holding the axe trembled slightly. And the blood in his body kept churning in his body, filling his limbs and meridians and becoming particularly swollen. Even if Dong Zhuo didn't call back, even if he defeated Chen Dao, he couldn't continue to fight on the field. Now he might not be able to defeat even an adult. I admit that you are stronger than me. But why do you still want to surrender to the Baibo bandits and become an accomplice of Yang Feng? If you can surrender to my master, with your strength, you will definitely be ranked above me and be valued by my master. Chen Dao shook his numb arms and looked at Su Huang with burning eyes. Su Huang's face suddenly showed a trace of shame. He was originally a county official in Hedong County. But because of the rampant behavior of the Baibo army in Hedong County, he was forced to surrender to Yang Feng. However, he quickly reacted. Why did he persuade surrender in front of the enemy? If Yang Feng heard it, he would probably start to distrust him. Thinking of this, Su Huang directly ignored Chen Dao's persuasion to surrender, holding a big axe and riding a horse back to the Baibo army. But he saw Yang Feng's stinky face from a distance, and instantly realized that Yang Feng must have heard the conversation between him and Chen Dao. As for Guanling and Wenqiu, after hearing the signal of retreat, Guanling lost his will to fight instantly. He just slashed Wenqiu with his sword and left the battlefield. Wenqiu, who was ignored, returned empty-handed again and could only return to Yuan Shao in disgrace. Fortunately, Yuan Shao did not blame Wenqiu too much, but began to comfort him. It seems that after this battle, there are endless powerful generals in the world. Yuan Shao understands that he will have to rely on Yan Liang and when Cho to charge and conquer the world in the future. That's enough. That's enough. If we talk about which pair of generals fought the most, Sun Tzu and Ma Chao should be the first. Whether in age or martial arts, the two are basically evenly matched. So much so that they even admire each other later. If it weren't for the fact that this is still a battlefield, I'm afraid the two would have sworn brotherhood on the spot. After Ma Tang and his son and Sun Jian and their sons bowed to each other, they urged their horses back to their respective camps. This pair was the only one who was harmonious. Dong Zhuo had Hulap Pass as a barrier, so he could rest easy. But the coalition forces were not so idle. They were going to attack Hulap Pass, but they were interrupted by Dong Zhuo's initiative to go out of the pass and fight with the generals under the pass. Now, in the next period of time, they began to bite the hard bone of Hulap Pass. The fight took a lot of time, and it was almost dark when it ended. Yuan Shao had no habit of fighting at night, so he simply let the princes lead their troops to camp outside the pass and make plans after a rest. My lord, the camp of the Dragon Sparrow army has been stationed in a dangerous terrain. I have sent enough soldiers to patrol the camp to prevent the enemy from attacking at night. Wang Meng and Yang Su were not with Li Ji, so Lu Xiangxing, who had the highest commander value, naturally became Li Ji's right-hand man. With Lu Xiangxing's current commander value of 93 points, he was enough to deal with the situation here. Besides, there are many talented generals among other princes, so it is not a problem to maintain the basic camp of the coalition. My lord, the continuous battles during the day have exhausted both sides. In our opinion, Dong Zhuo may not attack us by surprise. That's right. Even if he attacks the coalition, he will not choose to attack powerful princes like us. Their targets should be peripheral princes such as Lu Dai and Lu Zhang. The three counselors brought by Li Ji analyzed the previous situation in a short time, so that Li Ji and others can sleep peacefully tonight. By the way, is there any situation with Dong Zhuo? Not yet. Shi Jicai shook his head slightly. Li Ji chuckled. It seems that Dong Zhuo expected that I would not kill Niu Fu, and he wanted to blackmail him. My lord, don't worry. Niu Fu is Dong Zhuo's son-in-law. No matter what, he will not let Niu Fu fall into our hands. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, Dong Zhuo will naturally send someone to contact us secretly. At that time, my lord can naturally ask for a big price. Guijia did not show any worry in his eyes, but picked up the wine bowl and drank it. By the way, how is Niu Fu? Li Ji nodded, turned his head, and looked at Jia Su again. Niu Fu was Jia Su's former boss, and they had a good relationship. He was definitely the best person to appease Niu Fu. Jia Su, who was slacking off, had to stand up and answer, my lord. Niu Fu's emotions did not fluctuate much after he knew that we would not kill him, but he persuaded me to join him again, which gave me a headache. Chapter 401 Su Gong starts to go crazy. News came from Xuanzhou that the 21 princes have fought against Dong Zhuo. Li Ji made a big splash in this battle, and sent his own generals to beat Lu Bu and win the battle. This is our chance. Li Ji has transferred most of the generals and counselors in the county. We only need to deal with Wang Meng, who is stationed in Wucheng County. Li Ji's team to fight against Dong has as many as 150,000 people. This may take away most of the troops in Kuaiji County, so Wang Meng may not have any reinforcements behind him. This will be our best chance to take over the entire Wu County, or even the entire Kuaiji County. Wu County, the seat of Wu County, is home to a large number of player lords. With the help of his retainers, Su Gong took the lead in setting up an alliance to fight against Li. In addition to the lords of Wu County, there is also Lu Yao, the governor of Yangzhou, who is behind him to support Su Gong in defeating Wang Meng and taking over Li Ji's territory. Lu Yao was not able to lead troops to attack Wang Meng and Kuaiji County due to his official position, but he could secretly contact Su Gong and use Su Gong to deal with Li Ji. In order to support Su Gong's actions, Lu Yao not only provided Su Gong with a large amount of food and equipment to help him recruit an army of tens of thousands of people, but also sent his three generals Fan Ning, Zhang Ying, and Yumi to cooperate with Sun Shao in Su Gong's actions. It can be said that Lu Yao put most of his wealth on the line to take down Li Ji's Kuaiji County. If he won, he would have a peaceful and prosperous country and sit firmly in the position of Yangzhou Mu. If he lost, he would wait for the governor below to rebel and lead troops to kill him in Shochu in one day. In the prefecture governor's mansion of Wu County, Su Gong sat at the top of the hall, and below him were the big and small figures of the alliance. Among these people, there were not only the player lords of Wu County, but also the aristocratic and powerful people in Wu County who supported Su Gong. These aristocratic families have never been very fond of Li Ji, an outsider, and Li Ji's series of actions against the aristocratic families made them feel disgusted. Su Gong seized this opportunity and forced a large number of aristocratic families to board his pirate ship. While giving him advice, he also forced them to send their private soldiers and contribute money and food to strengthen his strength. With these soldiers and his own troops, Su Gong now has a large army of more than 100,000, which is extremely large. Of course, the cost of maintaining this army of more than 100,000 is also huge. If it weren't for these aristocratic families paying money and food to support it, I'm afraid his troops would have mutinied long ago. Looking at the noisy allies below, Su Gong suddenly showed a hint of viciousness, and then stretched out his hand to suppress their voices. We have always had the final say in Wu County, but now a man named Wang Ming has come to be our governor. It's time for us to deal with him. Governor Su is right. Wu County has always been governed by the 4 major surnames, and Wang Ming and Li Ji are not on good terms with the aristocratic families. If they succeed in taking over Wu County, we will have a hard time. Zhang Yuan, a disciple of the Zhang family, was the first to stand up and respond to Su Gong's words. His words attracted many people to echo. Su Gong looked at Zhang Yuan and nodded with satisfaction. But when he saw that the other 3 surnames were not interested, his face suddenly showed a haze. The aristocratic families are not monolithic. Even the aristocratic families of the 4 major surnames in Wu County, even if they are intermarried, still choose different camps at critical moments. For example, the Zhang family and the Lu family, they are more supportive of Su Gong's actions, especially the Zhang family, who leaned towards Su Gong from the beginning and clearly did not support Wang Ming, the new governor. The Lu family did not dare to support Su Gong openly because of Lujiang Governor Lu Kong, but they provided Su Gong with a lot of help in secret. As for the Zhu family, because the Zhu family had children following Changsha Governor Sun Jian, and Sun Jian had a good relationship with Li Ji, they chose to stand on the sidelines and did not stand on either side. As for the remaining Gu family, because Gu Yong had previously participated in the imperial examination held by Li Ji and served in Li Ji's power, Su Gong tacitly believed that the Gu family had defected to Li Ji's side. Even though the Gu family later sent Gu Hui to serve as Su Gong's staff, it did not change Su Gong's impression of him. Su Gong only regarded Gu Hui as an extra idle person. He did not choose to bring Gu Hui with him on any important occasions. Su Taisho, we will take our troops south to bring back Wang Ming's head for you as long as you give us an order. A player lord stood up and asked Su Gong for orders. After he took the lead, more and more lords followed suit and asked to go to war and march south. Su Gong did not speak, but his eyes fell on Sun Shao beside him. Sun Shao was a think tank sent by Liu Yao. Su Gong knew his own weight, so he did not dare to agree to these people's requests, but chose to ask Sun Shao for advice. Sun Shao did not become arrogant because of Su Gong's respect. Instead, he bowed to Su Gong and said modestly, Li Ji's main force is not in Kuaiji County, which means Wang Ming has no backing. This is the best time to send troops. Mr. Sun is right. But how should we send troops? You know, Taihu Lake has been controlled by Li Ji's navy. At this point, Su Gong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he fall into Wang Ming's strategy before? He didn't see Wang Ming's way to save Zhao. When fighting for control of Taihu Lake, Wang Ming suddenly sent troops to attack Wu County. The scale was so large that Su Gong even thought that the other party was serious. He hurriedly pulled back the navy stationed in Taihu Lake for defense. But in the end, Wang Ming's army only strolled outside Wu County, and there was no sign of attacking the city. Without the Wujuan navy stationed in Taihu Lake, the Long K navy defeated the pirates and naturally controlled Taihu Lake. Although Su Gong once sent the navy to retake Taihu Lake, he found that the other party had already firmly established a foothold and could not retake it at all. If Taihu Lake was in their hands at this time, they could take advantage of the waterway and ignore the influence of the terrain to have multiple attack routes. After hearing Su Gong's words, Sun Shao also felt a little pity. With Taihu Lake, they could choose any county to launch an attack, and Wang Ming had to be forced to divide his troops to various places in order to keep the city. And at the same time, he had to spend a lot of energy to prevent their sudden attack. As long as they found out which county had weak defense, they could raise the banner of attack and seize the city. Of course, Wang Ming has another choice, which is to give up the garrison city and rely on the advantage of military strength to keep 1 or 2 other counties. But in this way, they can take over the county abandoned by Wang Ming without any effort. So whoever can take Taihu Lake will have the initiative to start a war. Now that the loss of Taihu Lake has become a reality, the governor does not need to worry too much. Now we have two directions of attack. One is to attack Yukon Haiyan through Wuxian, and then attack Wuqing after taking these two cities. The second is to start from Chue, pass through Yanxian, and then reach Wuqing. Sun Xiao immediately spread out a very complicated topographic map, which marked the terrain and important places in various parts of Wujuan. Many lords who came to watch were dizzy. Even Su Gong frowned slightly. He did not expect this map to be so detailed. And this map was not made by him. This map is a masterpiece of Sun Xiao or Lu Yao. But he quickly put this matter behind him. What is more important now is to defeat Wang Ming and take over the entire Wujuan. So according to Mr. Sun, which direction should we choose to launch the attack? Sun Xiao nodded Yuquan, then Yanxian, and replied with a smile, in my opinion, it is best to choose two directions to launch the attack at the same time. Why do you say that, sir? Su Gong didn't quite understand. Yes, Mr. Sun. Although our army has hundreds of thousands of troops, Wang Ming also has a lot of soldiers and horses. As the saying goes, if there are 10, we will surround them. And if there are 5, we will attack them. How can we have the ability to launch two attacks at the same time? Zhang Yan shook his head, also expressing his disbelief. You're right. Sun Xiao chuckled, then explained, don't forget that Wang Ming is an experienced military commander. We may not be his opponent in a head-on battle. We must rely on strategies to deal with him. Mr. Sun, have you thought of any strategy? Su Gong asked curiously. The way to use troops is to use false and real. Real and real. We attack in two directions at the same time, so that Wang Ming can't figure out which direction our main attack is. This can tie down his troops and make him make any decision easily. Not only that, we can make the number of troops in one direction larger and make the intention of the main attack, and hide a group of elite troops in the other direction. If we think that the main attack direction is a large number of troops, we can use the elite troops to instantly transform into the main attack. If the troops he mainly resists are less, we can go with the flow and use the advantage of troops to attack the county. No matter which direction, we can always change the main attack direction. As Sun Xiao continued to explain, Su Gong's eyes gradually became brighter, and even at the end, there was a madness in his eyes. In his opinion, Sun Xiao's plan was quite cunning. Sun Xiao took advantage of Wang Ming's lack of troops to trick the other side into focusing on defending only one side, while the other side could be attacked heavily. The other lords present also nodded in support of Sun Xiao's plan. Since you all agree, I will go beyond this and assign tasks to you. Sun Xiao stepped forward without hesitation. Su Taisho, you personally lead the troops of each lord, plus some of your own direct troops, from Wu County to Yuquan, and spread the news along the way to inform the other side that we are going to attack vigorously. At this point, Sun Xiao looked in another direction and ordered, Lord Wang, you are the great lord of Chue. You should know the shortcut from Chue to Yanxian. I will let Taisher Ci, you, me, and other generals march with you, and attack Yanxian with the elite soldiers I brought. I understand. When Wang heard that Taisher Ci would also be temporarily under his management, his eyes suddenly showed a fanatical look. Taisher Ci is a famous general in history, and he can also be sent to the forefront in the Three Kingdoms, if he can recruit him, plus the young generals from Chue he recruited before. Even if he loses this battle, he will have enough capital to rise again. Su Gong and others acted vigorously, and began to reorganize the army and horses after deciding on the plan. Then they launched an attack 3 days later, starting from the two cities of Chue and Wuxian. The scouts deployed by Wang Ming near the county seat of Wuxian soon noticed the mobilization of Su Gong's troops and horses, and reported the situation to Wang Ming again and again. I didn't expect that there was such a fierce general who escaped safely under the siege of Sunxiao. Han Sheng and others. It's really amazing. When the battle against Dong was going on, Wang Ming was not idle. While training the troops in the southern part of Wujuan, he learned about the situation of the battle against Dong through the news sent back by Xuanzhou. As a result, the fight under Hulao Pass made him feast his mouth, and he only regretted that he could not see such a prosperous era with his own eyes. As for Su Gong, everything was under his control. Su Gong has started to send troops to attack us. How can Jean Blue still have the mind to check the battle report against Dong here? Isn't he afraid of losing the city? Suddenly, a scholar broke into Wang Ming's office. He seemed a little hurried in his words, but there was no anxiety on his face. The visitor was one of Wang Ming's deputies, Wen Tianxiang. when Tianxiang walked in directly, ignoring Wang Ming's strange eyes, picked up Wang Ming's cup, and poured the tea in the cup into his mouth. I knew it a long time ago. Wang Ming smiled and raised the information in his hand, then answered calmly, I also know that Su Gong not only set out from Wu County, but also a troop of soldiers set out from Chue County. The total number of the two troops is more than 100,000. But Su Gong's so-called million-strong army makes me laugh. In that case, why is Jing Lu sitting here steadily, and not mobilizing troops to resist Su Gong's attack? When Tianxiang looked at the capable man in front of him with some curiosity, wanting to know what the other party was thinking. Hey, if Su Gong took the opportunity to launch an attack at this time, I would be a little surprised. Now suddenly launching an attack is nothing more than thinking that the Lord has transferred a large number of troops, resulting in our lack of troops. Unfortunately, he misjudged us. Not only are we not short of troops, but we are a little too strong. Wang Ming shrugged helplessly, looking at the pile of petitions on the table to apply for an increase in the county's troops, and began to have a headache. When Tianxiang also laughed at this. My lord, you are right. There are too many bandits hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. As long as we dig them out, we can quickly increase the population. Most of these people are not good at farming and live on the edge of a knife. These people have no choice but to become soldiers. Well, Song Rei, since the enemy is here, let the generals be alert to avoid accidents. Chapter 402 Niufu runs away. Oh, this Su Gong is really coming to attack my city, claiming to have 1 million troops. You should know that among all the princes, the largest number of troops is only 300,000. It really makes people. I don't know where to complain. Su Gong sent troops to attack the southern counties of Wu County, and did not spread the war to Kuaiji County. So the news of the battlefield in Wu County could be transmitted to Li Ji in time with the help of the teleportation array. When Li Ji knew that he led 1 million troops, he was still shocked. But in a blink of an eye, he thought that if he could pull out 1 million troops just by relying on a few counties in the north, then he, Li Ji, had the entire county city, so he could pull out millions of troops anytime and anywhere. Su Gong's sudden attack did not make Li Ji too worried. After all, Wu County had 2 great men, Wang Ming and Yang Su, sitting in front of him, and Lu Ji, one of the 3 heroes of the late Han dynasty, sitting in the back. Even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, with their abilities, it would be a worry for Li Ji if they did not take this opportunity to get rid of the other party. Taisher Ci is a fierce general. Jing Lu must capture him alive. Also, since the Zhang family supports Su Gong, we can take this opportunity to uproot them in one fell swoop. I believe that there must be many powerful families who will replace the Zhang family. Li Ji issued a series of targets in the camp under Hula Pass, which needed to be completed by Wang Ming and others. After sending away the soldiers who conveyed the message, Li Ji summoned Niufu, who was captured by him before. Since Niufu learned from Jia Su that Li Ji would not kill him, he slept like a dead pig every night. Not only that, he also relied on Jia Su's relationship to constantly ask for improvement of his meals, and even had fish and meat every day, eating better than Li Ji. If Li Ji hadn't personally come out and whipped Niufu several times, this Lianzhou man would probably be more excited now. This guy simply treated the coalition camp as his own mansion, eating well and sleeping soundly. My lord, Niufu has been brought here. Li Ji's guard General Chen Dao personally escorted Niufu to Li Ji's tent and then withdrew. At this time, Niufu was taken care of by Jia Su. He did not look miserable as a captive. Instead, he looked sleek and high-spirited. People who didn't know him thought that Niufu was Li Ji's closest general, and was treated very well in the army. Brother Anmin, I still feel some pain from your whipping. Niufu twisted his body in an exaggerated way. But Li Ji glared at him with a stern look, and he instantly restrained himself. However, Niufu still had a playful look on his face. Li Ji coughed lightly, then asked the other party to sit down, and then said, Niufu, you and I are not in the same camp. Logically, we are enemies. But because of our friendship, I did not restrict you too much. You should know this very well. I know. I know. Niufu's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded and bowed as Li Ji said. Originally, I captured you alive just to get some benefits from Dongjue. But until today, Dongjue seems to have no intention of getting you back. Li Ji tapped his right hand on the table. His tone gradually became very cold, and at the end, a trace of unkindness flashed in his eyes. Niufu grasped this change keenly and understood the other party's meaning in an instant. What does brother Anming mean? The voice was trembling. Niu Fu clenched his hands into fists, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. I misjudged you. I thought you were Dongzhuo's son-in-law, and Dongzhuo would secretly contact me to redeem you. But as you know, Dongzhuo did not make any move and still sat firmly on Hulao Pass. It seems that your position in Dongzhuo's heart is not very high. After saying that, Li Ji raised his index finger slightly and pointed at the other party, with a trace of movement in his eyes. Since your brother's position is not high, it is not of much use to me. It is better to chop off your head and hang it on the gate to boost morale. As soon as Li Ji finished speaking, he saw Niu Fu kneeling on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve, and fear in his eyes. Even if Niu Fu was a fool, he also heard what Li Ji meant at this time. It was nothing more than that he was of no value to Li Ji now. So it was better to kill him to boost morale. Dongzhuo's son-in-law died tragically in the army of the princes. It was a cause for celebration no matter how you looked at it. Bang! 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 After knocking his head on the ground several times, Niu Fu said in horror, Brother Anming, you must remember our friendship. I, Niu Fu, have never done anything to let you down. Before, you said you wanted the position of Wujuan prefect. Didn't I get it for you? It seems to be the case. Li Ji touched his chin and frowned, as if trying to recall the past. However, after a short time, Li Ji obviously gave up his memories and said with some embarrassment, if it were just me, I would definitely not kill you. At most, I would waste some rice money to support you. But here, there are a full 20 princes watching me. They are paying attention to you and me all the time. If they want me to put you to death, I will have to bear great pressure. When he heard this, Niu Fu's face turned pale. According to Li Ji's meaning, wouldn't he be finished today? At this moment, an uninvited guest suddenly broke into the tent. After he broke in, he heard a thumping sound and knelt down directly in front of Li Ji. With the same action as Niu Fu, the visitor was Jia Su, one of Li Ji's counselors and Niu Fu's old subordinate. Jia Su knelt down in front of Li Ji, kowtowed several times like Niu Fu, wiped his tears and shouted, Su begs the Lord to consider my hard work in serving you and not to kill Niu Fu. Jia Su, have you been eavesdropping outside the tent? Chen Dao, what are you doing outside? Li Ji raised his eyebrows, and then scolded angrily. Chen Dao, who was guarding outside the tent, immediately walked in and bowed his head to confess to Li Ji. My lord, I saw that it was the military advisor. So, humph. So what if he was a military advisor? If it was an assassin sent by Dongzhuo, I would have died on the spot. You, go and get 40 military sticks as a warning. When Chen Dao heard this, his face became a little ugly. But because Li Ji was his lord, he had to bow his head and retreat to receive the punishment himself. After venting his anger, Li Ji finally lowered his anger a little. But when he saw Jia Su and Niu Fu, two guys who had not yet severed their friendship, he was immediately furious. Then he shouted loudly, Jia Wenhe, since you also ask for mercy, then I will grant you your wish. You will also receive 40 military sticks, and I will spare Niu Fu's life. Wenhe is willing to accept it. In order to save Niu Fu, Jia Su also risked his life and accepted the punishment without much consideration. Niu Fu, who was standing by, burst into tears. The strong man burst into tears. Come on. Take Niu Fu away and take good care of him. The words were like spilled water. Li Ji felt a little regretful when he saw Jia Su actually agreed. But he was the lord of this group of people. It didn't make sense for him to punish the other party in the first second and take it back in the next second. In this way, the matter of dealing with Niu Fu continued to be delayed. At night, Niu Fu, who was being watched obediently, waited for dinner time, but saw Chen Dao limping in with a bowl of rice, with blood stains on his body that had not yet coagulated. This is really a fight. Niu Fu was secretly shocked. He remembered that this man was Li Ji's guard general. He had fought against Su Huang in the battle under Hulao Pass before. He was a rare general. As a result, he was punished by Li Ji for a small mistake. It was really sad. Thank you, brother. Niu Fu took the rice bowl from Chen Dao's trembling hands, and then asked in a familiar way, Brother, I remember you are a general of Brother Anming, and you are a martial arts master. Why did you come here to take care of me? Chen Dao glanced at him and didn't seem to want to talk to him. I don't mean much, but I feel sorry for you. Brother, you are brave and resourceful, and you should be valued by Brother Anming. But you were sent here to work because of this small mistake. after shoveling a few mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. Niu Fu's voice was a little unclear. Chen Dao's figure paused slightly when he walked out of the tent. Although the movement was slight, it was still captured by Niu Fu. Niu Fu didn't even bother to eat, and said while the iron was hot, "Brother, if you serve in the Shilian army, you will be guaranteed to have a lieutenant, and it will be no problem to be in charge of thousands of soldiers and horses. I am a general of the Dragon Sparrow army, and a general of the Lord." Chen Dao's tone was very cold, but his figure stopped in Niu Fu's tent. This change was reflected in Niu Fu's eyes, making the latter laugh. Niu Fu grabbed Chen Dao's arm, helped him in, and persuaded him, "Brother Chen. As the saying goes, good birds choose." Unfortunately, the great opportunity to persuade was interrupted because of Niu Fu's too poor knowledge. Good birds choose trees to live in, and good ministers choose masters to serve. Chen Dao raised his eyebrows unconsciously, and supplemented the other party's words. "Yes, yes, yes." Niu Fu laughed. "That's exactly what I meant. Brother Chen, if you can go to my father-in-law, you can definitely become a general with my recommendation." He knew during the day that Li Ji wanted to kill him, so in order to save his life, he had to escape from the coalition camp as soon as possible. Chen Dao, who had just been punished by Li Ji, was an excellent target for winning over. Niu Fu didn't believe it. There were so many loyal generals in the world who had no complaints in their hearts after being punished by their lord for no reason. "General?" Chen Dao's tone was obviously raised a few degrees, and a trace of struggle appeared on his face. "General Niu, the lord has been very kind to me. I can't betray him." "Betrayal? You just received a full 40 military sticks. No matter how great the favor was, it has been completely dissipated. Listen to my brother. Surrender to my father-in-law." Niu Fu's eyes were about to be widened. Chen Dao's face continued to show a struggle, and a fierce ideological struggle began in his mind. Niu Fu saw all this, and he was not anxious at all, because Chen Dao was at the most critical moment at this time, and no one could interfere with him. After a long time, even Niu Fu was a little impatient, and Chen Dao finally seemed to have made up his mind and nodded heavily to Niu Fu. "Because of his kindness, I have been following Li Ji and have made many contributions. But now I am just a military commander. Moreover, he is very cruel to our soldiers and whips me from time to time. I have been patient with him for a long time." Hearing this, Niu Fu smiled knowingly and showed a relaxed expression. He patted Chen Dao on the shoulder and said bewitchingly, "That's right, Brother Chen. You are abandoning. Abandon the dark and join the light. Yes, abandon the dark and join the light. Tonight is the best time for you to take care of me. Why don't you let me go and escape with me to Hula Pass to join my father-in-law late tonight? If you rescue me, my father-in-law will definitely give you a high position." Niu Fu finally stated his purpose. Chen Dao also smiled excitedly, but the pain from his body made him give up this idea instantly. "No, General. I'm injured now. If I go with you, I'm afraid I'll implicate you. If we're discovered by Li Ji, we'll both die." "That seems to be the case." Niu Fu touched his chin. There was a smell of herbs and blood in the tent. He knew Chen Dao was seriously injured, which seriously affected his escape speed. The two were silent for a while, but Chen Dao soon thought of an idea and said to Niu Fu, "General, why don't I stay here and cooperate with you from inside and outside?" "How to cooperate from inside and outside? I used to be the guard general of Li Ji, and I often followed Li Ji in and out of the camps of various princes. I know a lot about the layout of some of the princes' camps. The general can take this information back to inform Dong Gong and let him sneak attack the camps of these princes at night. The general can also take me back in the chaos. In this way, the general will make a great contribution. And I can also use this opportunity to quickly improve my status and gain Dong Gong's trust." After listening to Chen Dao's idea, Niu Fu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chen Dao with more and more satisfaction. Although Li Ji was cruel, the generals around him were both civil and military, and their brains were much smarter than him. After a moment, Chen Dao gave him a best of both worlds idea, which allowed him to gain a higher status in Dong Zhuo's heart. Niu Fu made up his mind to keep Chen Dao by his side and not repeat the mistakes of Jia Su and Qin Hui. Oh, and when Niu Fu almost forgot that his old subordinate, like Chen Dao, had been beaten with 40 military sticks and should have stayed in the tent to recuperate. He was very moved by his old subordinate's previous behavior. Now that he had the opportunity to bring his old subordinate back, how could he let him go easily? Thinking of this, Niu Fu told the other party his thoughts. Chen Dao suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment and answered with a stiff upper lip. I don't know what Jiasu thinks. I will persuade him during this period. Chapter 403I. Niu Fu. Swear on the lights. Late at night, a shrill scream suddenly sounded in Li Ji's camp, followed by a commotion. Niu Fu, under the cover of Chen Dao, successfully seized a warhorse, galloped in Li Ji's camp, and soon escaped from the besieged soldiers. The messenger entered Li Ji's tent in a flash, but found that there was not only Li Ji in the tent, but also 3 of Li Ji's advisors. Although there was doubt in his eyes, the messenger did not hesitate too much and immediately informed Li Ji of the news of Niu Fu's escape. I didn't expect that Niu Fu's escape would cause such a big commotion. It seems that I have to deal with him tomorrow. Li Ji rubbed his swollen eyebrows. He didn't seem to care about Niu Fu's escape, but instead paid attention to the reactions of other princes. After hearing Li Ji's concerns, Shisa chuckled. Although Niu Fu is Dong Zhuo's son-in-law, he is just a straw bag in our eyes. Even with Xu Xi's cover, he can't escape back to Hulo Pass quietly. So it's inevitable that the Lord has a headache. Yes, Lord. Niu Fu is timid and afraid of trouble. Even if someone helps him, he will still make a lot of noise. In Jia's opinion, the other princes will get the news soon. I'm afraid that Yuan Benshu will summon all the princes and ask the Lord for punishment in a while. Guijia obviously watched the excitement and looked careless. In your opinion, should I take this opportunity to inform the other princes of this plan? Li Ji asked. In fact, Jiasu pleaded for Niu Fu, and Chen Dao defected from Dong Zhuo's camp. These were all painful tricks set up by Li Ji and his 3 advisors. The purpose was to make Niu Fu trust that these people did not obey Li Ji's management. But as a general, he had second thoughts. Moreover, they let Niu Fu go intentionally, with the purpose of using the bitter flesh trick to trick Niu Fu into being deceived, and then reveal some information about the princes to Dong Zhuo through Niu Fu's mouth, so as to induce the other party to take the opportunity to attack the camp of the princes' coalition at night. Hulao Pass is a powerful pass in the world. If ordinary siege means are used to attack Hulao Pass, let alone millions of coalition troops, even if they are doubled, they may not be able to take Hulao Pass. Even if Hulao Pass can be taken, the princes' coalition will suffer heavy losses and overdraw their own war potential. The 21 princes seem to be united, but in fact they have their own ulterior motives. They participated in the war against Dong Zhuo, some for the face of the Han dynasty relatives, and some to increase their own prestige. Not many princes fought against Dong Zhuo wholeheartedly. It can be said that Dong Zhuo occupied the geographical advantage and the people, and the princes' coalition had no way to conquer Hulao Pass and recapture Luoyang City. So in order to deal with Dong Zhuo's army in Hulao Pass, Li Ji did not hesitate to implement the bitter flesh trick to let Niu Fu be deceived and tempt Dong Zhuo to lead his troops out of the city, as long as Dong Zhuo did not hide in Hulao Pass, but sent troops out of the pass to launch a surprise attack. The princes' coalition could take this opportunity to annex this army and weaken Dong Zhuo's strength. Once the strength of the army under his control was weakened, Dong Zhuo, who was greedy for power and lacked ambition, would definitely repeat the course of history, abandon Hulao Pass and Luoyang, and retreat to Chang'an to garrison. In this way, the campaign to fight against Dong Zhuo was a victory for their coalition camp. My lord, you set up the plan of self-torture just to trick Niu Fu and Dong Zhuo, so that the Xiliang army will take the initiative to attack us. But there is a problem. No lord is willing to become the main target of the Xiliang army. Shisa shook his feathered fan and answered calmly. Guijia on the side also echoed, Shisa is right. We have told Niu Fu about the deployment of some lords. If we tell them our plan, with their petty nature, they will definitely blame the lord before or after the war, and even blackmail the lord for benefits. Not only that, if the news is told to them, if Dong Zhuo does not send troops to attack, the 2 brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu will definitely attack the lord and damage the lord's reputation. Finally, Jiasu, who had been silent just now, took over Guijia's words and explained the pros and cons for Li Ji. Li Ji also understood what Jiasu meant. Dong Zhuo has a counselor like Li Ru by his side. If he didn't have this person, given the quality of the Xiliang army's brave generals, Li Ji is 100% sure that the other party will fall for the self-torture trick. But now Dong Zhuo is not only surrounded by Li Ru, but also Qing Fan, Jiang Chang and other player lords. Based on their understanding of Li Ji, they should doubt the purpose of Li Ji's actions. So no one can judge how likely the self-torture trick is to succeed. If Dongjue really falls for it, how can we eat this army? Li Ji imagined the situation where Dongjue decided to launch a surprise attack and asked the three for a strategy. The targets that Dongjue can attack are none other than the weaker princes such as Kong Rong, Zhang Miao, Lu Zhang, and Tao Qian. My lord, you can prepare a group of elite soldiers to go around the outer periphery of the coalition camp and lay an ambush, and then attack them from behind when they go deep into the camp. The coalition camp will be in chaos at that time, so we will use all our elite troops to attack them from both sides and take down the sneak attacking troops. In addition, if my lord is worried, you can tell this plan to the princes you trust and let them act with us. The three of them are indeed rare counselors in the world. They proposed their own strategies for Li Ji and provided Li Ji with a choice. After listening to the three people's words, Li Ji was silent for a while, and soon nodded and chose to implement the strategy proposed by the three people. On the other side, Niu Fu was in a tense and exciting moment of escape. He was sticking to the horse's back, madly raising the whip in his hand, wishing to sprint out of Li Ji's camp. Li Ji's camp was located between many princes, built by the water, with good terrain defense, and with Lu Xiangxing's arrangement, the complexity made it impossible for Niu Fu to escape for a while. Not only that, the princes around the Dragon Sparrow army seemed to know the news, and sent troops to enter Li Ji's camp to capture Niu Fu. Fortunately, Li Ji was too tough, or wanted to let Niu Fu leave too much. Not only did he refuse to let other princes enter, but he also secretly helped Niu Fu escape. With Li Ji's help, Niu Fu almost beat his horse to death, and just escaped from the Dragon Sparrow army's camp. But this is not the end. He is still a long way from Hula Pass, and the princes who have been eyeing him since early morning saw him running out, and immediately dispatched troops to rush out, and closely followed Niu Fu's ass. TNND. This group of people are still chasing me. Niu Fu took advantage of the gap between galloping horses to look back, and found that the smoke and dust behind him were rolling, almost swallowing up the bright moon hanging in the night sky. From time to time, there were streams of light flying out of the dust, directly hitting Niu Fu's back. Thanks to Niu Fu's thick skin and flesh, and under Li Ji's care, he gained several pounds of flesh, and he was not shot off the horse even after being hit by several arrows. He was now like a hedgehog, with sharp arrows all over his body, and he drove the warhorse to escape to Hula Pass despite the pain. The coalition forces attacked Hula Pass at night. The coalition forces attacked Hula Pass at night. The coalition forces of the princes suddenly sent troops out of the camp. Even if the defenders at Hula Pass were stupid, they soon saw that the enemy was not friendly, and the noise of the enemy's attack immediately spread throughout the wall. In an instant, countless torches rose at Hula Pass, illuminating the scene below brightly and clearly. Seeing this, Niu Fu almost burst into tears, and tears as big as beans flowed from his eyes. Since he became Dongjue's son-in-law, he had never suffered such grievances. Although he ate and drank well at Li Ji's place, his father-in-law was still reliable when it came to the critical moment. I am the son-in-law of Prime Minister Dong. Niu Fu, the general of the Eastern Army. Please open the door and welcome me into the pass. Yes, General of the Army. Please report the situation to the Prime Minister. Niu Fu's loud voice with a crying tone reached the ears of the guards of Hula Pass, causing a commotion in an instant. At this time, Su Rong, the guard in charge of defending Hula Pass, did not dare to be careless. While letting the soldiers cover Niu Fu's escape, he quickly went down the city and informed Dongjue of the matter. Dongjue, who had fallen asleep with several beauties in his arms, was forcibly pulled up and listened to Su Rong's report with sleepy eyes. After hearing it, Dongjue suddenly became much more energetic. What did you say? Niu Fu has escaped back, and the troops of the princes are following him? Su Rong, you will cover Niu Fu's entry into the city first. In addition, notify when you to come to the meeting to discuss matters. After Dongjue's exact order, Su Rong, who returned to Hula Pass, began to mobilize the archers on the city wall. After the coalition troops entered the range of the bows and arrows, they immediately shot to cover Niu Fu's escape. There was not enough light at night, and the soldiers of the coalition, who were chasing and killing, had no idea that they had entered the range. Only a whistling sound was heard, and the dense rain of arrows swept in under the cover of the night. The menacing coalition troops were hit hard in an instant, and many cavalrymen were pierced through the body and fell off the horse. The commanders of the various princes soon understood what was going on. In order to preserve the remaining troops, they immediately issued an order to retreat. At the same time, They could only watch Niu Fu sneak into Hulao Pass through the gap. Niu Fu finally escaped death. As soon as he entered Hulao Pass, Niu Fu, dressed as a hedgehog, fell off his horse, and the horse collapsed on the ground due to excessive fatigue, foaming at the mouth. Su Rong, who heard the news, led an elite force to surround Niu Fu, who was lying on the ground, and pointed a long spear at Niu Fu's throat. Su Rong, what are you doing? I am Niu Fu, the son-in-law of the Prime Minister. The sharp spear tip hurt Niu Fu, making him furious. Although he and Su Rong were both Zhonglongjiang and had the same official position, Niu Fu's status in the army was half a step higher than Su Rong because of his other identity as a son-in-law. But now Su Rong is committing a crime of insubordination, which makes Niu Fu lose face. You were captured alive by Li Ji, but you sneak back. How can I know whether you have surrendered to Li Ji and his men during this period of time? Su Rong said with a straight face. Hearing this, Niu Fu's anger value rose again, and he roared directly. I am the son-in-law of the Prime Minister. How could I surrender to the coalition forces and become their running dog? Besides, if I surrendered to them, how could I make such a big fuss and get hit by several arrows in my back? How do I know if it is a self-torture trick? Let the Prime Minister decide everything. Su Rong accidentally told the truth. But the target of the self-torture trick was not Niu Fu. But Niu Fu was the one who fell into the trick. After a commotion, Niu Fu was tied up and escorted by the elite of Shiliang to Dongzhua's temporary residence. At this time, in Dongzhua's mansion, Dongzhua sat in the first seat, with Li Ru and Qin Hui standing on his left and right, looking at Niu Fu, who was escorted here with an indifferent expression. Father-in-law. When Niu Fu saw Dongzhua, it was like a baby seeing his mother. The grievances that had just accumulated were instantly vented by Niu Fu with a splash. Dongzhua saw Niu Fu's face covered with snot and tears, and his back was covered with blood and flesh. He immediately felt compassion and waved to Su Rong and said, Why don't you untie Niu Fu? Prime Minister. No one knows whether Niu Fu has surrendered to Yuan Shao and others. If he surrenders to Yuan Shao and returns to assassinate, then the Prime Minister is in great danger. Before Su Rong could say anything to Dongzhua, Qin Hui, with a sly look in his eyes, pinched his mustache and took the lead in standing up to persuade him. Qin Hui, don't talk nonsense. Father-in-law. Niu Fu, swear to the lights that I have never betrayed you. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and die here immediately. Niu Fu saw the hesitation on Dongzhua's face and shouted anxiously. Li Ru couldn't stand it anymore, and then stood up to persuade him, My lord. Although Niu Fu is not capable, he has been following you since you started the rebellion. He is loyal and will never betray you because of Yuan Binshu. My lord, you can't frame a loyal person because of a few words from an outsider. After that, Li Ru looked up at Qin Hui, and the latter's face turned livid. Li Ru and Niu Fu are both Dongzhua's sons-in-law. Isn't the so-called outsider referring to Qin Hui? With Li Ru's persuasion, Dongzhua's face finally eased a little, and then he winked at Su Rong, asking him to untie Niu Fu. Niu Fu, who was untied, cried even louder, and crawled towards Dongzhua while crying. If Su Rong hadn't grabbed Niu Fu's collar quickly, Niu Fu would have been crying bitterly while hugging Dongzhua's thighs. His expression was so sad that people would have thought Dongzhua had died here. However, if Niu Fu didn't stop crying, he might have cried Dongzhua to death, because Dongzhua had a headache because of his noise. Niu Fu, you have been imprisoned by Li Ji for a long time. How could you escape at this time? Logically speaking, Li Ji would not let you go easily. After waiting for Niu Fu's crying to become smaller, Dongzhua immediately seized the opportunity to ask Niu Fu. Hearing Dongzhua's question, Niu Fu wiped the snot and tears on his face and told his experience in the past few days with great emotion, especially when he mentioned that he was whipped by Li Ji, the big devil. Niu Fu felt his buttocks hurt, as if someone was whipping him with a whip at this time, and he shed several more tears. Jia Su. Jia Wenhe? Li Ru fell into deep thought when he heard this familiar name. Chapter 404. Dongzhua is determined to return to Luoyang. Wen Yu, what do you think about this matter? Niu Fu not only told Dongzhua about his experience, but also told him some information about the princes. As agreed with Qin Dao, Niu Fu wanted to persuade Dongzhua to attack the princes' coalition at night and make contributions to pave the way for Qin Dao's promotion. Of course, if Niu Fu knew that this was all Li Ji's plan and Qin Dao's surrender was just a trick, he would definitely draw his sword and rush back to the coalition to kill Li Ji on the spot. The plan described by Niu Fu was very detailed, which made Dong Zhuo feel a little moved. But he was more afraid that this was a plan of the prince's. So he asked his son-in-law for advice. My lord, I think this matter is a bit strange. Li Ru obviously did not believe Niu Fu's words happily. Instead, he pinched his mustache and showed a suspicious look on his face. The allied forces of the princes regarded them as mortal enemies. If they caught Niu Fu, it would be impossible for Niu Fu to leave his life. Even if Li Ji remembered the old friendship, Niu Fu would not be able to escape unscathed in the allied forces. As for Niu Fu's claim that he was taken care of by his old subordinate, and Li Ji did not make things difficult for Niu Fu because of this subordinate named Jiasu. Li Ru was cautious. He knew Jiasu, who was once an official of Niu Fu. He was relatively low-key and basically did not have much contact with other Xiliang generals. If Li Ru had not heard Jiasu report on affairs in person one day, he might have ignored this person and thought he was an ordinary official. Although he had no contact with Jiasu and could not even say a few words, his words and actions made Li Ru believe that he was a talented person. Such a talented person has always served in a small official position under Niu Fu. Anyone with a little ambition will have a certain resentment towards Niu Fu. However, Jiasu was a cautious person and never tried to show his talents in the Xiliang army. From this perspective, Jiasu was also a guy who lacked ambition. Li Ru had never been able to figure out such a person. And the fact that Jiasu was involved in this matter made him even more cautious. In addition to Jiasu, there was also an important figure, Chen Dao. In this matter, in the Battle of Jiulu, their force first came into contact with Li Ji and his generals, and Li Ru was not with Dong Zhuo at that time. So Li Ru did not know much about Chen Dao. Even when suppressing the Liangzhou rebels later, Li Ru had only seen Li Ji for the first time, and his impression of Chen Dao was just a guard around Li Ji. Li Ru did not have much confidence in saying that Chen Dao chose to defect from the coalition and join the Xiliang army because of his pursuit of fame and fortune. Even though the other party was beaten with 40 military sticks and had enough reasons to join them. As Dong Zhuo's strategist, Li Ru had to be comprehensive and think of all possibilities in order to make correct judgments and help Dong Zhuo grasp the direction of the development of the Xiliang army. After sorting out the relationship between the characters in this matter in his mind, Li Ru said to Dong Zhuo, My lord, I believe that the best way is to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing situations. If this is a trap set by Li Ji, as long as we don't step into it, there will be no loss. If it is not a trap, it will only be a loss of an opportunity to defeat the coalition forces. When you is right. As the saying goes, a safe boat is a safe bet. Li Ji is full of tricks, and we are worried about him. Dong Zhuo nodded in agreement, and then thought of Li Ji's betrayal and attack on him. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and veins popped out on his forehead. Niu Fu heard that Dong Zhuo meant to refuse to attack the coalition camp. If he didn't attack, how could he get credit and fulfill his promise to Chen Dao? Thinking of this, Niu Fu moved towards Dong Zhuo and cried bitterly, Father-in-law, I was abused like this by the 21 princes. If it spreads out, it will damage your reputation. Please avenge me. As soon as the voice fell, before Dong Zhuo could speak, Li Ru stood up and scolded, The Battle of Hulao Pass is a major event for the Lord. How can you make a decision easily because of your trivial matters? Before we find out everything, we'd better keep our troops in place. When you was right. Dong Zhuo continued to nod and smiled with relief. Among the two sons-in-law, he was undoubtedly the most satisfied with Li Ru. Compared with Li Ru, Niu Fu was simply one earth and one sky. If there was no help from Li Ru, relying only on Niu Fu, a simple-minded guy, Dong Zhuo might still be hanging around in Liangzhou. But at this moment, an untimely voice sounded, and Qin Hui stood up, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. My lord, Qin Hui does not agree with Wen Yu's idea. Oh, why do you say that? Dong Zhuo showed a curious expression and leaned sideways to listen to Qin Hui's thoughts. Wen Yu's idea is indeed the safest approach, whether it is a trap or not. As long as we don't move, Li Ji's thoughts will naturally fail. But my lord, have you ever thought about this? There are millions of troops stationed outside Hulao Pass, and there are also nearly 1 million troops gathered inside the pass. Over time, the food and grass consumed by both sides are immeasurable. I know about this, but when two armies confront each other, isn't it a competition of their own foundation? Dong Zhuo was born in the army, so he naturally understood the things between the ranks. But why did Qin Hui emphasize these things that everyone knew? My lord, you own the land of Sili. Even if you add the Liangzhou rebels, there are only 2 states in Liangzhou. Look at the 21 princes. They come from various states and counties. There are also rich places like Jizhou and Jingzhou. How can we compare with them in terms of food and grass supply? After saying this, Qin Hui immediately showed a shrewd look, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, because he dared to finish speaking. Dong Zhuo's face showed solemnity. Obviously, he was affected by his words, and began to consider logistics issues. Not only Dong Zhuo, but even Li Ru, who had a plan, was stunned, because he only calculated the prince's coalition forces, but did not take into account the situation of the Xiliang army. Dong Zhuo's power was also complicated, with the Xiliang army as the core. It was mixed with the Liangzhou rebels, the Baibua army active in Hedong, and the selfish Guanzhong lords. For their own interests, they would definitely obey Dong Zhuo too much. If conflicts began to arise between them over time, it would easily cause civil strife in Dong Zhuo's power. Furthermore, given Dong Zhuo's character, he might not be willing to stay in Hulao Pass for a long time. Dong Zhuo's face began to become a little solemn as his thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally became ugly, with an unstable breath. My lord, we are sitting on Hulao Pass, so we are naturally not afraid of the princes outside the pass. But if the confrontation lasts for a long time, the soldiers will definitely be dissatisfied. And don't you miss the prosperity of Luoyang? Seeing that Dong Zhuo was in the right mood, Qin Hui threw out another sentence, which was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, or the last piece of firewood in a blazing fire, which completely ignited Dong Zhuo's emotions. Dong Zhuo stood up from his position, and his fierce eyes like a bear and lion swept across everyone present, and suddenly said, Huixi's meaning is very clear. It is urgent to defeat the prince's coalition forces, and we must not delay any longer. Su Rong, reorganize the troops and horses immediately tomorrow, and notify them to attack the camp late at night. My lord, it's a bit too hasty. Li Ru was so frightened that he almost pulled his mustache off. But Dong Zhuo waved his sleeves and looked at him intently. Wen Yu, do you have any other ideas? I haven't thought of it yet. Li Ru replied with a headache. And he had no idea at all. Since there is no plan, then follow Niu Fu's plan and defeat the coalition forces in one go. In this way, there will be no need to station the army at Hulao Pass, and I can return to Luoyang City. When he heard the 3 words Luoyang City, Dong Zhuo's eyes suddenly showed an extremely eager look. I've had enough of the hard days at Hulao Pass, and it's time to return to Luoyang City and enjoy myself. Please think twice. Lord. Li Ru knelt on the ground with a plop, trying to persuade Dong Zhuo to give up this plan. But Dong Zhuo was already in a rage at this time, and he didn't listen to Li Ru's words. Seeing this, Li Ru gritted his teeth and said with some embarrassment, My lord, if you want to verify whether what Niu Fu said is true or not, you can wait and see the coalition tomorrow. As long as there is a little civil unrest, it is true. And I, Li Ru, will never obstruct it. Then follow Wen Yu's suggestion. Although Dong Zhuo was angry, he was not so angry that he did not even recognize his own strategist. He just wanted to launch a surprise attack later. Dong Zhuo could wait for this time. Thank you, my lord. After making the decision, Dong Zhuo yawned and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave so that he could have a rest. Li Ru and Qin Hui left the mansion side by side. As soon as he stepped out of the mansion, Li Ru saw the other party giving him a proud look. It was obvious that in the argument just now, Qin Hui defeated him and won Dong Zhuo's trust. Li Ru looked gloomy and watched the other party leave silently. Although the other party had joined the force not long ago, he quickly gained Dong Zhuo's trust, and his status was only below his. Li Ru didn't know whether Qin Hui's appearance was good or bad for the Xiliang army. The next day, Li Ji's tent was crowded with people, all of whom were princes from the other 20 routes. In fact, as early as last night when they knew that Niu Fu had fled, these people came to criticize Li Ji. Li Ji also persuaded these people to go back with great difficulty. But in the end, the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, who had a deep grudge against Li Ji, gathered other princes again and punished Li Ji verbally. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Li Ji had been prepared. He pretended to be deaf and dumb and listened to these guys scolding as if nothing had happened. Li Taisho, you can't even take care of Niu Fu. How can you help us defeat Dong Zhuo and retake Luoyang? If I had known that Niu Fu could escape so easily, I would have handed him over to us, cut off his head and hung it on the gate. And I could also worship the spirits of my unjustly dead clansmen in heaven. Among these people, the two brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were the ones who made a lot of trouble and talked eloquently. If Li Ji hadn't been a little far away from them, I'm afraid Li Ji's face would have been soaked by them. That's fine. But when Li Ji saw the leaders, he secretly won over. Each one was more enthusiastic than the other, and he didn't know how to complain. Let's take a look at the two NPC princes Cao Cao and Sun Jian. One sighed and shook his head, and the other was so angry that he slapped his thigh. Others thought that they were the real brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Then look at Ding Xia and Chu Xiong, the two princes who play the game. They are more eloquent than others, and their sarcasm is unparalleled. To a certain extent, Li Ji even thought that he had not succeeded in winning over the other party. These four people are better actors than each other. Humph. Since everyone dislikes Ji, I have to follow your wishes and lead the troops back to Kuaiji County. Ji will not fight this battle. The noisy atmosphere reached its peak, and Li Ji stood up immediately and kicked the table in front of him away in anger. If Cao Cao and Sun Jian on the left and right had cleverly held down Li Ji's movements, Li Ji would probably have directly drawn out the Long Yuan sword and poked a few transparent holes in those most irritable princes. Brother Anmin, don't be so impulsive. You have to do more for the attack on Hula Pass. Yes, brother. Lu Bu is a master in martial arts. If you leave, who can deal with him? Cao Cao and Sun Jian sang a double act, persuading each other, which not only calmed Li Ji's anger a little, but also made the princes present realize the importance of Li Ji. Among all the princes, only Li Ji's generals could stop Lu Bu. Even if they were beaten and defeated, they were much stronger than most princes. To defeat Lu Bu, they had to rely on Li Ji's generals. Yuan Shao also calmed down. After a little thought, he knew that Li Ji could not leave. If Li Ji left, it would mean that the panacea he gave to the other party would be wasted. You can't leave. Yuan Shao personally stood up, holding Li Ji's arm and looking at him. The look in his eyes almost made Li Ji think that Yuan Shao had some special hobby. Although Niu Fu is Dong Zhuo's son-in-law, he is not capable. His escape will not have much impact on our discussion business. Everyone, we should think of some way to take Hulu Pass. At the same time, Dong Zhuo appeared at Hula Pass with Li Ru and Qin Hui, silently looking at the coalition camp in the distance. In their sight, the camp where the Dragon Sparrow army was located suddenly became chaotic. And then the flag symbolizing the Dragon Sparrow army began to be moved, and a cloud of dust was raised in the camp. It seems that Li Ji was targeted by the princes, and he was so angry that he led his troops to leave here and return to Kuaiji County. Qin Hui chuckled, looked at Li Ru provocatively over Dong Zhuo's bloated body. The latter did not respond, but looked at Dong Zhuo. This could also be an enemy's plan. Don't be careless. Hearing this, Dong Zhuo raised his eyebrows and immediately showed his displeasure. Are you going to go back on your word? My lord. But Li Ru was interrupted by Dong Zhuo before he finished speaking. I have made up my mind to attack the coalition forces late tonight. I will leave this matter to you. When you just stay in the mansion and wait for good news. Chapter 405. A surprise attack on the coalition. The purpose of this surprise attack is to defeat several lords in the coalition, and if possible, to kill them on the spot. It's a pity that Yuan Binshu was too cautious and actually stored a large number of siege equipment in his own camp. Otherwise, if these equipment were burned during this surprise attack, the coalition would surely retreat. The Xiliang army and Bingzhou army will act together to attack Tao Qian's camp on the left. The Guanzhong army will attack Kong Rong's camp on the right, and the rest will attack Lu Sheng's army in the middle. My son, please behead that old villain Tao Qian on the spot, Dong Zhuo said in high spirits, assigning the surprise attack task to others. The Hula Pass, shrouded in darkness, seemed to blend into the night. What the coalition didn't know was that all the high-level generals of Dong Zhuo's forces gathered at the pass at this time, and their target was directly aimed at the coalition camp. No one among them can stop my Fang Tianhua Ji. Leave this battle to me. Lu Bu still holds a grudge against the previous beating, and he has a lot of resentment in his stomach. Now he finally has the opportunity to fight. How can he not vent it out? Niu Fu, you know the layout of the coalition camp, and you will be the chief general of the Xiliang army. Li Ju, Guisi, and Zhang Ji. The three of you will be Niu Fu's deputy generals, assisting Niu Fu in commanding the Xiliang army. I obey your order. The four people whose names were called came out almost at the same time, and Niu Fu in the middle was even more arrogant and domineering. This battle is the key battle for Niu Fu to regain Dong Zhuo's trust. If he wins, he will surpass Lu Bu's edge and enter Dong Zhuo's eyes. If he loses, he will be banished to the cold palace and sit on the bench. Lu Bu was naturally appointed as the commander of the Bingzhou army, leading Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, and other strong generals under his command. Although the scale was not as large as that of the Xiliang army, the quality of the cavalry was not inferior to that of the Xiliang Iron Cavalry. The Bingzhou army was originally led by Ding Yuan. After Ding Yuan's death, it was divided into two parts. One part joined Dong Zhuo with Lu Bu, and the other part returned to Bingzhou to guard various places. Therefore, Lu Bu not only had a high status in the Xiliang army because of his special status, but also had the Bingzhou army as a direct force, and occupied a solid position in Dong Zhuo's forces. With soldiers in power, plus superb martial arts, Lu Bu can be regarded as the first among the military generals, second only to Dong Zhuo, and can be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people. The Guanzhong army and the Xiliang army, composed of a group of lords, attacked Kong Rong's camp from the right, with Qin Fan's subordinates as the core force, and raided Kong Rong without the protection of fierce generals, with a great chance of winning. The Baibo army led by Yang Feng and the Liangzhou rebels centered on Ma Ting and Han Sui joined forces to deal with Lu Zhang's army in the middle. Although Lu Zhang also had powerful generals such as Zhang Ren and Yin Yin, the Baibo army and the Liangzhou rebels had more, including Pang De, Guanling, Ma Teng and Ma Chao. These people were all good players. In addition to these regular troops, a large number of players also chose to follow the army to raid the coalition camp, because they knew very well that they would be on the defensive in the coming days. And this raid was likely to be the only time they were the attackers. The night was about to fade, and the sky in the distance began to appear white like a fish belly. Lu Bu, wearing a divine outfit, holding a Fang Tian Hua Ji, climbed onto the red hare. Zhu Wuba, Yu Liang, Guanling, Pang De, Ma Tang and other fierce generals followed Lu Bu closely, and when the heavy gate of Hula Pass was slowly pushed open, they suddenly rushed out of the pass. All the generals came out in full force, and Dong Zhuo personally sat in Hula Pass, set up a grand banquet, and waited for everyone to return in triumph, kill all the 21 princes, and establish a great cause for the Lord. Countless cavalrymen were dispatched like dragons, and their horses' hooves trampled heavily on the ground. In an instant, a roar sounded, like a thunderbolt in the void, breaking the silence here. At this time, the patrol soldiers in the coalition camp were in a drowsy state, and more soldiers were sleeping in the tents. Even if Dong Zhuo's army attacked them with great momentum, they could not wake up completely. If the well-trained Dragon Sparrow army, Dong Zhuo army, Changsha army and other armies were like this, they might be able to arrange defenses in time under the command of the generals. But the armies of more princes were still confused and did not respond to the attack of the other side. The Qinzhou army and Yizhou army, which were chosen as targets, were obviously panicked, and there was a commotion in an instant. While the Xuzhou army, which was commanded by Gao Chong and Wang Xingdian, was better. After all, with Yu Fei, the first fierce general of the Song army, and the famous general of the southern Liang dynasty, they could at least maintain order. Don't panic. The Sima and the lieutenant of each army should lead their own troops and rely on defensive equipment such as deer horn trenches to defend on the spot. Resist the enemy's attack and defend the camp. Wang Xingdian sat in the army, calmly commanded his troops, and began to arrange the defense line in the camp. In history, Wang Xingdian had quelled the Ho Jing rebellion, so his commanding ability was naturally not low. Even when facing a surprise attack, he did not panic too much, because he knew that he was the commander of an army. If the commander panicked, the soldiers under his command would be even more panicked than him. If he didn't handle it properly, the camp would be blown up in a minute. But Wang Xingdian was facing the Bingzhou army led by Lu Bu, and the Xiliang army led by Niufu, who were the most brave and good at fighting among the princes in the world. I, Lu Bu, am unparalleled in the world. Lu Bu laughed heartily, and the Fang Tian Huaji in his hand rolled up strange winds, which immediately set off endless waves of air. Countless energy swept in all directions with the strong wind. Just a face-to-face. A large number of Xuzhou soldiers were pierced through the body and fell to the ground screaming. The Huaji suddenly swung out a sharp blade, and a deep mark was instantly driven out of the earth. The surrounding void was torn into cracks, and the sound of ghosts and wolves howling continued to pour out. The soldiers who blocked in front of him were hit by the sharp blades, and their faces suddenly twisted into a ball. Before they could make a sound, the whole person melted in the air. as if they had never been in this world. The red hare galloped across the land, the divine fire emanating from it twisting the void, leaving a series of burnt horse hoof marks on the ground. Taking advantage of the warhorse, Lu Bu shouted loudly, then swung his arms violently, as if he could push the might of heaven and earth into the painted halberd. And with a roar, the wooden fence in front of him was crushed into pieces. The soldiers who stayed behind the wooden fence also screamed, and flew back dozens of meters, with a lot of blood floating in the air. Hill! Zhang Liao, Gao Shun, Song Xian, and other Bingzhou warriors saw Lu Bu's ferocity, and roared excitedly. While urging their horses, they led the Bingzhou wolf riders behind them to attack from the left and right sides of Lu Bu, and bombarded the gap. Niu Fu on the other side was not as smooth as Lu Bu, but he also had 3 fierce generals, Li Ju, Guisi and Zhang Ji, behind him. It just took a little more time to attack. The wooden fence, which was the first line of defense, was broken so easily. Even if Wang Xingdian had great ability, he was helpless at this time. He had to wave the flag in his hand and command the Xuzhou army to retreat to the second line of defense and rely on deer horns for defense. Thanks to Wang Xingdian's early precautions, most of the soldiers and horses of the Bingzhou army and the Xiliang army were cavalry. So he insisted on placing a large number of deer horn barriers and other items in the camp against all odds. The cavalry army that came in a surprise attack did not expect Wang Xingdian to have such a trick, so they could only be forced to slow down their horses and start to tangle with the Xuzhou army. Without the speed of the cavalry, the combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. But this was not something the Xuzhou army could deal with. Wang Xingdian now had to delay as much time as possible and wait for the support of other princes. Lu Bu is brave, and General Gao Chong must be sent out to suppress this man. While commanding the soldiers, Wang Xingdian sought help from Tao Qian. At this time, Tao Qian was surrounded by not only a bunch of local generals from Xuzhou, but also Cheng Shang and Gao Chong. These people were the core strength of the Xuzhou army. Hearing Wang Xingdian's request, Tao Qian's face became a little ugly. He did not expect that Dong Zhuo actually regarded him as a soft persimmon and sent Lu Bu, a fierce general, to pinch him hard. Before, Tao Qian did not forget the scenes of the 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu and the 5 generals fighting Lu Bu. Qiao Bao, who was standing by, couldn't sit still anymore and started to curse. Isn't Wang Xingdian a waste? A whole army of 200,000 can't deal with Lu Bu. The safety of the governor is the most important. If Gao Chong is not around, how can I ensure the safety of the governor and me? Tao Qian was not anxious. But you, Qiao Bao, were so anxious that you jumped up and down. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Xingdian was a general under his son-in-law, I'm afraid he would be cursing even more happily now. But Qiao Bao's words made other senior officials in Xuzhou agree. They followed Tao Qian all the time. Not because Tao Qian had Gao Chong, the best master in Xuzhou. Without Gao Chong's safety, they might as well take advantage of the chaos to leave here and flee back to Xuzhou. Father-in-law, this is wrong. Gao Chong is the best master in the army, and he must take action to contain Lu Bu. In my opinion, if Lu Bu is contained, with your ability, you should be able to solve the current situation. A trace of haze flashed across Cheng Shang's face. But due to his relationship with Qiao Bao, he did not have any outburst. Instead, he spoke softly and tried to persuade Qiao Bao. However, rather than persuading Qiao Bao, Cheng Shang was trying to persuade other senior officials in Xuzhou. I also think Cheng Shang is right. It takes 4 or 5 powerful generals to deal with Lu Bu. If he is not restrained, he will come here sooner or later. General Gao only has 2 arms and a spear. How can he protect our safety? At this time, a slightly old but sonorous voice sounded. Chen Deng supported Chen Gui and came to Tao Qian's side, supporting Cheng Shang's idea. Does Mr. Chen agree with Cheng Shang? Tao Qian's eyes shone, and he squinted at Chen Gui. Since you said so, General Gao will go out immediately to stop Lu Bu. I obey your order. Gao Chong suppressed his excitement. As early as the previous battle at Hulao Pass, he wanted to fight Lu Bu one-on-one. But later the 3 heroes fought Lu Bu, and the 5 generals fought Lu Bu, which made him unable to join. After all, gang fighting is not very glorious no matter how you look at it. Boom! The world suddenly shook. Lu Bu seemed to be a god of war standing tall, and his powerful fighting spirit spread in the air, instantly smashing the fighting spirit of the Xuzhou army into pieces. It seemed that he could set off a hurricane with one breath and change the world with a raised hand. Lu Bu holding the Fang Tianhua was like a true god descending to the world. And the mortal body could not stop his move at all. The Fang Tianhua fell again. And in an instant, bloody lights appeared in the void. And a lot of flesh and blood flew around. And incomplete corpses were everywhere. Wang Xingdian had tried his best. But Lu Bu was so perverted that even if he mobilized more soldiers to surround and kill him, it would only be a death sentence. Until now, Lu Bu's god of war-like posture directly intimidated the Shuzhou army. Although Wang Xingdian kept waving the flag to command the soldiers to go up, those soldiers who were frightened by the killing could no longer obey his orders, and dared not to surround him. The situation of soldiers not obeying the general finally appeared. If it could not be resolved, Wang Xingdian would only be defeated. 3 surnamed slaves. Die! A loud shout suddenly came from a distance, and a long spear was driven by the divine power that could tear the sky apart. The surging murderous intent quietly appeared on the battlefield and quickly enveloped Lu Bu. When Lu Bu heard this nickname, his blood boiled like boiling water, and his eyes burst into endless murderous intent. He suddenly shouted, and the sound was like rolling thunder, containing earth-shattering thunder and agitation. Even the clouds above were shattered. While shouting, Lu Bu suddenly urged the warhorse under him, and all the strength of his body and the impact of the red hair were gathered on the magic weapon in his hand. He swung the Fang Tianhua from top to bottom, and a faint light flashed in the void. The murderous intent that soared to the sky condensed on the Huaji. Wherever it passed, the space was shattered into countless pieces. The extremely powerful force exploded along the trajectory of the Huaji, full of domineering and fierceness. The next second, Fang Tianhua suddenly pulled out the spear that was rushing towards him. Lu Bu's attack that seemed to be able to destroy mountains burst out with supreme power. Gao Chong only felt that he was hit by an iron hammer. The strong impact force kept washing in his body with his arms, forcing him to vomit blood. The blood flying in the air turned into blood rain in an instant, and the surrounding space seemed to be shrouded in a layer of blood. Gao Chong's body made a cracking sound, and then the whole person and the horse were blasted out, flying dozens of meters away. If you dare to say these 4 words again, I, Lu Bu, will kill you. Lu Bu's eyes were red, and his tiger eyes revealed layers of murderous intent. Previously, Zhang Fei's loud voice made all the princes in the world know Lu Bu's nickname. And Lu Bu always cherished his reputation. So every time he heard this nickname, he would involuntarily rise in anger. Gao Chong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a smile suddenly appeared on his pale face. Don't you admit that you are a slave of 3 surnames? This is ridiculous. If you, Lu Fengxian, have the ability, just kill me. Gao Chong. Chapter 406 Reinforcements arrive. Faced with Gao Chong's ridicule, Lu Bu calmed down instead. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes when he looked at Gao Chong. The furious attack just now contained all his strength, but the opponent took it abruptly and only suffered a little injury, which shows that the opponent is very strong. Such a strong opponent did not appear in the previous battle at Hulao Pass, which was really beyond Lu Bu's expectation. However, this little detail was not taken to heart. Lu Bu regained his spirit, holding the Fang Tianhua tightly with both hands, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Although your strength is quite good, that's all. Next, let me tell you the consequences of angering me. Lu Fengxian. While speaking, an extremely strong breath burst out from his body without reservation. Lu Bu let out a long roar, and his body suddenly swelled several points in a trance, and a faint light like a tide immediately gushed in all directions. Even the red hair under him was whining wildly because of the weight of its master, and the divine fire on his body suddenly grew larger. Lu Bu seemed to have turned into a god, riding a divine beast, wearing black armor, and looking majestic. Kill! Lu Bu, like a god of war, had evil in his eyes, and his whole body, as well as the Fang Tianhua in his hand, were constantly emitting a faint light that could devour living things. Accompanied by a roar, the divine weapon suddenly chopped off Gao Chong's head. While the Huaji was dancing, Lu Bu urged incredible divine power. These powers emerged in the human world, and they could faintly crush everything in the world. Even the hardest refined iron in the world would be smashed to pieces in an instant when facing the bombardment of these powers. At the same time as Lu Bu took action, Gao Chong's face also changed, becoming extremely solemn. Not only him, but also Tao Qian, Qiao Bao and others in the camp, although they did not see Lu Bu's move with their own eyes, were frightened and shocked by the remaining divine power. Can General Gao Chong really stop Lu? No one dared to answer at this time. even though they were confident in Gao Chong's strength before. Rumble. There seemed to be thunder and lightning in the sky, and the divine light was surging in the void. Gao Chong was a peerless general. Even in the face of such a move that could destroy everything, he could grit his teeth and resist it. However, the warhorse under Gao Chong was just an ordinary horse, and its grade was far inferior to that of the Red Hare. At the moment when the two weapons collided, the warhorse felt that it was suppressed by the mountain. With a mournful cry, its limbs broke into several pieces, and its body exploded into pieces of bloody and fleshy lumps, flying in all directions. Without the support of his warhorse, Gao Chong could not continue to withstand Lu Bu's attack. The moment the flying general swung his halberd again, he was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Next time we fight, remember to change to a good horse. Seeing Gao Chong fall into the crowd, Lu Bu lost interest immediately. Without the warhorse, one of the three treasures of a general, how much strength can a general exert? Lu Bu knew that Gao Chong was quite strong. If he lost to him because of the warhorse, he would rather not have such a victory. He, Lu Bu, wanted to defeat all the generals in the world in an upright manner, and become the number one in the world in an upright manner. A clattering sound arose, and after Lu Bu glanced at Gao Chong, he pulled the reins and turned his horse's head, continuing to lead the Bingzhou wolf riders to go deep into the belly of the Xuzhou army camp. In this battle, his most important task was to kill Tao Qian, the core figure of the Xuzhou army. Lu Bu's strength is not as exaggerated as the rumors say. He can fight against 3 or 4 generals at the same time, relying more on his magic weapon and BMW. My strength is still much higher than Lu Bu. If I hadn't lost this battle on the warhorse, I could have fought with this 3-surnamed slave for hundreds of rounds. After this battle, I will definitely ask the Lord to find a rare BMW for me. Gao Chong's body was a little weak. His pupils were full of bloodshot, and he could only watch Lu Bu and others leave silently. Suddenly, there was an unusual vibration on the ground, and Gao Chong's eyes flashed with brilliance. He looked up at the wilderness in the distance, but saw dust rolling in the air. That's reinforcements? The Xuzhou soldiers around Gao Chong cried out in surprise, and the cry soon spread to the surroundings. Many soldiers who were lying in a pool of blood raised their heads with all their strength, and their eyes began to be filled with hope. It's reinforcements. It's really reinforcements. A long whistle came from the soldiers, and Gao Chong laughed loudly, and his bright voice swept in all directions with the wind and air waves. 2 cavalrymen suddenly rushed out from the rolling sand and dust in the distance, followed by a large number of infantrymen, with awe-inspiring momentum. 1 cavalryman was wearing armor and holding a long spear. The warhorse under his crotch was a fat Yue warhorse, and the leader was a majestic female general. Another cavalryman was wearing heavy armor, and the warhorse under him was as scary as a tiger or leopard. The leader was a military general with a pale face and a long whip in his hand. Generals, you will be the ones to deal with Lu Bu. I will lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to snipe Lu Bu's Bingzhou army. The tiger and leopard cavalry's main general Chao Chun was seriously injured by Ma Wu before, and his injuries have not healed to this day. He has already given his all to lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to fight. Now his opponent is Lu Bu, Chao Chun, who has been taught a lesson, retreats decisively, and leaves Lu Bu to other generals to deal with. This time, they not only bring Cao Cao's relatives and generals, but also cooperate with Ding Xiao's Xuzhou army. The generals are extremely high-end. Let us brothers deal with Lu Bu's 3-surnamed slave. Xiahou Dun was angry, and he did not underestimate Lu Bu's strength, so he wanted to join forces with his brother Xiahou Yuan to deal with Lu Bu. It can only be said that he took it seriously, but not completely. I have just surrendered to the Lord, so I will take defeating Lu Bu as my first achievement. After the battle, Cao Cao finally asked Zhang Miao for Dian Wei. Cao Cao liked this tiger fighting man more and more, and immediately made him his guard general. If it weren't for Li Ji's earnest persuasion, Cao Cao would not have been willing to let Dian Wei, this big treasure, go to war. Spread the news of reinforcements and stabilize morale. Wang Sengdian also noticed the information that reinforcements had arrived, and the throbbing in his heart was much calmer. And finally confidence appeared on his face. The reinforcements have arrived, and with his ability, he can keep the stability of the Xuzhou army, and the rest only needs to drive Lu Bu and others out. In addition to Wang Sengdian, Tao Qian and other high-ranking figures of the Xuzhou army almost cried out when they heard the news of the arrival of reinforcements, especially Qiao Bao, Lu Sandao and other Xuzhou generals. They breathed a sigh of relief. After Gao Chong was defeated, They had to go to the battlefield to deal with Lu Bu, the three surnamed slave. Just ask their strength, let alone Lu Bu. It would be difficult to even take down Gao Chong. Going up at this time is no different from sending death. Now that reinforcements have arrived, they don't need to go to the battlefield and concentrate on waiting for Wang Xingdian and the reinforcements to clean up the battlefield. The progress of the Xiliang army in entering the Xuzhou army camp is much slower than that of the Bingzhou army. So the lagging Xiliang army became the first target of the Dongjun army and Yuzhou army. Under one impact, the tail of the Xiliang army was instantly broken. Countless flesh and blood flew out, and the Xiliang soldiers kept falling off the horses' back. And then, they were trampled into a pool of meat by the following war horses. I didn't expect that there is such an elite cavalry in the coalition army. It's really quite good. Li Ju and Guasi, who had commanded the Feixiong army, saw the ferocious tiger and leopard cavalry, and they immediately had an intuition in their hearts that if this cavalry faced the Feixiong army, it would definitely not be inferior on the scene. Niu Fu, the commander, was obviously a little panicked. He held Li Ju and Guasi tightly with both hands, like a life-saving straw, and asked, "The enemy's cavalry is so powerful, and we are deep in the enemy camp. Why don't we just retreat? If we lose, my father-in-law will definitely forgive us." Hearing this, Li Ju and Guasi immediately showed contempt. You said it was you who attacked, and you said it was you who retreated. You really took all the good and bad things. However, after the two looked at each other, a thought arose in their hearts at the same time. That is, retreat. Before this, the two of them had not led their troops to retreat. But when they saw the appearance of the tiger and leopard cavalry and a large number of Yuzhou cavalry, the idea of retreating suddenly came to their mind. The enemy's soldiers and horses were serious, and they were obviously well prepared. They might even have guessed their sneak attack in advance and ambushed them outside in advance, waiting for them to get in. If this is true, it would be terrifying to think about it carefully. Moreover, the idea of retreating was not proposed by the two of them, but by the commander Niu Fu first. Even if Dong Zhuo wanted to settle accounts later, he could not blame them. In just a breath, Li Ju and Guasi nodded to Niu Fu at the same time, agreeing with Niu Fu's order to retreat. Zhang Ji, who was also one of the deputy generals, saw the three of them like this, and did not have much objection. However, when they decided to retreat, Zhang Ji suddenly said, "Since we are retreating, should we inform General Lu Bu and his men? Their Bingzhou army is deeper into the camp than us. If we don't withdraw in time, we may suffer a lot of casualties here. General Zhang wants to go deep into the heart of the camp to inform Lu Bu and his men in person. If so, we don't have much objection." Li Ju sneered, with a violent look in his eyes. He had been unhappy with Lu Bu for a long time, so he might as well take this opportunity to let Lu Bu lose some troops and reduce his voice in the power. In this way, he can continue to improve his status in the Xiliang army. Guasi, who was wearing the same pants as Li Ju, also laughed out loud. "This won't work. Zhang Xiu's nephew is young and energetic, so let him notify Lu Bu for us." "You? Oh, okay." Zhang Ji's status was not as good as these two people after all, so he had to nod and agree to this matter. As for Niu Fu, he was also very unhappy with Lu Bu like Li Ju, and he didn't have too many opinions on this. Under the leadership of the four people, the Xiliang army paid a considerable price and decisively withdrew from the coalition camp and rushed back to Hulao Pass. The pressure on the Xuzhou army, which lost the interference of the Xiliang army, was instantly relieved a lot. Wang Xingdian also discovered this and immediately mobilized more troops to encircle and suppress the Bingzhou army that had penetrated deep into the abdomen together with the supporting troops. Fengxian, the reinforcements of the coalition are here. Zhang Liao, who was behind Lu Bu, had a keen sense of war and soon discovered the changes. So he spoke out to remind Lu Bu, who was constantly charging in front. Lu Bu suddenly stopped the momentum of the charge and glanced around casually, only to find that more and more Xuzhou troops were approaching them, while their allies, the Xiliang troops, seemed to have disappeared from the world and were not around at all. The Xiliang troops have retreated? Realizing that something was wrong, Lu Bu's face became very ugly, and he roared repeatedly, swinging his Fang Tian Hua Ji to cut the edge, and blasted the besieged enemies into pieces. But even so, it could not change the current situation. At most, it was venting his emotions. "We will retreat too." Lu Bu forcibly suppressed the anger in his chest and decisively ordered a retreat. But just as they turned their horses' heads, There was a commotion behind the Bingzhou army. And then, they saw a heavy armored cavalry launching a tsunami-like attack, constantly knocking away the wolf in front of them, and forcibly crushing a bloody path in it. Die. You slave of 3 surnames. A shocking momentum suddenly erupted from the left side. Dian Wei, who was like an iron tower, walked briskly, like a tiger coming down the mountain, hijacking the double halberds and killing at high speed. Dian Wei waved the double halberds, and the true energy in his body gushed out like a mountain fire. The thick black air spread in all directions, and there was a faint roar of beasts biting. In just a few breaths, Dian Wei rushed to Lu Bu's side and stabbed Lu Bu's waist with the double halberds. Dian Wei did not rely on the warhorse, but only relied on his legs, and his speed was faster than that of ordinary horses. Ugly man, you are looking for death. Lu Bu was already angry, and now he was insulted by Dian Wei. His anger value immediately reached the peak. While roaring wildly, he swung the Fang Tianhuaji suddenly. In an instant, the roar exploded in the void like thunder. With his double halberds holding the Fang Tianhuaji, Dian Wei's face suddenly twisted several times, and the muscles of his arms bulged, as if they were natural perfect rocks. Dian Wei relied on his strength to catch Lu Bu's move, but his whole body was smashed into the ground, and the surrounding ground cracked and spread in all directions. At this moment, a sharp spear light flashed, and Lu Bu felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Before the spear light hit his chest, he used the painted halberd to hold the opponent's spear. Is it you? Lu Bu's pupil shrank slightly, and it was obvious that he recognized the owner of the spear. The person who came was one of the generals who had beaten him before, the female General Yang Miazhen. Take it. The moment Yang Miazhen spoke, the pear-blossom spear rolled up countless gusts of wind, turning into hurricanes, and came towards Lu Bu with endless murderous intent. Lu Bu was already familiar with the opponent's moves, and faced with Yang Miazhen's killing moves, there was no ripple in his heart. The halberd was waving, as if it had transformed into a swimming dragon, and the majestic true qi was poured into it, colliding with the whistling spear that was pulling a lot of sand and gravel. Yang Miazhen's movements suddenly stopped, and the qi and blood in his body surged up and rushed to his heart, and a feeling of suffocation suddenly rose in his chest. Chapter 407, Collapse and Escape. Yang Miazhen's strength was not as good as Lu Bu's. Now that Lu Bu has completed the breakthrough mission and has become even stronger, how can she resist the opponent's attack? Just one round of collision made her blood boil, and her tendons ache and swell. However, she is not the only one on this battlefield. Dian Wei, who was suppressed on the ground, roared, as if he had turned into a mad black bear. The double halberds rolled up strange winds, and rushed towards Lu Bu's waist. Lu Bu's face turned black. He didn't expect that this ugly man would recover so quickly after being suppressed on the ground. There were double halberds slashing from below and pear-blossom spears stabbing from above. The 3 weapons instantly locked up the space for Lu Bu to dodge. Fortunately, the red rabbit horse under Lu Bu was not an ordinary one. With a sudden sprint, it took Lu Bu to dodge the attack of the 2 and escape from danger. It's really annoying, facing the attack from 2 people. LV Bu suddenly recalled the bad memories of being surrounded and beaten before, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his tiger eyes. But as soon as he finished speaking, 2 more shouts came from the left and right sides behind him. And then 2 extremely powerful auras suddenly erupted, like a volcano spewing lava, and like thunder and lightning, with a momentum as big as a mountain and a sea drifting with the wind. Boom! The sky suddenly cracked into countless cracks, and divine fire and thunder splashed out. On the left and right, 2 figures turned into rainbow light, each holding a spear. One was wrapped in divine fire, and the other turned into lightning, and at the same time attacked LV Bu's fatal vitals. After feeling these 2 auras, LV Bu's face became even uglier, because he knew that the opponent's target was him. If Zhang Liao, Gao Shun and others could not stop them, he would face the siege of 4 people next. He had been beaten by Li Tsuinxiu and others before, and now he was surrounded again. Even if he was warlike, he was unwilling to face such a situation again. Don't hurt our commander. The young General Zhang Liao's eyes were about to burst, and he roared wildly, urging the warhorse under him to fly towards the figure wrapped in the divine fire on the left. The crescent halberd at his hand flashed divine light, and the true energy behind him condensed into a crescent shadow, and his momentum suddenly rose several levels. He naturally knew the true strength of Lu Bu. With Lu Bu's strength, it was definitely no problem to fight 1 against 4. But now their Bingzhou army was deeply trapped in the belly of the enemy camp. surrounded by enemies on both sides, and there was no reinforcement nearby. If they delayed any further, the entire army would be in danger of being destroyed. Out of his feelings for the Bingzhou army, or to protect Lu Bu's safety, Zhang Liao had to take action even if he was not strong enough to stop one of them. I recognize you. But it's a pity that your strength is not as good as mine. Xiahou Dun, who was wrapped in the divine fire, recognized the identity of the person, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. The speed of urging the warhorse did not decrease, and the body that shuttled through the space did not change at all. Facing the opponent's slash, Xiahou Dun only slightly extended the weapon in his hand, and exerted unparalleled strength with the help of the impact of the warhorse. At the moment when the two weapons collided, the long spear pressed against the crescent halberd. The next second, his wrist shook, and the long spear pressed slightly. Zhang Liao felt that the weapon was like Mount Tai falling from the sky, and the whole person was almost thrown off the horse's back. Infinite airflow vibrated, and the surrounding void was violent. Xiahou Dun did not slow down, and suddenly pulled the spear with his backhand. The space exploded in an instant, making a roar. Boom! The spear swept through the void and pulled towards Zhang Liao's head. At the critical moment, an extremely ordinary spear appeared and blocked Zhang Liao in front of him. The next moment, the spear hit the spear shaft, and the boundless power pressed the spear shaft to undergo an extremely exaggerated twist. With a click, the entire spear broke into several pieces, and the flying wood chips scraped Zhang Liao's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Gao Shun held the broken spear tightly, and the tiger's mouth cracked, and countless blood gushed out. On his face, which was always as calm as water, he finally showed a trace of emotion. The opponent's martial arts were much stronger than his, and he, Gao Shun, was no match for him at all. Interesting. After the obstruction of these two people, Xiahou Dun had to rein in his warhorse and face Zhang Liao and Gao Shun directly. On the other side, Xiahou Yuan's speed increased by several points. Before Song Xian, Ho Chung and other Bingzhou warriors surrounded him. He killed Lu Bu first. The long spear in his hand was like a purple thunder. Xiahou Yuan seemed to have turned into a venerable who controlled the divine thunder. He gathered countless divine thunders on the long spear, bursting out the supreme divine light, and completely covered Lu Bu and the red hair in the thunder light. Not only Xiahou Yuan, Yang Miaozhen and Dian Wei also attacked at the same time, and their true energy suddenly burst out, and they all rushed towards Lu Bu's fatal kill. The four figures intertwined with each other, and blood splashed out from time to time. In an instant, the fight between the four people seemed to have reached the stage of life and death. But Lu Bu's strength was too strong. Even though Xiahou Yuan and his men had an advantage in numbers, Lu Bu still had a lot of ease in the face of their siege, leaving some spare energy to watch the status of Zhang Liao and his men. Compared with the previous siege, the strength of the three people in front of them is obviously not as good as Li Cunqiu and his men. The strongest one among them is only Yang Miaozhen, and her strength is not as good as Li Cunqiu and Huang Zhong. Lu Bu has full confidence that even if Xiahou Dun joins the battle, he can still not lose the upper hand, and even have a chance to defeat them. Wen Yuan, you take the Bingzhou army to withdraw, and I, Lu Bu, will cover you. The painted halberd cut out a terrifying shadow, making the three people who besieged dare not move easily. Lu Bu took the opportunity to kill and inserted a halberd into Zhang Liao's battle. Xiahou Dun was blocked by Zhang Liao and his men, so he had to deal with the two people in front of him first. Although Zhang Liao's upper limit is extremely high, he is still very young. Facing Xiahou Dun, a fierce general who has fought on the battlefield, his strength is slightly weak. Even with the help of Gao Shun, Song Xian and others, they, several Bingzhou warriors, still could not take down Xiahou Dun in a short time, but were suppressed from time to time. However, Lu Bu's sudden intervention instantly broke the balance here. Lu Bu sneered repeatedly. After saying this, the true energy in his body gushed out, and the dim light on the weapon was shining. The oppressive sense of crisis made Xiahou Dun subconsciously retreat. Just moving a little bit, he made room for Zhang Liao and others to escape. But Feng Xian, if you don't leave, do you want all our troops to be buried here? Lu Bu's words made the worried Zhang Liao calm down quickly. His eyes kept scanning the surrounding situation, and Zhang Liao found that more and more coalition soldiers began to surround and kill them. Their Bingzhou army was like being stuck in a quagmire. If they didn't get out, everyone would be eaten by the coalition forces. Zhang Liao gritted his teeth helplessly. If it weren't for Niu Fu Xiliang army's sudden withdrawal, their Bingzhou army wouldn't be in the current danger. If they were still there, they wouldn't be under so much pressure. With Lu Bu's martial arts, plus the 2 troops of Xiliang army and Bingzhou army, even if the current situation occurs, there is no need to worry too much. As long as they reorganize a little, they can quickly kill out. In the final analysis, it was Niu Fu Xiliang army that pitted their Bingzhou army to death. After thinking of this, Zhang Liao didn't have too much pretense. He didn't say anything like the loyal words of the main general leaving and the subordinate general staying behind. He just let out a long whistle, urged the warhorse to lead the rest of the Bingzhou warriors to gather the remaining troops and break through outside the camp. After seeing this scene, Xiahou Dun and others were slightly surprised. They didn't expect these people to be so bold and dare to leave Lu Bu alone here. When they were about to leave to chase and kill, Lu Bu's weapon took the initiative to attack, and the long halberd shadows splashed in the void, instantly covering the 4 people. If you want to kill them, kill me. Lu Bu first. Lu Bu laughed grimly, and he and his horse stirred up the wind and clouds, fighting 4 fierce generals with a Fang Tianhua Ji. At the same time, Bijou army camp, which was attacked by the Baibua army and the Liangzhou rebels, also received support from other princes. Zhang Ren and Yan Yan, who Lu Zhong brought from Yizhou, were both sent out to fight with the fierce enemy. Zhang Ren and Yan Yan were both good generals at the time, and they had certain talents in both martial arts and command. But they also showed signs of collapse when facing Guanling, Pangda, and other fierce generals at the same time. What a pity. I didn't expect to die in your hands. Guanling slashed with a green blade after another, hitting Zhang Ren back again and again, and the blood in his body was churning like the sea. If he hadn't divided his mind to suppress it, he would have been beaten to vomit blood at this time. On the other side, Yan Yan, who was besieged by Pangda and Su Huang, was in an even more embarrassing situation. His armor had already been shattered, and countless blood oozed from his wounds. Yan Yan was not a match for either of the 2 men. He was lucky to have held on for so long. If it lasted longer, he would definitely be killed. General Ma, their reinforcements have arrived. When the battle was the most intense, Yang Feng suddenly reminded Ma Teng. Following the direction of the other party's gaze, Ma Teng saw countless murderous spirits in the distance, followed by a large number of reinforcements. The leading generals were all strong and muscular, and they were rare and peerless generals. Behind them was a group of heavily armored cavalry, wearing black armor and holding hook-sickle spears, as if they had turned into a rolling torrent, rushing towards their army at a high speed. Such a murderous posture made Yang Feng and Ma Teng tremble unconsciously. That's Li Ji's army, Liangzhou Lord Jiang Chang said uncertainly, and the 2 leaders' faces changed as soon as he finished speaking. If it's Li Ji's army, we are no match for his generals. Retreat? We must retreat? Otherwise our strength will be damaged. The 2 men made a decision immediately, and commanded their own troops to avoid the advancing position of Li Ji's troops and retreat from other places. The Liangzhou rebels and the Baibua army were defeated and fled before they even fought with the Lonke army. Lu Xiangxing, who was in charge of the troops, raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised that such a situation would happen. But then he whipped his whip and pointed, commanding his soldiers to encircle and suppress the fleeing enemies. Since the other side didn't want to fight, they took the initiative to fight. Zhang Ren and Yan Yan, who were besieged, had their opponents withdrawn from the battle almost at the same time. They were originally in danger, but suddenly there was a glimmer of hope for survival. They were grateful, but also had a lot of doubts. Why did they withdraw when the situation was obviously good? But when they saw the Lonke army's troops, their doubts disappeared immediately. I am Zongren, a general under Lu Yizhou. Thank you for your help. I don't know which general under Li Taishou's account you are. Zhang Ren ordered his soldiers to send the seriously injured Yan Yan to the rear, and he led a group of personal soldiers to personally welcome the Lonke army who came to support. Lu Xiangxing reigned in his warhorse. A lot of the soldiers and horses behind him had been separated, but there were still a large number of soldiers and horses following him. The fleeing enemy didn't dare to get close at all. Lu Xiangxing of the Dragon Sparrow army. Lu Xiangxing felt a little depressed. He had been prepared to fight the enemy, but in the end, the enemy fled without fighting. This made him feel helpless like punching cotton, and he didn't know where to vent the remaining strength. When Zhang Ren heard that it was not Li Cunxiao, Wang Zhong and other fierce generals, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. And this change in expression happened to be captured by Lu Xiangsheng. General, there is no need to be disappointed. General Li Cunqiu and others have been ordered by me to lead their troops to chase the fleeing enemies. You will definitely meet General Zhang after the battle. Zhang Ren's thoughts were instantly figured out by Lu Xiangsheng. His words made the former smile awkwardly, and he touched his helmet at a loss. I will report to our prince truthfully about Li Taishuo's offer of support. General Lu, what should we do next? Of course, we should gather the remaining Izhou troops and drive out the enemies still in the camp. I think so too. Zhang Ren forced a change of subject. And then the two of them commanded their own troops, temporarily gathered together, and began to push the battle line outward. Yang Feng, Ma Teng and others fled while gathering the scattered troops along the way. The Dragon Sparrow army moved very quickly, and had begun to bite them from behind. I didn't expect Li Ji's support to come so quickly. If we were given some more time, we could break through the defense of the Izhou army and capture the little Lu Zhang. I always feel that something is wrong with this matter. Li Ji's actions are so quick. As if he knew we were going to launch a sneak attack early in the morning. And he deliberately sent troops to support us when we launched a sneak attack. Yang Feng and Ma Teng, surrounded by a large number of personal soldiers, quickly escaped from the Izhou camp. But their soldiers were not so lucky, and many soldiers were still in the chaotic camp. While the two were running away, they summarized the course of events and found that there was a lot of strangeness in it. Report to the two generals. We found a troop not far away, which seemed to be the Guanzhong army led by Lord Qin Fan. The soldiers came to report the situation. But this news surprised Yang Feng and Ma Teng. Then, they led the remaining troops to meet Qin Fan's Guanzhong army. When they saw that a large number of soldiers and horses of the Guanzhong army had disappeared, they immediately showed a look of horror on their faces. What's going on? Did you guys fail in your sneak attack as well? Why are you yelling? Chapter 408 Prisoner Su Huang. Niu Fu, the Eastern Lieutenant General, led the Xiliang army to break through the defense of Tao Qian's camp, but was ambushed by Cao Cao, the governor of Dongjun, and Ding Xia, the governor of Zhujian, and was forced to withdraw to Hulao Pass in advance. LV Bu, the lieutenant general, led the Bingzhou army deep into Tao Qian's camp and was surrounded by Cao Cao, the governor of Dongjun, and Ding Xia, the governor of Zhujian. Only some of the generals withdrew, and the lieutenant general was still missing. The Guanzhong army led by Qin Fan, the lord of Guanzhong, successfully attacked Kong Rong's camp and seriously injured his general Wu Angua, forcing Qinzhou Mukong Rong to flee in panic. Later, they repelled Changsha prefect Sun Jian and retreated to Hulao Pass intact. When Yang Feng of the Baibua army attacked Lu Zhang's camp, he was pursued by Kuaiji prefect Li Ji and lost a large number of troops. When Ma Teng, a rebel in Liangzhou, attacked Lu Zhang's camp, he was also pursued by Kuaiji prefect Li Ji and lost some troops. Dong Zhuo, who was stationed at Hulao Pass, welcomed back the troops that attacked the coalition camp and learned the general intelligence from them. Most of these news were that the troops successfully entered the coalition camp and achieved a lot of results. But they never killed any princes, which made Dong Zhuo quite regretful. Not only that, when they attacked, they all encountered reinforcements from the coalition to varying degrees. Some suffered heavy losses, and some retained most of their strength. Among these troops, the Guanzhong army led by Qin Fan achieved the greatest military exploits, almost killing through the camp of the Qinzhou army and almost killing the old man Kong Rong. Unfortunately, Sun Jian rescued in time, and Qin Fan had to let Tao Qian go and quickly withdraw from the camp. Such a result obviously did not make Dong Zhuo very satisfied. This sneak attack did not kill any of the princes, and at most only killed some soldiers of the coalition army, which did not have much effect on changing the situation. Moreover, Dong Zhuo's adopted son has not returned yet. Why hasn't my son Feng Xian withdrawn yet? Dong Zhuo almost roared at Zhang Liao and other Bingzhou warriors. Zhang Liao, Gao Shan and others were afraid of Dong Zhuo's prestige, so they knelt down and bowed their heads and answered, Feng Xian ordered us to retreat first in order to preserve the hope of the Bingzhou army. He alone resisted the generals and covered the Bingzhou army. You actually let the commander cover you. Are you guys eating free rice? Dong Zhuo was furious, and his gloomy face was covered with violent expressions. Then he suddenly drew the sword at his waist and stabbed Zhang Liao in the shoulder. Seeing this, the Xiliang generals around Dong Zhuo panicked and hurried forward to grab Dong Zhuo's arms, forcibly stopping Dong Zhuo's action of wanting to kill Zhang Liao. Prime Minister, don't be angry. Although they abandoned Feng Xian, This request was also made by Fengxian. If this matter is spread, it will chill the soldiers. Zhang Liao has always been a military strategist. Prime Minister, why don't you let him make meritorious contributions while serving his sentence? And lead the Bingzhou army to attack the coalition forces in the future. And capture the city for the Prime Minister, so as to avenge Fengxian. At this time, Qin Hui saw the eyes of Li Ju, Guasi and others, and also stood up to persuade, Prime Minister. Don't forget that General Liu is a rare fierce general in the world. When facing the siege of many generals of the coalition forces, he was not at all inferior. Hui believes that if we wait a little longer, General Liu will definitely be able to break out of the siege of the coalition forces. I hope so. Otherwise, I will hang your head on the city gate the next day. Dong Zhuo snorted coldly, and then took back the bloody sword. Qin Hui has now gained Dong Zhuo's trust. When Li Ru was hidden, he was Dong Zhuo's most trusted counselor. Qin Hui had already persuaded him. So Dong Zhuo had to stop thinking about killing Zhang Liao with a cold face. Look at the coalition. What is that? Suddenly, a cry came from the guards on Hulao Pass, followed by a violent explosion over the coalition camp. Dong Zhuo and a group of generals looked in the direction of the explosion, and a figure like a god of war suddenly appeared in their field of vision. I saw the red divine fire flying in the void. Lu Bu holding the Fang Tianhuaji, slashing countless sharp blades in the air, and all kinds of weapons flying towards him were instantly broken, and a large number of soldiers around were directly blasted into blood clots. Lu Bu charged into the coalition army alone, relying on his high martial arts to fight his way through the crowd. Behind him were 4 or 5 generals of the coalition army, but their war horses were far inferior to the red hair. The red hair accelerated a little, and left them far behind. Why don't you open the gate for my son to enter the pass? Seeing Lu Bu so brave and good at fighting, Dong Zhuo, who had a very ugly face before, suddenly smiled as brightly as a flower. The defenders guarding the city gate opened a passage that could accommodate one person in and out, and Lu Bu carried the Fang Tianhuaji and got in very flexibly. Dong Zhuo led a group of generals down the city gate to personally welcome Lu Bu, who entered the pass. However, Lu Bu's expression was not very good. Dong Zhuo felt a strong murderous aura from Lu Bu, who was covered in blood. Logically speaking, Lu Bu, who escaped from death, should have a look of relief. And even a person with a blank face would have a relaxed look. Why does my son look like this? Is he injured? Dong Zhuo asked. Lu Bu wiped the blood off his face and forced a smile to Dong Zhuo. Don't worry, foster father. It's impossible for the coalition army to hurt me. But, before he finished speaking, Lu Bu suddenly exuded infinite murderous aura, and his eyes showed cold murderous intent. Dong Zhuo's face suddenly turned pale, and the Xiliang generals on both sides immediately rushed forward and protected Dong Zhuo behind them. These generals also looked unhappy. After all, they were facing the fierce tiger Lu Bu, and they were no match for him. Why did Fengxian make such a gesture? Dong Zhuo was sweating profusely, fearing that Lu Bu would do something bad to him. However, in the next second, in his panic, Lu Bu suddenly knelt down on his knees, kowtowed several times, and shouted, Father, please do justice for me. My son, get up quickly, and tell me in detail if you have any grievances. Dong Zhuo pulled Lu Bu's arm, but found embarrassed that he couldn't pull him up at all. Lu Bu seemed to have noticed this embarrassing situation, so he stood up following Dong Zhuo's movements and began to wipe his tears. Father, this time my Bingzhou army was plotted against by a villain, resulting in the loss of many soldiers. If it weren't for this person, the Bingzhou army would have withdrawn safely, and I wouldn't have to cover the rear. Who is this person? Since such a villain is so insidious, don't be afraid. I will definitely uphold justice. Dong Zhuo said indignantly. Niu Fu. Niu Fu? The words that Dong Zhuo wanted to say about how to punish him were instantly stuck in his throat, and he couldn't make a sound at all. No one thought that there was a traitor among them, and this traitor was Dong Zhuo's son-in-law, with a high status. Niu Fu, who was hiding in the crowd, soon attracted the attention of a large number of colleagues. He couldn't help shrinking his neck, and finally had to bite the bullet and stand up. Father-in-law, listen to my explanation. Fengxian actually misunderstood this matter. My troops were the first to be attacked by the coalition forces. In order to preserve our strength, we had to retreat first. In fact, we also thought about notifying the Bingzhou army. But Fengxian and his men went too fast into the camp. At that time, the army was in chaos, so it was difficult for us to notify them. Betrayal is betrayal. There is no need for so many explanations. Lu Bu was immediately furious. Without wiping his tears, he strode towards Niu Fu and directly picked up his sandbag-sized fist to hit Niu Fu in the face. But before the fist fell, Dong Zhuo's voice sounded first. Enough. You two are my Zhonglongjiang, in charge of countless troops. Do you want to make fun of the coalition forces by acting like such a child? I dare not. Niu Fu, who knew he was in the wrong, bowed his head first, and his attitude of admitting his mistakes was exemplary, while Lu Bu still had an unruly attitude, tilting his face and not facing Dong Zhuo's sight. Dong Zhuo is also having a headache now. One is his adopted son, who is highly skilled in martial arts and a rare and fierce general, while the other is his son-in-law, who has been following him since the uprising and has made great contributions. Punishing Niu Fu will inevitably make Niu Fu dissatisfied, while not punishing Niu Fu will make Lu Bu unwilling. No matter what he does, Dong Zhuo will find it difficult to make a decision. Xin Hui, who was observing from the side, quickly discovered Dong Zhuo's dilemma. He rolled his eyes slightly and then laughed out loud. Prime Minister, Dong Zhonglong General is indeed at fault in this matter. If he is not punished, he will not be worthy of the dead Bingzhou soldiers. But he successfully attacked the coalition camp, which can be regarded as a merit. Why not do this? Temporarily deprive Niu Fu of the power to command the Xiliang army, and assign the command of the Xiliang army to General Lu. At the same time, the Prime Minister will allocate equipment to supplement the Bingzhou army. After hearing Qin Hui's words, Dong Zhuo's eyes suddenly lit up, and his head, which was just a mess, became clear in an instant. Then he coughed lightly and looked at Niu Fu and Lu Bu. What do you think of Huiji's suggestion? If there is no problem, then let's do it. I have no problem. Niu Fu found that his life would not be lost, but he was only temporarily deprived of his military power. Naturally, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, fearing that Dong Zhuo would go back on his word. And Lu Bu clenched his fists, took a few deep breaths, and could only nod in agreement. Who told him to bow his head under the eaves? His wealth and glory were all given by Dong Zhuo. If it weren't for his martial arts being valued by the other party, with his bad temper, Dong Zhuo would have found an excuse to kill him long ago. Now he just lost a few brothers, and the Bingzhou army can make up for the losses. He can also take over the military power of the Xiliang army. Isn't this a step forward for him? In this way, the conflict between Niu Fu and Lu Bu ended happily. On the other hand, the 21 princes regrouped under the command of Yuan Shao, because the army of Tao Qian, Lu Zhang and Kong Rong was ambushed. The time for the coalition to attack Hula Pass was delayed again. Li Ji gained a lot of fame because he laid an ambush in advance and supported the three people in time. At the same time, he won a lot of merits and ranked first in the coalition, leaving Ding Xia, Chu Xiong and others far behind. Lu Bu was able to handle the siege of Xiahou brothers, Yang Miaozhen and Dian Wei with ease. Even if Gao Chong joined at any time, he still let this guy sneak away. Li Ji's troops were not supporting Tao Qian, so when he met Tao Qian and others after the battle, he knew some details of the battle. The bravery of this group of people was naturally not as good as Li Ji's generals. Even with Gao Chong, they could not keep Lu Bu. Li Ji felt a little pity. If he had acted with Cao Cao, his generals, together with Cao Cao's relatives, would have had a chance to keep Lu Bu here. Although Lu Bu's character is not good, his martial arts are indeed powerful. Even Miao Cai and his men can't resist him. Brother Anmin, your generals are really good. Cao Cao saw that several of his generals were injured. He felt distressed and also sighed at Lu Bu's strength. But to Li Ji, Cao Cao's sour tone was always a little wrong. This guy didn't know that he had pried 3 of his advisors in a row, and wanted to pry his generals in turn. Given that Cao Cao loved his generals as much as his wives, it was not impossible. Thank you for saving me, Cao Taisho. I have nothing to say. After returning to Shuzhou, I will definitely repay you with food and other things. When Tao Qian saw Cao Cao and Li Ji coming, the old man almost burst into tears. He had never suffered such grievances in his life. If Cao Cao and others came later, his old bones should have been buried here. Cao Cao smiled and waved his hand, then said, in fact, it is not that we reacted in time, but Brother Anmin had a premonition in advance. So we set up an ambush and waited for the enemy's surprise attack. Hearing this, Tao Qian was stunned and asked, has Li Taisho expected that my camp would be attacked? Niu Fu fled, and I expected that this person would take the opportunity to attack us. So I discussed with Mingda and others to see if we should set up an ambush outside to prevent any accidents. Li Ji hurriedly laughed. What a joke. He deliberately told Miao Fu about the situation of Tao Qian's camp. If the other party knew the truth, he might join other princes to denounce it like before. Li Ji didn't even mention these inside stories to Cao Cao and others. So that's it. Taisho Li is so kind. I don't need to thank you. After retaking Luoyang City, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Tao Qian arched his hand towards Li Ji. After a few greetings, Li Ji checked the situation of Tao Qian's camp and found an excuse to leave. He came here to see how much Tao Qian and his men had lost, and how many bodies Dong Zhuo's forces had left, and to guess what Dong Zhuo was thinking at the moment. However, before Li Ji could think of anything, a soldier came to report. Report to the Lord. General Lu and his men seem to have captured a general of the enemy. Oh! Can you find out the identity of this general? Li Ji remembered that they had repelled the Liangzhou rebels and the Baibo army, among whom Guanling, Pang De, and Su Huang were the most valuable. This man claimed to be Su Huang, and was good at using a big axe. He had fought with General Qin before, but now he was captured by the general and his men and became a prisoner. Chapter 409 Playing Hard to Get. My lord, Su Huang has been brought in. Li Ji sat at the head of the tent, and Chen Dao personally escorted the prisoner Su Huang in. Lu Xiangxing sent Li Cunqiu and others to pursue the fleeing Baibo army and Liangzhou rebels. So the top master of the Baibo army stayed behind to cover Yang Feng's retreat. However, his opponents were fierce generals such as Li Cunqiu and Huang Zhong, who could defeat Lu Bu together. And Su Huang did not have Lu Bu's strength. Under the heavy siege of Li Cunqiu and others, Su Huang could not hold on for a few rounds, and was captured alive by them. This Hedong man seemed to be quite unconvinced. And even though he became Li Ji's captive, he still had an indignant look on his face. Li Ji guessed that it was Li Cunqiu and others who besieged Su Huang, making him feel that they had won unfairly. After all, he still had a chance to escape in a one-on-one fight. Su Huang looked at Li Ji but remained silent. Li Ji looked at him with interest while checking Su Huang's personal panel. Name Su Huang Zigongming. Occupation Military General, War Department. Status Prisoner. Level 63. Brave 94, 96. Commander 88, 92. Wisdom 80, 85. Political Strategy 60, 60. Charm 75. Luck 20. Personal Characteristics. Frugal and Prudent, Blue required salary minus 10%. Axe General, when using axe weapons. Personal Combat Power plus 5%. Axe Skill Power plus 25%. Yakono General, Purple the marching speed of the troops under his command is increased. The upper limit of physical fitness is increased. The physical fitness recovery speed is increased. And the food consumption is reduced. You can choose to consume additional food to increase the marching speed as needed. 5 good generals, Purple together with Zhang Liao, Zhang He, Eugene, and Lu Jin. Su Huang is one of the 5 generals. Whenever one more general appears in the same camp, Su Huang's personal combat power increases by 5%. Strong and strategist, gold when the 2 armies are fighting. Personal combat power increases by 20%. And the combat power of the troops increases by 20%. Keep a clear mind, and are not easily affected by the strategies of those who are less intelligent than you. Leniency and struggle, Gold have a good relationship with the soldiers under his command. The soldiers under his command are always loyal to the camp where Su Huang is, and are not likely to mutiny. The morale is always high. The salary and food consumed by the troops minus 20%. Food and support are exhausted. Gold Su Huang has a high probability of destroying the enemy's food supply, making the enemy's daily food consumption plus 200%, and reducing the enemy's morale by a certain amount every day, making it extremely difficult to improve the enemy's morale. The combat effectiveness of Su Huang's troops is plus 20%, and the marching speed is greatly improved. Feign to the east and attack to the west, Gold during the march. The marching route is greatly hidden. When Su Huang uses the strategy of feinting to the east and attacking to the west, if the enemy's main general's command value is not higher than Su Huang, he will definitely fall into the trap. If the enemy's main general's command value is not lower than Su Huang, there is a small probability of falling into the trap. Drive straight into the enemy, Gold when leading the army to fight. Su Huang's personal combat effectiveness is plus 20%. The combat effectiveness of his troops is plus 25%. The marching speed is greatly improved. The physical limit is greatly improved. The physical recovery speed is greatly improved. The impact of the warhorse is improved. And there is a chance to destroy the defense equipment without any damage. Zhou Yafu style, color when fighting a general. Su Huang's personal combat power is plus 50% when the two armies are fighting. The combat power of his troops is plus 40%, which makes it difficult to be defeated by the enemy. When attacked by surprise, the troops can be quickly gathered to preserve combat power. Skills creation of the world, S level. Splitting Huashan, S level. Chaos Slash, S level. My heart is clear, S level. Violent charge, S level. Mental method clear and transparent mental method. Equipment mountain axe, diamond level. Hualu horse, diamond level. Diamond level armor. Special arms none. Li Ji exclaimed. What a guy. This Su Huang was born to cut off food and grass. He has many characteristics that can increase the marching speed of his troops. He can come and go freely on the battlefield. And he deserves to be the general of Yakono. Su Huang's upper limit of bravery can reach 96 points, while the upper limit of commander is more than 90 points. Even his wisdom is more than 80. He is a general who is both civil and military. If he is released, he can lead an army by himself. Cao Cao once commented that Su Huang had the style of Zhou Yafu because Su Huang was strict in military discipline and combined leniency and severity, which was very similar to Zhou Yafu, a famous general of the Western Han dynasty. In addition, Su Huang was also as famous as Zhang Liao, Zhang He, Eugene and Lu Jin, famous generals of Chao Wei, the good generals of the time. The 5 sons are the first. Because of this sentence, they were also evaluated as the 5 sons and good generals by later generations, and compared with the 5 tiger generals of Shuhan. Of course, the 5 sons and good generals are more famous for commanding troops, while the 5 tiger generals are famous for their military power. Speaking of which, this is the second 5 sons and good generals that Li Ji has come into such close contact with. I, Su Gongming, will never surrender to you. You can kill me or cut me up. Whatever you want. Su Huang couldn't resist Li Ji's gaze in the end, and lowered his head while saying a cruel word. This sentence made Li Ji look at Su Huang with a high regard. If the other party showed a fearful expression and made a gesture of begging for surrender, then Li Ji would doubt whether the Su Huang in front of him was the one of the 5 elite generals. With a flash of admiration in his eyes, Li Ji suddenly stood up, shaking his armor and sneered, You are a disloyal, unjust, unkind and unfilial person. I, Li Ji, am not ruining my reputation by taking you in. What did you say? Su Huang was stunned when he heard it. And the next second he became furious, broke free from Chen Dao's suppression and stood up, yelling at Li Ji. Why am I, Su Gongming, a disloyal, unjust, unkind and unfilial person? How dare you, Li Ji, tarnish my reputation? Chen Dao thought Su Huang took the opportunity to attack and hurt people, so he quickly increased his strength to suppress the other party. But Su Huang still stood firmly in place, looking directly into Li Ji's eyes with angry eyes. Li Ji waved his hand, signaling Chen Dao to relax, and then said to Su Huang, You were originally an official in Hedong, but you joined Yang Feng's account and sold your martial arts to the bandits. Isn't this disloyalty to your majesty? You followed Yang Feng and joined the Dong bandits, helping the tyrants to commit atrocities and killing the righteous men who entered the pass to clear the court. Isn't this injustice to our coalition forces? You helped the Baibua army to burn, kill, rob and oppress the people in Hedong County. Isn't this unkind to the people of Hedong County? You learned both literary and martial arts, but you wandered around with the bandits and never served your parents in Hedong County. Isn't this unfilial to your parents? Li Ji's 4 questions made it difficult for Su Huang to refute. Every word of his words was true and reasonable, which made Su Huang lower his head in shame. I don't even want to kill you, a disloyal, unjust, unkind and unfilial person, so as not to stain my hands with your blood. Li Ji gestured to Chen Dao, indicating Chen Dao to let Su Huang go. Chen Dao was confused, but he didn't dare to ask at this time, so he had to silently untie Su Huang's handcuffs, leg cuffs and other shackles. This operation made Su Huang feel even more ashamed, and at the same time, he looked at Li Ji with a questioning look. Go away. Such a disloyal, unjust, unkind and unfilial person can only work for Dong the thief. The next time we meet, I will kill you on the spot to comfort the people in Hedong who were harmed by you and others. Li Ji seemed too lazy to look at Su Huang, and turned away silently with his hands behind his back, leaving only a back figure. Su Huang looked at Li Ji with a complicated expression, and suddenly knelt on the ground, saying loudly, I, Su Gongming, owe you, Li Taisho, a life, and I will definitely return it in the future. After that, Su Huang kowtowed 3 times, left Li Ji's camp with bare hands, and headed towards Hulao Pass. Chen Dao blinked as he watched Su Huang leave, and then blinked at Li Ji, who was standing with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. My lord, why did you let Su Huang go so easily? With this person's ability, he will definitely be the commander of an army in our army. My strategy is called playing hard to get. Su Huang is loyal to Yang Feng, so he will naturally not surrender to me easily. When he returns to Hulao Pass, he will understand my intention. Li Ji still maintained a calm demeanor, but what Chen Dao could not see was that there was a little regret on Li Ji's face. Why did he learn from that village man Zhuge and play hard to get with Su Huang? If he forced him to stay here, he might surrender to him one day. By the way, what's Hua Xiong's situation now? My lord, Hua Xiong still has no intention to surrender. Even advisor Jia couldn't persuade him to surrender. He's so stubborn. Li Ji couldn't help but sigh. Although Dongjue Xiliang generals were not very capable, they were loyal to Dongjue. Although there were deep conflicts between them, they only started to erupt after Dongjue's death. By the way, my lord, why don't you try playing hard to get? This trick has no effect on Hua Xiong. What a joke. Hua Xiong is extremely loyal to Dongjue. Unless something unexpected happens, it will be difficult to persuade Hua Xiong to surrender. Letting Hua Xiong go at this time is like throwing meat buns at a dog. Not long after Su Huang was released, Yuan Shao's soldiers came to Li Ji's tent. He received Yuan Shao's order, asking Li Ji and other princes to come to Yuan Shao's tent to discuss matters. Li Ji would not refuse, so he led Chen Dao, the guard general, to Yuan Shao's camp. Entering Yuan Shao's camp, Li Ji found that many princes had already arrived, including Tao Qian, Lu Zhang, and Kong Rong, the 3 princes who needed to regroup their troops. It seemed that Yuan Shao was going to do serious things in this meeting. After a short while, 21 princes were soon in Yuan Shao's tent. Let's go to the hall to discuss matters. Yuan Shao did not set up a banquet, but went straight to the point. His bright voice instantly suppressed the various princes who were whispering below. It is urgent to conquer Hulao Pass. Tomorrow, I have decided to forcefully attack Hulao Pass. Yuan Shao glanced at everyone, and his words quickly caused controversy. Qinzhou Mukong Rong stood up and said with a bow, my Qinzhou army was just ambushed by Dongjue, and lost a lot of soldiers and horses. Morale is at a low point. Attacking Hulao Pass at this time is likely to cause greater losses. I understand Kong Qingzhou's situation very well. But if we are forced to give up the attack on Hulao Pass because of this incident, then when will we be able to take this pass? Besides, Dongjue's soldiers and horses have also lost a lot here, and their morale is much lower than ours. I think this is the best time to attack Hulao Pass. Yuan Shao's tone was not polite. Now he is the leader of the alliance, and he doesn't care about Kong Rong's position as a governor, which is 1 level higher than his position as the governor of Bohai. Seeing this, Kong Rong hesitated a little. When he wanted to speak out, Yanzhou Mu Lu Dai interrupted his thoughts. We know the situation of Kongzhou Mu very well, so the leader has made corresponding arrangements for this. In this case, I, Kong Wenju, would like to hear what the leader has arranged. Kong Rong immediately returned to his seat, leaving room for Yuan Shao to play. Yuan Shao looked around. His eyes were full of imposing manner, quite like the leader of the alliance. After tidying up his appearance, he said, the terrain of Hulao Pass is steep, and it is impossible for us 21 princes to attack at the same time. So I decided to separate the princes, and several princes are in the same batch, and they will attack in turns in several batches. In this way, it can not only effectively reduce our losses, but also continuously consume the strength and mind of the defenders. The leader's plan is very feasible. Yuan Shao's number 1 lackey Han Fu immediately echoed. Afterwards, Lu Dai, Lu Zhang, Bao Xian, Wang Quang, Yuan Yi and other princes also spoke in support. These people are either relatives of the Han dynasty or have a relationship with the Runan Yuan family. Naturally, they will not have any objection to Yuan Shao's plan to attack Hulao Pass. The remaining princes looked at each other, and almost half of the princes' coalition supported Yuan Shao's idea. They could not refute it, and quickly supported Yuan Shao's decision. Yuan Shao, who received the support of all members, suddenly became full of vigor and vitality, as if he really controlled millions of troops and controlled millions of miles of land at this moment. I, Yuan Shao, will lead the charge first, along with Han Fu, Gongsun Zan, Wang Quang, and Yuan E, 5 other lords. I will be the main general, and will be the first batch to attack Hulao Pass. Li Ji, Chu Xiong, Zhang Yang, Kong Zhu, and Tao Qian will be the second batch, with Li Ji as the main general. Following us to attack Hulao Pass, Cao Cao, Lu Dai, Zhang Miao, Bao Xian, and Kong Rong will be the third batch, with Cao Cao as the main general. Following Li Ji to attack Hulao Pass, Sun Jian, Ding Xia, Zhang Chao, Sun Xiao, and Lu Zhang will be the fourth batch, with Sun Jian as the main general. Following Cao Cao to attack Hulao Pass, Yuan Shu's troops suffered heavy losses, so he does not need to participate in the attack on Hulao Pass. He will continue to maintain the transportation of food and grass, and serve as a reserve source of troops. No one expected that this time Yuan Shao chose to attack first, which convinced many lords. The leader of the alliance can be used at the critical moment, and that is a truly good leader. Yuan Shao distributed the various lords very evenly. No one group was more powerful than the others. Basically, some lords in each group had 1 or 2 fierce generals. This was a great help in attacking Hulao Pass. But more of them were willing to follow Li Ji. Not for anything else, but because the previous battle at Hulao Pass made everyone see how fierce Li Ji's generals were. With Li Ji in charge, they felt more secure. For example, Zhang Yang and Wan Kuang, who were ranked last in strength, were naturally very happy to be with Li Ji. Chapter 410, Attack Hulao Pass. Su Huang's escape back to Hulao Pass did not cause much trouble. In fact, even Dong Zhuo had not heard of this news. After all, the Baibua army was now in an alliance support relationship, and he generally would not ask about the news of the allies. When Yang Feng saw Su Huang appear in front of him with his own eyes, he was directly shocked. He thought that after this tiger general was captured alive by Li Ji, he would be educated by Li Ji's mouth-to-mouth, and eventually abandon him as the leader of the Baibua army and turn to Li Ji, a famous prince. You mean, it was Li Ji who let you go? Yes, my lord. Li Taisho said that I was a disloyal, unrighteous, unkind and unfilial person. So he never said that he would surrender to me. Su Huang told Li Ji's words to him truthfully. When he said Li Ji's 4 questions, his face was a little embarrassed and began to blush. However, Yang Feng did not care about what happened, but showed a suspicious expression. He always felt that Li Ji must have some calculations in mind by doing this. The last time Niu Fu was released by Li Ji, he brought with him the general situation of the arrangement of the prince's camps. This time, when Su Huang was released, did he also bring with him some other information? Could it be that Li Ji wanted to repeat the last operation and use Su Huang's mouth as bait to lure them to take the bait again? Thinking of this, Yang Feng secretly kept a thought in his heart, and patted Su Huang on the shoulder, saying loudly, Gongming, you were released by Li Ji. Did you collect any useful information? Huang did hear some useful things. Su Huang nodded, putting on a very serious look. And this scene made Yang Feng more certain of his thoughts. Gongming, tell me about it. Huang escaped from Li Ji's camp and heard the soldiers of the coalition discussing the transportation of grain and grass along the way. From them, I learned that the transportation of grain and grass was only responsible for the princes of Yuanshu. Li Ji did not tell Su Huang about this matter, but because Su Huang did not leave at the first time, he strolled in a limited area and collected information about the coalition from the grassroots soldiers. As the saying goes, many people have many eyes. Even if many things are covered up tightly, there are always some people whose mouths cannot be sealed. Once these people are middle and senior generals, the orders issued by Yuan Shao and other princes will leak out from their mouths and spread to the grassroots soldiers. However, some people like to exaggerate and exaggerate. These news are likely to be artificially processed and derived into various versions. Therefore, the information collected from the soldiers needs to be identified and analyzed one by the collector to get the core content. Yuan Shao became the leader of the coalition, and Yuan Shu is Yuan Shao's cousin. The lucrative business of transporting grain and grass will naturally be arranged. Gongming, is there any problem with this? Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was something else. It turned out that it was just the princes responsible for transporting grain and grass in the rear of the coalition. It doesn't matter whether they know this or not. Could it be that they want to bypass the coalition of princes outside Hulao Pass and sneak attack their grain and grass in the rear? This strategy is extremely risky. Once discovered by the enemy, the support route will be cut off instantly, and there is a possibility of destruction at any time. Mingsong, there is no need to be anxious. I just think that the coalition forces are a bit too arrogant to let only one vassal be responsible for transporting food and grass. Moreover, Yuan Shu's troops have been severely damaged by us, and their morale and strength are not as good as before. I just wonder whether we should persuade the Prime Minister to send a group of elite soldiers to bypass the enemies outside the pass at night and sneak attack the food route from Swanzhou to here. The Prime Minister will never agree. Because of the Nyofu incident, the Prime Minister has become extremely cautious and even ignored the coalition forces' recent challenge under the city. Besides, your situation is somewhat similar to Nyofu. Yang Feng directly shook his head and rejected Su Huang's plan. Su Huang was not angry, but a lot of disappointment flashed across his face. If it is really as Yang Feng said, then Dong Zhuo, the helmsman of this powerful force, is too timid, according to Su Huang's own inner thoughts. If the elite soldiers who attacked the grain route were all Dong Zhuo's Feixiong army, and if he brought in fierce generals such as Lu Bu, Yu Liang, and Zhu Wuba, there was a great probability that he could successfully attack the coalition's grain route. As long as the coalition's grain route was robbed, Dong Zhuo's chances of winning would be greatly improved. And he only needed to wait for a few days to make the coalition collapse without attacking and automatically retreat to their respective territories. At this time, Li Ji's figure suddenly appeared in Su Huang's mind. If it was Li Taisho, would he agree to my plan? Su Huang felt that Li Ji's ability and courage were much stronger than Yang Feng and others, and even letting him go was a promise, and would never obstruct. If it were Yuan Shao and other princes, they would want to kill Su Huang to avenge their relatives and vent their emotions. At this time, there was a thunderous roar of war drums outside, followed by a loud sound of fighting, and even Su Huang and Yang Feng could hear it very clearly. The two looked a little ugly. The sound of war drums at this time must be that the coalition forces outside the pass were impatient and decided to attack Hulao Pass. General Yang, General Su, Yuan Shao led his army to attack Hulao Pass. The Prime Minister ordered us to lead the Baibua army to the pass as soon as possible to help defend the city. I understand. The coalition forces' attack was too sudden. Yang Feng did not care about Su Huang's identity, as he had just escaped, and ordered him to lead his troops to the pass immediately. Rumble. Outside the majestic Hulao Pass, there appeared a siege weapon of ferocious beasts. A large number of boulders were thrown by the catapults, stirring up a thunderous sound in the air, as if they had turned into meteorites, rubbing a large number of sparks to form a brilliant tail flame, and quickly smashed towards the direction of Hulao Pass, accompanied by the sound of shock. Hulao Pass was instantly bombarded by dozens of boulders. Many soldiers on the city wall had no time to dodge, and were crushed into a pool of blood mud. Fortunately, Hulao Pass was repaired very solidly, even facing the simultaneous bombardment of dozens of catapults. It still looked majestic. The stones on the city wall shattered, and countless fragments shot out at a very fast speed. The officers and soldiers nearby were directly hit. Their bones were broken, their heads were bleeding, and they screamed and fell off the city wall. Load the stones, and release. As the commander, Yuan Shao held a sword in one arm and stood in front of the army with high spirits. As the sword continued to chop down, the catapults that received the order fired crazily and bombarded Hulao Pass. Facing the heavy blow of the meteor shower, the defenders on Hulao Pass soon died in batches. A lot of blood flowed on the city wall, and the cracks gathered into small rivers. There were broken corpses everywhere. Although Yuan Shao was indecisive, he still had some ability. Otherwise, he would not have become a great prince who dominated the north. At this time, commanding the army to attack, it looked like a formality. And the four people who followed him in the same attack, Han Fu, Gongsun Zan, Wang Kuang, and Yuan Yi, except Gongsun Zan, were all unarmed scholars, and their commanders were basically not up to standard. As for Gongsun Zan, although he could also command the army to fight, his commander's talent was more in the cavalry. Letting him lead the army to attack the city was like asking Zhang Fei to embroider. He could do it, but it was a bit difficult. After several rounds of stone-throwing attacks, Yuan Shao changed his orders and ordered the princes of various routes to lead their troops and horses, with the help of large equipment such as siege towers, to launch a first-class offensive. Yuan Shao first sent out his personal guard army Wenqiu, Gao Lan, Han Meng, and Chunyu Qiong as deputy generals, leading a large number of generals to grab the credit of being the first to climb the mountain, except for Yin Liang, who had not yet recovered. All the generals who had left their names in the history books were sent out by Yuan Shao. It can be said that Yuan Shao took out most of his forces. White Horse General Gong Sunzan personally went into battle with a spear in his hand, followed by the two brothers Guan and Zhang, and followed by a group of arrogant and brave generals from Yubiping. In addition to them, Yao Luan, a player who was highly valued by Gong Sunzan, also followed Gong Sunzan with Shi Denai and Eshina Der, who he recruited. Han Fu was not as wealthy as Yuan Shao, and only sent out Pan Feng, Geng Wu, Guan Chun and other people who were presentable. Zhang He, one of the 5 good generals, was not valued by Han Fu, and only participated in the war as a military commander. Yuan Yi and Wang Quang couldn't even bring out a well-known general. Originally, Wang Quang had Fang Yu, the general of Henei, who could act as a front. But unfortunately, he was killed by Li Ju at Hulao Pass not long ago. Among the first batch of princes, only Yuan Shao and Gong Sunzan were the real main force, and the other princes just sent troops to strengthen the army. It seems that Yuan Shao is serious. Li Ji couldn't help but sigh when he saw so many well-known generals coming out at the same time. After Yuan Shao's fight was almost over, it was time for him, Li Ji, to show his ability. At this time, Li Ji was surrounded by Tao Qian, Chu Xiong, Zhang Yang, and Kong Ju, 4 princes, who were going to follow Yuan Shao and attack Hulao Pass with him. After hearing Li Ji's mumbling, Tao Qian rubbed his palms with a smile, and then said, Li Taisho is our commander. Please feel free to give us orders. Since Tao Qian knew that it was Li Ji who saved his life, he was naturally grateful to Li Ji. Not only did he send a lot of food and equipment a few days ago, but he also temporarily became Li Ji's lackey. However, Li Ji maintained a skeptical attitude towards Tao Qian. After all, this old man who has been in control of a state must have a complicated mind. Li Ji estimated that Tao Qian was impressed by the strength of his generals, so he consciously relied on him. It's a pity that Gao Chong was injured recently and failed to recover in time, so he can't help Li Taisho conquer Hulao Pass. However, I have General Chao Bao and General Lu Sandao, who will definitely help Li Taisho conquer Hulao Pass. Not to mention that Li Ji couldn't stand it anymore. Even Cheng Shang, the player who defected to Tao Qian, covered his face slightly. Chao Bao and Lu Sandao, each one is a fool. How can they have the ability to help Li Ji? And they can already cover their mouths and laugh if they don't drag their feet. And Chao Bao and Lu Sandao, who were named to wait for me, were even more confused. It seems that Tao Qian wants them to attack Hulao Pass in person. What a joke. Attacking Hulao Pass will kill people. General Lu Sandao didn't show too much difficulty, but Chao Bao's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes were about to roll over. Li Ji saw the reactions of these two people, and could only shake his head silently. On Tao Qian's side, the most useful people were Gao Chong and Wang Xingdian, but one was injured and unable to go into battle, and the other was not good at charging into battle, so they were not particularly helpful to Li Ji. As for Zhang Yang and Kong Ju, Li Ji could not count on them either. At most, he hoped that the other side could have a few more generals with 70 or 80 brave men under their command. Chu Xiong, as the governor of Lingling, you can't be unable to take out even a famous general, right? Li Ji could only hope that Chu Xiong could take out a big treasure at this critical moment. However, Chu Xiong showed an embarrassed expression, scratched his head awkwardly, and replied, in fact, I don't know if this is considered a famous general, because he is quite famous. Famous means capable. Chu Xiong, who did you recruit? Li Ji knew that this guy must have used the generals of the national war to recruit a general, but he had been hiding and holding him and not using him. Cheng Yaojin. Cheng what? Cheng Yaojin? Li Ji was shocked, and even his mouth was a little unsound. After hearing this name, a funny and bearded general holding a big axe suddenly appeared in his mind. In fact, Cheng Yaojin is also a famous general in the official history, and he has good ability. As long as we don't recruit the Cheng Yaojin of the novel image, that's the one who can use 3 axes. Chu Xiong's words directly shattered Li Ji's only fantasy, forcing him to accept the reality. Li Ji could only accept the fact with a smile. But Li Ji was also a little happy. Now Chu Xiong has 2 funny generals, Xing Durong and Cheng Yaojin. Let's not talk about bravery, at least in terms of livening up the atmosphere. These 2 brothers are absolutely good. The first batch includes Lu, Guan, Zhang, Wenqiu and others. The second batch includes Li Tsuanqiu, Huang Dong and others. The third batch includes Xiaohu brothers, Dian Wei and others. The fourth batch includes Yang Miuzhen, Sun Jian and others. From this point of view, the strength is quite even. While Li Ji and others were discussing how to attack Hulao Pass next, the army sent by Yuan Shao was quickly approaching the wall of Hulao Pass. When Zhou led Gao Lan, Han Ming, and Chunyu Qiong to climb the wall first, holding their own weapons, and walk briskly on the battlefield, their figures constantly flashing. But when they approached a certain range of Hulao Pass, a large number of archers suddenly appeared on the wall of Hulao Pass, and at the order of the commander Su Rong, they shot at them. The dense rain of arrows flew like a torrential rain, covering the army of princes, who were in the forefront in the blink of an eye. A series of shrill screams suddenly rang out, and many soldiers' armor was pierced. Blood splashed on their bodies, and they staggered to the ground, making sobbing whispers.